Chapter 49, Part 1, of the History of the Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Alec Datesman. The History of the Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, Volume 5, Chapter 49, Part 1. Introduction, Workshop, and Persecution of Images, Revolt of Italy and Rome, Temporal Dominion of the Popes, Conquest of Italy by the Franks, Establishment of Images, Character and Coronation of Charlemagne, Restoration and Decay of the Roman Empire in the West, Independence of Italy, Constitution of the Germanic Body. In the connection of the Church and State, I have considered the former as subservient only and relative to the latter, a salutary maxim, if in fact, as well as in narrative, it had ever been held sacred. The Oriental philosophy of the Gnostics, the dark abyss of predestination and grace, and the strange transformation of the Eucharist from the sign to the substance of Christ's body, I have purposely abandoned to the curiosity of speculative divines, but I have reviewed, with diligence and pleasure, the objects of ecclesiastical history, by which the decline and fall of the Roman Empire were materially effected, the propagation of Christianity, the constitution of the Catholic Church, the ruin of paganism, and the sects that arose from the mysterious controversies concerning the Trinity and Incarnation. At the head of this class, we may justly rank the worship of images so fiercely disputed in the 8th and 9th centuries, since a question of popular superstition produced the revolt of Italy, the temporal power of the popes, and the restoration of the Roman Empire in the West. The primitive Christians were possessed with unconquerable repugnance to the use and abuse of images, and this aversion may be ascribed to their descent from the Jews, and their enmity to the Greeks. The Mosaic law had severely proscribed all representations of the deity, and that precept was firmly established in the principles and practice of the chosen people. The wit of the Christian apologists was pointed against the foolish idolaters, who bowed before the workmanship of their own hands, the images of brass and marble, which, had they been endowed with sense and motion, should have started rather from the pedestal to adore the creative powers of the artist. Perhaps some recent and imperfect converts of the Gnostic tribe might crown the statues of Christ and St. Paul with the profane honors which they paid to those of Aristotle and Pythagoras, but the public religion of the Catholics was uniformly simple and spiritual, and the first notice of the use of pictures is in the censure of the Council of Illiberis, 300 years after the Christian era. Under the successors of Constantine, in the peace and luxury of the triumphant church, the more prudent bishops condescended to indulge a visible superstition for the benefit of the multitude, and after the ruin of paganism, they were no longer restrained by the apprehension of an odious parallel. The first introduction of a symbolic worship was in the veneration of the cross and of relics. The saints and martyrs, whose intercession was implored, were seated on the right hand of God, but the gracious and often supernatural favors, which, in the popular belief, were showered round their tomb, conveyed an unquestionable sanction of the devout pilgrims who visited and touched and kissed these lifeless remains, the memorials of their merits and sufferings. But a memorial, more interesting than the skull or the sandals of a departed worthy, is the faithful copy of his person and features, delineated by the arts of painting or sculpture. In every age, such copies, so congenial to human feelings, have been cherished by the zeal of private friendship or public esteem. The images of the Roman emperors were adored with civil and almost religious honors. A reverence less ostentatious, but more sincere, was applied to the statues of sages and patriots, and these profane virtues, these splendid sins, disappeared in the presence of the holy men, who had died for their celestial and everlasting country. At first, the experiment was made with caution and scruple, and the venerable pictures were discreetly allowed to instruct the ignorant, to awaken the cold, and to gratify the prejudices of the heathen proselytes. By a slow though inevitable progression, the honors of the original were transferred to the copy. The devout Christian prayed before the image of a saint, and the pagan rites of genuflection, luminaries, and incense again stole into the Catholic Church. The scruples of reason or piety were silenced by the strong evidence of visions and miracles, and the pictures which speak, and move, and bleed, must be endowed with a divine energy, and may be considered as the proper objects of religious adoration. The most audacious pencil might tremble in the rash attempt of defining, by forms and colors, the infinite spirit, the eternal Father, who pervades and sustains the universe. But the superstitious mind was more easily reconciled to paint and to worship the angels, and above all, the Son of God, under the human shape, which, on earth, they have condescended to assume. The second person of the Trinity had been clothed with a real and mortal body, but that body had ascended into heaven, and, had not some similitude been presented to the eyes of his disciples, the spiritual worship of Christ might have been obliterated by the visible relics and representations of the saints. A similar indulgence was requisite and propitious for the Virgin Mary. The place of her burial was unknown, and the assumption of her soul and body into heaven was adopted by the credulity of the Greeks and Latins. The use, and even the worship, of images was firmly established before the end of the 6th century. They were fondly cherished by the warm imagination of the Greeks and Asiatics. The Pantheon and Vatican were adorned with the emblems of a new superstition, but this semblance of idolatry was more coldly entertained by the rude barbarians and the Arian clergy of the West. The bolder forms of sculpture, in brass or marble, which peopled the temples of antiquity, were offensive to the fancy or conscience of the Christian Greeks, and a smooth surface of colors has ever been esteemed a more decent and harmless mode of imitation. The merit and effect of a copy depends on its resemblance with the original, but the primitive Christians were ignorant of the genuine features of the Son of God, his mother, and his apostles. The statue of Christ at Peneus in Palestine was more probably that of some temporal savior. The Gnostics and the profane monuments were reprobated, and the fancy of the Christian artists could only be guided by the clandestine imitation of some heathen model. In this distress, a bold and dexterous invention assured at once the likeness of the image and the innocence of the worship. A new superstructure of fable was raised on the popular basis of Assyrian legend, on the correspondence of Christ and Abgarus, so famous in the days of Eusebius, so reluctantly deserted by our modern advocates. The bishop of Caesarea records the epistle, but he most strangely forgets the picture of Christ, the perfect impression of his face on a linen, with which he gratified the faith of the royal stranger who had invoked his healing power, and offered the strong city of Edessa to protect him against the malice of the Jews. The ignorance of the primitive church is explained by the long imprisonment of the image of a niche of the wall, from whence, after an oblivion of 500 years, it was released by some prudent bishop, and seasonably presented to the devotion of the times. Its first and most glorious exploit was the deliverance of the city from the arms of Chosroes Nushirvan, and it was soon revered as a pledge of the divine promise, that Edessa should never be taken by a foreign enemy. It is true indeed that the text of Procopius ascribes the double deliverance of Edessa to the wealth and valor of her citizens, who purchased the absence and repelled the assaults of the Persian monarch. He was ignorant, the profane historian, of the testimony which he is compelled to deliver in the ecclesiastical page of Evagrius, that the Palladium was exposed on the rampart, and that the water which had been sprinkled on the holy face, instead of quenching, added new fuel to the flames of the besieged. After this important service, the image of Edessa was preserved with respect and gratitude, and if the Armenians rejected the legend, the more credulous Greeks adored the similitude, which was not the work of any mortal pencil, but the immediate creation of the divine original. The style and sentiments of a Byzantine hymn will declare how far their worship was removed from the grossest idolatry. How can we with mortal eyes contemplate this image, whose celestial splendor the host of heaven presumes not to behold? He who dwells in heaven condescends this day to visit us by his venerable image. He who is seated on the cherubim visits us this day by a picture, which the Father has delineated with his immaculate hand, which he has formed in an ineffable manner, and which we sanctify by adoring it with fear and love. Before the end of the 6th century, these images, made without hands, in Greek it is a single word, were propagated in the camps and cities of the Eastern Empire. They were the objects of worship and the instruments of miracles, and in the hour of danger or tumult, their venerable presence could revive the hope, rekindle the courage, or repress the fury of the Roman legions. Of these pictures, the far greater part, the transcripts of a human pencil, could only pretend to a secondary likeness and improper title, but there was something of a higher descent, who derived their resemblance from an immediate contact with the original, endowed, for that purpose, with a miraculous and prolific virtue. The most ambitious aspired from a filial to a fraternal relation with the image of Edessa, and such is the Veronica of Rome, or Spain, or Jerusalem, which Christ in his agony and bloody sweat applied to his face, and delivered to a holy matron. The fruitful precedent was speedily transferred to the Virgin Mary, and the saints and martyrs. In the church of Diospolis, in Palestine, The features of the Mother of God were deeply inscribed in a marble column. The east and west have been decorated by the pencil of St. Luke, and the evangelist, who was perhaps a physician, has been forced to exercise the occupation of a painter, so profane and odious in the eyes of the primitive Christians. The Olympian Jove, created by the muse of Homer and the chisel of Phidias, might inspire a philosophic mind with momentary devotion, but these Catholic images were faintly and flatly delineated by monkish artists in the last degeneracy of taste and genius. The worship of images had stolen into the church by insensible degrees, and each petty step was pleasing to the superstitious mind, as productive of comfort and innocent of sin. But in the beginning of the 8th century, in the full magnitude of the abuse, the more timorous Greeks were awakened by an apprehension that under the mask of Christianity they had restored the religion of their fathers. They heard, with grief and impatience, the name of the idolaters, the incessant charge of the Jews and the Mahometans, who derived from the law and the Koran an immortal hatred to graven images and all relative worship. The servitude of the Jews might curb their zeal and appreciate their authority, but the triumphant Mussulmans, who reigned at Damascus and threatened Constantinople, cast into the scale of reproach the accumulated weight of truth and victory. The cities of Syria, Palestine, and Egypt had been fortified with the images of Christ, his mother, and his saints, and each city presumed on the hope or promise of miraculous defense. In a rapid conquest of 10 years, the Arabs subdued those cities and these images, and, in their opinion, the Lord of hosts pronounced a decisive judgment between the adoration and contempt of these mute and inanimate idols. For a while Edessa had braved the Persian assaults, but the chosen city, the spouse of Christ, was involved in the common ruin, and his divine resemblance became the slave and trophy of the infidels. After a servitude of 300 years, the Palladium was yielded to the devotion of Constantinople for a ransom of 12,000 pounds of silver, the redemption of 200 Mussulmans, and a perpetual truce for the territory of Edessa. In this season of distress and dismay, the eloquence of the monks was exercised in the defense of images, and they attempted to prove that the sin and schism of the greater part of the Orientals had forfeited the favor and annihilated the virtue of these precious symbols. But they were now opposed by the murmurs of many simple or rational Christians, who appealed to the evidence of texts, of facts, and of the primitive times, and secretly desired the reformation of the Church. As the worship of images had never been established by any general or positive law, its progress in the Eastern Empire had been retarded, or accelerated, by the differences of men and manners, the local degrees of refinement, and the personal characters of the bishops. The splendid devotion was fondly cherished by the levity of the capital, and the invective genius of the Byzantine clergy, while the rude and remote districts of Asia were strangers to this innovation of sacred luxury. Many large congregations of Gnostics and Arians maintained, after their conversion, the simple worship which had preceded their separation, and the Armenians, the most warlike subjects of Rome, were not reconciled, in the 12th century, to the sight of images. These various denominations of men afforded a fund of prejudice and diversion, of small account in the villages of Anatolia or Thrace, but which, in the fortune of a soldier, a prelate, or a eunuch, might often be connected with the powers of the Church and State. Of such adventurers, the most fortunate was the Emperor, Leo III, who from the mountains of Isauria ascended the throne of the East. He was ignorant of sacred and profane letters, but his education, his reason, perhaps his intercourse with the Jews and Arabs, had inspired the martial peasant with a hatred of images, and it was held to be the duty of a prince to impose on his subjects the dictates of his own conscience. But in the outset of an unsettled reign, during 10 years of toil and danger, Leo submitted to the meanness of hypocrisy, bowed before the idols which he despised, and satisfied the Roman pontiff with the annual professions of his orthodoxy and zeal. In the reformation of religion, his first steps were moderate and cautious. He assembled a great council of senators and bishops, and enacted, with their consent, that all the images should be removed from the sanctuary and altered to a proper height in the churches, where they might be visible to the eyes and inaccessible to the superstition of the people. But it was impossible on either side to check the rapid though adverse impulse of veneration and abhorrence. In their lofty position, the sacred images still edified their votaries, and reproached the tyrant. He was himself provoked by resistance and invective, and his own party accused him of an imperfect discharge of his duty, and urged for his imitation the example of the Jewish king, who had broken without scruple the brazen serpent of the temple. By a second edict, he proscribed the existence as well as the use of religious pictures, the churches of Constantinople and the provinces were cleansed from idolatry. The images of Christ, the Virgin, and the saints were demolished, or a smooth surface of plaster was spread over the walls of the edifice. The sect of the iconoclasts was supported by the zeal and despotism of 6 emperors, and the East and West were involved in a noisy conflict of 120 years. It was a design of Leo the Isaurian to pronounce the condemnation of images as an article of faith, and by the authority of a general council, but the convocation of such an assembly was reserved for his son Constantine, and though it is stigmatized by triumphant bigotry as a meeting of fools and atheists, their own partial and mutilated acts betray many symptoms of reason and piety. The debates and decrees of many provincial synods introduced the summons of the General Council, which met in the suburbs of Constantinople, and was composed of the respectable number of 338 bishops of Europe and Anatolia, for the patriarchs of Antioch and Alexandria were the slaves of the Caliph, and the Roman pontiff had withdrawn the churches of Italy and the West from the communion of the Greeks. This Byzantine synod assumed the rank and power of the 7th General Council, yet even this title was a recognition of the 6 preceding assemblies, which had laboriously built the structure of the Catholic faith. After a serious deliberation of 6 months, the 338 bishops pronounced and subscribed a unanimous decree that all visible symbols of Christ, except in the Eucharist, were either blasphemous or heretical, that image worship was a corruption of Christianity and a renewal of paganism, that all such monuments of idolatry should be broken or erased, and that those who should refuse to deliver the objects of their private superstition were guilty of disobedience to the authority of the Church and of the Emperor. In their loud and loyal acclamations, they celebrated the merits of their temporal Redeemer, and to his zeal and justice they entrusted the execution of their spiritual censures. At Constantinople, as in the former councils, the will of the prince was the rule of episcopal faith, but on this occasion I am inclined to suspect that a large majority of the prelates sacrificed their secret conscience to the temptations of hope and fear. In the long night of superstition, the Christians had wandered far away from their simplicity of the gospel, nor was it easy for them to discern the clue and tread back the mazes of the labyrinth. The worship of images was inseparably blended, at least to a pious fancy, with the cross of the Virgin, the saints and their relics. The holy ground was involved in a cloud of miracles and visions, and the nerves of the mind, curiosity and skepticism, were benumbed by the habits of obedience and belief. Constantine himself is accused of indulging a royal license to doubt or deny or deride the mysteries of the Catholics, but they were deeply inscribed in the public and private creed of his bishops, and the boldest iconoclast might assault with a secret horror the monuments of popular devotion, which were consecrated to the honor of his celestial patrons. In the Reformation of the 16th century, freedom and knowledge had expanded all the faculties of man. The thirst of innovation superseded the reverence of antiquity, and the vigor of Europe could disdain those phantoms which terrified the sickly and servile weakness of the Greeks. The scandal of an abstract heresy can only be proclaimed to the people by the blast of the ecclesiastical trumpet, but the most ignorant can perceive, the most torpid must feel, the profanation and downfall of their visible deities. The first hostilities of Leo were directed against the lofty Christ on the vestibule and above the gate of the palace. A ladder had been planted for the assault, but it was furiously shaken by a crowd of zealots and women. They beheld, with pious transport, the ministers of sacrilege tumbling from on high, and dashed against the pavement, and the honors of the ancient martyrs were prostituted to these criminals, who justly suffered for murder and rebellion. The execution of the imperial edicts was resisted by frequent tumults in Constantinople and the provinces. The person of Leo was endangered, his officers were massacred, and the popular enthusiasm was quelled by the strongest efforts of the civil and military power. Of the archipelago, or Holy See, the numerous islands were filled with images and monks, their votaries abjured, without scruple, the enemy of Christ, his mother, and the saints. They armed a fleet of boats and galleys, displayed their consecrated banners, and boldly steered for the harbor of Constantinople to place on the throne a new favorite of God and the people. They depended on the succor of a miracle, but their miracles were inefficient against the Greek fire, and, after the defeat and conflagration of the fleet, the naked islands were abandoned to the clemency of justice of the conqueror. The son of Leo, in the first year of his reign, had undertaken an expedition against the Saracens. During his absence, the capital, the palace, and the purple were occupied by his kinsman, Artavasdes, the ambitious champion of the Orthodox faith. The worship of images was triumphantly restored. The patriarch renounced his dissimulation, or dissembled his sentiments, and the righteous claims of the usurper were acknowledged, both in the new and in ancient Rome. Constantine flew for refuge to his paternal mountains, but he descended at the head of the bold and affectionate Isaurians, and his final victory confounded the arms and predictions of the fanatics. His long reign was distracted with clamor, sedition, conspiracy, and mutual hatred, and sanguinary revenge. The persecution of images was the motive or pretense of his adversaries, and, if they missed a temporal diadem, they were rewarded by the Greeks with the crown of martyrdom. In every act of open and clandestine treason, the emperor felt the unforgiving enmity of the monks, the faithful slaves of the superstition to which they owed their riches and influence. They prayed, they preached, they absolved, they inflamed, they conspired. The solitude of Palestine poured forth a torrent of invective, and the pen of St. John Damascenus, the last of the Greek fathers, devoted the tyrant's head, both in this world and the next. I am not at leisure to examine how far the monks provoked, nor how much they have exaggerated their real and pretended sufferings, nor how many lost their lives or limbs, their eyes or their beards, by the cruelty of the emperor. From the chastisement of individuals, he proceeded to the abolition of the order, and, as it was wealthy and useless, his resentment might be stimulated by avarice, and justified by patriotism. The formidable name and mission of the dragon, his visitor general, excited the terror and abhorrence of the black nation. The religious communities were dissolved, the buildings were converted into magazines, or bar racks, the lands, movables, and cattle were confiscated, and our modern precedents will support the charge that much wanton or malicious havoc was exercised against the relics, and even the books of the monasteries. With the habit and profession of monks, the public and private worship of images was rigorously prescribed, and it should seem that a solemn abjuration of idolatry was exacted from the subjects, or at least from the clergy, of the Eastern Empire. The patient East abjured, with reluctance, her sacred images. They were fondly cherished and vigorously defended by the independent zeal of the Italians. In ecclesiastical rank and jurisdiction, the Patriarch of Constantinople and the Pope of Rome were nearly equal, but the Greek prelate was a domestic slave under the eye of his master, at whose nod he alternately passed from the convent to the throne, and from the throne to the convent. A distant and dangerous station, amidst the barbarians of the West, excited the spirit and freedom of the Latin bishops. Their popular election endeared them to the Romans. The public and private indigence was relieved by their ample revenue, and the weakness or neglect of the emperors compelled them to consult, both in peace and war, the temporal safety of the city. In the school of adversity, the priest insensibly imbibed the virtues and the ambition of a prince. The same character was assumed, the same policy was adopted, by the Italian, the Greek, or the Syrian, who ascended to the chair of St. Peter, and after the loss of her legions and provinces, the genius and fortune of the popes again restored the supremacy of Rome. It is agreed that in the 8th century their dominion was founded on rebellion, and that the rebellion was produced and justified by the heresy of the iconoclasts. But the conduct of the 2nd and 3rd Gregory in this memorable contest is invariably interpreted by the wishes of their friends and enemies. The Byzantine writers unanimously declare that after a fruitless admonition, they pronounced the separation of the East and West, and deprived the sacrilegious tyrant of the revenue and sovereignty of Italy. Their excommunication is still more clearly expressed by the Greeks, who beheld the accomplishment of the papal triumphs, and as they are more strongly attached to their religion than to their country, they praise, instead of blaming, the zeal and orthodoxy of these apostolical men. The modern champions of Rome are eager to accept the praise and the precedent. This great and glorious example of the deposition of royal heretics is celebrated by the cardinals Baronius and Bellarmine, and if they are asked why the same thunders were not hurled against the Neros and Julians of antiquity, they reply that the weakness of the primitive church was the sole cause of her patient loyalty. On this occasion, the effects of love and hatred are the same, and the zealous Protestants, who seek to kindle the indignation and to alarm the fears of princes and magistrates, expatiate on the insolence and treason of the 2 Gregories against their lawful sovereign. They are defended only by the moderate Catholics, for the most part of the Gallican Church, who respect the saint without approving the sin. These common advocates of the crown and the mitre circumscribe the truth of facts by the rule of equity, scripture, and tradition, and appeal to the evidence of the Latins and the lives and epistles of the popes themselves. End of chapter 49, section 1. Your reader was Alec Datesman, Brooklyn, New York.
The History of the Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dick Durrett. The History of the Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, Chapter 49, Part 2. Conquest of Italy by the Franks. Two original epistles from Gregory II to the Emperor Leo are still extant, and if they cannot be praised as the most perfect models of eloquence and logic, they exhibit the portrait, or at least the mask, of the founder of the papal monarchy. During 10 pure and fortunate years, says Gregory to the Emperor, we have tasted the annual comfort of your royal letters, subscribed in purple ink, with your own hand the sacred pledges of your attachment to the orthodox creed of our fathers. How deplorable is the change! How tremendous the scandal! You now accuse the Catholics of idolatry, and by the accusation you betray your own impiety and ignorance. To this ignorance we are compelled to adapt the grossness of our style and arguments. The first elements of holy letters are sufficient for your confusion, and were you to enter a grammar school, and avow yourself the enemy of our worship, the simple and pious children would be provoked to cast their hornbooks at your head. After this decent salutation, the Pope attempts the usual distinction between the idols of antiquity and the Christian images. The former were the fanciful representations of phantoms or demons, at a time when the true God had not manifested his person in any visible likeness. The latter are the genuine forms of Christ, his mother, and his saints, who had approved, by a crowd of miracles, the innocence and merit of this relative worship. He must indeed have trusted to the ignorance of Leo, since he could assert the perpetual use of images from the apostolic age and their venerable presence in the 6 synods of the Catholic Church. A more specious argument is drawn from present possession and recent practice. The harmony of the Christian world supersedes the demand of a general council, and Gregory frankly confesses that such assemblies can only be useful under the reign of an orthodox prince. To the impudent and inhuman Leo, more guilty than a heretic, he recommends peace, silence, and implicit obedience to his spiritual guides of Constantinople and Rome. The limits of civil and ecclesiastical powers are defined by the pontiff. To the former he appropriates the body, to the latter the soul. The sword of justice is in the hands of the magistrate. The more formidable weapon of excommunication is entrusted to the clergy, and in the exercise of their divine commission, a zealous son will not spare his offending father. The successor of Saint Peter may lawfully chastise the kings of the earth. You assault us, O tyrant, with a carnal and military hand. Unarmed and naked, we can only implore the Christ, the Prince of the heavenly host, that he will send unto you a devil for the destruction of your body and the salvation of your soul. You declare with foolish arrogance, I will dispatch my orders to Rome. I will break in pieces the image of St. Peter, and Gregory, like his predecessor Martin, shall be transported in chains and in exile to the foot of the imperial throne. Would to God that I might be permitted to tread in the footsteps of the holy Martin, but may the fate of Constance serve as a warning to the persecutors of the Church. After his just condemnation by the bishops of Sicily, the tyrant was cut off, in the fullness of his sins, by a domestic servant. The saint is still adored by the nations of Scythia, among whom he ended his banishment and his life. But it is our duty to live for the edification and support of the faithful people, nor are we reduced to risk our safety on the event of the combat. Incapable as you are of defending your Roman subjects, the maritime situation of the city may perhaps expose it to your depredation, but we can remove to the distance of 24 stadia to the first fortress of the Lombards, and then you may pursue the winds. Are you ignorant that the popes are the bond of union, the mediators of peace between the East and West? The eyes of the nation are fixed on our humility, and they revere as a God upon earth the Apostle St. Peter, whose image you threaten to destroy. The remote and interior kingdoms of the West present their homage to Christ and his vice-regent, and we now prepare to visit one of their most powerful monarchs, who desires to receive from our hands the sacrament of baptism. The barbarians have submitted to the yoke of the gospel, while you alone are deaf to the voice of the shepherd. These pious barbarians are kindled into rage. They thirst to avenge the persecution of the East. Abandon your rash and fatal enterprise. Reflect, tremble, and repent. If you persist, we are innocent of the blood that will be spilt in the contest. May it fall on your own head. The first assault of Leo against the images of Constantinople has been witnessed by a crowd of strangers from Italy and the West, who related with grief and indignation the sacrilege of the emperor. But on the reception of his prescriptive edict, they trembled for their domestic deities. The images of Christ and the Virgin, of the angels, martyrs, and saints were abolished in all the churches of Italy, and a strong alternative was proposed to the Roman pontiff: the royal favor as the price of his compliance, degradation, and exile as the penalty of his disobedience. Neither zeal nor policy allowed him to hesitate, and the haughty strain in which Gregory addressed the emperor displays his confidence in the truth of his doctrine or the powers of resistance. Without depending on prayers or miracles, he boldly armed against the public enemy, and his pastoral letters admonished the Italians of their danger and their duty. At this signal, Ravenna, Venice, and the citizens of Exarchate and Pentapolis adhered to the cause of religion. The military force by sea and land consisted, for the most part, of the navies, and the spirit of patriotism and real was transfused into the mercenary strangers. The Italians swore to live and die in the defense of the Pope and the holy images. The Roman people was devoted to their father, and even the Lombards were ambitious to share the merit and advantage of this holy war. The most treasonable act, but the most obvious revenge, was the destruction of the statues of Leo himself. The most effectual and pleasing measure of rebellion was the withholding the tribute of Italy and depriving him of a power which he had recently abused by the imposition of a new capitation. A form of administration was preserved by the election of magistrates and governors, and so high was the public indignation that the Italians were prepared to create an orthodox emperor and to conduct him with a fleet and army to the palace of Constantinople. In that palace, the Roman bishops, the second and third Gregory, were condemned as the authors of the revolt, and every attempt was made either by fraud or force to seize their persons and to strike at their lives. The city was repeatedly visited or assaulted by captains of the guards and dukes and exarchs of high dignity or secret trust. They landed with foreign troops, they obtained some domestic aid, and the superstition of Naples was blushed that her fathers were attacked to the cause of heresy. But these clandestine or open attacks were repelled by the courage and vigilance of the Romans. The Greeks were overthrown and massacred, their leaders suffered an ignominious death, and the popes, however inclined to mercy, refused to intercede for these guilty victims. At Ravenna, the several quarters of the city had long exercised a bloody and hereditary feud. In religious controversy they found a new element of faction, but the votaries of images were superior in numbers or spirit, and the exarch who attempted to stem the torrent lost his life in a popular sedition. To punish this flagitious deed and restore his dominion in Italy, the emperor sent a fleet and army into the Adriatic Gulf. After suffering from the winds and waves much loss and delay, the Greeks made their descent in the neighborhood of Ravenna. They threatened to depopulate the guilty capital and to imitate, perhaps to surpass, the example of Justinian II, who had chastised a former rebellion by the choice and execution of 50 of the principal inhabitants. The women and clergy in sackcloth and ashes lay prostrate in prayer. The men were in arms for the defense of their country. The common danger had united the factions, and the event of a battle was preferred to the slow miseries of a siege. In a hard-fought day, as the two armies alternatively yielded and advanced, a phantom was seen, a voice was heard, and Ravenna was victorious by the assurance of victory. The strangers retreated to their ships, but the populous seacoast poured forth a multitude of boats. The waters of the Po were so deeply infected with blood that during 6 years of public prejudice, sustained from the fish of the river, and the institution of an annual feast perpetuated the worship of images and the abhorrence of the Greek tyrant. Amidst the triumph of the Catholic arms, the Roman pontiff convened a synod of 93 bishops against the heresy of the iconoclasts. With their consent, he pronounced a general excommunication against all who, by word or deed, should attack the tradition of the fathers and the images of the saints. In this sentence, the emperor was tacitly involved, but the vote of a last and hopeless remonstrance may seem to imply that the anathema was yet suspended over his guilty head. No sooner had they confirmed their own safety, the worship of images, and the freedom of Rome and Italy, than the popes appeared to have relaxed of their severity and to have spared the relics of the Byzantine dominion. Their moderate counsels delayed and prevented the election of a new emperor. and they exhorted the Italians not to separate from the body of the Roman monarchy. The exarch was permitted to reside within the walls of Ravenna, a captive rather than a master, and till the imperial coronation of Charlemagne, the government of Rome and Italy was exercised in the name of the successors of Constantine. The liberty of Rome, which had been oppressed by the arms and arts of Augustus, was rescued after 750 years of servitude from the persecution of Leo the Isaurian. By the Caesars, the triumph of the consuls had been annihilated. In the decline and fall of the empire, the god Terminus, the sacred boundary, had insensibly receded from the ocean, the Rhine, the Danube, and the Euphrates, and Rome was reduced to her ancient territory from Viterbo to Terracina, and from Narni to the mouth of the Tiber. When the kings were banished, the republic reposed on the firm basis which had been founded by their wisdom and virtue. Their perpetual jurisdiction was divided between two annual magistrates. The Senate continued to exercise the powers of administration and counsel, and the legislative authority was distributed in the assemblies of the people by a well-proportioned scale of property and service. Ignorant of the arts of luxury, the primitive Romans had improved the science of government and war. The will of the community was absolute. The rights of the individuals were sacred. 130,000 citizens were armed for defense or conquest, and a band of robbers and outlaws was molded into a nation deserving of freedom and ambitious of glory. When the sovereignty of the Greek emperors was extinguished, the ruins of Rome presented the sad image of depopulation and decay. Her slavery was a habit, her liberty an accident, the effect of superstition, and the object of her own amazement and terror. The last vestige of the substance or even of the forms of the constitution was obliterated from the practice and memory of the Romans, and they were devoid of knowledge or virtue again to build the fabric of a commonwealth. Their scanty remnant, the offspring of slaves and strangers, was despicable in the eyes of the victorious barbarians. As often as the Franks or Lombards expressed their most bitter contempt of a foe, they called him a Roman. And in this name, says the Bishop Leoprand, we include whatever is base, whatever is cowardly, whatever is perfidious, the extremes of avarice and luxury, and every vice that can prostitute the dignity of human nature. By the necessity of their situation, the inhabitants of Rome were cast into the rough model of a republican government. They were compelled to elect some judges in peace and some leaders in war. The nobles assembled to deliberate, and their resolves could not be executed without the union and consent of the multitude. The style of the Roman Senate and people was revived, but the spirit was fled, and their new independence was disgraced by the tumultuous conflict of licentiousness and oppression. The want of laws could only be supplied by the influence of religion, and their foreign and domestic councils were moderated by the authority of the bishop. His alms, his sermons, his correspondence with the kings and prelates of the West, his recent services, their gratitude and oath, accustomed the Romans to consider him as the first magistrate or prince of the city. The Christian humility of the popes was not offended by the name of Dominus or Lord, and their face and inscription are still apparent on the most ancient coins. Their temporal dominion is now confirmed by the reverence of 1,000 years, and their noblest title is the free choice of a people whom they had redeemed from slavery. In the quarrels of ancient Greece, the holy people of Elis enjoyed a perpetual peace, and under the protection of Jupiter, and in the exercise of the Olympic games, happy would it have been for the Romans if a similar privilege had guarded the patrimony of St. Peter from the calamities of war, if the Christians who visited the holy threshold would have sheathed their swords in the presence of the apostle and his successor. But this mystic circle could have been traced only by the wand of the legislator and a sage. This pacific system was incompatible with the zeal and ambition of the popes. The Romans were not addicted, like the inhabitants of Elis, to the innocent and placid labors of agriculture, and the barbarians of Italy, though softened by the climate, were far below the Grecian states in the institutions of public and private life. A memorable example of repentance and piety was exhibited by Leopold, king of the Lombards. In arms at the gate of the Vatican, the conqueror listened to the voice of Gregory II, withdrew his troops, resigned his conquests, respectfully visited the church of St. Peter, and after performing his devotions, offered his sword and dagger, his cuirass and mantle, his silver cross, and his crown of gold on the tomb of the apostle. But this religious fervor was the illusion, perhaps the artifice, of the moment. The sense of interest is strong and lasting. The love of arms and rapine was congenial to the Lombards, and both the prince and people were irresistibly tempted by the disorders of Italy, the nakedness of Rome, and the unwarlike profession of her new chief. On the first edicts of the emperor, they declared themselves the champions of the holy images. Liutprand invaded the province of Romagna, which had already assumed that distinctive appellation. The Catholics of the Exarchate yielded without reluctance to his civil and military power, and a foreign enemy was introduced for the first time into the impregnable fortress of Ravenna. That city and fortress were speedily recovered by the active diligence and maritime forces of the Venetians, and those faithful subjects obeyed the exhortation of Gregory himself in separating the personal guilt of Leo from the general cause of the Roman Empire. The Greeks were less mindful of the service than the Lombards of the injury. The two nations, hostile in their faith, were reconciled in a dangerous and unnatural alliance. The king and the exarch marched to the conquest of Spoleto and Rome. The storm evaporated without effect, but the policy of Liutprand alarmed Italy with a vexatious alternative of hostility and truce. His successor, Astolphus, declared himself the equal enemy of the emperor and the pope. Ravenna was subdued by force or treachery, and this final conquest extinguished the series of the exarchs who had reigned with a subordinate power since the time of Justinian and the ruin of the Gothic kingdom. Rome was summoned to acknowledge the victorious Lombard as her lawful sovereign. The annual tribute of a piece of gold was fixed as the ransom of each citizen, and the sword of destruction was unsheathed to exact the penalty of her disobedience. The Romans hesitated, they entreated, they complained, and the threatening barbarians were checked by arms and negotiations till the popes had engaged the friendship of an ally and avenger beyond the Alps. In his distress, the first Gregory had implored the aid of the hero of the age, of Charles Martel, who governed the French monarchy with the humble title of mayor or duke, and who, by his signal victory over the Saracens, had saved his country, and perhaps Europe, from the Mohammedan yoke. The ambassadors of the Pope were received by Charles with decent reverence, but the greatness of his occupations and the shortness of his life prevented his interference in the affairs of Italy, except by a friendly and ineffectual mediation. His son Pepin, the heir of his power and virtues, assumed the office of champion of the Roman Church, and the zeal of the French prince appears to have prompted by the love of glory and religion. But the danger was on the banks of the Tiber, the succor on those of the Seine, and our sympathy is cold to the relation of distant misery. Amidst the tears of the city, Stephen III embraced the generous resolution of visiting in person the courts of Lombardy and France to deprecate the injustice of his enemy, or to excite the pity and indignation of his friend. After soothing the public despair by litanies and orations, he undertook this laborious journey with the ambassadors of the French monarch and the Greek emperor. The king of the Lombards was inexorable, but his threats could not silence the complaints nor retard the speed of the Roman pontiff, who traversed the Pennine Alps, reposed in the abbey of St. Maurice, and hastened to grasp the right hand of his protector, a hand which was never lifted in vain, either in war or friendship. Stephen was entertained as the visible successor of the apostle. At the next assembly, the field of March or of May, his injuries were exposed to a devout and warlike nation, and he repassed the Alps, not as a suppliant, but as a conqueror, at the head of a French army, which was led by the king in person. The Lombards, after a weak resistance, obtained an ignominious peace, and swore to restore the possessions, and to respect the sanctity of the Roman Church. But no sooner was Astolphus delivered from the presence of the French arms than he forgot his promise and resented his disgrace. Rome was again encompassed by his arms, and Stephen, apprehensive of fatiguing the zeal of his Transalpine allies, enforced his complaint and request by an eloquent letter in the name and person of St. Peter himself. The apostle assures his adopted sons, the king, the clergy, and the nobles of France, that, dead in the flesh, he is still alive in the spirit, that they now hear and must obey the voice of the founder and guardian of the Roman Church, that the Virgin, the angels, the saints, and the martyrs, and all the host of heaven unanimously urge the request and will confess the obligation, that riches, victory, and paradise will crown their pious enterprise, and that eternal damnation will be the penalty of their neglect if they suffer his tomb, his temple, and his people to fall into the hands of the perfidious Lombards. The second expedition of Pepin was not less rapid and fortunate than the first. St. Peter was satisfied, Rome was again saved, and Astolphus was taught the lessons of justice and sincerity by the scourge of a foreign master. After this double chastisement, the Lombards languished about 20 years in a state of languor and decay. But their minds were not yet humbled to their condition, and instead of affecting the pacific virtues of the feeble, they peevishly harassed the Romans with a repetition of claims, evasions, and inroads which they undertook without reflection and terminated without glory. On either side, their expiring monarchy was pressed by the zeal and prudence of Pope Adrian I, the genius, the fortune, and the greatness of Charlemagne, the son of Pepin. These heroes of the Church and State were united in public and domestic friendship, and while they trampled on the prostrate, they varnished their proceedings with the fairest colours of equity and moderation. The passes of the Alps and the walls of Pavia were the only defence of the Lombards. The former were surprised, the latter were invested by the son of Pepin, and after a blockade of 2 years, Desiderius, the last of their native princes, surrendered his scepter and his capital. Under the dominion of a foreign king, but in the possession of the national laws, the Lombards became the brethren rather than the subjects of the Franks, who derived their blood and manners and language from the same Germanic origin. End of chapter 5, part 2. Recording by Dick Durrett, Manchester, New Hampshire, USA. Chapter 49 of the History of the Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dick Durrett. The History of the Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire by Edward Gibbon, Chapter 49, Part 3. The mutual obligations of the popes and the Carlovingian family form the important link of ancient and modern, of civil and ecclesiastical history. In the conquest of Italy, the champions of the Roman Church obtained a favorable occasion, a specious title, the wishes of the people, the prayers and intrigues of the clergy. But the most essential gifts of the popes to the Carlovingian race were the dignities of King of France and of Patrician of Rome. Under the sacerdotal monarchy of St. Peter, the nations began to resume the practice of seeking, on the banks of the Tiber, their kings, their laws, and the oracles of their fate. The Franks were perplexed between the name and substance of their government. All the powers of royalty were exercised by Pepin, mayor of the palace, and nothing except the regal title was wanting to his ambition. His enemies were crushed by the valor. His friends were multiplied by his liberality. His father had been the savior of Christendom, and the claims of personal merit were repeated and ennobled in a descent of 4 generations. The name and image of royalty was still preserved in the last descendant of Clovis, the feeble Childeric, but his obsolete right could only be used as an instrument of sedition. The nation was desirous of restoring the simplicity of the constitution, and Pepin, a subject and a prince, was ambitious to ascertain his own rank and the fortune of his family. The mayor and the nobles were bound by an oath of fidelity to the royal phantom. The blood of Clovis was pure and sacred in their eyes, and their common ambassadors addressed the Roman pontiff to dispel their scruples or to absolve their promise. The interest of Pope Zachary, the successor of the 2 Gregories, prompted him to decide, and to decide in their favor. He pronounced that the nation might lawfully unite in the same person the title and authority of king, and that the unfortunate Childeric, a victim of the public safety, should be degraded, shaved, and confined in a monastery for the remainder of his days. An answer so agreeable to their wishes was accepted by the Franks as the opinion of a casuist, descendants of a judge, or the oracle of a prophet. The Merovingian race disappeared from the earth, and Pepin was exalted on a buckler by the suffrage of a free people, accustomed to obey his laws and to march under his standard. His coronation was twice performed with the sanction of the popes by their most faithful servant Saint Boniface, the apostle of Germany, and by the grateful hands of Stephen III, who in the monastery of Saint Denis placed the diadem on the head of his benefactor. The royal unction of the kings of Israel was dexterously applied. The successor of Saint Peter assumed the character of a divine ambassador. A German chieftain was transformed into the Lord's anointed, and this Jewish rite has been diffused and maintained by the superstition and vanity of modern Europe. The Franks were absolved from their ancient oath, but a dire anathema was thundered against them and their posterity if they should dare to renew the same freedom of choice or to elect a king, except in the holy and meritorious race of the Carlovingian princes. Without apprehending the future danger, these princes gloried in their present security. The secretary of Charlemagne affirms that the French sceptre was transferred by the authority of the popes, and in their boldest enterprises they insist, with confidence, on this signal and successful act of temporal jurisdiction. In the change of manners and language, the patricians of Rome were far removed from the senate of Romulus on the palace of Constantine, from the free nobles of the Republic, or the fictitious parents of the emperor. After the recovery of Italy and Africa by the arms of Justinian, the importance and danger of those remote provinces required the presence of a supreme magistrate. He was indifferently styled the exarch or the patrician, and these governors of Ravenna, who filled their place in the chronology of princes, extended their jurisdiction over the Roman city. Since the revolt of Italy and the loss of Exarchate, the distress of the Romans had exacted some sacrifice of their independence. Yet, even in this act, they exercised the right of disposing of themselves, and the decrees of the Senate and people successively invested Charles Martel and his posterity with the honors of patrician of Rome. The leaders of a powerful nation would have disdained a servile title and subordinate office, but the reign of the Greek emperors was suspended, and in the vacancy of the empire they derived a more glorious commission from the Pope and the Republic. The Roman ambassadors presented these patricians with the keys of the shrine of St. Peter as a pledge and symbol of sovereignty, with a holy banner which it was their right and duty to unfurl in the defense of the church and city. In the time of Charles Martel and of Pepin, the interposition of the Lombard kingdom covered the freedom, while it threatened the safety of Rome, and the patriciate represented only the title, the service, the alliance of these distant protectors. The power and policy of Charlemagne annihilated an enemy and imposed a master. In his first visit to the capital, he was received with all the honours which had formerly been paid to the exarch, the representative of the emperor, and these honours obtained some new decorations from the joy and gratitude of Pope Adrian I. No sooner was he informed of the sudden approach of the monarch than he dispatched the magistrates and nobles of Rome to meet him, with the banner, about 30 miles from the city. At the distance of 1 mile, the Flaminian Way was lined with the schools or national communities of Greeks, Lombards, Saxons, and so forth. The Roman youth were under arms, and the children of a more tender age, with palms and olive branches in their hands, chanted the praises of the great deliverer. At the aspect of the holy crosses and ensigns of the saints, he dismounted from his horse, led the procession of his nobles to the Vatican, and as he ascended the stairs, devoutly kissed each step of the threshold of the apostles. In the portico, Adrian expected him at the head of his clergy. They embraced as friends and equals, but in their march to the altar, the king or patrician assumed the right hand of the Pope. Nor was the Frank content with these vain and empty demonstrations of respect. In the 26 years that had elapsed between the conquest of Lombardy and his imperial coronation, Rome, which had been delivered by the sword, was subject as his own to the scepter of Charlemagne. The people swore allegiance to his person and family. In his name money was coined, and justice was administered, and the election of the popes was examined and confirmed by his authority. Except an original and self-interest claim of sovereignty, there was not any prerogative remaining which the title of emperor could add to the patrician of Rome. The gratitude of the Carlovingians was adequate to these obligations, and their names are consecrated as the saviors and benefactors of the Roman Church. Her ancient patrimony of farms and houses was transformed by their bounty into the temporal dominion of cities and provinces, and the donation of the exarchate was the first fruits of the conquest of Pepin. Astolphus was a sigh relinquished his prey. The keys and the hostages of the principal cities were delivered to the French ambassador, and in his master's name he presented them before the tomb of St. Peter. The ample measure of the exarchate might comprise all the provinces of Italy which had obeyed the emperor and his vice-regent, but its strict and proper limits were included in the territories of Ravenna, Bologna, and Ferrara. Its inseparable dependency was the Pentapolis, which stretched along the Adriatic from Rimini to Ancona, and advanced into the midland country as far as the ridges of the Apennine. In this transaction, the ambition and avarice of the popes have been severely condemned. Perhaps the humility of a Christian priest should have rejected an earthly kingdom, which it was not easy for him to govern without renouncing the virtues of his profession. Perhaps a faithful subject, or even a generous enemy, would have been less impatient to divide the spoils of the barbarian, and if the emperor had entrusted Stephen to solicit in his name the restitution of the exarchate, I will not absolve the Pope from the reproach of treachery and falsehood. But in the rigid interpretation of the laws, every one may accept without injury whatever his benefactor can bestow without injustice. The Greek emperor had abdicated or forfeited his right to the exarchate, and the sword of Astolphus was broken by the stronger sword of the Carlovingian. It was not in the cause of the iconoclast that Pepin had exposed his person and army in a double expedition beyond the Alps. He possessed and might lawfully alienate his conquests, and to the importunities of the Greeks he piously replied that no human consideration should tempt him to resume the gift which he had conferred on the Roman pontiff for the remission of his sins and the salvation of his soul. The splendid donation was granted in supreme and absolute dominion, and the world beheld for the first time a Christian bishop invested with the prerogatives of a temporal prince. The choice of magistrates, the exercise of justice, the imposition of taxes, and the wealth of the palace of Ravenna. In the dissolution of the Lombard kingdom, the inhabitants of the duchy of Spoleto sought a refuge from the storm, shaved their heads after the Roman fashion, declared themselves the servants and subjects of St. Peter, and completed by this voluntary surrender the present circle of the ecclesiastical state. That mysterious circle was enlarged to an indefinite extent by the verbal or written donation of Charlemagne, who, in the first transports of his victory, despoiled himself of the Greek emperor of the cities and islands which had formerly been annexed to the Exarchate. But in the cooler moments of absence and reflection he viewed, with an eye of jealousy and envy, the recent greatness of his ecclesiastical ally. The execution of his own and his father's promises was respectfully eluded. The king of the Franks and Lombards asserted the inalienable rights of the empire, and in his life and death, Ravenna, as well as Rome, was numbered in the list of his metropolitan cities. The sovereignty of the Exarchate melted away in the hands of the popes. They found in the archbishops of Ravenna a dangerous and domestic rival. The nobles and people disdained the yoke of a priest, and in the disorders of the times they could only retain the memory of an ancient claim which, in a more prosperous age, they have revived and realized. Fraud is the resource of weakness and cunning, and the strong, though ignorant, barbarian was often entangled in the net of sacerdotal policy. The Vatican and Lateran were an arsenal and manufacture which, according to the occasion, have produced or concealed a various collection of false or genuine, of corrupt or suspicious, acts, as they tended to promote the interests of the Roman Church. Before the end of the 8th century, some apostolic scribe, perhaps the notorious Isidore, composed the decretals and the donation of Constantine, the two magic pillars of the spiritual and temporal monarchy of the popes. This memorable donation was introduced to the world by an epistle of Adrian I, who exhorts Charlemagne to imitate the liberality and revive the name of the great Constantine. According to the legend, the first of the Christian emperors was healed of the leprosy and purified in the waters of baptism by Saint Sylvester, the Roman bishop, and never was physician more gloriously recompensed. His royal proselyte withdrew from the seat and patrimony of St. Peter, declared his resolution of founding a new capital in the East, and resigned to the popes the free and perpetual sovereignty of Rome, Italy, and the provinces of the West. This fiction was productive of the most beneficial effects. The Greek princes were convicted of the guilt of usurpation, and the revolt of Gregory was the claim of his lawful inheritance. The popes were delivered from their debt of gratitude, and the nominal gifts of the Carlovingians were no more than the just and irrevocable restitution of a scanty portion of the ecclesiastical state. The sovereignty of Rome no longer depended on the choice of a fickle people, and the successors of St. Peter and Constantine were invested with the purple and prerogatives of the Caesars. So deep was the ignorance and credulity of the times that the most absurd of fables was received with equal reverence in Greece and in France, and is still enrolled among the decrees of the canon law. The emperors and the Romans were incapable of discerning a forgery that subverted their rights and freedom, and the holy opposition proceeded from a Sabine monastery, which in the beginning of the 12th century disputed the truth and validity of the donation of Constantine. In the revival of letters and liberty, this fictitious deed was transpierced by the pen of Laurentius Valla, the pen of an eloquent critic and a Roman patriot. His contemporaries of the 15th century were astonished at his sacrilegious boldness, yet such is the silent and irresistible progress of reason that before the end of the next age, the fable was rejected by the contempt of historians and poets, and the tacit or modest censure of the advocates of the Roman Church. The popes themselves have indulged a smile at the credulity of the vulgar, but a false and obsolete title still sanctifies their reign, and by the same fortune which has attended the decretals and the Sibylline oracles, the edifice has subsisted after foundations have been undermined. While the popes established in Italy their freedom and dominion, the images, the first cause of their revolt, were restored in the Eastern Empire. Under the reign of Constantine V, the union of civil and ecclesiastical power had overthrown the tree without extirpating the root of superstition. The idols, for such they were now held, were secretly cherished by the order and the sex most prone to devotion, and the fond alliance of the monks and females obtained a final victory over the reason and authority of man. Leo IV maintained with less vigor the religion of his father and grandfather, but his wife, the fair and ambitious Irene, had imbibed the zeal of the Athenians, the heirs of the idolatry, rather than the philosophy of their ancestors. During the life of her husband, these sentiments were inflamed by danger and dissimulation, and she could only labor to protect and promote some favorite monks who she drew from their caverns and seated on the metropolitan thrones of the East. But as soon as she reigned in her own name and that of her son, Irene more seriously undertook the ruin of the iconoclasts, and the first step in her future persecution was a general edict for liberty and conscience. In the restoration of the monks, 1,000 images were exposed to the public veneration, 1,000 legends were inverted of their sufferings and miracles. By the opportunities of death or removal, the episcopal seats were judiciously filled. The most eager competitors for earthly or celestial favor anticipated and flattered the judgment of their sovereign, and the promotion of her secretary Tarasius gave Irene the patriarch of Constantinople and the command of the Oriental Church. But the decrees of a general council could only be repealed by a similar assembly. The iconoclasts, whom she convened were bold in possession and averse to debate, and the feeble voice of the bishops was re-echoed by the more formidable clamour of the soldiers and people of Constantinople. The delay and intrigues of a year, the separation of the disaffected troops, and the choice of Nice for a second Orthodox synod removed these obstacles, and the episcopal conscience was again, after the Greek fashion, in the hands of the prince. No more than 18 days were allowed for the consummation of this important work. The iconoclasts appeared not as judges, but as criminals or penitents. The scene was decorated by the legates of Pope Adrian and the Eastern Patriarchs. The decrees were framed by the President Teratius and ratified by the acclamations and subscriptions of 350 bishops. They unanimously pronounced that the worship of images is agreeable to Scripture and reason, to the fathers and councils of the Church, but they hesitate whether that worship be relative or direct, whether the Godhead and the figure of Christ be entitled to the same mode of adoration. Of the Second Nicene Council, the acts are still extant, a curious monument of superstition and ignorance, of falsehood and folly. I shall only notice the judgment of the bishops on the comparative merit of image worship and morality. A monk had concluded a truce with the demon of fornication, on condition of interrupting his daily prayers to a picture that hung in his cell. His scruples prompted him to consult the abbot. Rather than abstain from adoring Christ and his mother in their holy images, it would be better for you, replied the casuist, to enter every brothel and visit every prostitute in the city. For the honor of orthodoxy, at least the orthodoxy of the Roman Church, it is somewhat unfortunate that the two princes who convened the two councils of Nice are both stained with the blood of their sons. The second of these assemblies was approved and rigorously executed by the despotism of Irene, and she refused her adversaries the toleration which at first she had granted to her friends. During the 5 succeeding reigns, a period of 38 years, the contest was maintained with unabated rage and various success between the worshippers and the breakers of the images. But I am not inclined to pursue with minute diligence the repetition of the same events. Nicephorus allowed a general liberty of speech and practice, and the only virtue of his reign is accused by the monks as the cause of his temporal and eternal perdition. Superstition and weakness formed the character of Michael I, but the saints and images were incapable of supporting their votary on the throne. In the purple, Leo V asserted the name and religion of an Armenian, and the idols, with their seditious adherents, were condemned to a second exile. Their applause would have sanctified the murder of an impious tyrant, but his assassin and successor, the second Michael, was tainted from his birth with the Phrygian heresies. He attempted to mediate between the contending parties, and the intractable spirit of the Catholics insensibly cast him into the opposite scale. His moderation was guarded by timidity, but his son Theophilus, alike ignorant of fear and piety, was the last and most cruel of the iconoclasts. The enthusiasm of the times ran strongly against them, and the emperors who stemmed the torrent were exasperated and punished by the public hatred. After the death of Theophilus, the final victory of the images was achieved by a second female, his widow Theodora, whom he left the guardian of the empire. Her measures were bold and decisive. The fiction of a tardy repentance absolved the fame and the soul of her deceased husband. The sentence of the iconoclast patriarch was commuted from the loss of his eyes to a whipping of 200 lashes. The bishops trembled, the monks shouted, and the festival of orthodoxy preserves the annual memory of the triumph of the images. A single question yet remained, whether they are endowed with any proper and inherent sanctity. It was agitated by the Greeks of the 11th century, and as this opinion has the strongest recommendation of absurdity, I am surprised that it was not more explicitly decided in the affirmative. In the West, Pope Adrian I accepted and announced the decrees of the Nicene Assembly, which is now revered by the Catholics as the seventh in rank of the general councils. Rome and Italy were docile to the voice of their father, but the greatest part of the Latin Christians were far behind in the race of superstition. The churches of France, Germany, England, and Spain steered a middle course between the adoration and the destruction of images, which they admitted into their temples, not as objects of worship, but as lively and useful memorials of faith and history. An angry book of controversy was composed and published in the name of Charlemagne. Under his authority, a synod of 300 bishops was assembled at Frankfurt. They blamed the fury of the iconoclasts, but they pronounced a more severe censure against the superstition of the Greeks and the decrees of their pretended council, which was long despised by the barbarians of the West. Among them, the worship of images advanced with a silent and insensible progress, but a large atonement is made for their hesitation and delay by the gross idolatry of the ages which precede the Reformation, and of the countries both in Europe and America which are still immersed in the gloom of superstition. End of chapter 49, part 3. Recording by Dick Durrett, Manchester, New Hampshire, USA. Chapter 49 of the History of the Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dick Durrett. Chapter 49. Conquest of Italy by the Franks, Part 4. It was after the Nicene Synod, and under the reign of the pious Irene, that the popes consummated the separation of Rome and Italy by the translation of the empire to the less orthodox Charlemagne. They were compelled to choose between the rival nations. Religion was not the sole motive of their choice, and while they dissembled the failings of their friends, they beheld with reluctance and suspicion the Catholic virtues of their foes. The difference of language and manners had perpetrated the enmity of the two capitals, and they were alienated from each other by the hostile opposition of 70 years. In that schism, the Romans had tasted of freedom, and the popes of sovereignty. Their submission would have exposed them to the revenge of a jealous tyrant, and the revolution of Italy had betrayed the impotence as well as the tyranny of the Byzantine court. The Greek emperors had restored the images, but they had not restored the Calabrian estates and the Illyrian diocese, which the iconoclasts had torn away from the successors of St. Peter. And Pope Adrian threatens them with a sentence of excommunication unless they speedily abjure this practical heresy. The Greeks were now orthodox, but their religion might be tainted by the breath of the reigning monarch. The Franks were now contumacious, but a discerning eye might discern their approaching conversion from the use to the adoration of images. The name of Charlemagne was stained by the polemic acrimony of his scribes, but the conqueror himself conformed, with the temper of a statesman, to the various practice of France and Italy. In his 4 pilgrimages or visits to the Vatican, he embraced the popes in the communion of friendship and piety, knelt before the tomb, and consequently before the image of the apostle, and joined without scruple in all the prayers and processions of the Roman liturgy. Would prudence or gratitude allow the pontiffs to renounce their benefactor? Had they a right to alienate his gift of the exarchate? Had they power to abolish his government of Rome? The title of patrician was below the merit and greatness of Charlemagne, and it was only by reviving the Western Empire that they could pay their obligations or secure their establishment. By this decisive measure, they would finally eradicate the claims of the Greeks. From the debasement of a provincial town, the majesty of Rome would be restored, the Latin Christians would be united under the supreme head in their ancient metropolis, and the conquerors of the West would receive their crown from the successors of St. Peter. The Roman Church would acquire a zealous and respectable advocate, and under the shadow of the Carlovingian power, the bishop might exercise with honor and safety the government of the city. Before the ruin of paganism in Rome, the competition for a wealthy bishopric had often been productive of tumult and bloodshed. The people was less numerous, but the times were more savage, the prize more important, and the chair of St. Peter was fiercely disputed by the leading ecclesiastics who aspired to the rank of sovereign. The reign of Adrian I surpasses the measure of past or succeeding ages. The walls of Rome, the sacred patrimony, the ruin of the Lombards, and the friendship of Charlemagne were the trophies of his fame. He secretly edified the throne of his successors, and displayed in a narrow space the virtues of a great prince. His memory was revered, but in the next election, a priest of the Lateran, Leo III, was preferred to the nephew and the favorite of Adrian, whom he had promoted to the first dignities of the Church. Their acquiescence or repentance disguised above 4 years the blackest intention of revenge, till the day of a procession, when a furious band of conspirators dispersed the unarmed multitude, and assaulted with blows and wounds the sacred person of the Pope. But their enterprise on his life or liberty was disappointed, perhaps by their own confusion and remorse. Leo was left for dead on the ground. On his revival from the swoon, the effect of his loss of blood, he recovered his speech and sight, and this natural event was improved to the miraculous restoration of his eyes and tongue, of which he had been twice deprived by the knife of the assassins. From his prison he escaped to the Vatican. The Duke of Spoleto hastened to his rescue. Charlemagne sympathized in his injury, and in his camp of Paderborn in Westphalia accepted or solicited a visit from the Roman pontiff. Leo repassed the Alps with a commission of counts and bishops, the guards of his safety and the judges of his innocence, and it was not without reluctance that the conqueror of the Saxons delayed till the ensuing year the personal discharge of this pious office. In his fourth and last pilgrimage he was received at Rome with the due honors of king and patrician. Leo was permitted to purge himself by oath of the crimes imputed to his charge. His enemies were silenced, and the sacrilegious attempt against his life was punished by the mild and insufficient penalty of exile. On the festival of Christmas, the last year of the 8th century, Charlemagne appeared in the church of St. Peter, and to gratify the vanity of Rome, he had exchanged the simple dress of his country for the habit of a patrician. After the celebration of the holy mysteries, Leo suddenly placed a precious crown on his head, and the dome resounded with the acclamations of the people. Long life and victory to Charles, the most pious Augustus, crowned by God, the great and pacific emperor of the Romans. The head and body of Charlemagne were consecrated by the royal unction. After the example of the Caesars, he was saluted or adored by the pontiff. His coronation oath represents a promise to maintain the faith and privileges of the Church, and the first fruits were paid in his rich offerings to the shrine of his apostle. In his familiar conversation, the emperor protested the ignorance of the intentions of Leo, which he would have disappointed by his absence on that memorable day. But the preparations of the ceremony must have disclosed the secret, and the journey of Charlemagne reveals his knowledge and expectation. He had acknowledged that the imperial title was the object of his ambition, and a Roman synod had promised that it was the only adequate reward of his merit and services. The appellation of great has been often bestowed and sometimes deserved, but Charlemagne is the only prince in whose favor the title has been indissolubly blended with the name. That name, with the addition of saint, is inserted in the Roman calendar, and the saint, by a rare felicity, is crowned with the praises of the historians and philosophers of an enlightened age. His real merit is doubtless enhanced by the barbarism of the nation and the times from which he emerged, but the apparent magnitude of an object is likewise enlarged by the unequal comparison, and the ruins of Palmyra derive a casual splendor from the nakedness of the surrounding desert. Without injustice to his fame, I may discern some blemishes in the sanctity and greatness of the restorer of the Western Empire. Of his moral virtues, chastity is not the most conspicuous, but the public happiness could not be materially injured by his 9 wives or concubines. The various indulgence of meaner or more transient amours, the multitude of his bastards whom he bestowed on the Church, and the long celibacy and licentious manners of his daughters, whom the father was suspected of loving with too fond a passion. I shall be scarcely permitted to accuse the ambition of a conqueror, but in a day of equal retribution, the sons of his brother Carloman, the Merovingian princes of Aquitaine, and the 4,500 Saxons who were beheaded on the same spot would have something to allege against the justice and humanity of Charlemagne. His treatment of the vanquished Saxons was an abuse of the right of conquest. His laws were not less sanguinary than his arms, and in the discussion of his motives, whatever is subtracted from bigotry must be imputed to temper. The sedentary reader is amazed by his incessant activity of mind and body, and his subjects and enemies were not less astonished at his sudden presence at the moment when they believed his at the most distant extremity of the empire. Neither peace nor war, nor summer nor winter were a season of repose, and our fancy cannot easily reconcile the annals of his reign with the geography of his expeditions. But this activity was a national rather than a personal virtue. The vagrant life of a Frank was spent in the chase, in pilgrimage, in military adventures, and the journeys of Charlemagne were distinguished only by a more numerous train and a more important purpose. His military renown must be tried by the scrutiny of his troops, his enemies, and his actions. Alexander conquered with the arms of Philip, but the two heroes who preceded Charlemagne bequeathed their name, their examples, and the companions of their victories. At the head of his veteran and superior armies, he oppressed the savage or degenerate nations, who were incapable of confederating for their common safety, nor did he ever encounter an equal antagonist in numbers, in discipline, or in arms. The science of war had been lost and revived with the arts of peace, but his campaigns are not illustrated by any siege or battle of singular difficulty and success, and he might behold with envy the Saracen trophies of his grandfather. After the Spanish expedition, his rearguard was defeated in the Pyrenean mountains, and the soldiers whose situation was irretrievable and whose valor was useless might accuse, with their last breath, the want of skill or caution of their general. I touch with reverence the laws of Charlemagne, so highly applauded by the respectable judge. They compose not a system, but a series of occasional and minute edicts for the correction of abuses, the reformation of manners, the economy of his farms, the care of his poultry, and even the sale of his eggs. He wished to improve the laws and the character of the Franks, and his attempts, however feeble and imperfect, are deserving of praise. The inveterate evils of the times were suspended or mollified by his government, but in his institutions I can seldom discover the general views and the immortal spirit of a legislator who survives himself for the benefit of posterity. The union and stability of his empire depended on the life of a single man. He imitated the dangerous practice of dividing his kingdoms among his sons, and after his numerous diets, the whole constitution was left to fluctuate between the disorders of anarchy and despotism. His esteem for the piety and knowledge of the clergy tempted him to entrust that aspiring order of temporal dominion and civil jurisdiction, and his son Louis, when he was stripped and degraded by the bishops, might accuse, in some measure, the imprudence of his father. His laws enforced the imposition of tithes, because the daemons had proclaimed in the air that the default of payment had been the cause of the last scarcity. The literary merits of Charlemagne are attested by the foundation of schools, the introduction of arts, the works which were published in his name, and his familiar connection with the subjects and strangers whom he invited to his court to educate both the prince and people. His own studies were tardy, laborious, and imperfect. If he spoke Latin and understood Greek, he derived the rudiments of knowledge from conversation rather than from books, and in his mature age the emperor strove to acquire the practice of writing, which every peasant now learns in his infancy. The grammar and logic, the music and astronomy of the times were only cultivated as the handmaids of superstition, but the curiosity of the human mind must ultimately tend to its improvement, and the encouragement of learning reflects the purest and most pleasing lustre on the character of Charlemagne. The dignity of his person, the length of his reign, the prosperity of his arms, the vigor of his government, and the reverence of distant nations distinguish him from the royal crowd, and Europe dates a new era from his restoration of the Western Empire. That empire was not unworthy of its title, and some of the fairest kingdoms of Europe were the patrimony or conquest of a prince who reigned at the same time in France, Spain, Italy, Germany, and Hungary. The Roman province of Gaul had been transformed into the name and monarchy of France, but in the decay of the Merovingian line its limits were contracted by the independence of the Britons and the revolt of Aquitaine. Charlemagne pursued and confined the Britons on the shores of the ocean, and that ferocious tribe, whose origin and language are so different from the French, was chastised by the imposition of tribute, hostages, and peace. After a long and evasive contest, the rebellion of the Dukes of Aquitaine was punished by the forfeiture of their province, their liberty, and their lives. Harsh and rigorous would have been such treatment of ambitious governors, who had too faithfully copied the mayors of the palace. But a recent discovery has proved that these unhappy princes were the last and lawful heirs of the blood and sceptre of Clovis, and younger branch from the brother of Dagobert of the Merovingian house. Their ancient kingdom was reduced to the duchy of Gascogne, to the counties of Fürstenrac and Armagnac at the foot of the Pyrenees. Their race was propagated till the beginning of the 16th century, and after surviving their Carlovingian tyrants, they were reserved to feel the injustice or the favors of a third dynasty. By the reunion of Aquitaine, France was enlarged to its present boundaries, with the additions of the Netherlands and Spain as far as the Rhine. The Saracens had been expelled from France by the grandfather and father of Charlemagne, but they still possessed the greatest part of Spain, from the Rock of Gibraltar to the Pyrenees. Amidst their civil divisions, an Arabian emir of Saragossa implored his protection in the Diet of Paderborn. Charlemagne undertook the expedition, restored the emir, and without distinction of faith, impartially crushed the resistance of the Christians, and rewarded the obedience and services of the Mohammedans. In his absence, he instituted the Spanish March, which extended from the Pyrenees to the river Ebro, Barcelona was the residence of the French governor. He possessed the counties of Roussillon and Catalonia, and the infant kingdoms of Navarre and Aragon were subject to his jurisdiction. As king of the Lombards and patrician of Rome, he reigned over the greatest part of Italy, a tract of 1,000 miles from the Alps to the borders of Calabria. The duchy of Beneventum, a Lombard fief, had spread at the expense of the Greeks over the modern kingdom of Naples. But Arechis, the reigning duke, refused to be included in the slavery of his country, assumed the independent title of prince, and opposed his sword to the Carlovingian monarchy. His defense was firm, his submission was not inglorious, and the emperor was content with an easy tribute, the demolition of his fortresses, and the acknowledgment on his coins of a supreme lord. The artful flattery of his son Grimoald added the appellation of father, but he asserted his dignity with prudence, and Beneventum insensibly escaped from the French yoke. Charlemagne was the first who united Germany under the same sceptre. The name of Oriental France is preserved in the circle of Franconia, and the people of Hesse and Thuringia were recently incorporated with the Alemanni, no formidable to the Romans, were the faithful vassals and confederates of the Franks, and their country was inscribed within the modern limits of Alsace, Swabia, and Switzerland. The Bavarians, with a similar indulgence of their laws and manners, were less patient of a master. The repeated treasons of Tassilo justified the abolition of their hereditary dukes, and their power was shared among the counts who judged and guarded that important frontier. But the north of Germany, from the Rhine and beyond the Elbe, was still hostile and pagan. Nor was it till after the war of 33 years that the Saxons bowed under the yoke of Christ and of Charlemagne. The idols and their votaries were extirpated. The foundation of 8 bishoprics of Munster, Osnaburg, Paderborn, and Minden, of Bremen, Varden, Hildesheim, and Halberstadt define on either side of the Weser the bounds of ancient Saxony. These episcopal seats were the first schools and cities of that savage land, and the religion and humanity of the children atoned in some degree for the massacre of the parents. Beyond the Elbe, the Slavi, or Slavonians of similar manners and various denominations, overspread the modern dominions of Prussia, Poland, and Bohemia, and some transient marks of obedience have tempted the French historian to extend the empire to the Baltic and the Vistula. The conquest or conversion of those countries is of a more recent age, but the first union of Bohemia with the Germanic body may be justly ascribed to the arms of Charlemagne. He retaliated on the Avars, or Huns of Pannonia, the same calamities which they had inflicted on the nations. Their rings, the wooden fortifications which encircled their districts and the villages, were broken down by the triple effort of a French army that was poured into their country by land and water through the Carpathian mountains and along the plain of the Danube. After a bloody conflict of 8 years, the loss of some French generals was avenged by the slaughter of the most noble Huns. The relics of the nation submitted. The royal residence of the Shagan was left desolate and unknown, and the treasures, the rapine of 250 years enriched the victorious troops or decorated the churches of Italy and Gaul. After the reduction of Pannonia, the empire of Charlemagne was bounded only by the conflux of the Danube with the Theiss and the Save. The provinces of Estria, Liburnia, and Dalmatia were an easy, though unprofitable, accession, and it was an effect of his moderation that he left the maritime cities under the real or nominal sovereignty of the Greeks. But these distant possessions added more to the reputation than to the power of the Latin emperor, nor did he risk any ecclesiastical foundations to reclaim the barbarians from their vagrant life and idolatrous worship. Some canals of communication between the rivers, the Saône and the Meuse, the Rhine and the Danube, were faintly attempted. Their execution would have vivified the empire, and more cost and labor were often wasted in the structure of a cathedral. End of chapter 49, part 4. Recording by Dick Durrett, Manchester, New Hampshire, USA. Chapter 49, part 5 of the History of the Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dick Durrett. Conquest of Italy by the Franks, Part 5. If we retrace the outlines of this geographical picture, it will be seen that the empire of the Franks extended between east and west, from the Ebro to the Elbe or Vistula, between the north and south, from the duchy of Beneventum to the river Eider, the south from the duchy, perpetual boundary of Germany and Denmark. The personal and political importance of Charlemagne was magnified by the distress and division of the rest of Europe. The islands of Great Britain and Ireland were disputed by a crowd of princes of Saxon or Scottish origin, and after the loss of Spain, the Christian and Gothic kingdom of Alfonso the Chaste was confined to the narrow range of the Asturian mountains. These petty sovereigns revered the power or virtue of the Carlovingian monarch, implored the honor and support of his alliance, and styled him their common parent, the sole and supreme emperor of the West. He maintained a more equal intercourse with the Caliph Harun al-Rashid, whose dominion stretched from Africa to India, and accepted from his ambassadors a tent, a water clock, an elephant, and the keys of the Holy Sepulchre. It is not easy to conceive the private friendship of a Frank and an Arab, who were strangers to each other's person and language and religion, but their public correspondence was founded on vanity, and their remote situation left no room for a competition of interest. 2/3 of the Western Empire of Rome was subject to Charlemagne, and the deficiency was amply supplied by his command of the inaccessible or invincible nations of Germany. But in the choice of his enemies, we may be reasonably surprised that he so often preferred the poverty of the north to the riches of the south. The 33 campaigns laboriously consumed in the woods and morasses of Germany would have sufficed to assert the amplitude of his title by the expulsion of the Greeks from Italy and the Saracens from Spain. The weakness of Greeks would have ensured an easy victory, and the Holy Crusade against the Saracens would have been prompted by glory and revenge, and loudly justified by religion and policy. Perhaps in his expeditions beyond the Rhine and the Elbe, he aspired to save his monarchy from the fate of the Roman Empire, to disarm the enemies of civilized society, and to eradicate the seed of future immigrations. But it has been wisely observed that, in the light of precaution, all conquest must be ineffectual, unless it could be universal, since the increasing circle must be involved in a larger sphere of hostility. The subjugation of Germany withdrew the veil which had so long concealed the continent of islands of Scandinavia from the knowledge of Europe, and awakened the torpid courage of their barbarous natives. The fiercest of the Saxon idolaters escaped from the Christian tyrant to their brethren of the north. The ocean and Mediterranean were covered with their piratical fleets, and Charlemagne beheld with a sigh the destructive progress of the Normans, who, in less than 70 years, precipitated the fall of his race and monarchy. Had the Pope and the Romans revived the primitive constitution, the titles of Emperor and Augustus were conferred on Charlemagne for the term of his life, and his successors, on each vacancy, must have ascended the throne by a formal or tacit election. But the association of his son Louis the Pious asserts the independent right of monarchy and conquest, and the emperor seems on this occasion to have foreseen and prevented the Latin claims of the clergy. The royal youth was commanded to take the crown from the altar, and with his own hands to place it on the head as a gift which he held from God, his father, and the nation. The same ceremony was repeated, though with less energy, in the subsequent associations of Lothair and Louis II. The Carlovingian scepter was transmitted from father to son in a lineal descent of 4 generations, and the ambitions of the popes was reduced to the empty honor of crowning and anointing these hereditary princes, who were already invested with their power and dominions. The pious Louis survived his brothers, and embraced the whole empire of Charlemagne, but the nations of the nobles, his bishops, and his children, quickly discerned that this mighty mass was no longer inspired by the same soul, and the foundations were undermined to the center, while the external surface was yet fair and entire. After a war or battle which consumed 100,000 Franks, the empire was divided by treaty between his 3 sons, who had violated every filial and fraternal duty. The kingdoms of Germany and France were forever separated. The provinces of Gaul, between the Rhone and the Alps, the Meuse and the Rhine, were assigned, with Italy, to the imperial dignity of Lothair. In the partition of his share, Lorraine and Arles, 2 recent and transitory kingdoms, were bestowed on the younger children, and Louis II, his eldest son, was content with the realm of Italy, the proper and sufficient patrimony of a Roman emperor. On his death, without any male issue, the vacant throne was disputed by his uncles and cousins, and the popes most dexterously seized the occasion of judging the claims and merits of the candidates, and of bestowing on the most obsequious or most liberal the imperial office of advocate of the Roman Church. The dregs of the Carlovingian race no longer exhibited any symptoms of virtue or power, and the ridiculous epithets of the bard, the stammerer, the fat, and the simple distinguished the tame and uniform features of a crowd of kings alike deserving of oblivion. By the failure of the collateral branches, the whole inheritance devolved to Charles the Fat, the last emperor of his family. His insanity authorized the desertion of Germany, Italy, and France. He was deposed in a diet, and solicited his daily bread from the rebels by whose contempt his life and liberty had been spared. According to the measure of their force, the governors, the bishops, and the lords usurped the fragments of the falling empire, and some preference was shown to the female or illegitimate blood of Charlemagne. Of the greater part, the title and possession were alike doubtful, and the merit was adequate to the contracted scale of their dominions. Those who could appear with an army at the gates of Rome were crowned emperors in the Vatican, but their modesty was more frequently satisfied with the appellation of kings of Italy, and the whole term of 74 years may be deemed a vacancy from the abdication of Charles the Fat to the establishment of Otho the First. Otho was of the noble race of the Dukes of Saxony, and if he truly descended from Witikind, the adversary and proselyte of Charlemagne, the posterity of a vanquished people were exalted to reign over their conquerors. His father, Henry the Fowler, was elected by the suffrage of the nation to save and institute the kingdom of Germany. Its limits were enlarged on every side by his son, the first and greatest of the Othos. A portion of Gaul to the west of the Rhine, along the banks of the Meuse and the Moselle, were assigned to the Germans, by whose blood and language it has been tinged since the time of Caesar and Tacitus. Between the Rhine, the Rhone, and the Alps, the successors of Otho acquired a vain supremacy over the broken kingdoms of Burgundy and Arles. In the north, Christianity was propagated by the sword of Otho, the conqueror and apostle of the Slavic nations of the Elbe and Oder. The marches of Brandenburg and Schleswig were fortified with German colonies, and the King of Denmark, the Dukes of Poland and Bohemia, confessed themselves his tributary vassals. At the head of a victorious army, he passed the Alps, subdued the kingdom of Italy, delivered the Pope, and forever fixed the imperial crown in the name and nation of Germany. From that memorable era, two maxims of public jurisprudence were introduced by force and ratified by time: that the prince who was elected in the German Diet acquired from that instant the subject kingdoms of Italy and Rome, but that he might not legally assume the titles of Emperor and Augustus till he had received the crown from the hands of the Roman pontiff. The imperial dignity of Charlemagne was announced to the East by the alteration of his style, and instead of saluting his fathers, the Greek emperors, he presumed to adopt a more equal and familiar appellation of brother. Perhaps in his connection with Irene he aspired to the name of husband. His embassy to Constantinople spoke the language of peace and friendship, and might conceal a treaty of marriage with that ambitious princess who had renounced the most sacred duties of a mother. The nature, the duration, the probable consequences of such a union between two distant and dissonant empires it is impossible to conjecture, but the unanimous silence of the Latins may teach us to suspect that the report was invented by the enemies of Irene to charge her with the guilt of betraying the Church and State to the strangers of the West. The French ambassadors were the spectators and had nearly been the victims, and the conspiracy of Nicephorus and the national hatred. Constantinople was exasperated by the treason and sacrilege of ancient Rome. A proverb that the Franks were good friends and bad neighbors was in everyone's mouth, but it was dangerous to provoke a neighbor who might be tempted to reiterate in the church of St. Sophia the ceremony of his imperial coronation. After a tedious journey of circuit and delay, the ambassadors of Nicephorus found him in his camp on the banks of the river Sala, and Charlemagne affected to confound their vanity by displaying in a Franconian village the pomp, or at least the pride, of the Byzantine palace. The Greeks were successively led through 4 halls of audience. In the first they were ready to fall prostrate before a splendid personage in a chair of state, till he informed them that he was only a servant, the constable or master of the horse of the emperor. The same mistake and the same answer were repeated in the apartments of the Count Palatine, the steward, and the chamberlain, and their impatience was gradually heightened till the doors of the presence chamber were thrown open, and they beheld the genuine monarch on his throne, enriched with the foreign luxury which he despised, and encircled with the love and reverence of his victorious chiefs. A treaty of peace and alliance was concluded between the two empires, and the limits of the East and West were defined by the right of present possession. But the Greeks soon forgot this humiliating equality, or remembered it only to hate the barbarians by whom it was extorted. During the short union of virtue and power, they respectfully saluted the august Charlemagne with the acclamations of Basilius, the emperor, and the Romans. As soon as these qualities were separated in the person of his pious son, the Byzantine letters were inscribed to the king, or, as he styles himself, the emperor of the Franks and Lombards. When both power and virtue were extinct, they despoiled Louis II of his hereditary title, and with the barbarous appellation of Rex or Rega, degraded him among the crowd of Latin princes. His reply is expressive of his weakness. He proves, with some learning, that both in sacred and profane history the name of king is synonymous with the Greek word Basilius. If, at Constantinople, it were assumed in a more exclusive and imperial sense, he claims from his ancestors and from the popes a just participation of the honors of the Roman purple. The same controversy was revived in the reign of the Othos, and their ambassador describes in lively colors the insolence of the Byzantine court. The Greeks affected to despise the poverty and ignorance of the Franks and Saxons, and in their last decline refused to prostitute to the kings of Germany the title of Roman emperors. These emperors, in the election of the popes, continued to exercise the powers which had been assumed by the Gothic and Grecian princes, and the importance of this prerogative increased with the temporal estate and spiritual jurisdiction of the Roman Church. In the Christian aristocracy, the principal members of the clergy still formed a senate to assist the administration and to supply the vacancy of the bishop. Rome was divided into 28 parishes, and each parish was governed by a cardinal priest or presbyter, a title which, however common or modest in its origin, has aspired to emulate the purple of kings. Their number was enlarged by the association of the 7 deacons of the most considerable hospitals, the 7 Palatine judges of the Lateran, and some dignitaries of the Church. This ecclesiastical senate was directed by the 7 cardinal bishops of the Roman province, who were less occupied in the suburb dioceses of Ostia, Porto, Velitrum, Tusculum, Praeneste, Tibur, and the Sabines, than by their weekly service in the Lateran and their superior share in the honors and authority of the Apostolic See. On the death of the Pope, these bishops recommended a successor to the suffrage of the College of Cardinals, and their choice was ratified or rejected by the applause or clamor of the Roman people. But the election was imperfect, and could the pontiff be legally consecrated till the emperor, the advocate of the Church, had graciously signified his approbation and consent. The royal commissioner examined on the spot the form and freedom of the proceedings, nor was it till after a previous scrutiny into the qualifications of the candidates that he accepted an oath of fidelity and confirmed the donations which had successfully enriched the patrimony of St. Peter. In the frequent schisms, the rival claims were submitted to the sentence of the emperor, and in a synod of bishops he presumed to judge, to condemn, and to punish the crimes of a guilty pontiff. Otho I imposed a treaty on the Senate and people, who engaged to prefer the candidate most acceptable to his majesty. His successors anticipated or prevented their choice. They bestowed the Roman benefice, like the bishoprics of Cologne and Bamberg, on their chancellors or preceptors, and whatever might be the merit of a Frank or Saxon, his name sufficiently attests the interposition of foreign power. These acts of prerogative were most speciously excused by the vices of the popular election. The competitor who had been excluded by the cardinals appealed to the passions or avarice of the multitude. The Vatican and the Lateran were stained with blood, and the most powerful senators, the marquises of Tuscany and the counts of Tusculum, held the Apostolic See in a long and disgraceful servitude. The Roman pontiffs of the 9th and 10th centuries were insulted, imprisoned, and murdered by their tyrants, and such was their indigence after the loss and usurpation of the ecclesiastical patrimonies that they could neither support the state of a prince nor exercise the charity of a priest. The influence of 2 sister prostitutes, Marozia and Theodora, was founded on their wealth and beauty. Their political and amorous intrigues, the most strenuous of their lovers, were rewarded with the Roman mitre, and their reign may have suggested to the darker ages the fable of a female pope. The bastard son, the grandson, and the great-grandson of Marozia, a rare genealogy, were seated in the chair of St. Peter, and it was at the age of 19 years that the second of these became the head of the Latin Church. His youth and manhood were of a suitable complexion, and the nations of pilgrims could bear testimony to the charges that were urged against him in a Roman synod and in the presence of Otho the Great. As John XII had renounced the dress and decencies of his profession, the soldier may not perhaps be dishonored by the wine which he drank, the blood that he spilt, the flames that he kindled, or the licentious pursuits of gaming and hunting. His open simony might be the consequence of distress, and his blasphemous invocation of Jupiter and Venus, if it be true, could not possibly be serious. But we read with some surprise that the worthy grandson of Marozia lived in public adultery with the matrons of Rome, that the Lateran palace was turned into a school for prostitution, and that his rapes of virgins and widows had deterred the female pilgrims from visiting the tomb of St. Peter, lest, in the devout act, they should be violated by his successor. The Protestants have dwelt with malicious pleasure on these characters of Antichrist, but to a philosophic eye, the vices of the clergy are far less dangerous than their virtues. After a long series of scandal, the Apostolic See was reformed and exalted by the austerity and zeal of Gregory VII. That ambitious monk devoted his life to the execution of two projects. 1. To fix in the College of Cardinals the freedom and independence of election, and forever to abolish the right or usurpation of the emperors and the Roman people. 2. To bestow and resume the Western Empire as a fief or benefice of the Church, and to extend his temporal dominion over the kings and kingdoms of the earth. After a contest of 50 years, the first of these designs was accomplished by the firm support of the ecclesiastical order, whose liberty was connected with that of their chief. But the second attempt, though it was crowned with some partial and apparent success, has been vigorously resisted by the secular power, and finally extinguished by the improvement of human reason. In the revival of the Empire of Rome, neither the bishop nor the people could bestow on Charlemagne or Otho the provinces which were lost, as they had been won by the chance of arms. But the Romans were free to choose a master for themselves, and the powers which had been delegated to the patrician were irrevocably granted to the French and Saxon emperors of the West. The broken records of the times preserve some remembrance of their palace, their mint, their tribunal, their edicts, and the sword of justice, which, as late as the 13th century, was derived from Caesar to the prefect of the city. Between the arts of the popes and the violence of the people, this supremacy was crushed and annihilated. Content with the titles of Emperor and Augustus, the successors of Charlemagne neglected to assert this local jurisdiction. In the hour of prosperity, their ambition was diverted by more alluring objects, and in the decay and division of the empire, they were oppressed by the defense of their hereditary provinces. Amidst the ruins of Italy, the famous Marozia invited one of the usurpers to assume the character of her third husband, and Hugh King of Burgundy, was introduced by her faction into the mole of Hadrian, or castle of St. Angelo, which commands the principal bridge and entrance of Rome. Her son, by the first marriage, Alberic, was compelled to attend at the nuptial banquet, but his reluctant and ungraceful services was chastised with a blow by his new father. The blow was productive of a revolution. "Romans," he exclaimed the youth, "once you were masters of the world, and these Burgundians the most abject of your slaves. Now they reign, these voracious and brutal savages, and my injury is the commencement of your servitude." The alarm bell rang to arms in every quarter of the city. The Burgundians retreated with haste and shame. Marozia was imprisoned by her victorious son, and his brother, Pope John XI, was reduced to the exercise of his spiritual functions. With the title of prince, Alberic possessed above 20 years the government of Rome, and he is said to have gratified the popular prejudice by restoring the office, or at least the title, of consuls and tribunes. His son and heir Octavian assumed with the pontificate the name of John XII. Like his predecessor, he was provoked by the Lombard princes to seek a deliverer for the Church and Republic, and the services of Otho were rewarded with the imperial dignity. But the Saxon was imperious, the Romans were impatient, the festival of the coronation was disturbed by the secret conflict of prerogative and freedom, and Otho commanded his sword-bearer not to stir from his person, lest he should be assaulted and murdered at the foot of the altar. Before he repassed the Alps, the emperor chastised the revolt of the people and the ingratitude of John XII. The pope was degraded in a synod. The prefect was mounted on an ass, whipped through the city, and cast into a dungeon. 13 of the most guilty were hanged, others were mutilated or banished, and this severe process was justified by the ancient laws of Theodosius and Justinian. The voice of fame has accused the second Otho of a perfidious and bloody act, the massacre of the senators whom he had invited to his table under the fair semblance of hospitality and friendship. In the minority of his son Otho III, Rome made a bold attempt to shake off the Saxon yoke, and the consul Crescentius was the Brutus of the Republic. From the condition of a subject and an exile, he twice rose to the command of the city, oppressed, expelled, and created the popes, and formed a conspiracy for restoring the authority of the Greek emperors. In the fortress of St. Angelo, he maintained an obstinate siege till the unfortunate consul was betrayed by a promise of safety. His body was suspended on a gibbet, and his head was exposed on the battlements of the castle. By a reverse of fortune, Otho, after separating his troops, was besieged 3 days without food in his palace, and a disgraceful escape saved him from the justice or fury of the Romans. The senator Ptolemy was the leader of the people, and the widow of Crescentius enjoyed the pleasure or the fame of revenging her husband by a poison which she administered to her imperial lover. It was the design of Otho III to abandon the ruder countries of the north, to erect his throne in Italy, and to revive the institutions of the Roman monarchy. But his successors only once in their lives appeared on the banks of the Tiber to receive their crown in the Vatican. Their absence was contemptible, their presence odious and formidable. They descended from the Alps at the head of their barbarians, who were strangers and enemies to the country, and their transient visit was a scene of tumult and bloodshed. A faint remembrance of their ancestors still tormented the Romans, and they beheld with pious indignation the succession of the Saxons, Franks, Swabians, and Bohemians, who usurped the purple and prerogatives of the Caesars. End of chapter 49, part 5. Recording by Dick Durrett, Manchester, New Hampshire. Chapter 49, part 6 of the History of the Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dick Durrett. Conquest of Italy by the Franks, Part 6. There is nothing perhaps more adverse to nature and reason than to hold in obedience remote countries and foreign nations in opposition to their inclination and interest. A torrent of barbarians may pass over the earth, but an extensive empire must be supported by a refined system of policy and oppression. In the center, an absolute power, prompt in action and rich in resources, a swift and easy communication with the extreme parts, fortifications to check the first effort of rebellion, a regular administration to protect and punish, and a well-disciplined army to instate fear without provoking discontent and despair. Far different was the situation of the German Caesars, who were ambitious to enslave the kingdom of Italy. Their patrimonial estates were stretched along the Rhine or scattered in the provinces, but this ample domain was alienated by the imprudence of distress of successive princes, and their revenue from minute and vexatious prerogative was scarcely sufficient for the maintenance of their household. Their troops were formed by the legal or voluntary service of their feudal vassals, who passed the Alps with reluctance, assumed the license of rapine and disorder, and capriciously deserted before the end of the campaign. Whole armies were swept away by the pestilential influence of the climate. The survivors brought back the bones of their princes and nobles, and the effects of their intemperance were often imputed to the treachery and malice of the Italians, who rejoiced at least in the calamities of the barbarians. This irregular tyranny might contend on equal terms with the petty tyrants of Italy, nor can the people or the reader be much interested in the event of the quarrel. But in the 11th and 12th centuries, the Lombards rekindled the flame of industry and freedom, and the generous example was at length imitated by the republics of Tuscany. In the Italian cities, a municipal government had never been totally abolished, and their first privileges were granted by the favor and policy of the emperors, who were desirous of erecting a plebeian barrier against the independence of the nobles. But their progress was rapid. The daily extension of their power and pretensions were founded on the numbers and spirit of these rising communities. Each city filled the measure of her diocese or district. The jurisdiction of the counts and bishops, of the marquises and counts, was banished from the land, and the proudest nobles were persuaded or compelled to desert their solitary castles, and to embrace the more honorable character of freemen and magistrates. The legislative authority was inherent in the General Assembly, but the executive powers were entrusted to 3 consuls annually chosen from the 3 orders of captains, valvassors, and commons, into which the republic was divided. Under the protection of equal law, the labors of agriculture and commerce were gradually revived, but the martial spirit of the Lombards was nourished by the presence of danger, and as often as the bell was rung or the standard erected, the gates of the city poured forth a numerous and intrepid band, whose zeal in their own cause was soon guided by the use and discipline of arms. At the foot of these popular ramparts, the pride of the Caesars was overthrown, and the invincible genius of liberty prevailed over the 2 Fredericks, the greatest princes of the Middle Age, the first superior perhaps in military prowess, the second, who undoubtedly excelled in the softer accomplishments of peace and learning. Ambitious of restoring the splendor of the purple, Frederick I invaded the republics of Lombardy with the arts of a statesman, the valor of a soldier, and the cruelty of a tyrant. The recent discovery of the Pandects had renewed a science most favorable to despotism, and his venal advocates proclaimed the emperor the absolute master of the lives and properties of his subjects. His royal prerogatives, in a less odious sense, were acknowledged in the Diet of Roncaglia, and the revenue of Italy was fixed at 30,000 pounds of silver, which were multiplied to an indefinite demand by the rapine of the fiscal officers. The obstinate cities were reduced by the terror or the force of his arms. His captives were delivered to the executioner or shot from his military engines, and, after the siege and surrender of Milan, the buildings of that stately capital were razed to the ground. 300 hostages were sent into Germany, and the inhabitants were dispersed in 4 villages under the yoke of the inflexible emperor. But Milan soon rose from her ashes, and the League of Lombardy was cemented by distress. Their cause was espoused by Venice, Pope Alexander III, and the Greek emperor. The fabric of oppression was overturned in a day, and in the Treaty of Constance, Frederick subscribed, with some reservations, the freedom of 24 cities. His grandson contended with their vigor and maturity, but Frederick II was endowed with some personal and peculiar advantages. His birth and education recommended him to the Italians, and in the implacable discord of the 2 factions, the Ghibellines were attached to the emperor, while the Guelphs displayed the banner of liberty and the Church. The court of Rome had slumbered when his father Henry VI was permitted to unite with the empire the kingdoms of Naples and Sicily, and from these hereditary realms the son derived an ample and ready supply of troops and treasure. Yet Frederick II was finally oppressed by the arms of the Lombards and the thunders of the Vatican. His kingdom was given to a stranger, and the last of his family was beheaded at Naples on a public scaffold. During 60 years no emperor appeared in Italy, and the name was remembered only by the ignominious sale of the last relics of sovereignty. The barbarian conquerors of the West were pleased to decorate their chief with the title of emperor, but it was not their design to invest him with the despotism of Constantine and Justinian. The persons of the Germans were free, their conquests were their own, and their national character was animated by a spirit which scorned the servile jurisprudence of the new or the ancient Rome. It would have been a vain and dangerous attempt to impose a monarch on the armed freemen, who were impatient of a magistrate, on the bold, who refused to obey, on the powerful, who aspired to command. The empire of Charlemagne and Otto was distributed among the dukes of the nations or provinces, the counts of the smaller districts, and the margraves of the marshes or frontiers, who all united the civil and military authority as it had been delegated to the lieutenants of the first Caesars. The Roman governors, who for the most part were soldiers of fortune, reduced their mercenary legions, assumed the imperial purple, and either failed or succeeded in their revolt without wounding the power and unity of the government. If the dukes and margraves and counts of Germany were less audacious in their claims, the consequences of their success were more lasting and pernicious to the state. Instead of aiming at the supreme rank, they silently labored to establish and appropriate their provincial independence. Their ambition was seconded by the weight of their estates and vassals, their mutual example and support, the common interest of the subordinate nobility, the change of princes and families, the minorities of Otho III and Henry IV, the ambition of the popes, and the vain pursuit of the fugitive crowns of Italy and Rome. All the attributes of regal and territorial jurisdiction were gradually usurped by the commanders of the provinces, the right of peace and war, of life and death, of coinage and taxation, of foreign alliance and domestic economy. Whatever had been seized by violence was ratified by favor or distress, was granted as the price of a doubtful vote or a voluntary service. Whatever had been granted to one could not, without injury, be denied to a successor or equal, and every act of local or temporary possession was insensibly molded into the constitution of the Germanic kingdom. In every province, the visible presence of the duke or count was interposed between the throne and the nobles. The subjects of the law became the vassals of a private chief, and the standard which he received from his sovereign was often raised against him in the field. The temporal power of the clergy was cherished and exalted by the superstition or policy of the Carlovingian and Saxon dynasties, who blindly depended on their moderation and fidelity, and the bishoprics of Germany were made equal in extent and privilege, superior in wealth and population, to the most ample states of the military order. As long as the emperors retained the prerogative of bestowing on every vacancy these ecclesiastic and secular benefices, their cause was maintained by the gratitude or ambition of their friends and favorites. But in the quarrel of the investitures, they were deprived of their influence over the episcopal chapters, the freedom of election was restored, and the sovereign was reduced by a solemn mockery to his first prayers, the recommendation, once in his reign, to a single prebend in each church. The secular governors, instead of being recalled at the will of a superior, could be degraded only by the sentence of their peers. In the first age of the monarchy, the appointment of the son to the duchy or county of his father was solicited as a favor. It was gradually obtained as a custom, and extorted as a right. The lineal succession was often extended to the collateral or female branches. The states of the empire, their popular and at length their legal appellation, were divided and alienated by testament and sale, and all idea of a public trust was lost in that of a private and perpetual inheritance. The emperor could not even be enriched by the casualties of forfeiture and extinction. Within the term of a year he was obliged to dispose of the vacant fief, and in the choice of the candidate it was his duty to consult either the general or the provincial diet. After the death of Frederick II, Germany was left a monster with 100 heads. A crowd of princes and prelates disputed the ruins of the empire. The lords of innumerable castles were less prone to obey than to imitate their superiors, and according to the measure of their strength, their incessant hostilities received the names of conquest or robbery. Such anarchy was the inevitable consequence of the laws and manners of Europe, and the kingdoms of France and Italy were shivered into fragments by the violence of the same tempest. But the Italian cities and the French vassals were divided and destroyed, while the union of the Germans had produced, under the name of an empire, a great system of a federative republic. In the frequent and last, the perpetual institution of diets, a national spirit was kept alive, and the powers of a common legislature are still exercised by the three branches or colleges of the electors, the princes, and the free and imperial cities of Germany. 7 of the most powerful feudatories were permitted to assume, with a distinguished name and rank, the exclusive privilege of choosing the Roman emperor, and these electors were the King of Bohemia, the Duke of Saxony, and the Margrave of Brandenburg, the Count Palatine of the Rhine, and the 3 archbishops of Mentz, of Treves, and of Cologne. The college of princes and prelates purged themselves of a promiscuous multitude. They reduced to 4 representative votes the long series of independent counts, and excluded the nobles or equestrian order, 60,000 of whom, as in the Polish Diets, had appeared on horseback in the field of election. The pride of birth and dominion, of the sword and the mitre, wisely adopted the commons as the third branch of the legislature, and in the progress of society they were introduced about the same era into the national assemblies of France, England, and Germany. The Hanseatic League commanded the trade and navigation of the north. The confederates of the Rhine secured the peace and intercourse of the inland country. The influence of the cities had been adequate to their wealth and policy, and their negative still invalidates the acts of the 2 superior colleges of electors and princes. It is in the 14th century that we may view in the strongest light the state and contrast of the Roman Empire of Germany, which no longer held, except on the borders of the Rhine and Danube, a single province of Trajan or Constantine. Their unworthy successors were the Counts of Habsburg, of Nassau, of Luxembourg, and Schwarzenberg. The Emperor Henry VII procured for his son the crown of Bohemia, and his grandson Charles IV was born among a people strange and barbarous in the estimation of the Germans themselves. After the excommunication of Louis of Bavaria, he received the gift or promise of the vacant empire from the Roman pontiffs, who, in the exile and captivity of Avignon, affected the dominion of the earth. The death of his competitors united the Electoral College, and Charles was unanimously saluted King of the Romans and future Emperor, a title which, in the same age, was prostituted to the Caesars of Germany and Greece. The German emperor was no more than the elective and impotent magistrate of an aristocracy of princes who had not left him a village that he might call his own. His best prerogative was the right of presiding and proposing in the National Senate, which was convened at his summons, and his native kingdom of Bohemia, less opulent than the adjacent city of Nuremberg, was the firmest seat of his power and the richest source of his revenue. The army with which he passed the Alps consisted of 300 horses. In the Cathedral of St. Ambrose, Charles was crowned with the Iron Crown, which tradition ascribed to the Lombard monarchy, but he was admitted only with a peaceful train. The gates of the city were shut upon him, and the King of Italy was held a captive by the arms of the Visconti, whom he confirmed in the sovereignty of Milan. In the Vatican he was again crowned with the golden crown of the empire, but in obedience to a secret treaty, the Roman emperor immediately withdrew without reposing a single night within the walls of Rome. The eloquent Petrarch, whose fancy revived the visionary glories of the capital, deplores and upbraids the ignominious flight of the Bohemian, and even his contemporaries could observe that the sole exercise of his authority was in the lucrative sale of privileges and titles. The gold of Italy secured the election of his son, but such was the shameful poverty of the Roman Empire that his person was arrested by a butcher in the streets of Worms, and was detained in the public inn as a pledge or hostage for the payment of his expenses. From this humiliating scene let us turn to the apparent majesty of the same Charles in the diets of the empire. The golden bull which fixes the Germanic constitution is promulgated in the style of a sovereign and legislator. 100 princes bowed before his throne, and exalted their own dignity by the voluntary honours which they yielded to their chief or minister. At the royal banquet, the hereditary great officers, the 7 electors, who in rank and title were equal to the kings, performed their solemn and domestic service of the palace. The seals of the Triple Kingdom were borne in state by the archbishops of Mentz, Cologne, and Treves. The perpetual arch-chancellors of Germany, Italy, and Arles. The great marshal, on horseback, exercised his function with a silver measure of oats, which he emptied on the ground, and immediately dismounted to regulate the order of the guests. The great steward, the Count Palatine of the Rhine, placed the dishes on the table. The great chamberlain, the Margrave of Brandenburg, presented after the repast the golden ewer and basin to wash. The King of Bohemia, as great cupbearer, was represented by the emperor's brother, the Duke of Luxembourg and Brabant, and the procession was closed by the great huntsman, who introduced a boar and a stag with a loud chorus of horns and hounds. Nor was the supremacy of the emperor confined to Germany alone. The hereditary monarchs of Europe confessed the preeminence of his rank and dignity. He was the first of the Christian princes, the temporal head of the great republic of the West. To his person the title of majesty was long appropriated, and he disputed with the Pope the sublime prerogative of creating kings and assembling councils. The oracle of the civil law, the learned Bartolus, was a pensioner of Charles IV, and his school resounded with the doctrine that the Roman emperor was the rightful sovereign of the earth, from the rising to the setting sun. The contrary opinion was condemned not as an error, but as a heresy, since even the Gospel had pronounced, and there went forth a decree from Caesar Augustus that all the world should be taxed. If we annihilate the interval of time and space between Augustus and Charles, strong and striking will be the contrast between the two Caesars. The Bohemian who concealed his weakness under the mask of ostentation, and the Roman who disguised his strength under the semblance of modesty. At the head of his victorious legions, in his reign over the sea and land, from the Nile and the Euphrates to the Atlantic Ocean, Augustus professed himself the servant of the state and the equal of his fellow citizens. The conqueror of Rome and her provinces assumed a popular and legal form of a censor, a consul, and a tribune. His will was the law of mankind, but in the declaration of his laws he borrowed the voice of the Senate and people, and from their decrees their master accepted and renewed his temporary commission to administer the republic. In his dress, his domestics, his titles, in all the offices of social life, Augustus maintained the character of a private Roman, and his most artful flatterers respected the secret of his absolute and perpetual monarchy. End of chapter 49, part 6.
Chapter 50, Part 1 of The Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of the Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, Volume 5, Chapter 50, Part 1. Description of Arabia and its inhabitants. Birth, character, and doctrine of Muhammad. He preaches at Mecca, flies to Medina, propagates his religion by the sword, voluntary or reluctant submission of the Arabs, his death and successors, the claims and fortunes of Ali and his descendants. After pursuing above 600 years the fleeting Caesars of Constantinople and Germany, I descend, in the reign of Heraclius, on the eastern borders of the Greek monarchy. While the state was exhausted by the Persian War, and the church was distracted by the Nestorian and Monophysite sects, Muhammad, with the sword in one hand and the Koran in the other, erected his throne on the ruins of Christianity and of Rome. The genius of the Arabian prophet, the manners of his nation, the spirit of his religion, involve the causes of the decline and fall of the Eastern Empire, and our eyes are currently intent on one of the most memorable revolutions which have impressed a new and lasting character on the nations of the globe. In the vacant space between Persia, Syria, Egypt, and Ethiopia, the Arabian Peninsula may be conceived as a triangle of spacious but irregular dimensions. From the northern point of Beles on the Euphrates, a line of 1,500 miles is terminated by the Straits of Bab el-Mandeb in the land of frankincense. About half this length may be allowed for the middle breadth, from east to west, from Basra to Suez, from the Persian Gulf to the Red Sea. The sides of the triangle are gradually enlarged, and the southern basis presents a front of 1,000 miles to the Indian Ocean. The entire surface of the peninsula exceeds in fourfold proportion that of Germany or France. but the far greater part has been justly stigmatized with the epithets of the stony and of the sandy. Even the wilds of Tartary are decked, by the hand of nature, with lofty trees and luxuriant herbage, and the lonesome traveler derives a sort of comfort and society from the presence of vegetable life. But in the dreary waste of Arabia, a boundless level of sand is intersected by sharp and naked mountains, and the face of the desert, without shade or shelter, is scorched by the direct and intense rays of a tropical sun. Instead of refreshing breezes, the winds, particularly from the southwest, diffuse a noxious and even deadly vapor. The hillocks of sand, which they alternately raise or scatter, are compared to the billows of the ocean, and the whole caravans, whole armies, have been lost and buried in the whirlwind. The common benefits of water are an object of desire and contest, and such is the scarcity of wood that some art is requisite to preserve and propagate the element of fire. Arabia is destitute of navigable rivers, which fertilize the soil and convey its produce to the adjacent regions. The torrents that fall from the hills are imbibed by the thirsty earth. The rare and hardy plants, the tamarind or the acacia, that strike their roots into the clefts of the rocks, are nourished by the dews of the night. A scanty supply of rain is collected in cisterns and aqueducts. The wells and springs are the secret treasure of the desert, and the pilgrim of Mecca, after many a dry and sultry march, is disgusted by the taste of the waters which have rolled over a bed of sulphur or salt. Such is the general and genuine picture of the climate of Arabia. The experience of evil enhances the value of any local or partial enjoyments. A shady grove, a green pasture, a stream of fresh water, are sufficient to attract a colony of sedentary Arabs to the fortunate spots, which can afford food and refreshment to themselves and their cattle, and which encourage their industry in the cultivation of the palm tree and the vine. The high lands that border on the Indian Ocean are distinguished by their superior plenty of wood and water. The air is more temperate, the fruits are more delicious, the animals and the human race are more numerous. The fertility of the soil invites and rewards the toil of the husbandman, and the peculiar gifts of frankincense and coffee have attracted in different ages the merchants of the world. If it be compared with the rest of the peninsula, this sequestered region may truly deserve the appellation of the happy, and the splendid coloring of fancy and fiction has been suggested by contrast and countenanced by distance. It was for this earthly paradise that nature had reserved her choicest favors and her most curious workmanship. The incompatible blessings of luxury and innocence were ascribed to the natives. The soil was impregnated with gold and gems, and both the land and sea were taught to exhale the odors of aromatic sweets. This division of the sandy, the stony, and the happy, so familiar to the Greeks and Latins, is unknown to the Arabians themselves, and it is of singular enough that a country whose language and inhabitants have ever been the same should scarcely retain a vestige of its ancient geography. The maritime districts of Bahrain and Oman are opposite to the realm of Persia. The kingdom of Yemen displays the limits, or at least the situation, of Arabia Felix. The name of Neged is extended over the inland space, and the birth of Muhammad has illustrated the province of Hejaz along the coast of the Red Sea. The measure of population is regulated by the means of subsistence, and the inhabitants of this vast peninsula might be outnumbered by the subjects of a fertile and industrious province. Along the shores of the Persian Gulf, of the ocean, and even of the Red Sea, the ichthyophagi, or fish-eaters, continue to wander in quest of their precarious food. In this primitive and abject state, which ill deserves the name of society, the human brute, without arts or laws, and almost without sense or language, is poorly distinguished from the rest of the animal creation. Generations and ages might roll away in silent oblivion, and the helpless savage was restrained from multiplying his race by the wants and pursuits which confined his existence to the narrow margin of the sea-coast. But in an early period of antiquity, the great body of the Arabs had emerged from this scene of misery, and as the naked wilderness could not maintain a people of hunters, they rose at once to the more secure and plentiful condition of the pastoral life. The same life is uniformly pursued by the roving tribes of the desert, and in the portrait of the modern Bedouins we may trace the features of their ancestors, who, in the age of Moses or Mohammed, dwelt under similar tents, and conducted their horses and camels and sheep to the same springs and the same pastures. Our toil is lessened, and our wealth is increased, by our dominion over the useful animals, and the Arabian shepherd had acquired the absolute possession of a faithful friend and a laborious slave. Arabia, in the opinion of the naturalist, is the genuine and original country of the horse, the climate most propitious not indeed to the size, but to the spirit and swiftness of that generous animal. The merit of the Barb, the Spanish, and the English breed is derived from a mixture of Arabian blood, and the Bedouins preserve, with superstitious care, the honors and memory of the purest race. The males are sold at a high price, but the females are seldom alienated, and the birth of a noble foal was estimated among the tribes as a subject of joy and mutual congratulation. These horses are educated in the tents, among the children of the Arabs, with a tender familiarity which trains them in the habits of gentleness and attachment. They are accustomed only to walk and to gallop. Their sensations are not blunted by the incessant abuse of the spur and the whip. Their powers are reserved for the moments of flight and pursuit. But no sooner do they feel the touch of the hand or the stirrup than they dart away with the swiftness of the wind, and if their friend be dismounted in the rapid career, they instantly stop till he has recovered his seat. In the sands of Africa and Arabia, the camel is a sacred and precious gift. That strong and patient beast of burden can perform, without eating or drinking, a journey of several days, and a reservoir of fresh water is preserved in a large bag, a fifth stomach of the animal, whose body is imprinted with the marks of servitude. The larger breed is capable of transporting a weight of 1,000 pounds, and the dromedary, of a lighter and more active frame, outstrips the fleetest courser in the race. Alive or dead, almost every part of the camel is serviceable to man. Her milk is plentiful and nutritious. The young and tender flesh has the taste of veal. A valuable salt is extracted from the urine. The dung supplies the deficiency of fuel, and the long hair, which falls every year and is renewed, is coarsely manufactured into the garments, the furniture, and the tents of the Bedouins. In the rainy season they consume the rare and insufficient herbage of the desert. During the heats of summer and the scarcity of winter they remove their encampments to the sea-coast, the hills of Yemen, or the neighborhood of the Euphrates, and have often extorted the dangerous license of visiting the banks of the Nile and the villages of Syria and Palestine. The life of a wandering Arab is a life of danger and distress, and though sometimes, by rapine or exchange, he may appropriate the fruits of industry, a private citizen in Europe is in the possession of more solid and pleasing luxury than the proudest emir who marches in the field at the head of 10,000 horse. Yet an essential difference may be found between the hordes of Scythia and the Arabian tribes, since many of the latter were collected into towns, and employed in the labors of trade and agriculture. A part of their time and industry was still devoted to the management of their cattle. They mingled, in peace and war, with their brethren of the desert, and the Bedouins derived from their useful intercourse some supply of their wants, and some rudiments of art and knowledge. Among the 42 cities of Arabia, enumerated by Abu Feda, the most ancient and populous were situate in the happy Yemen. The towers of Sana and the marvelous reservoir of Mareb were constructed by the kings of the Homerites, but their profound luster was eclipsed by the prophetic glories of Medina and Mecca, near the Red Sea, and at a distance from each other of 270 miles. The last of these holy places was known to the Greeks under the name of Macoraba, and the termination of the word is expressive of its greatness, which has not indeed, in the most flourishing period, exceeded the size and populousness of Marseilles. Some latent motive, perhaps of superstition, must have impelled the founders in the choice of a most unpromising situation. They erected their habitations of mud or stone in a plain about 2 miles long and 1 mile broad, at the foot of 3 barren mountains. The soil is a rock. The water, even of the holy well of Zemzem, is bitter or brackish. The pastures are remote from the city, and grapes are transported above 70 miles from the gardens of Taif. The fame and spirit of the Koreishites, who reigned in Mecca, were conspicuous among the Arabian tribes, but their ungrateful soil refused the labors of agriculture, and their position was favorable to the enterprises of trade. By the seaport of Gedda, at a distance of only 40 miles, they maintained an easy correspondence with Abyssinia, and that Christian kingdom afforded the first refuge of the disciples of Mohammed. The treasures of Africa were conveyed over the peninsula to Gera, or Katif, in the province of Bahrain, a city built, as it is said, of rock salt by the Chaldean exiles, and from thence, with the native pearls of the Persian Gulf, they were floated on rafts to the mouth of the Euphrates. Mecca is placed almost at an equal distance, a month's journey, between Yemen on the right and Syria on the left hand. The former was the winter, the latter the summer station of her caravans, and their seasonable arrival relieved the ships of India from the tedious and troublesome navigation of the Red Sea. In the markets of Sana and Merab, in the harbors of Oman and Aden, the camels of the Koreishites were laden with a precious cargo of aromatics, and a supply of corn and manufactures were purchased in the fairs of Basra and Damascus. The lucrative exchange diffused plenty and riches in the streets of Mecca, and the noblest of her sons united the love of arms with the profession of merchandise. The perpetual independence of the Arabs has been the theme of praise among the strangers and natives, and the arts of controversy transformed this singular event into a prophecy and a miracle in favor of the posterity of Ismail. Some exceptions, that can neither be dissembled nor eluded, render this mode of reasoning as indiscreet as it is superfluous. The kingdom of Yemen has been successively subdued by the Abyssinians, the Persians, the sultans of Egypt, and the Turks. The holy cities of Mecca and Medina have repeatedly bowed under a Scythian tyrant, and the Roman province of Arabia embraced the peculiar wilderness in which Ismail and his sons must have pitched their tents in the face of their brethren. Yet these exceptions are temporary or local. The body of the nation has escaped the yoke of the most powerful monarchies. The arms of Sesostris and Cyrus, of Pompey and Trajan, could never achieve the conquest of Arabia. The present sovereign of the Turks may exercise a shadow of jurisdiction, but his pride is reduced to solicit the friendship of a people whom it is dangerous to provoke and fruitless to attack. The obvious causes of their freedom are inscribed on the character and country of the Arabs. Many ages before Mohammed, their intrepid valor had been severely felt by their natives in offensive and defensive war. The patient and active virtues of a soldier are insensibly nursed in the habits and discipline of a pastoral life. The care of the sheep and camels is abandoned to the women of the tribe, but the martial youth under the banner of the emir is ever on horseback and in the field to practice the exercise of the bow, the javelin, and the scimitar. The long memory of their independence is the firmest pledge of its perpetuity, and succeeding generations are animated to prove their descent and to maintain their inheritance. Their domestic feuds are suspended on the approach of a common enemy, and in their last hostility against the Turks, the caravan of Mecca was attacked and pillaged by 80,000 of the confederates. When they advance to battle, the hope of victory is in the front; in the rear, the assurance of a retreat. Their horses and camels, who in 8 or 10 days can perform a march of 400 or 500 miles, disappear before the conqueror. The secret waters of the desert elude his search, and his victorious troops are consumed with thirst, and hunger, and fatigue, in the pursuit of an invisible foe, who scorns his efforts, and safely reposes in the heart of the burning solitude. The arms and deserts of the Bedouins are not only the safeguards of their own freedom, but the barriers also of the happy Arabia, whose inhabitants, remote from war, are enervated by the luxury of the soil and climate. The legions of Augustus melted away into seas and lassitude, and it is only by a naval power that the reduction of Yemen has been successfully attempted. When Mohammed erected this holy standard, That kingdom was a province of the Persian Empire, yet 7 princes of the Homerites still reigned in the mountains, and the vice-regent of Chosroes was tempted to forget his distant country and his unfortunate master. The historians of the age of Justinian represent the state of the independent Arabs, who were divided by interest or affection in the long quarrel of the East. The tribe of Ghassan was allowed to encamp on the Scythian territory. The princes of Hira were permitted to form a city about 40 miles to the southward of the ruin of Babylon. Their service in the field was speedy and victorious, but their friendship was venal, their faith inconstant, their enmity capricious. It was an easier task to excite than to disarm these roving barbarians, and in the familiar intercourse of war they learned to see and to despise the splendid weakness both of Rome and of Persia. From Mecca to the Euphrates, the Arabian tribes were confounded by the Greeks and Latins under the general appellation of Saracens, a name which every Christian mouth has been taught to pronounce with terror and abhorrence. End of chapter 50, part 1. Chapter 50, part 2 of The Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, Volume 5. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of the Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, Volume 5, Chapter 50, Part 2. The slaves of domestic tyranny may vainly exult in their national independence, but the Arab is personally free, and he enjoys in some degree the benefits of society without forfeiting the prerogatives of nature. In every tribe, superstition, or gratitude, or fortune has exalted a particular family above the heads of their equals. The dignities of sheikh and emir invariably descend in this chosen race, but the order of succession is loose and precarious, and the most worthy or aged of the noble kinsmen are preferred to the simple though important office of composing disputes by their advice and guiding valor by their example. Even a female of sense and spirit has been permitted to command this countrymen of Zenobia. The momentary injunction of several tribes produces an army. Their more lasting union constitutes a nation, and the supreme chief, the emir of emirs, whose banner is displayed at their head, may deserve, in the eyes of strangers, the honors of the kingly name. If the Arabian princes abuse their power, they are quickly punished by the desertion of their subjects, who had been accustomed to a mild and parental jurisdiction. Their spirit is free, their steps are unconfined, the desert is open, and the tribes and families are held together by a mutual and voluntary compact. The softer natives of Yemen supported the pomp and majesty of a monarch, but if he could not leave his palace without endangering his life, the active powers of government must have been devolved on his nobles and magistrates. The cities of Mecca and Medina present, in the heart of Asia, the form, or rather the substance, of a commonwealth. The grandfather of Muhammad and his lineal ancestors appear in foreign and domestic transactions as the princes of their country, but they reigned, like Pericles at Athens, or the Medici at Florence, by the opinion of their wisdom and integrity. Their influence was divided with their patrimony, and the poverty of the land has introduced a maxim of jurisprudence which they believe and practice to the present hour. They pretend that, in the division of the earth, the rich and fertile climates were assigned to the other branches of the human family, and that the posterity of the outlaw Ismail might recover, by fraud or force, the portion of inheritance of which he had been unjustly deprived. According to the remark of Pliny, the Arabian tribes are equally addicted to theft and merchandise. The caravans that traverse the desert are ransomed or pillaged, and their neighbors, since the remote times of Job and Sesostris, have been the victims of their rapacious spirit. If a Bedouin discovers from afar a solitary traveler, he rides furiously against him, crying with a loud voice, "Undress thyself! Thy aunt, my wife, is without a garment." A ready submission entitles him to mercy. resistance will provoke the aggressor, and his own blood must expiate the blood which he presumes to shed in legitimate defense. A single robber or a few associates are branded with their genuine name, but the exploits of a numerous band assume the character of a lawful and honorable war. The temper of a people thus armed against mankind was doubly inflamed by the domestic license of rapine, murder, and vengeance. In the constitution of Europe, the right of peace and war is now confined to a small, and the actual exercise to a much smaller, list of respectable potentates. But each Arab, with impunity and renown, might point his javelin against the life of his countrymen. The union of the nation consisted only in a vague resemblance of language and manners, and in each community the jurisdiction of the magistrate was mute and impotent. Of the time of ignorance which preceded Mahomet, 1,700 battles are recorded by tradition. Hostility was embittered with the rancor of civil faction, and the recital, in prose or verse, of an obsolete feud was sufficient to rekindle the same passions among the descendants of the hostile tribes. In private life, every man, at least every family, was the judge and avenger of its own cause. The nice sensibility of honor, which weighs the insult rather than the injury, sheds its deadly venom on the quarrels of the Arabs. The honor of their women, and of their beards, is most easily wounded. An indecent action, a contemptuous word, can be expiated only by the blood of the offender, and such is their patient inveteracy that they expect whole months and years the opportunity of revenge. A fine or compensation for murder is familiar to the barbarians of every age, but in Arabia the kinsmen of the dead are at liberty to accept the atonement, or to exercise with their own hands the law of retaliation. The refined malice of the Arabs refuses even the head of the murderer, and substitutes an innocent to the guilty person, and transfers the penalty to the best and most considerable of the race by whom they have been injured. If he falls by their hands, they are exposed in their turn to the dangers of reprisals. The interest and principal of the bloody debt are accumulated. The individuals of either family lead a life of malice and suspicion, and 50 years may sometimes elapse before the account of vengeance be finally settled. This sanguinary spirit, ignorant of pity or forgiveness, has been moderated, however, by the maxims of honor, which require in every private encounter some decent equality of age and strength, of numbers and weapons. An annual festival of 2, perhaps of 4 months, was observed by the Arabs before the time of Mahomet, during which their swords were religiously sheathed, both in foreign and domestic hostility, and this partial truce is more strongly expressive of the habits of anarchy and warfare. But the spirit of rapine and revenge was attempered by the milder influence of trade and literature. The solitary peninsula is encompassed by the most civilized nations of the ancient world. The merchant is the friend of mankind, and the annual caravans imported the first seeds of knowledge and politeness into the cities and even the camps of the desert. Whatever may be the pedigree of the Arabs, their language is derived from the same original stock with the Hebrew, the Syriac, and the Chaldean tongues. The independence of the tribes was marked by their peculiar dialects, but each, after their own, allowed a just preference to the pure and perspicuous idiom of Mecca. In Arabia, as well as in Greece, the perfection of language outstripped the refinement of manners, and her speech could diversify the 80 names of honey, the 200 of a serpent, the 500 of a lion, the 1,000 of a sword, at a time when this copious dictionary was entrusted to the memory of an illiterate people. The monuments of the Homerites was inscribed with an obsolete and mysterious character, but the Cufic letters, the groundwork of the present alphabet, were invented on the banks of the Euphrates, and the recent invention was taught at Mecca by a stranger who settled in that city after the birth of Mahomet. The arts of grammar, of meter, and of rhetoric were unknown to the free-born eloquence of the Arabians, but their penetration was sharp, their fancy luxuriant, their wit strong and sententious, and their more elaborate compositions were addressed with energy and effect to the minds of their hearers. The genius and merit of a rising poet was celebrated by the applause of his own and the Kindred tribes. A solemn banquet was prepared, and a chorus of women, striking their timbrels and displaying the pomp of their nuptials, sung in the presence of their sons and husbands the felicity of their native tribe. That a champion had now appeared to vindicate their rights, that a herald had raised his voice to immortalize their renown. The distant or hostile tribes resorted to an annual fair, which was abolished by the fanaticism of the first Moslems, a national assembly that must have contributed to refine and harmonize the barbarians. 30 days were employed in the exchange not only of corn and wine, but of eloquence and poetry. The prize was disputed by the generous emulation of the bards. The victorious performance was deposited in the archives of princes and emirs, and we may read in our own language the 7 original poems which were inscribed in letters of gold and suspended in the temple of Mecca. The Arabian poets were the historians and moralists of the age, and if they sympathized with the prejudices, they inspired and crowned the virtues of their countrymen. The indissoluble union of generosity and valor was the darling theme of their song, and when they pointed their keenest satire against a despicable race, they affirmed, in the bitterness of reproach, that the men knew not how to give, nor the women to deny. The same hospitality which was practiced by Abraham and celebrated by Homer is still renewed in the camps of the Arabs. The ferocious Bedouins, the terror of the desert, embrace, without inquiry or hesitation, the stranger who dares to confide in their honor and to enter their tent. His treatment is kind and respectful. He shares the wealth or the poverty of his host, and, after a needful repose, he is dismissed on his way with thanks, with blessings, and perhaps with gifts. The heart and hand are more largely expanded by the wants of a brother or a friend, but the heroic acts that could deserve the public applause must have surpassed the narrow measure of discretion and experience. A dispute had arisen, who among the citizens of Mecca was entitled to the prize of generosity, and a successive application was made to the 3 who were deemed most worthy of the trial. Abdallah, the son of Abbas, had undertaken a distant journey, and his foot was in the stirrup when he heard the voice of a suppliant. "O son of the uncle of the apostle of God, I am a traveler and in distress." He instantly dismounted to present the pilgrim with his camel, her rich caparison, and a purse of 4,000 pieces of gold, excepting only the sword, either for its intrinsic value, or as the gift of an honored kinsman. The servant of Qais informed the second suppliant that his master was asleep, but he immediately added, "Here is a purse of 7,000 pieces of gold, as it is all we have in the house, and here is an order that will entitle you to a camel and a slave." The master, as soon as he awoke, praised and enfranchised his faithful steward, with the gentle reproof that by respecting his slumbers he had stinted his bounty. The third of these heroes, the blind Araba, at the hour of prayer was supporting his steps on the shoulders of 2 slaves. "Alas," he replied, "my coffers are empty, but these you may sell. If you refuse, I renounce them." At these words, pushing away the youths, he groped along the wall with his staff. The character of Hatem is the perfect model of Arabian virtue. He was brave and liberal, an eloquent poet, and a successful robber. 40 camels were roasted at his hospitable feasts, and at the prayer of a suppliant enemy he restored both the captives and the spoil. The freedom of his countrymen disdained the laws of justice. They proudly indulged the spontaneous impulse of pity and benevolence. The religion of the Arabs, as well as of the Indians, consisted in the worship of the sun, the moon, and the fixed stars, a primitive and specious mode of superstition. The bright luminaries in the sky display the visible image of a deity. Their number and distance convey, to a philosophic, or even to a vulgar eye, the idea of boundless space. The character of eternity is marked on these solid globes, that seem incapable of corruption or decay. The regularity of their motions may be ascribed to a principle of reason or instinct, and their real or imaginary influence encourages the vain belief that the earth and its inhabitants are the object of their peculiar care. The science of astronomy was cultivated at Babylon, but the school of the Arabs was a clear firmament and a naked plain. In their nocturnal marches they steered by the guidance of the stars. Their names and order and daily station were familiar to the curiosity and devotion of the Bedouin, and he was taught by experience to divide in 28 parts the zodiac of the moon, and to bless the constellations who refreshed with salutary rains the thirst of the desert. The reign of the heavenly orbs could not be extended beyond the visible sphere, and some metaphysical powers were necessary to sustain the transmigration of souls and the resurrection of bodies. A camel was left to perish on the grave, that he might serve his master in another life, and the invocation of departed spirits implies that they were still endowed with consciousness and power. I am ignorant, and I am careless, of the blind mythology of the barbarians, of the local deities, of the stars, of the air, of the earth, of their sex or titles, their attributes or subordination. Each tribe, each family, each independent warrior created and changed the rites and object of his fantastic worship. But the nation, in every age, has bowed to the religion as well as to the language of Mecca. The genuine antiquity of the Kaaba ascends beyond the Christian era. In describing the coast of the Red Sea, the Greek historian Diodorus has remarked, between the Thamudites and the Sabaeans, a famous temple whose superior sanctity was revered by all the Arabians. The linen or silken veil, which is annually renewed by the Turkish emperor, was first offered by a pious king of the Homerites, who reigned 700 years before the time of Muhammad. A tent or a caravan might suffice for the worship of the savages, but an edifice of stone and clay has been erected in its place, and the art and power of the monarchs of the East have been confined to the simplicity of the original model. A spacious portico encloses the quadrangle of the Kaaba, a square chapel 24 cubits long, 23 broad, and 27 high. A door and a window admit the light. The double roof is supported by 3 pillars of wood. A spout, now of gold, discharges the rainwater, and the well Zemzem is protected by a dome of accidental pollution. The tribe of Koreish, by fraud or force, had acquired the custody of the Kaaba. The sacerdotal office devolved through 4 lineal descendants to the grandfather of Muhammad, and the family of the Hashemites, from whence he sprung, was the most respectable and sacred in the eyes of their country. The precincts of Mecca enjoyed the rights of sanctuary, and in the last month of each year the city and the temple were crowned with a long train of pilgrims, who presented their vows and offerings in the house of God. The same rites which are now accomplished by the faithful Mussulman were invented and practiced by the superstition of the idolaters. At an awful distance they cast away their garments. 7 times with hasty steps they encircled the Kaaba, and kissed the black stone. 7 times they visited and adored the adjacent mountains. 7 times they threw stones into the valley of Mina, and the pilgrimage was achieved, as at the present hour, by a sacrifice of sheep and camels, and the burial of their hair and nails in the consecrated ground. Each tribe either found or introduced in the Kaaba their domestic worship. The tribe was adorned or deified with 360 idols of men, eagles, lions, and antelopes, and the most conspicuous was the statue of Hebal of red agate, holding in his hand 7 arrows without heads or feathers, the instruments and symbols of profane divination. But this statue was a monument of Syrian arts. The devotion of the ruder ages was content with a pillar or a tablet, and the rocks of the desert were hewn into gods or altars in imitation of the black stone of Mecca, which is deeply tainted with the reproach of an idolatrous origin. From Japan to Peru, the use of sacrifice has universally prevailed, and the votary has expressed his gratitude or fear by destroying or consuming, in honor of the gods, the dearest and most precious of their gifts. The life of a man is the most precious oblation to deprecate a public calamity. The altars of Phoenicia and Egypt, of Rome and Carthage, have been polluted with human gore. The cruel practice was long preserved among the Arabs. In the 3rd century, a boy was annually sacrificed by the tribe of the Dumatians, and a royal captive was piously slaughtered by the prince of the Saracens, the ally and soldier of the Emperor Justinian. A parent who drags his son to the altar exhibits the most painful and sublime effort of fanaticism. The deed or the intention was sanctified by the example of saints and heroes, and the father of Mohammed himself was devoted by a rash vow, and hardly ransomed by the equivalent of 100 camels. In the time of ignorance, the Arabs, like the Jews and Egyptians, abstained from the taste of swine's flesh. They circumcised their children at the age of puberty. The same customs, without censure or the precept of the Koran, have been silently transmitted to their posterity and proselytes. It has been sagaciously conjectured that the artful legislator indulged the stubborn prejudices of his countrymen. It is more simple to believe that he adhered to the habits and opinions of his youth, without foreseeing that a practice congenial to the climate of Mecca might become useless or inconvenient on the banks of the Danube or the Volga. End of chapter 50, part 2. Chapter 50, Part 3 of The Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, Volume 5. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of the Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, Volume 5, Chapter 50, Part 3. Arabia was free. The adjacent kingdoms were shaken by the storms of conquest and tyranny, and the persecuted sects fled to the happy land where they might profess what they thought, and practice what they professed. The religion of the Sabians and the Magians, of the Jews and Christians, were disseminated from the Persian Gulf to the Red Sea. In a remote period of antiquity, Sabianism was diffused over Asia by the science of the Chaldeans and the arms of the Assyrians. From the observations of 2,000 years, the priests and astronomers of Babylon deduced the eternal laws of nature and providence. They adored the 7 gods or angels who directed the course of the 7 planets and shed their irresistible influence on the earth. The attributes of the 7 planets, with the 12 signs of the zodiac and the 24 constellations of the northern and southern hemisphere, were represented by images and talismans. The 7 days of the week were dedicated to the respective deities. The Sabians prayed thrice each day, and the temple of the moon at Haran was the term of their pilgrimage. But the flexible genius of their faith was always ready either to teach or to learn. In the tradition of the creation, the deluge, and the patriarchs, they held a singular agreement with their Jewish captives. They appealed to the secret books of Adam, Seth, and Enoch, and a slight diffusion of the gospel has transformed the last remnant of the polytheists into the Christians of St. John in the territory of Basra. The altars of Babylon were overturned by the Magians, but the injuries of the Sabians were revenged by the sword of Alexander. Persia groaned above 500 years under a foreign yoke, and the purest disciples of Zoroaster escaped from the contagion of idolatry and breathed with their adversaries the freedom of the desert. 700 years before the death of Mohammed, the Jews were settled in Arabia, and a far greater multitude was expelled from the Holy Land in the wars of Titus and Hadrian. The industrious exiles aspired to liberty and power. They erected synagogues in the cities and castles in the wilderness, and their Gentile converts were confounded with the children of Israel, whom they resembled in the outward mark of circumcision. The Christian missionaries were still more active and successful. The Catholics asserted their universal reign. The sects whom they oppressed successively retired beyond the limits of the Roman Empire. The Marcionites, the Manichaeans, dispersed their fantastic opinions and apocryphal gospels. The churches of Yemen and the princes of Hira and Ghassan were instructed in a purer creed by the Jacobite and Nestorian bishops. The liberty of choice was presented to the tribes. Each Arab was free to elect or to compose his private religion. and the rude superstition of his house was mingled with the sublime theology of saints and philosophers. A fundamental article of faith was inculcated by the consent of the learned strangers, the existence of one supreme God, who is exalted above the powers of heaven and earth, but who has often revealed himself to mankind by the ministries of his angels and prophets, and whose grace or justice has interrupted by seasonable miracles the order of nature. The most rational of the Arabs acknowledged his power, though they neglected his worship, and it was habit rather than conviction which still attached them to the relics of idolatry. The Jews and Christians were the people of the book. The Bible was already translated into Arabic language, and the volume of the Old Testament was accepted by the concord of these implacable enemies. In the story of the Hebrew patriarchs, the Arabs were pleased to discover the fathers of their nation. They applauded the birth and promises of Ismael, revered the faith and virtue of Abraham, traced his pedigree and their own to the creation of the first man, and imbibed with equal credulity the prodigies of the Holy Text and the dreams and traditions of the Jewish rabbis. The base and plebeian origin of Muhammad is an unskilful calumny of the Christians, who exalt, instead of degrading, the merit of their adversary. His descent from Ismael was a national privilege or fable, but if the first steps of the pedigree are dark and doubtful, he could produce many generations of pure and genuine nobility. He sprung from the tribe of Quraysh and the family of Hashim, the most illustrious of the Arabs, the princes of Mecca, and the hereditary guardians of the Kaaba. The grandfather of Muhammad was Abdul Muttalib, the son of Hashim, a wealthy and generous citizen who relieved the distresses of famine with the supplies of commerce. Mecca, which had been fed by the liberality of the father, was saved by the courage of the son. The kingdom of Yemen was subject to the Christian princes of Abyssinia. Their vassal Abraha was provoked by an insult to avenge the honor of the cross, and the holy city was invested by a train of elephants and an army of Africans. A treaty was proposed, and, in the first audience, the grandfather of Muhammad demanded the restitution of his cattle. "And why," said Abraha, "do you not rather implore my clemency in favor of your temple, which I have threatened to destroy?" "Because," replied the intrepid chief, "the cattle is my own, the Kaaba belongs to the gods, and they will defend their house from injury and sacrilege." The want of provisions, or the valor of the Quraysh, compelled the Abyssinians to a disgraceful retreat. Their discomfiture has been adorned with a miraculous flight of birds, who showered down stones on the heads of the infidels, and the deliverance was long commemorated by the era of the elephant. The glory of Abdul Muttalib was crowned with domestic happiness. His life was prolonged to the age of 110 years, and he became the father of 6 daughters and 13 sons. His best beloved Abdallah was the most beautiful and modest of the Arabian youth, and in the first night, when he consummated his marriage with Amina, of the noble race of the Zarites, 200 virgins are said to have expired of jealousy and despair. Muhammad, the only son of Abdallah and Amina, was born at Mecca 4 years after the death of Justinian, and 2 months after the defeat of the Abyssinians, whose victory would have introduced into the Kaaba the religion of the Christians. In his early infancy he was deprived of his father, his mother, and his grandfather. His uncles were strong and numerous, and in the division of the inheritance, the orphan's share was reduced to 5 camels and an Ethiopian maidservant. At home and abroad, in peace and war, Abu Talib, the most respectable of his uncles, was the guide and guardian of his youth. In his 25th year he entered into the service of Khadijah, a rich and noble widow of Mecca, who soon rewarded his fidelity with the gift of her hand and fortune. The marriage contract, in the simple style of antiquity, recites the mutual love of Muhammad and Khadijah, describes him as the most accomplished of the tribe of Quraysh, and stipulates a dowry of 12 ounces of gold and 20 camels, which was supplied by the liberality of his uncle. By this alliance the son of Abdallah was restored to the station of his ancestors, and the judicious matron was content with his domestic virtues, till, in the 40th year of his age, he assumed the title of a prophet and proclaimed the religion of the Koran. According to the tradition of his companions, Muhammad was distinguished by the beauty of his person, an outward gift which is seldom despised except by those to whom it has been refused. Before he spoke, the orator engaged on his side the affections of a public or private audience. They applauded his commanding presence, his majestic aspect, his piercing eye, his gracious smile, his flowing beard, his countenance that painted every sensation of the soul, and his gestures that enforced each expression of the tongue. In the familiar offices of life, he scrupulously adhered to the grave and ceremonious politeness of his country. His respectful attention to the rich and powerful was dignified by his condescension and affability to the poorest citizens of Mecca. The frankness of his manner concealed the artifice of his views, and the habits of courtesy were imputed to personal friendship or universal benevolence. His memory was capacious and retentive, his wit easy and social, his imagination sublime, his judgment clear, rapid, and decisive. He possessed the courage both of thought and action, and although his designs might gradually expand with his success, the first idea which he entertained of his divine mission bears the stamp of an original and superior genius. The son of Abdallah was educated in the bosom of the noblest race, in the use of the purest dialect of Arabia, and the fluency of his speech was corrected and enhanced by the practice of discreet and seasonable silence. With these powers of eloquence, Muhammad was an illiterate barbarian. His youth had never been instructed in the arts of reading and writing. The common ignorance exempted him from shame or reproach, but he was reduced to a narrow circle of existence, and deprived of those faithful mirrors which reflect to our mind the minds of sages and heroes. Yet the book of nature and of man was open to his view, and some fancy has been indulged in the political and philosophical observations which are ascribed to the Arabian traveller. He compares the nations and the religions of the earth, discovers the weaknesses of the Persian and Roman monarchies, beholds with pity and indignation the degeneracy of the times, and resolves to unite under one God and one king the invincible spirit and primitive virtues of the Arabs. Our more accurate inquiry will suggest that, instead of visiting the courts, the camps, the temples of the East, the two journeys of Muhammad into Syria were confined to the fairs of Basra and Damascus, that he was only 13 years of age when he accompanied the caravan of his uncle, and that his duty compelled him to return as soon as he had disposed of the merchandise of Khadijah. In these hasty and superficial excursions, the eye of genius might discern some objects invisible to his grosser companions. Some seeds of knowledge might be cast upon a fruitful soil, but his ignorance of the Syriac language must have checked his curiosity, and I cannot perceive in the life or writings of Muhammad that his prospect was far extended beyond the limits of the Arabian world. From every region of that solitary world the pilgrims of Mecca were annually assembled by the calls of devotion and commerce. In the free concourse of multitudes, a simple citizen, in his native tongue, might study the political state and characters of the tribes, the theory and the practice of the Jews and Christians. Some useful strangers might be tempted or forced to implore the rights of hospitality, and the enemies of Muhammad have named the Jew, the Persian, and the Syrian monk, whom they accused of lending their secret aid to the composition of the Koran. Conversation enriches the understanding, but solitude is the school of genius, and the uniformity of a work denotes the hand of a single artist. From his earliest youth Muhammad was addicted to religious contemplation. Each year, during the month of Ramadan, he withdrew from the world and from the arms of Khadijah. In the cave of Hira, 3 miles from Mecca, he consulted the spirit of fraud or enthusiasm, whose abode is not in the heavens, but in the mind of the prophet. The faith which, under the name of Islam, he preached to his family and nation, is compounded of an eternal truth and a necessary fiction, that there is only one God, and that Muhammad is the apostle of God. It is the boast of the Jewish apologists that, while the learned nations of antiquity were deluded by the fables of polytheism, their simple ancestors of Palestine preserved the knowledge and worship of the true God. The moral attributes of Jehovah may not easily be reconciled with the standard of human virtue. His metaphysical qualities are darkly expressed, but each page of the Pentateuch and the Prophets is an evidence of his power. The unity of his name is inscribed on the first table of the law, and his sanctuary was never defiled by any visible image of the invisible essence. After the ruin of the temple, the faith of the Hebrew exiles was purified, fixed, and enlightened by the spiritual devotion of the synagogue, and the authority of Muhammad will not justify his perpetual reproach that the Jews of Mecca or Medina adored Ezra as the Son of God. But the children of Israel had ceased to be a people, and the religions of the world were guilty, at least in the eyes of the prophet, of giving sons or daughters or companions to the supreme God. In the rude idolatry of the Arabs, the crime is manifest and audacious. The Sabians are poorly excused by the preeminence of the first planet or intelligence in their celestial hierarchy, and the Magian system, the conflict of the two principles, betrays the imperfection of the conqueror. The Christians of the 7th century had insensibly relapsed into the semblance of paganism. Their private and public vows were addressed to the relics and images that disgraced the temples of the East. The throne of the Almighty was darkened by a cloud of martyrs and saints and angels, the objects of popular veneration, and the Chalydrian heretics, who flourished in the fruitful soil of Arabia, invested the Virgin Mary with the name and honors of a goddess. The mysteries of the Trinity and Incarnation appear to contradict the principle of the divine unity. In their obvious sense, they introduced 3 equal deities, and transformed the man Jesus into the substance of the Son of God. An orthodox commentary will satisfy only a believing mind. Intemperate curiosity and zeal had torn the veil of the sanctuary, and each of the Oriental sects was eager to confess that all, except themselves, deserved the reproach of idolatry and polytheism. The creed of Muhammad is free from suspicion or ambiguity, and the Koran is a glorious testimony to the unity of God. The prophet of Mecca rejected the worship of idols and men, of stars and planets, on the rational principle that whatever rises must set, that whatever is born must die, and that whatever is corruptible must decay and perish. In the Author of the universe, his rational enthusiasm confessed and adored an infinite and eternal being, without form or place, without issue or similitude, present to our most secret thoughts, existing by the necessity of his own nature, and deriving from himself all moral and intellectual perfection. These sublime truths, thus announced in the language of the prophet, are firmly held by his disciples, and defined with metaphysical precision by the interpreters of the Koran. A philosophic theist might subscribe the popular theory of the Mohammedans, a creed too sublime perhaps for our present faculties. What object remains for the fancy or even the understanding when we have abstracted from the unknown substance all ideas of time and space, of motion and matter, of sensation and reflection? The first principle of reason and revelation was confirmed by the voice of Muhammad. His proselytes from India to Morocco are distinguished by the name of Unitarians, and the danger of idolatry has been prevented by the introduction of images. The doctrine of internal decrees and absolute predestination is strictly embraced by the Mohammedans. They struggle with the common difficulties: how to reconcile the prescience of God with the freedom and responsibility of man, how to explain the permission of evil under the reign of infinite power and infinite goodness. The God of nature has written his existence on all his works, and his law in the heart of man. To restore the knowledge of the one and the practice of the other has been the real or pretended aim of the prophets of every age. The liberality of Muhammad allowed to his predecessors the same credit which he claimed for himself, and the chain of inspiration was prolonged after the fall of Adam to the promulgation of the Koran. During that period, some rays of prophetic light had been imparted to 124,000 of the elect, discriminated by their respective measure of virtue and grace. 313 apostles were sent with a special commission to recall their country from idolatry and vice. 104 volumes had been dictated by the Holy Spirit, and 6 legislators of transcendent brightness have announced to mankind 6 successive revelations of various rites, but of one immutable religion. The authority and station of Adam, Noah, Abraham, Moses, Christ, and Mohammed rise in just graduation above each other, But whosoever hates or rejects any one of the prophets is numbered with the infidels. The writings of the patriarchs were extant only in the apocryphal copies of the Greeks and Syrians. The conduct of Adam had not entitled him to the gratitude or respect of his children. The 7 precepts of Noah were observed by an inferior and imperfect class of the proselytes of the synagogue. The memory of Abraham was obscurely revered by the Sabians in his native land of Chaldea. Of the myriads of prophets, Moses and Christ alone lived and reigned, and the remnant of the inspired writings was comprised in the books of the Old and New Testament. The miraculous story of Moses is consecrated and embellished in the Koran, and the captive Jews enjoy the secret revenge of imposing their own belief on the nations whose recent creeds they deride. For the author of Christianity, the Mohammedans are taught by the prophet to entertain a high and mysterious reverence. Verily, Jesus Christ, the Son of Mary, is the Apostle of God, and his word which he conveyed unto Mary, and a spirit proceeding from him, honorable in this world and in the world to come, and one of those who approach near to the presence of God. The wonders of the genuine and apocryphal Gospels are profusely heaped on his head, and the Latin Church has not disdained to borrow from the Koran the Immaculate Conception of his Virgin Mother. Yet Jesus was a mere mortal, and at the day of judgment his testimony will serve to condemn both the Jews who reject him as a prophet and the Christians who adore him as the Son of God. The malice of his enemies aspersed his reputation and conspired against his life, but their intention only was guilty. A phantom or criminal was substituted on the cross, and the innocent saint was translated to the 7th heaven. During 600 years the gospel was the way of truth and salvation, but the Christians insensibly forgot both the laws and example of their founder, and Mohammed was instructed by the Gnostics to accuse the church, as well as the synagogue, of corrupting the integrity of the sacred text. The piety of Moses and of Christ rejoiced in the assurance of a future prophet, more illustrious than themselves. The evangelic promise of the Paraclete, or Holy Ghost, was prefigured in the name and accomplished in the person of Mohammed, the greatest and last of the apostles of God. End of chapter 50, part 3. Chapter 50, part 4 of The Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of the Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, Volume 5, Chapter 50, Part 4. The communication of ideas requires a solemnitude of thought and language. The discourse of a philosopher would vibrate without effect on the ear of a peasant. Yet how minute is the distance of their understandings, if it be compared with the contact of an infinite and a finite mind, with the word of God expressed by the tongue or the pen of a mortal. The inspiration of the Hebrew prophets, of the apostles and evangelists of Christ, might not be incompatible with the exercise of their reason and memory, and the diversity of their genius is strongly marked in the style and composition of the books of the Old and New Testament. But Mohammed was content with a character more humble, yet more sublime, of a simple editor. The substance of the Koran, according to himself or his disciples, is uncreated and eternal, subsisting in the essence of the deity, inscribed with the pen of light on the table of his everlasting decrees. A paper copy, in a volume of silk and gems, was brought down to the lowest heaven by the angel Gabriel, who, under the Jewish economy, had indeed been dispatched on the most important errands, and this trusty messenger successively revealed the chapters and verses to the Arabian prophet. Instead of a perpetual and perfect measure of the divine will, the fragments of the Koran were produced at the discretion of Mohammed. Each revelation is suited to the emergencies of his policy or passion, and all contradiction is removed by the saving maxim that any text of Scripture is abrogated or modified by any subsequent passage. The word of God and of the apostle was diligently recorded by his disciples on palm leaves and the shoulder bones of a mutton, and the pages, without order or connection, were cast into a domestic chest in the custody of one of his wives. 2 years after the death of Mohammed, the sacred volume was collected and published by his friend and successor Abu Bekr. The work was revised by the Caliph Othman in the 30th year of the Hegira, and the various editions of the Koran assert the same miraculous privilege of an uniform and incorruptible text. In the spirit of enthusiasm or vanity, the prophet rests the truth of his mission on the merit of his book, audaciously challenges both men and angels to imitate the beauties of a single page, and presumes to assert that God alone could dictate this incomparable performance. This argument is most powerfully addressed to the devout Arabian, whose mind is attuned to faith and rapture, whose ear is delighted by the music of sounds, and whose ignorance is incapable of comparing the productions of human genius. The harmony and copiousness of style will not reach, in a version, the European infidel. He will peruse with impatience the endless, incoherent rhapsody of fable, and precept, and declamation, which seldom excites a sentiment, or an idea, which sometimes crawls in the dust, and is sometimes lost in the clouds. The divine attributes exalt the fancy of the Arabian missionary, but his loftiest strains must yield to the sublime simplicity of the Book of Job, composed in a remote age, in the same country, and in the same language. If the composition of the Koran exceeds the faculties of a man, to what superior intelligence should we ascribe the Iliad of Homer, or the Philippics of Demosthenes? In all religions, the life of the founder supplies the silence of his written revelation. The sayings of Mohammed were so many lessons of truth, his actions so many examples of virtue, and the public and private memorials were preserved by his wives and companions. At the end of 200 years, the Sana, or oral law, was fixed and consecrated by the labors of al-Bukhari, who discriminated 7,273 genuine traditions from a mass of 300,000 reports of a more doubtful or spurious character. Each day the pious author prayed in the temple of Mecca, and performed his ablutions with the water of Zemzem. The pages were successively deposited on the pulpit and the sepulchre of the apostle, and the work has been approved by the 4 orthodox sects of the Sonnites. The mission of the ancient prophets, of Moses and of Jesus, had been confirmed by many splendid prodigies, and Mohammed was repeatedly urged by the inhabitants of Mecca and Medina to produce a similar evidence of his divine legation, to call down from heaven the angel or the volume of his revelation, to create a garden in the desert, or to kindle a conflagration in the unbelieving city. As often as he is pressed by the demands of the Koreish, he involves himself in the obscure boast of vision and prophecy, appeals to the internal proofs of his doctrine, and shields himself behind the providence of God, who refuses those signs and wonders that would deprecate the merit of faith and aggravate the guilt of infidelity. But the modest or angry tone of his apologies betrays his weakness and vexation, and these passages of scandal establish beyond suspicion the integrity of the Koran. The votaries of Mohammed are more assured than himself of his miraculous gifts, and their confidence and credulity increase as they are further removed from the time and place of his spiritual exploits. They believe or affirm that trees went forth to meet him, that he was saluted by stones, that water gushed from his fingers, that he fed the hungry, cured the sick, and raised the dead, that a beam groaned to him, that a camel complained to him, that a shoulder of mutton informed him of its being poisoned, and that both animate and inanimate nature were equally subject to the apostle of God. His dream of a nocturnal journey is seriously described as a real and corporal transaction. A mysterious animal, the Borak, conveyed him from the temple of Mecca to that of Jerusalem. With his companion Gabriel, he successively ascended the 7 heavens, and received and repaid the salutations of the patriarchs, the prophets, and the angels in their respective mansions. Beyond the 7th heaven, Mohammed alone was permitted to proceed. He passed the veil of unity, approached within 2 bowshots of the throne, and felt a cold that pierced him to the heart when his shoulder was touched by the hand of God. After this familiar though important conversation, he again descended to Jerusalem, remounted the Borak, returned to Mecca, and performed in the 10th part of the night the journey of many thousand years. According to another legend, the apostle confounded in a national assembly the malicious charge of the Koreish. His resistless word split asunder the orb of the moon. The obedient planet stooped from her station in the sky, accomplished the 7 revolutions around the Kaaba, saluted Mohammed in the Arabian tongue, and suddenly contracting her dimensions, entered at the collar and issued forth through the sleeve of his shirt. The vulgar are amused with these marvelous tales, but the gravest of the Mussulman doctors imitate the modesty of their master, and indulge a latitude of faith or interpretation. They might speciously allege that in preaching the religion it was needless to violate the harmony of nature, that a creed unclouded with mystery may be excused from miracles, and that the sword of Mohammed was not less potent than the rod of Moses. The polytheist is oppressed and distracted by the variety of superstition. 1,000 rites of Egyptian origin were interwoven with the essence of the Mosaic law, and the spirit of the gospel had evaporated in the pageantry of the church. The prophet of Mecca was tempted by prejudice or policy or patriotism to sanctify the rites of the Arabians, and the custom of visiting the holy stone of the Kaaba. But the precepts of Mohammed himself inculcate a more simple and rational piety. Prayer, fasting, and alms are the religious duties of a Mussulman. He is encouraged to hope that prayer will carry him halfway to God, fasting will bring him to the door of his palace, and alms will gain him admittance. 1. According to the tradition of the nocturnal journey, the apostle, in his personal conference with the deity, was commanded to impose on his disciples the daily obligation of 50 prayers. By the advice of Moses, he applied for an alleviation of this intolerable burden. The number was gradually reduced to 5, without any dispensation of business or pleasure, or time or place. The devotion of the faithful is repeated at daybreak, at noon, in the afternoon, in the evening, and at the first watch of the night, and in the present decay of religious fervor, our travelers are edified by the profound humility and attention of the Turks and the Persians. Cleanliness is the key of prayer. The frequent lustration of the hands, the face, and the body, which was practiced of old by the Arabs, is solemnly enjoined by the Koran, and a permission is formally granted to supply with sand the scarcity of water. The words and attitudes of supplication, as it is performed either sitting or standing or prostrate on the ground, are prescribed by custom or authority. But the prayer is poured forth in short and fervent ejaculations. The measure of zeal is not exhausted by a tedious liturgy, and each Mussulman for his own person is invested with the character of a priest. Among the theists who reject the use of images, it has been found necessary to restrain the wanderings of the fancy by directing the eye and the thought towards a Qibla, or visible point of the horizon. The prophet was at first inclined to gratify the Jews by the choice of Jerusalem, but he soon returned to a more natural partiality, and 5 times every day the eyes of the nation at Atrascan, at Fez, at Delhi, are devoutly turned to the holy temple of Mecca. Yet every spot for the service of God is equally pure. The Mohammedans indifferently pray in their chambers or in the street. As a distinction from the Jews and Christians, the Friday in each week is set apart for the useful institution of public worship. The people is assembled in their mosques, and the imam, some respectable elder, ascends the pulpit to begin the prayer and to pronounce the sermon. But the Mohammedan religion is destitute of priesthood or sacrifice, and the independent spirit of fanaticism looks down with contempt on the ministers and slaves of superstition. 2. The voluntary penance of the ascetics, the torment and the glory of their lives, was odious to a prophet who censured in his companions a rash vow of abstaining from flesh and women and sleep, and firmly declared that he would suffer no monks in his religion. Yet he instituted in each year a fast of 30 days, and strenuously recommended the observance as a discipline which purifies the soul and subdues the body, as a salutary exercise of obedience to the will of God and his apostle. During the month of Ramadan, from the rising to the setting of the sun, the Mussulman abstains from eating, and women, and baths, and perfumes, and from all nourishment that can restore his strength, from all pleasure that can gratify his senses. In the revolution of the lunar year, the Ramadan coincides by turns with the winter cold and the summer heat, and the patient martyr, without assuaging his thirst with a drop of water, must expect the close of a tedious and sultry day. The interdiction of wine, peculiar to some orders of the priests or hermits, is converted by Mahomet alone into a positive and general law, and a considerable portion of the globe has abjured, at his command, the use of that salutary, though dangerous liquor. These painful restraints are, doubtless, infringed by the libertine, and eluded by the hypocrite, but the legislator, by whom they are enacted, cannot surely be accused of alluring his proselytes by the indulgence of their sensual appetites. 3. The charity of the Mohammedans descends to the animal creation, and the Koran repeatedly inculcates, not as a merit, but as a strict and indispensable duty, the relief of the indigent and unfortunate. Mohammed, perhaps, is the only lawgiver who has defined the precise measure of charity. The standard may vary with the degree and nature of property, as it consists either in money, or corn, or cattle, in fruits, or merchandise, but the Mussulman does not accomplish the law unless he bestows a truth of his revenue, and, if his conscience accuses him of fraud or extortion, the tenth, under the idea of restitution, is enlarged to a fifth. Benevolence is the foundation of justice, since we are forbid to injure those whom we are bound to assist. A prophet may reveal the secrets of heaven and futurity, but in his moral precepts he can only repeat the lessons of his own hearts. The 2 articles of belief and the 4 practical duties of the Islam are guarded by rewards and punishments, and the faith of the Mussulman is devoutly fixed on the event of the judgment and the last day. The prophet has not presumed to determine the moment of that awful catastrophe, though he darkly announces the signs, both in heaven and earth, which will precede the universal dissolution, when life shall be destroyed and the order of creation shall be confounded in the primitive chaos. At the blast of the trumpet, new worlds will start into being. Angels, genii, and men will arise from the dead, and the human soul will again be united to the body. The doctrine of resurrection was first entertained by the Egyptians, and their mummies were embalmed. Their pyramids were consecrated to preserve the ancient mansion of the souls during a period of 3,000 years. But the attempt is partial and unavailing, and it is with a more philosophic spirit that Mohammed relies on the omnipotence of the Creator, whose word can reanimate the breathless clay, and collect the innumerable atoms which no longer retain their form or substance. The intermediate state of the soul it is hard to describe, and those who most firmly believe her immaterial nature are at a loss to understand how she can think or act without the agency of the organs of sense. The reunion of the soul and body will be followed by the final judgment of mankind, and in his copy of the Magian picture, the prophet has too faithfully represented the forms of proceeding, and even the slow and successive operations of an earthly tribunal. By his intolerant adversaries he is upbraided for extending, even to themselves, the hope of salvation, for asserting the blackest heresy, that every man who believes in God and accomplishes good works may expect in the last day a favorable sentence. Such rational indifference is ill adapted to the character of a fanatic, nor is it probable that a messenger from heaven should deprecate the value and necessity of his own revelation. In the idiom of the Koran, the belief of God is inseparable from that of Mohammed. The good works are those which he has enjoined, and the 2 qualifications imply the profession of Islam, to which all nations and all sects are equally invited. Their spiritual blindness, though excused by ignorance and crowned with virtue, will be scourged with everlasting torments, and the tears which Mohammed shed over the tomb of his mother, for whom he was forbidden to pray, display a striking contrast of humanity and enthusiasm. The doom of the infidels is common. The measure of their guilt and punishment is determined by the degree of evidence which they have rejected, by the magnitude of the errors which they have entertained. The internal mansions of the Christians, the Jews, the Sabians, the Magians, and the idolaters are sunk below each other in the abyss, and the lowest hell is reserved for the faithless hypocrites who have assumed the mask of religion. After the greater part of mankind has been condemned for their opinions, the true believers only will be judged by their actions. The good and evil of each Mussulman will be accurately weighed in a real or allegorical balance, and a singular mode of compensation will be allowed for the payment of injuries. The aggressor will refund an equivalent of his own good actions for the benefit of the portion whom he has wronged, and if he should be destitute of any moral property, the weight of his sins will be loaded with an adequate share of the demerits of the sufferer. According as the shares of guilt or virtue shall preponderate, the sentence will be pronounced, and all, without distraction, will pass over the sharp and perilous bridge of the abyss. But the innocent, treading in the footsteps of Mohammed, will gloriously enter the gates of paradise, while the guilty will fall into the first and mildest of the 7 hells. The term of expiration will vary from 900 to 7,000 years. But the prophet has judiciously promised that all his disciples, whatever may be their sins, shall be saved by their own faith and his intercession from eternal damnation. It is not surprising that superstition should act more powerfully on the fears of her votaries, since the human fancy can paint with more energy the misery than the bliss of a future life. With the 2 simple elements of darkness and fire, we create a sensation of pain, which may be aggravated to an infinite degree by the idea of endless duration. But the same idea operates with an opposite effect on the continuity of pleasure, and too much of our patient enjoyments is obtained from the relief or the comparison of evil. It is natural enough that an Arabian prophet should dwell with rapture on the groves, the fountains, and the rivers of paradise, but instead of inspiring the blessed inhabitants with a liberal taste for harmony and science, conversation and friendship, he idly celebrates the pearls and diamonds, the robes of silk, the palaces of marble, dishes of gold, rich wines, artificial dainties, numerous attendants, and the whole train of sensual and costly luxury, which becomes insipid to the owner even in the short period of this mortal life. 72 houris, or black-eyed girls of resplendent beauty, blooming youth, virgin purity, and exquisite sensibility, will be created for the use of the meanest believer. A moment of pleasure will be prolonged to 1,000 years, and his faculties will be increased 100-fold to render him worthy of his felicity. Notwithstanding a vulgar prejudice, the gates of heaven will be opened to both sexes, but Mohammed has not specified the male companions of the female elect, lest he should either alarm the jealousy of their former husbands, or disturb the felicity by the suspicion of an everlasting marriage. This image of a carnal paradise has provoked the indignation, perhaps the envy, of the monks. They declaim against the impure religion of Mohammed, and his modest apologists are driven to the poor excuse of figures and allegories. But the sounder and more consistent party adhere, without shame, to the literal interpretation of the Koran. Useless would be the resurrection of the body, unless it were restored to its possession and exercise of its worthiest faculties, and the union of sensual and intellectual enjoyment is requisite to complete the happiness of the double animal, the perfect man. Yet the joys of the Mohammedan paradise will not be confined to the indulgence of luxury and appetite, and the prophet has expressly declared that all meaner happiness will be forgotten and despised by the saints and martyrs, who will be admitted to the beatitude or the divine vision. The first and most ardent conquests of Mohammed were those of his wife, his servant, his pupil, and his friend, since he presented himself as a prophet to those who were most conversant with his infirmities as a man. Yet Khadijah believed the words, and cherished the glory of her husband. The obsequious and affectionate Zayd was tempted by the prospect of freedom. The illustrious Ali, the son of Abu Talib, embraced the sentiments of his cousin with the spirit of a youthful hero, and the wealth, the moderation, and veracity of Abu Bekr confirmed the religion of the prophet whom he was destined to succeed. By his persuasion, 10 of the most respectable citizens of Mecca were introduced to the private lessons of Islam. They yielded to the voice of reason and enthusiasm. They repeated the fundamental creed, "There is but one God, and Mohammed is the apostle of God," and their faith, even in this life, was rewarded with riches and honors, with the command of armies and the government of kingdoms. 3 years were silently employed in the conversion of 14 proselytes, the first fruits of his mission. But in the 4th year he assumed the prophetic office, and resolving to impart to his family the light of divine truth, he prepared a banquet, a lamb, it is said, and a bowl of milk for the entertainment of 40 guests of the race of Hashim. "Friends and kinsmen," said Mohammed to the assembly, "I offer you, and I alone can offer, the most precious of gifts, the treasures of this world and of the world to come. God has commanded me to call you to his service. Who among you will support my burden? Who among you will be my companion and my vizier?" No answer was returned. till the silence of astonishment and doubt and contempt was at length broken by the impatient courage of Ali, a youth in the 14th year of his age. "O Prophet, I am the man. Whosoever rises against me, I will dash out his teeth, tear out his eyes, break his legs, rip up his belly. O Prophet, I will be thy vizier over them." Mohammed accepted his offer with transport, and Abu Talib was ironically exhorted to respect the superior dignity of his son. In a more serious tone, the father of Ali advised his nephew to relinquish his impracticable design. "Spare your remonstrances," replied the intrepid fanatic to his uncle and benefactor. "If they should place the sun on my right hand and the moon on my left, they should not divert me from my course." He persevered 10 years in the exercise of his mission, and the religion, which has overspread the East and the West, advanced with a slow and painful progress within the walls of Mecca. Yet Mohammed enjoyed the satisfaction of beholding the increase of his infant congregation of Unitarians, who revered him as a prophet, and to whom he seasonably dispensed the spiritual nourishment of the Koran. The number of proselytes may be esteemed by the absence of 83 men and 18 women, who retired to Ethiopia in the 7th year of his mission, and his party was fortified by the timely conversion of his uncle Hamza, and of the fierce and inflexible Omar, who signalized in the cause of Islam the same zeal which he exerted for its destruction. Nor was the charity of Mohammed confined to the tribe of Koreish, or the precinct of Mecca. On solemn festivals, in the days of pilgrimage, he frequented the Kaaba, accosted the strangers of every tribe, and urged, both in private converse and public discourse, the belief and worship of a sole deity. Conscious of his reason and of his weakness, he asserted the liberty of conscience, and disclaimed the use of religious violence. But he called the Arabs to repentance, and conjured them to remember the ancient idolaters of Ad and Thamud, whom the divine justice had swept away from the face of the earth. End of chapter 50, part 4. Chapter 50, part 5 of the History of the Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of the Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, Volume 5, Chapter 50, Part 5. The people of Mecca were hardened in their unbelief by superstition and envy. The elders of the city, the uncles of the prophet, affected to despise the presumption of an orphan, the reformer of his country. The pious orations of Mohammed in the Kaaba were answered by the clamors of Abu Talib. "Citizens and pilgrims, listen not to the tempter, hearken not to his impious novelties, stand fast in the worship of Al-Lata and Al-Uzza." Yet the son of Abdallah was ever dear to the aged chief, and he protected the fame and person of his nephew against the assaults of the Koreishites, who had long been jealous of the preeminence of the family of Hashem. Their malice was colored by the pretense of religion. In the age of Job, the crime of impiety was punished by the Arabian magistrate, and Mohammed was guilty of deserting and denying the national deities. But so loose was the policy of Mecca that the leaders of the Koreish, instead of accusing a criminal, were compelled to employ the measures of persuasion or violence. They repeatedly addressed Abu Talib in the style of reproach and menace. "Thy nephew reviles our religion. He accuses our wise forefathers of ignorance and folly. Silence him quickly, lest he kindle tumult and discord in the city. If he persevere, we shall draw our swords against him and his adherents, and thou wilt be responsible for the blood of thy fellow citizens." The weight and moderation of Abu Talib eluded the violence of religious faction. The most helpless or timid of the disciples retired to Ethiopia, and the prophet withdrew himself to various places of strength in the town and country. As he was still supported by his family, the rest of the tribe of Koreish engaged themselves to renounce all intercourse with the children of Hashim, neither to buy nor to sell, nor to marry nor to give in marriage, but to pursue them with implacable enmity, till they should deliver the person of Mohammed to the justice of the gods. The decree was suspended in the Kaaba before the eyes of the nation. The messengers of the Koreish pursued the Mussulman exiles in the heart of Africa. they besieged the Prophet and his most faithful followers, intercepted their water, and inflamed their mutual animosity by the retaliation of injuries and insults. A doubtful truce restored the appearances of concord, till the death of Abu Talib abandoned Muhammad to the power of his enemies, at the moment when he was deprived of his domestic comforts by the loss of his faithful and generous Khadijah. Abu Sufyan, the chief of the branch of Umayyah, succeeded to the principality of the Republic of Mecca. A zealous votary of the idols, a mortal foe of the line of Hashim, he convened an assembly of the Koreishites and their allies to decide the fate of the apostle. His imprisonment might provoke the despair of his enthusiasm, and the exile of an eloquent and popular fanatic would diffuse the mischief throughout the provinces of Arabia. His death was resolved, and they agreed that a sword from each tribe should be buried in his heart, to divide the guilt of his blood and baffle the vengeance of the Hashemites. An angel, or a spy, revealed their conspiracy, and flight was the only resource of Muhammad. At the dead of night, accompanied by his friend Abu Bekr, he silently escaped from his house. The assassins watched at the door, but they were deceived by the figure of Ali, who reposed on the bed and was covered with the green vestment of the apostle. The Koreish respected the piety of the heroic youth, but some verses of Ali, which are still extant, exhibit an interesting picture of his anxiety, his tenderness, and his religious confidence. 3 days Mohammed and his companion were concealed in the cave of Thor, at the distance of a league from Mecca, and in the close of each evening they received from the son and daughter of Abu Bekr a secret supply of intelligence and food. The diligence of the Koreish explored every haunt in the neighborhood of the city. They arrived at the entrance of the cavern, but the providential deceit of a spider's web and a pigeon's nest is supposed to have convinced them that the place was solitary and inviolate. "We are only 2, said the trembling Abu Bekr. "There is a 3rd, replied the Prophet. "It is God himself." No sooner was the pursuit abated than the 2 fugitives issued from the rock and mounted their camels. On the road to Medina they were overtaken by the emissaries of the Koreish. They redeemed themselves with prayers and promises from their hands. In this eventful moment the lance of an Arab might have changed the history of the world. The flight of the Prophet from Mecca to Medina has fixed the memorable era of the Hegira, which, at the end of 12 centuries, still discriminates the lunar years of the Mohammedan nations. The religion of the Koran might have perished in its cradle, had not Medina embraced with faith and reverence the holy outcasts of Mecca. Medina, or the city, known under the name of Yathrib, before it was sanctified by the throne of the Prophet, was divided between the tribes of the Karagites and the Awasites, whose hereditary feud was rekindled by the slightest provocations. 2 colonies of Jews who boasted a sacerdotal race were their humble allies, and without converting the Arabs, they introduced the taste of science and religion, which distinguished Medina as the city of the book. Some of her noblest citizens, in a pilgrimage to the Kaaba, were converted by the preaching of Mohammed. On their return they diffused the belief of God and his Prophet, and the new alliance was ratified by their deputies in 2 secret and nocturnal interviews on a hill in the suburbs of Mecca. In the first, 10 Charagites and 2 Alsites, united in faith and love, protested in the name of their wives, their children, and their absent brethren that they would forever profess the creed and observe the precepts of the Koran. The second was a political association, the first vital spark of the empire of the Saracens. 73 men and 2 women of Medina held a solemn conference with Muhammad, his kinsmen, and his disciples, and pledged themselves to each other by a mutual oath of fidelity. They promised, in the name of the city, that if he should be banished they would receive him as a confederate, obey him as a leader, and defend him to the last extremity, like their wives and children. "But if you are recalled by your country," they asked with a flattering anxiety, "will you not abandon your new allies?" "All things," replied Muhammad with a smile, "are now common between us. Your blood is as my blood, your ruin as my ruin. We are bound to each other by the ties of honor and interest. I am your friend, and the enemy of your foes." "But if we are killed in your service, what," exclaimed the deputies of Medina, "will be our reward?" "Paradise," replied the Prophet. "Stretch forth thy hand." He stretched it forth, and they reiterated the oath of allegiance and fidelity. Their treaty was ratified by the people, who unanimously embraced the profession of Islam. They rejoiced in the exile of the apostle, but they trembled for his safety, and impatiently expected his arrival. After a perilous and rapid journey along the seacoast, he halted at Koba, 2 miles from the city, and made his public entry into Medina, 16 days after his flight from Mecca. 500 of the citizens advanced to meet him. He was hailed with acclamations of loyalty and devotion. Mohammed was mounted on a she-camel, an umbrella shaded his head, and a turban was unfurled before him to supply the deficiency of a standard. His bravest disciples, who had been scattered by the storm, assembled round his person, and the equal, though various merits of the Moslems were distinguished by the name of Mohagarians and Ansars, the fugitives of Mecca and the auxiliaries of Medina. To eradicate the seeds of jealousy, Mohammed judiciously coupled his principal followers with the rights and obligations of brethren, and when Ali found himself without a peer, the Prophet tenderly declared that he would be the companion and brother of the noble youth. The expedient was crowned with success. The holy fraternity was respected in peace and war, and the two parties vied with each other in a generous emulation of courage and fidelity. Only once the concord was slightly ruffled by an accidental quarrel. A patriot of Medina arraigned the insolence of the strangers, but the hint of their expulsion was heard with abhorrence, and his own son most eagerly offered to lay at the apostle's feet the head of his father. From the establishment at Medina, Mohammed assumed the exercise of the regal and sacerdotal office, and it was impious to appeal from a judge whose decrees were inspired by the divine wisdom. A small portion of ground, the patrimony of 2 orphans, was acquired by gift or purchase. On that chosen spot he built a house and a mosque, more venerable in their rude simplicity than the palaces and temples of the Assyrian caliphs. His seal of gold or silver was inscribed with the apostolic title. When he prayed and preached in the weekly assembly, he leaned against the trunk of a palm tree. It was long before he indulged himself in the use of a chair or pulpit of rough timber. After a reign of 6 years, 1,500 Moslems in arms and in the field renewed their oath of allegiance, and their chief repeated the assurance of protection till the death of the last member or the final dissolution of the party. It was in the same camp that the deputy of Mecca was astonished by the attention of the faithful to the words and looks of the Prophet, by the eagerness with which they collected his spittle, a hair that dropped on the ground, the refuse water of his lustrations, as if they participated in some degree of the prophetic virtue. "I have seen," said he, "the Khosroes of Persia and the Caesar of Rome, but never did I behold a king among his subjects like Mohammed among his companions." The devout fervor of enthusiasm acts with more energy and truth than the cold and formal civility of courts. In the state of nature, every man has a right to defend, by force of arms, his person and his possessions, to repel or even to prevent the violence of his enemies, and to extend his hostilities to a reasonable measure of satisfaction and retaliation. In the free society of the Arabs, the duties of subject and citizen imposed a feeble restraint, and Mohammed, in the exercise of a peaceful and benevolent mission, had been despoiled and banished by the injustice of his countrymen. The choice of an independent people had exalted the fugitive of Mecca to the rank of a sovereign. He was invested with the just prerogative of forming alliances and waging offensive or defensive war. The imperfection of human rights was supplied and armed by the plenitude of divine power. The Prophet of Medina assumed in his new revelations a fiercer and more sanguinary tone, which proves that his former moderation was the effect of weakness. The means of persuasion had been tried, the season of forbearance was elapsed, and he was now commanded to propagate his religion by the sword, and to destroy the monuments of idolatry, and, without regarding the sanctity of days or months, to pursue the unbelieving nations of the earth. The same bloody precepts, so repeatedly inculcated in the Koran, are ascribed by the author to the Pentateuch and the Gospel. But the mild tenor of the evangelic style may explain an ambiguous text, that Jesus did not bring peace on the earth, but a sword. His patient and humble virtues should not be confounded with the intolerant zeal of the princes and bishops, who have disgraced the name of his disciples. In the prosecution of religious war, Mohammed might appeal with more propriety to the example of Moses, of the judges, and the kings of Israel. The military laws of the Hebrews are still more rigid than those of the Arabian legislator. The Lord of hosts marched in person before the Jews. If a city resisted their summons, the males, without distinction, were put to the sword. The 7 nations of Canaan were devoted to destruction, and neither repentance nor conversion could shield them from the inevitable doom, that no creature within their precincts should be left alive. The fair option of friendship or submission or battle was proposed by the enemies of Mohammed. If they professed the creed of Islam, they were admitted to all the temporal and spiritual benefits of his primitive disciples, and marched under the same banner to extend the religion which they had embraced. The clemency of the prophet was decided by his interest, yet he seldom trampled on a prostrate enemy, and he seems to promise that on the payment of a tribute the least guilty of his unbelieving subjects might be indulged in their worship, or at least in their imperfect faith. In the first months of his reign he practiced the lessons of holy warfare, and displayed his white banner before the gates of Medina. The martial apostle fought in person at 9 battles or sieges, and 50 enterprises of war were achieved in 10 years by himself or his lieutenants. The Arab continued to unite the professions of a merchant and a robber, and his petty excursions for the defense or the attack of a caravan insensibly prepared his troops for the conquest of Arabia. The distribution of the spoil was regulated by a divine law. The whole was faithfully collected in one common mass. A fifth of the gold and silver, the prisoners and cattle, the movables and immovables, were reserved by the prophet for pious and charitable uses. The remainder was shared in adequate portions by the soldiers who had attained the victory or guarded the camp. The rewards of the slain devolved to their widows and orphans, and the increase of cavalry was encouraged by the allotment of a double share to the horse and to the man. From all sides the roving Arabs were allured to the standard of religion and plunder. The apostle sanctified the license of embracing the female captives as their wives or concubines, and the enjoyment of wealth and beauty was a feeble type of the joys of paradise prepared for the valiant martyrs of the faith. The sword, says Mohammed, is the key of heaven and of hell. A drop of blood shed in the cause of God, a night spent in arms, is of more avail than 2 months of fasting or prayer. Whosoever falls in battle, his sins are forgiven. At the day of judgment his wounds shall be resplendent as vermilion, and odoriferous as musk, and the loss of his limbs shall be supplied by the wings of angels and the cherubim. The intrepid souls of the Arabs were fired with enthusiasm. The picture of the invisible world was strongly painted on their imagination, and the death which they had always despised became an object of hope and desire. The Koran inculcates in the most absolute sense the tenets of fate and predestination, which would extinguish both industry and virtue, if the actions of man were governed by a speculative belief. Yet their influence in every age has exalted the courage of the Saracens and Turks. The first companions of Mohammed advanced to battle with a fearless confidence. There is no danger where there is no chance. They were ordained to perish in their beds, or they were safe and invulnerable amidst the darts of the enemy. Perhaps the Koreish would have been content with the flight of Mohammed had they not been provoked and alarmed by the vengeance of an enemy who could intercept their Syrian trade as it passed and repassed through the territory of Medina. Abu Sufyan himself, with only 30 or 40 followers, conducted a wealthy caravan of 1,000 camels. The fortune or dexterity of his march escaped the vigilance of Mohammed, but the chief of the Koreish was informed that the holy robbers were placed in ambush to await his return. He dispatched a messenger to his brethren of Mecca, and they were aroused by the fear of losing their merchandise and their provisions, unless they hastened to his relief with the military force of the city. The sacred band of Mohammed was formed of 313 Muslims, of whom 77 were fugitives and the rest auxiliaries. They mounted by turns a train of 70 camels. The camels of Yathrib were formidable in war, but such was the poverty of his first disciples that only 2 could appear on horseback in the field. In the fertile and famous vale of Bedr, 3 stations from Medina, he was informed by his scouts of the caravan that approached on one side, of the Koreish, 100 horse, 850 foot, who advanced on the other. After a short debate, he sacrificed the prospect of wealth to the pursuit of glory and revenge, and a slight entrenchment was formed to cover his troops, and a stream of fresh water that glided through the valley. "O God!" he exclaimed, as the numbers of the Koreish descended from the hills, "O God! If these are destroyed, by whom wilt thou be worshipped on the earth? Courage, my children, close your ranks, discharge your arrows, and the day is your own." At these words he placed himself, with Abu Bekr, on a throne or pulpit, and instantly demanded the succor of Gabriel and 3,000 angels. His eye was fixed on the field of battle. The Mussulmans fainted and pressed. In that decisive moment the prophet started from his throne, mounted his horse, and cast a handful of sand into the air. "Let their faces be covered with confusion." Both armies heard the thunder of his voice. Their fancy beheld the angelic warriors. The Koreish trembled and fled. 70 of their bravest were slain, and 70 captives adorned the first victory of the faithful. The dead bodies of the Koreish were despoiled and insulted. 2 of the most obnoxious prisoners were punished with death, and the ransom of the others, 4,000 drachms of silver, compensated in some degree the escape of the caravan. But it was in vain that the camels of Abu Sophian explored a new road through the desert and along the Euphrates. They were overtaken by the diligence of the Mussulmans, and wealthy must have been the prize if 20,000 drachms could be set apart for the 5th of the apostle. The resentment of the public and private loss stimulated Abu Sophian to collect a body of 3,000 men, 700 of whom were armed with cuirasses, and 200 were mounted on horseback. 3,000 camels attended his march, and his wife, Henda, with 15 matrons of Mecca, incessantly sounded their timbrels to animate the troops, and to magnify the greatness of Hobal, the most popular deity of the Kaaba. The standard of God and Mohammed was upheld by 950 believers. The disproportion of numbers was not more alarming than in the field of Bedr, and their presumption of victory prevailed in the divine and human sense of the apostle. The second battle was fought on Mount Ohud, 6 miles to the north of Medina. The Koreish advanced in the form of a crescent, and the right wing of the cavalry was led by Khalid, the fiercest and most successful of the Arabian warriors. The troops of Mohammed were skillfully posted on the declivity of the hill, and their rear was guarded by a detachment of 50 archers. The weight of their charge impelled and broke the center of the idolaters, but in the pursuit they lost the advantage of their ground. The archers deserted their station. The Mussulmans were tempted by the spoil, disobeyed their general, and disordered their ranks. The intrepid Khalid, wielding his cavalry on their flank and rear, exclaimed with a loud voice that Mohammed was slain. He was indeed wounded in the face with a javelin. 2 of his teeth were shattered with a stone. Yet, in the midst of tumult and dismay, he reproached the infidels with the murder of a prophet, and blessed the friendly hand that staunched the blood and conveyed him to a place of safety. 70 martyrs died for the sins of the people. They fell, said the apostle, in pairs, each brother embracing his lifeless companion. Their bodies were mangled by the inhuman females of Mecca, and the wife of Abu Sophian tasted the entrails of Hamza, the uncle of Muhammad. They might applaud their superstition and satiate their fury, but the Mussulmans soon rallied in the field, and the Koreish wanted strength or courage to undertake the siege of Medina. It was attacked the ensuing year by an army of 10,000 enemies, and this third expedition is variously named from the nations which marched under the banner of Abu Sophian, from the ditch which was drawn before the city, and a camp of 3,000 Mussulmans. The prudence of Mohammed declined a general engagement. The valor of Ali was signalized in single combat, and the war was protracted 20 days till the final separation of the confederates. A tempest of wind, rain, and hail overturned their tents. Their private quarrels were fermented by an insidious adversary, and the Koreish, deserted by their allies, no longer hoped to subvert the throne or to check the conquests of their invincible exile. End of chapter 50, part 5. Chapter 50, part 6 of The Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, volume 5. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of the Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, volume 5, chapter 50, part 6. The choice of Jerusalem for the first Qibla of prayer discovers the early propensity of Mohammed in favor of the Jews, and happy would it have been for their temporal interest had they recognized in the Arabian prophet the hope of Israel and the promised Messiah. Their obstinacy converted his friendship into implacable hatred, with which he pursued that unfortunate people to the last moment of his life, and in the double character of an apostle and a conqueror, his persecution was extended to both worlds. The Canoica dwelt at Medina under the protection of the city. He seized the occasion of an accidental tumult, and summoned them to embrace his religion or contend with him in battle. "Alas," replied the trembling Jews, "we are ignorant of the use of arms, but we persevere in the faith and worship of our fathers. Why wilt thou reduce us to the necessity of a just defense?" The unequal conflict was terminated in 15 days, and it was with extreme reluctance that Mohammed yielded to the importunity of his allies, and consented to spare the lives of the captives. But their riches were confiscated, their arms became more effectual in the hands of the Mussulmans, and a wretched colony of 700 exiles was driven, with their wives and children, to implore a refuge on the confines of Syria. The Nadhirites were more guilty, since they conspired in a friendly interview to assassinate the prophet. He besieged their castle, 3 miles from Medina, but their resolute defense obtained an honorable capitulation, and the garrison, sounding their trumpets and beating their drums, was permitted to depart with the honors of war. The Jews had excited and joined the war of the Koreish. No sooner had the nations retired from the ditch, than Mohammed, without laying aside his armor, marched on the same day to extirpate the hostile race of the children of Koreada. After a resistance of 25 days, they surrendered at discretion. They trusted to the intercession of their old allies of Medina. They could not be ignorant that fanaticism obliterates the feelings of humanity. A venerable elder, to whose judgment they appealed, pronounced the sentence of their death. 700 Jews were dragged in chains to the marketplace of the city. They descended alive into the grave prepared for their execution and burial, and the apostle beheld with an inflexible eye the slaughter of his helpless enemies. Their sheep and camels were inherited by the Mussulmans. 300 cuirasses, 500 pikes, 1,000 lances, composed the most useful portion of the spoil. 6 days' journey to the northeast of Medina, the ancient and wealthy town of Khaybar was the seat of the Jewish power in Arabia. The territory, a fertile spot in the desert, was covered with plantations and cattle, and protected by 8 castles, some of which were esteemed of impregnable strength. The forces of Mohammed consisted of 200 horse and 1,400 foot. In the succession of 8 regular and painful sieges, they were exposed to danger and fatigue and hunger, and the most undaunted chiefs despaired of the event. The apostle revived their faith and courage by the example of Ali, on whom he bestowed the surname of the Lion of God. Perhaps we may believe that a Hebrew champion of gigantic stature was cloven to the chest by his irresistible scimitar, but we cannot praise the modesty of romance, which represents him as tearing from its hinges the gate of a fortress, and wielding the ponderous buckler in his left hand. After the reduction of the castles, the town of Khaybar submitted to the yoke. The chief of the tribe was tortured, in the presence of Mohammed, to force a confession of his hidden treasure. The industry of the shepherds and husbandmen was rewarded with a precarious toleration. They were permitted, so long as it should please the conqueror, to improve their patrimony in equal shares for his emolument and their own. Under the reign of Omar, the Jews of Khaybar were transplanted to Syria, and the Caliph alleged the injunction of his dying master that one and the true religion should be professed in his native land of Arabia. 5 times each day the eyes of Mohammed were turned towards Mecca, and he was urged by the most sacred and powerful motives to revisit, as a conqueror, the city and the temple from whence he had been driven as an exile. The Kaaba was present to his waking and sleeping fancy. An idle dream was translated into vision and prophecy. He unfurled the holy banner, and a rash promise of success too hastily dropped from the lips of the apostle. His march from Medina to Mecca displayed the peaceful and solemn pomp of a pilgrimage. 70 camels, chosen and bedecked for sacrifice, preceded the van. The sacred territory was respected, and the captives were dismissed without ransom to proclaim his clemency and devotion. But no sooner did Mahomet descend into the plain, within a day's journey of the city, than he exclaimed, "They have clothed themselves with the skin of tigers." The numbers and resolution of the Koreish opposed his progress, and the roving Arabs of the desert might desert or betray a leader whom they had followed for the hopes of spoil. The intrepid fanatic sunk into a cool and cautious politician. He waived in the treaty his title of Apostle of God, concluded with the Koreish and their allies a truce of 10 years, engaged to restore the fugitives of Mecca who should embrace his religion, and stipulated only for the ensuing year the humble privilege of entering the city as a friend, and of remaining 3 days to accomplish the rites of the pilgrimage. A cloud of shame and sorrow hung on the retreat of the Mussulmans, and their disappointment might justly accuse the failure of a prophet who had so often appealed to the evidence of success. The faith and hope of the pilgrims were rekindled by the prospect of Mecca. Their swords were sheathed. 7 times in the footsteps of the apostle they encompassed the Kaaba. The Koreish had retired to the hills, and Mahomet, after the customary sacrifice, evacuated the city on the 4th day. The people was edified by his devotion. The hostile chiefs were awed, or divided, or seduced, and both Khalid and Amru, the future conquerors of Syria and Egypt, most seasonably deserted the sinking cause of idolatry. The power of Mahomet was increased by the submission of the Arabian tribes. 10,000 soldiers were assembled for the conquest of Mecca, and the idolaters, the weaker party, were easily convicted of violating the truce. Enthusiasm and discipline impelled the march, and preserved the secret, till the blaze of 10,000 fires proclaimed to the astonished Koreish the design, the approach, and the irresistible force of the enemy. The haughty Abu Sophian presented the keys of the city, admired the variety of arms and ensigns that passed before him in review, and observed that the son of Abdallah had acquired a mighty kingdom, and confessed, under the scimitar of Omar, that he was the apostle of the true God. The return of Marius and Sulla was stained with the blood of the Romans. The revenge of Mahomet was stimulated by religious zeal, and his injured followers were eager to execute or to prevent the order of a massacre. Instead of indulging their passions and his own, the victorious exile forgave the guilt and united the factions of Mecca. His troops, in 3 divisions, marched into the city. 8 and 20 of the inhabitants were slain by the sword of Khalid. 11 men and 6 women were proscribed by the sentence of Mohammed, but he blamed the cruelty of his lieutenant, and several of the most obnoxious victims were indebted for their lives to his clemency or contempt. The chiefs of the Koreish were prostrate at his feet. "What mercy can you expect from the man whom you have wronged?" "We confide in the generosity of our kinsmen." "And you shall not confide in vain. Begone! You are safe. You are free." The people of Mecca deserved their pardon by the profession of Islam, and after an exile of 7 years, the fugitive missionary was enthroned as the prince and prophet of his native country. But the 360 idols of the Kaaba were ignominiously broken. The house of God was purified and adorned, as an example to future times. The apostle again fulfilled the duties of a pilgrim, and a perpetual law was enacted that no unbeliever should dare set his foot on the territory of the holy city. The conquest of Mecca determined the faith and obedience of the Arabian tribes, who, according to the vicissitudes of fortune, had obeyed or disregarded the eloquence or the arms of the prophet. Indifference for rites and opinions still marks the character of the Bedoweens, and they might accept, as loosely as they hold, the doctrine of the Koran. The fugitives and auxiliaries complained that they who had borne the burden were neglected in the season of victory. "Alas," replied their artful leader, "suffer me to conciliate these recent enemies, these doubtful proselytes, by the gift of some perishable goods. To your guard I entrust my life and fortunes. You are the companions of my exile, of my kingdom, and of my paradise." He was followed by the deputies of Taif, who dreaded the repetition of a siege. "Grant us, O apostle of God, a truce of 3 years with the toleration of our ancient worship." not a month, not an hour. Excuse us, at least, from the obligation of prayer. Without prayer, religion is of no avail. They submitted in silence. Their temples were demolished, and the same sentence was executed on all the idols of Arabia. His lieutenants on the shores of the Red Sea, the ocean, and the Gulf of Persia, were saluted by the acclamations of a faithful people, and the ambassadors who knelt before the throne of Medina were as numerous, says the Arabian proverb, as the dates that fall from the maturity of a palm tree. The nation submitted to the God and the scepter of Mohammed. The opprobrious name of tribute was abolished. The spontaneous or reluctant oblations of alms and tithes were applied to the service of religion, and 114,000 Moslems accompanied the last pilgrimage of the apostle. When Heraclius returned in triumph from the Persian war, he entertained at Emesa one of the ambassadors of Mohammed, who invited the princes and nations of the earth to the profession of Islam. On this foundation, the zeal of the Arabians has supposed the secret conversion of the Christian emperor. The vanity of the Greeks has feigned a personal visit of the prince of Medina, who accepted from the royal bounty a rich domain and a secure retreat in the province of Syria. But the friendship of Heraclius and Mohammed was of short continuance. The new religion had inflamed rather than assuaged the rapacious spirit of the Saracens, and the murder of an envoy afforded a decent pretense for invading, with 3,000 soldiers, the territory of Palestine, that extends to the eastward of the Jordan. The holy banner was entrusted to Zaid, and such was the discipline or enthusiasm of the rising sect, that the noblest chiefs served without reluctance under the slave of the prophet. On the event of his decease, Ja'far and Abdallah were successively substituted to the command, and if the three should perish in the war, the troops were authorized to elect their general. The three leaders were slain in the battle of Mu'tah, the first military action which tried the valor of the Moslems against a foreign enemy. Zayd fell like a soldier in the foremost ranks. The death of Ja'far was heroic and memorable. He lost his right hand. He shifted the standard to his left. The left was severed from his body. He embraced the standard with his bleeding stumps, till he was transfixed to the ground with 50 honorable wounds. "Advance!" cried Abdallah, who stepped into the vacant place. "Advance with confidence! Either victory or paradise is our own." The lance of a Roman decided the alternative, but the falling standard was rescued by Khalid, the proselyte of Mecca. 9 swords were broken in his hand, and his valor withstood and repulsed the superior numbers of the Christians. In the nocturnal council of the camp he was chosen to command. His skilful evolutions of the ensuing day ensured either the victory or the retreat of the Saracens, and Khalid is renowned among his brethren and his enemies by the glorious appellation of the Sword of God. In the pulpit, Mohammed described with prophetic rapture the crowns of the blessed martyrs, but in private he betrayed the feelings of human nature. He was surprised as he wept over the daughter of Zayd. "What do I see?" said the astonished votary. "You see," replied the apostle, "a friend who is deploring the loss of his most faithful friend." After the conquest of Mecca, the sovereign of Arabia affected to prevent the hostile preparations of Heraclius, and solemnly proclaimed war against the Romans, without attempting to disguise the hardships and dangers of the enterprise. The Moslems were discouraged. They alleged the want of money, of horses, of provisions, the season of harvest, and the intolerable heat of the summer. "Hell is much hotter," said the indignant prophet. He disdained to compel their service, but on his return he admonished the most guilty by an excommunication of 50 days. Their desertion enhanced the merit of Abu Bekr, Othman, and the faithful companions who devoted their lives and fortunes, and Mohammed displayed his banner at the head of 10,000 horse and 20,000 foot. Painful indeed was the distress of the march. Lassitude and thirst were aggravated by the scorching and pestilential winds of the desert. 10 men rode by turns on the same camel. They were reduced to the shameful necessity of drinking the water from the belly of that useful animal. In the midway, 10 days' journey from Medina to Damascus, they reposed near the grove and fountain of Tabuk. Beyond that place Mohammed declined the prosecution of the war. he declared himself satisfied with the peaceful intentions. He was more probably daunted by the martial army of the emperor of the East. But the active and intrepid Khalid spread around the terror of his name, and the prophet received the submission of the tribes and cities, from the Euphrates to Illah at the head of the Red Sea. To his Christian subjects Mohammed readily granted the security of their persons, the freedom of their trade, the property of their goods, and the toleration of their worship. The weakness of their Arabian brethren had restrained them from opposing his ambition. The disciples of Jesus were endeared to the enemy of the Jews, and it was the interest of a conqueror to propose a fair capitulation to the most powerful religion of the earth. Till the age of 63 years, the strength of Mohammed was equal to the temporal and spiritual fatigues of his mission. His epileptic fits, an absurd calumny of the Greeks, would be an object of pity rather than abhorrence. But he seriously believed that he was poisoned at Khaybar by the revenge of a Jewish female. During 4 years the health of the prophet declined, his infirmities increased, but his mortal disease was a fever of 14 days, which deprived him by intervals of the use of reason. As soon as he was conscious of his danger, he edified his brethren by the humility of his virtue or penitence. "If there be any man," said the apostle from the pulpit, "whom I have unjustly scourged, I submit my own back to the lash of retaliation. Have I aspersed the reputation of a Mussulman? Let him proclaim my faults in the face of the congregation. Has any one been despoiled of his goods? The little that I possess shall compensate the principal and the interest of the debt." "Yes," replied a voice from the crowd, "I am entitled to 3 drachms of silver." Mohammed heard the complaint, satisfied the demand, and thanked his creditor for accusing him in this world rather than at the day of judgment. He beheld with temperate firmness the approach of death, enfranchised his slaves, 17 men, as they are named, and 11 women, minutely directed the order of his funeral, and moderated the lamentations of his weeping friends, on whom he bestowed the benediction of peace. Till the 3rd day before his death, he regularly performed the function of public prayer. The choice of Abu Bekr to supply his place appeared to mark that ancient and faithful friend as his successor in the sacerdotal and regal office, but he prudently declined the risk and envy of a more explicit nomination. At a moment when his faculties were visibly impaired, he called for pen and ink to write, or more properly to dictate, a divine book, the sum and accomplishment of all his revelations. A dispute arose in the chamber whether he should be allowed to supersede the authority of the Koran, and the prophet was forced to reprove the indecent vehemence of his disciples. If the slightest credit may be afforded to the traditions of his wives and companions, he maintained in the bosom of his family, and to the last moments of his life, the dignity of an apostle and the faith of an enthusiast, described the visits of Gabriel, who bid an everlasting farewell to the earth, and expressed his lively confidence, not only of the mercy, but of the favor of the Supreme Being. In a familiar discourse, he had mentioned his special prerogative, that the angel of death was not allowed to take his soul till he had respectfully asked the permission of the prophet. The request was granted, and Mohammed immediately fell into the agony of his dissolution. His head was reclined on the lap of Ayesha, the best beloved of all his wives. He fainted with the violence of pain. Recovering his spirits, he raised his eyes towards the roof of the house, and with a steady look, though a faltering voice, uttered the last broken, though articulate words: "O God, pardon my sins. Yes, I come among my fellow citizens on high," and thus peacefully expired on a carpet spread upon the floor. An expedition for the conquest of Syria was stopped by this mournful event. The army halted at the gates of Medina. The chiefs were assembled round their dying master. The city, more especially the house of the prophet, was a scene of clamorous sorrow or silent despair. Fanaticism alone could suggest a ray of hope and consolation. "How can he be dead? Our witness, our intercessor, our mediator with God. By God, he is not dead. Like Moses and Jesus, he is wrapped in a holy trance, and speedily he will return to his faithful people." The evidence of sense was disregarded, And Omar, unsheathing his scimitar, threatened to strike off the heads of the infidels who should dare to affirm that the Prophet was no more. The tumult was appeased by the weight and moderation of Abu Bekr. "Is it Mohammed," said he to Omar and the multitude, "or the God of Mohammed whom you worship? The God of Mohammed liveth for ever, but the apostle was a mortal like ourselves, and, according to his own prediction, he has experienced the common fate of mortality." He was piously interred by the hands of his nearest kinsmen, on the same spot on which he expired. Medina has been sanctified by the death and the burial of Mohammed, and the innumerable pilgrims of Mecca often turn aside from the way to bow, in voluntary devotion, before the simple tomb of the Prophet. At the conclusion of the life of Mohammed, it may perhaps be expected that I should balance his faults and virtues, that I should decide whether the title of enthusiast or impostor more properly belongs to that extraordinary man. Had I been intimately conversant with the son of Abdallah, the task would still be difficult, and the success uncertain. At the distance of 12 centuries, I darkly contemplate his shade through a cloud of religious incense; and could I truly delineate the portrait of an hour, the fleeting resemblance would not equally apply to the solitary of Mount Hera, to the preacher of Mecca, and to the conqueror of Arabia. The author of a mighty revolution appears to have been endowed with a pious and contemplative disposition. So soon as marriage had raised him above the pressure of want, he avoided the paths of ambition and avarice, and till the age of 40 he lived with innocence, and would have died without a name. The unity of God is an idea most congenial to nature and reason, and a slight conversation with the Jews and Christians would teach him to despise and detest the idolatry of Mecca. It was the duty of a man and a citizen to impart the doctrine of salvation, to rescue his country from the dominion of sin and error. The energy of a mind incessantly bent on the same object would convert a general obligation into a particular call. The warm suggestions of the understanding or the fancy would be felt as the inspirations of heaven. The labor of thought would expire in rapture and vision, and the inward sensation, the invisible monitor, would be described with the form and attributes of an angel of God. From enthusiasm to imposture, the step is perilous and slippery. The demon of Socrates affords a memorable instance how a wise man may deceive himself, how a good man may deceive others, how the conscience may slumber in a mixed and middle state between self-illusion and voluntary fraud. Charity may believe that the original motives of Mahomet were those of pure and genuine benevolence, but a human missionary is incapable of cherishing the obstinate unbelievers who reject his claims, despise his arguments, and persecute his life. He might forgive his personal adversaries, he might lawfully hate the enemies of God. The stern passions of pride and revenge were kindled in the bosom of Mahomet, and he sighed, like the prophet of Nineveh, for the destruction of the rebels whom he had condemned. The injustice of Mecca and the choice of Medina transformed the citizen into a prince, the humble preacher into the leader of armies, but his sword was consecrated by the example of the saints. And the same God who afflicts a sinful world with pestilence and earthquakes might inspire for their conversion or chastisement the valor of his servants. In the exercise of political government he was compelled to abate of the stern rigor of fanaticism, to comply in some measure with the prejudices and passions of his followers, and to employ even the vices of mankind as the instruments of their salvation. The use of fraud and perfidy, of cruelty and injustice, were often subservient to the propagation of the faith, and Mahomet commanded or approved the assassination of the Jews and idolaters who had escaped from the field of battle. By the repetition of such acts the character of Mahomet must have been gradually stained, and the influence of such pernicious habits would be poorly compensated by the practice of the personal and social virtues which are necessary to maintain the reputation of a prophet among his sectaries and friends. Of his last years, ambition was the ruling passion, and a politician will suspect that he secretly smiled, the victorious impostor, at the enthusiasm of his youth and the credulity of his proselytes. A philosopher will observe that their credulity and his success would tend more strongly to fortify the assurance of his divine mission that his interest and religion were inseparably connected, and that his conscience would be soothed by the persuasion that he alone was absolved by the Deity from the obligation of positive and moral laws. If he retained any vestige of his native innocence, the sins of Mahomet may be allowed as an evidence of his sincerity. In the support of truth, the arts of fraud and fiction may be deemed less criminal, and he would have started at the foulness of the means, had he not been satisfied of the importance and justice of the end. Even in a conqueror or a priest, I can surprise a word or action of unaffected humanity, and the decree of Mahomet that, in the sale of captives, the mothers should never be separated from their children may suspend or moderate the censure of the historian. End of chapter 50, part 6. Chapter 50, part 7 of the History of the Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of the Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, Volume 5, Chapter 50, Part 7. The good sense of Mohammed despised the pomp of royalty. The apostle of God submitted to the menial offices of the family. He kindled the fire, swept the floor, milked the ewes, and mended with his own hands his shoes and his woolen garment. Disdaining the penance and the merit of a hermit, he observed, without effort or vanity, the abstemious diet of an Arab and a soldier. On solemn occasions he feasted his companions with rustic and hospitable plenty, but in his domestic life many weeks would elapse without a fire being kindled on the hearth of the prophet. The interdiction of wine was confirmed by his example. His hunger was appeased with a sparing allowance of barley bread. He delighted in the taste of milk and honey, but his ordinary food consisted of dates and water. Perfumes and women were the two sensual enjoyments which his nature required, and his religion did not forbid. And Mohammed affirmed that the fervor of his devotion was increased by these innocent pleasures. The heat of the climate inflames the blood of the Arabs, and their libidinous complexion has been noticed by the writers of antiquity. Their incontinence was regulated by the civil and religious laws of the Koran. Their incestuous alliances were blamed. The boundless license of polygamy was reduced to 4 legitimate wives or concubines. Their rights, both of bed and of dowry, were equitably determined, and the freedom of divorce was discouraged. Adultery was condemned as a capital offense, and fornication in either sex was punished with 100 stripes. Such were the calm and rational precepts of the legislator, but in his private conduct Mohammed indulged the appetites of a man and abused the claims of a prophet. A special revelation dispensed him from the laws which he had imposed on his nation. The female sex, without reserve, was abandoned to his desires, and this singular prerogative excited the envy rather than the scandal, the veneration rather than the envy, of the devout Mussulmans. If we remember the 700 wives and 300 concubines of the wise Solomon, we shall applaud the modesty of the Arabian, who espoused no more than 17 or 15 wives. 11 are enumerated, who occupied at Medina their separate apartments round the house of the apostle, and enjoyed in their turns the favor of his conjugal society. What is singular enough, that they were all widows, excepting only Aisha, the daughter of Abu Bekr. She was doubtless a virgin, since Mohammed consummated his nuptials, such is the premature ripeness of the climate, when she was only 9 years of age. The youth, the beauty, and the spirit of Aisha gave her a superior ascendant. She was beloved and trusted by the prophet, and after his death, the daughter of Abu Bekr was long revered as the mother of the faithful. Her behavior has been ambiguous and indiscreet. In a nocturnal march, she was accidentally left behind, and in the morning Aisha returned to the camp with a man. The temper of Mohammed was inclined to jealousy, but a divine revelation assured him of her innocence. He chastised her accusers, and published a law of domestic peace, that no woman should be condemned unless 4 male witnesses had seen her in the act of adultery. In his adventures with Zaneb, the wife of Zaid, and with Mary, an Egyptian captive, the amorous prophet forgot the interests of his reputation. At the house of Zaid, his freedman and adopted son, he beheld, in a loose undress, the beauty of Zaynab, and burst forth into an ejaculation of devotion and desire. The servile or grateful freedman understood the hint, and yielded without hesitation to the love of his benefactor. But as the filial relation had excited some doubt and scandal, the angel Gabriel descended from heaven to ratify the deed, to annul the adoption, and to gently reprove the apostle for distrusting the indulgence of his God. One of his wives, Hafna, the daughter of Omar, surprised him on her own bed in the embraces of his Egyptian captive. She promised secrecy and forgiveness. He swore that he would renounce the possession of Mary. Both parties forgot their engagements, and Gabriel again descended with a chapter of the Koran to absolve him from his oath, and to exhort him freely to enjoy his captives and concubines, without listening to the clamors of his wives. In a solitary retreat of 30 days, he labored alone with Mary to fulfill the commands of the angel. When his love and revenge were satiated, he summoned to his presence his 11 wives, reproached their disobedience and indiscretion, and threatened them with the sentence of divorce, both in this world and in the next. A dreadful sentence, since those who had ascended the bed of the prophet were forever excluded from the hope of a second marriage. Perhaps the incontinence of Mohammed may be palliated by the tradition of his nocturnal or prenatural gifts. He united the manly virtue of 30 of the children of Adam, and the apostle might rival the 13th labor of the Grecian Hercules. A more serious and decent excuse may be drawn from his fidelity to Khadijah. During the 24 years of their marriage, her youthful husband abstained from the right of polygamy, and the pride or tenderness of the venerable matron was never insulted by the society of a rival. After her death, he placed her in the rank of the 4 perfect women, with the sister of Moses, the mother of Jesus, and Fatima, the best beloved of his daughters. Was she not old? Said Aisha, with the insolence of a blooming beauty. Has not God given you a better in her place? No, by God, said Mohammed, with an effusion of honest gratitude. There can never be a better. She believed in me when men despised me. She relieved my wants when I was poor and persecuted by the world. In the largest indulgence of polygamy, the founder of a religion and empire might aspire to multiply the chances of a numerous posterity and a lineal succession. The hopes of Mohammed were fatally disappointed. The virgin Aisha and his 10 widows of mature age and approved fertility were barren in his potent embraces. The 4 sons of Khadijah died in their infancy. Mary, his Egyptian concubine, was endeared to him by the birth of Ibrahim. At the end of 15 months, the prophet wept over his grave, but he sustained with firmness the raillery of his enemies, and checked the adulation or credulity of the Moslems by the assurance that an eclipse of the sun was not occasioned by the death of the infant. Khadijah had likewise given him 4 daughters, who were married to the most faithful of his disciples. The 3 eldest died before their father, but Fatima, who possessed his confidence and love, became the wife of her cousin Ali, and the mother of an illustrious progeny. The merit and misfortunes of Ali and his descendants would lead me to anticipate in this place the series of the Saracen Caliphs, a title which describes the commanders of the faithful as the vicars and the successors of the Apostle of God. The birth, the alliance, the character of Ali, which exalted him above the rest of his countrymen, might justify his claim to the vacant throne of Arabia. The son of Abu Talib was, in his own right, the chief of the family of Hashim, and the hereditary prince or guardian of the city and temple of Mecca. The light of prophecy was extinct, but the husband of Fatima might expect the inheritance and the blessing of her father. The Arabs had sometimes been patient of a female reign, and the 2 grandsons of the prophet had been fondled in his lap, and shown in the pulpit as the hope of his age, and the chief of the youth of paradise. The first of the true believers might aspire to march before them in this world and in the next, and if some were of a more graver and more rigid cast, the zeal and virtue of Ali were never outstripped by any recent proselyte. He united the qualifications of a poet, a soldier, and a saint. His wisdom still breathes in a collection of moral and righteous sayings, and every antagonist in the combats of the tongue or the sword was subdued by his eloquence and valor. From the first hour of his mission to the last rites of his funeral, the apostle was never forsaken by a generous friend, whom he delighted to name his brother, his vice-regent, and the faithful Aaron of a second Moses. The son of Abu Talib was afterwards reproached for neglecting to secure his interest by a solemn declaration of his right, which would have silenced all competition and sealed his succession by the decrees of heaven. But the unsuspecting hero confided in himself. The jealousy of empire, and perhaps the fear of opposition, might suspend the resolutions of Mohammed, and the bed of sickness was besieged by the artful Aisha, the daughter of Abu Bekr, and the enemy of Ali. The silence and death of the prophet restored the liberty of the people, and his companions convened an assembly to deliberate on the choice of his successor. The hereditary claim and the lofty spirit of Ali were offensive to an aristocracy of elders, desirous of bestowing and resuming the scepter by a free and frequent election. The Koreish could never be reconciled to the proud preeminence of the line of Hashim. The ancient discord of the tribes were rekindled. The fugitives of Mecca and the auxiliaries of Medina asserted their respective merits, and the rash proposal of choosing two independent caliphs would have crushed in their infancy the religion and the empire of the Saracens. The tumult was appeased by the disinterested resolution of Omar, who, suddenly renouncing his own pretensions, stretched forth his hand and declared himself the first subject of the mild and venerable Abu Bekr. The urgency of the moment and the acquiescence of the people might excuse this illegal and precipitate measure, but Omar himself confessed from the pulpit that, if any Mussulman should hereafter presume to anticipate the suffrage of his brethren, both the elector and the elected would be worthy of death. After the simple inauguration of Abu Bekr, he was obeyed in Medina, Mecca, and the provinces of Arabia. The Hashemites alone declined the oath of fidelity, and their chief in his own house maintained above 6 months a sullen and independent reserve, without listening to the threats of Omar, who attempted to consume with fire the habitation of the daughter of the apostle. The death of Fatima and the decline of his party subdued the indignant spirit of Ali. He condescended to salute the commander of the faithful, and accepted his excuse of the necessity of preventing their common enemies, and wisely rejected his courteous offer of abdicating the government of the Arabians. After a reign of 2 years, the aged caliph was summoned by the angel of death. In his testament, with the tacit approbation of the companions, he bequeathed the scepter to the firm and intrepid virtue of Omar. "I have no occasion," said the modest candidate, "for the place." "But the place has occasion for you," replied Abu Bekr, who expired with a fervent prayer that the God of Mohammed would ratify his choice, and direct the Mussulmans in the way of concord and obedience. The prayer was not ineffectual, since Ali himself, in a life of privacy and prayer, professed to revere the superior worth and dignity of his rival, who comforted him with the loss of empire by the most flattering marks of confidence and esteem. In the 12th year of his reign, Omar received a mortal wound from the hand of an assassin. He rejected with equal impartiality the names of his son and of Ali, refused to load his conscience with the sins of his successor, and devolved on 6 of the most respectable companions the arduous task of electing a commander of the faithful. On this occasion Ali was again blamed by his friends for submitting his right to the judgment of men, for recognizing their jurisdiction by accepting a place among the 6 electors. He might have obtained their suffrage had he deigned to promise a strict and servile conformity, not only to the Koran and the tradition, but likewise to the determination of the 2 signors. With these limitations, Othman, the secretary of Mohammed, accepted the government, nor was it till after the 3rd caliph, 24 years after the death of the prophet, that Ali was invested by the popular choice with the regal and sacerdotal office. The manners of the Arabians retained their primitive simplicity, and the son of Abu Talib despised the pomp and vanity of this world. At the hour of prayer he repaired to the mosque of Medina, clothed in a thin cotton gown, a coarse turban on his head, his slippers in one hand, his bow in the other, instead of a walking staff. The companions of the prophet and the chiefs of the tribe saluted their new sovereign and gave him their right hands as a sign of fealty and allegiance. The mischiefs that flow from the conquests of ambition are usually confined to the times and countries in which they have been agitated. But the religious discord of the friends and enemies of Ali have been renewed in every age of the Hegira, and is still maintained in the immortal hatred of the Persians and Turks. The former, who are branded with the appellation of Shiites or sectaries, have enriched the Mohammedan creed with a new article of faith, and if Mohammed be the apostle, his companion Ali is the vicar of God. In their private concourse, in their public worship, they bitterly execrate the three usurpers who intercepted his indefeasible right to the dignity of Imam and Caliph, and the name of Omar expresses in their tongue the perfect accomplishment of wickedness and impiety. The Sonnites, who are supported by the general consent and orthodox tradition of the Mussulmans, entertain a more impartial, or at least a more decent opinion. They respect the memory of Abu Bakr, Omar, Uthman, and Ali, the holy and legitimate successors of the Prophet, but they assign the last and most humble place to the husband of Fatima, in the persuasion that the order of succession was determined by the degrees of sanctity. An historian, who balances the four caliphs with a hand unshaken by superstition, will calmly pronounce that their manners were alike pure and exemplary, that their zeal was fervent and probably sincere, and that, in the midst of riches and power, their lives were devoted to the practice of moral and religious duties. But the public virtues of Abu Bakr and Omar, the prudence of the first, the severity of the second, maintained the peace and prosperity of their reigns. The feeble temper and declining age of Othman were incapable of sustaining the weight of conquest and empire. He chose and was deceived. He trusted and he was betrayed. The most deserving of the faithful became useless or hostile to his government, and his lavish bounty was productive only of ingratitude and discontent. The spirit of discord went forth in the provinces. Their deputies assembled at Medina, and the Charagites, the desperate fanatics who disclaimed the yoke of subordination and reason, were confounded among the freeborn Arabs, who demanded the redress of their wrongs and the punishment of their oppressors. From Cufa, from Basra, from Egypt, from the tribes of the desert, they rose in arms, encamped about a league from Medina, and dispatched a haughty mandate to their sovereign, requiring him to execute justice or to descend from the throne. His repentance began to disarm and disperse the insurgents, but their fury was rekindled by the arts of his enemies, and the forgery of a perfidious secretary was contrived to blast his reputation and precipitate his fall. The Caliph had lost the only guard of his predecessors, the esteem and confidence of the Moslems. During a siege of 6 weeks, his water and provisions were intercepted, and the feeble gates of the palace were protected only by the scruples of the more timorous rebels. Forsaken by those who had abused his simplicity, the helpless and venerable Caliph expected the approach of death. The brother of Ayesha marched at the head of the assassins, and Othman, with the Koran in his lap, was pierced with a multitude of wounds. A tumultuous anarchy of 5 days was appeased by the inauguration of Ali. His refusal would have provoked a general massacre. In this painful situation he supported the becoming pride of the chief of the Hashemites, declared that he had rather serve than reign, rebuked the presumption of the strangers, and required the formal, if not the voluntary, assent of the chiefs of the nations. He has never been accused of prompting the assassination of Omar, though Persia indiscreetly celebrates the festival of that holy martyr. The quarrel between Othman and his subjects was assuaged by the early mediation of Ali, and Hassan, the eldest of his sons, was insulted and wounded in the defense of the Caliph. Yet it is doubtful whether the father of Hassan was strenuous and sincere in his opposition to the rebels, and it is certain that he enjoyed the benefit of their crime. The temptation was indeed of such magnitude as might stagger and corrupt the most obdurate virtue. The ambitious candidate no more aspired to the barren scepter of Arabia. The Saracens had been victorious in the east and west, and the wealthy kingdoms of Persia, Syria, and Egypt were the patrimony of the commander of the faithful. End of chapter 50, part 7. Chapter 50, Part 8 of The Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of the Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, Volume 5, Chapter 50, Part 8. A life of prayer and contemplation had not chilled the martial activity of Ali, but in a mature age, after a long experience of mankind, he still betrayed in his conduct the rashness and indiscretion of youth. In the first days of his reign he neglected to secure, either by gifts or fetters, the doubtful allegiance of Telha and Zobeir, two of the most powerful of the Arabian chiefs. They escaped from Medina to Mecca, and thence to Basra, erected the standard of revolt, and usurped the government of Iraq, or Assyria, which they had vainly solicited as the reward of their services. The mask of patriotism is allowed to cover the most glaring inconsistencies, and the enemies, perhaps the assassins of Othman, now demanded the vengeance for his blood. They were accompanied in their flight by Ayesha, the widow of the Prophet, who cherished to the last hour of her life an implacable hatred against the husband and posterity of Fatima. The most reasonable Muslims were scandalized that the mother of the faithful should expose in a camp her person and character, but the superstitious crowd was confident that her presence would sanctify the justice and assure the success of their cause. At the head of 20,000 of his loyal Arabs and 9,000 valiant auxiliaries of Kufa, the Caliph encountered and defeated the superior numbers of the rebels under the walls of Basra. Their leaders, Telha and Zobeir, were slain in the first battle that stained with civil blood the arms of the Moslems. After passing through the ranks to animate the troops, Ayesha had chosen her post amidst the dangers of the field. In the heat of the action, 70 men who held the bridle of her camel were successively killed or wounded, and the cage, or litter, in which she sat was stuck with javelins and darts like the quills of a porcupine. The venerable captive sustained with firmness the reproaches of the conqueror, and speedily dismissed to her proper station at the tomb of Mohammed with the respect and tenderness that was still due to the widow of the apostle. After this victory, which was styled the Day of the Camel, Ali marched against a more formidable adversary, against Moawiyah, the son of Abu Sufyan, who had assumed the title of Caliph, and whose claim was supported by the forces of Syria and the interests of the house of Umayyah. From the passage of Thapsacus, the plain of Sufin extends along the western bank of the Euphrates. On this spacious and level theater the two competitors waged a desultory war of 110 days. In the course of 90 actions or skirmishes, the loss of Ali was estimated at 25, that of Moawiyah at 45,000 soldiers, and the list of the slain was dignified with the names of 25 veterans who had fought at Badr under the standard of Mohammed. In this sanguinary contest, the lawful Caliph displayed a superior character of valor and humanity. His troops were strictly enjoined to await the first onset of the enemy, to spare their flying brethren, and to respect the bodies of the dead, and the chastity of the female captives. He generously proposed to save the blood of the Moslems by a single combat, but his trembling rival declined the challenge as a sentence of inevitable death. The ranks of the Syrians were broken by a charge of a hero who was mounted on a piebald horse, and wielded with irresistible force his ponderous and two-edged sword. As often as he smote a rebel, he shouted the Allah Akbar, God is victorious, and in the tumult of a nocturnal battle he was heard to repeat 400 times that tremendous exclamation. The Prince of Damascus already meditated his flight, but the certain victory was snatched from the grasp of Ali by the disobedience and enthusiasm of his troops. Their conscience was awed by the solemn appeal to the books of the Koran, which Moawiyah exposed on the foremost lances, and Ali was compelled to yield to a disgraceful truce and an insidious compromise. He retreated with sorrow and indignation to Kufa. His party was discouraged. The distant provinces of Persia, of Yemen, and of Egypt were subdued or seduced by his crafty rival, and the stroke of fanaticism, which was aimed against the three chiefs of the nation, was fatal only to the cousin of Mohammed. In the temple of Mecca, 3 Cheregites, or enthusiasts, discoursed on the disorders of the church and state, and they soon agreed that the deaths of Ali, of Moawiyah, and of his friend Amru the vice-regent of Egypt, would restore the peace and unity of religion. Each of the assassins chose his victim, poisoned his dagger, devoted his life, and secretly repaired to the scene of action. Their resolution was equally desperate, but the first mistook the person of Amru, and stabbed the deputy who occupied his seat. The prince of Damascus was dangerously hurt by the second. The lawful caliph, in the mosque of Cufa, received a mortal wound from the hand of the third. He expired in the 63rd year of his age, and mercifully recommended to his children that they would dispatch the murderer by a single stroke. The sepulchre of Ali was concealed from the tyrants of the house of Omiyyah, but in the 4th age of the Hegira, a tomb, a temple, a city, arose near the ruins of Kufa. Many thousands of the Shiites repose in holy ground at the feet of the Vicar of God, and the desert is vivified by the numerous and annual visits of the Persians, who esteem their devotion not less meritorious than the pilgrimage of Mecca. The persecutors of Mohammed usurped the inheritance of his children, and the champions of idolatry became the supreme heads of his religion and empire. The opposition of Abu Sophian had been fierce and obstinate. His conversion was tardy and reluctant. His new faith was fortified by necessity and interest. He served, he fought, perhaps he believed, and the sins of the time of ignorance were expiated by the recent merits of the family of Omiyyah. Mohawiya, the son of Abu Sophian and of the cruel Henda, was dignified in his early youth with the office or title of secretary of the Prophet. The judgment of Omar entrusted him with the government of Syria. He administered that important province above 40 years, either in a subordinate or supreme rank. Without renouncing the fame of valor and liberality, he affected the reputation of humanity and moderation. A grateful people was attached to their benefactor, and the victorious Moslems were enriched with the spoils of Cyprus and Rhodes. The sacred duty of pursuing the assassins of Othman was the engine and pretense of his ambition. The bloody shirt of the martyr was exposed in the mosque of Damascus. The emir deplored the fate of his injured kinsman, and 60,000 Syrians were engaged in his service by an oath of fidelity and revenge. Amru, the conqueror of Egypt, himself an army, was the first who saluted the new monarch, and divulged the dangerous secret that the Arabian caliphs might be created elsewhere than in the city of the Prophet. The policy of Mohawiya eluded the valor of his rival, and after the death of Ali, he negotiated the abdication of his son Hassan, whose mind was either above or below the government of the world, and who retired without a sigh from the palace of Kufa to a humble cell near the tomb of his grandfather. The aspiring wishes of the caliph were finally crowned by the important change of an elective to an hereditary kingdom. Some murmurs of freedom or fanaticism attested the reluctance of the Arabs, and 4 citizens of Medina refused their oath of fidelity. But the designs of Mohawiya were conducted with vigor and address, and his son Yezid, a feeble and dissolute youth, was proclaimed as the commander of the faithful and the successor of the apostle of God. A familiar story is related of the benevolence of one of the sons of Ali. In serving at table, a slave had inadvertently dropped a dish of scalding broth on his master. The heedless wretch fell prostrate to deprecate his punishment, and repeated a verse of the Koran: "Paradise is for those who command their anger. I am not angry. And for those who pardon offenses, I pardon your offense. And for those who return good for evil, I give you your liberty and 400 pieces of silver." With an equal measure of piety, Hossein, the younger brother of Hassan, inherited the remnant of his father's spirit, and served with honor against the Christians in the siege of Constantinople. The primogeniture of the line of Hashim, and the holy character of the grandson of the apostle, had centered in his person, and he was at liberty to prosecute his claim against Yazid, the tyrant of Damascus, whose vices he despised, and whose title he had never deigned to acknowledge. A list was secretly transmitted from Kufa to Medina of 140,000 Moslems who professed their attachment to his cause, and who were eager to draw their swords as soon as he should appear on the banks of the Euphrates. Against the advice of his wisest friends, he resolved to trust his person and family in the hands of a perfidious people. He traversed the desert of Arabia with a timorous retinue of women and children, but as he approached the confines of Iraq, he was alarmed by the solitary or hostile face of the country, and suspected either the defection or ruin of his party. His fears were just. Obeidallah, the governor of Cafu, had extinguished the first sparks of an insurrection, and Hosein, on the plain of Kerbela, was encompassed by a body of 5,000 horse, who intercepted his communication with the city and the river. He might still have escaped to a fortress in the desert that had defied the power of Caesar and Chosroes, and confided in the fidelity of the tribe of Tai, who would have armed 10,000 warriors in his defense. In a conference with the chief of the enemy, he proposed the option of 3 honorable conditions: that he should be allowed to return to Medina, or be stationed in a frontier garrison against the Turks, or safely conducted to the presence of Yezid. But the commands of the Caliph or his lieutenant were stern and absolute, and Hosein was informed that he must either submit as a captive and criminal to the commander of the faithful, or expect the consequences of his rebellion. "Do you think," replied he, "to terrify me with death?" And during the short respite of a night, he prepared with calm and solemn resignation to encounter his fate. He checked the lamentations of his sister Fatima, who deplored the impending ruin of his house. "Our trust," said Hosein, "is in God alone. All things, both in heaven and earth, must perish and return to their Creator. My brother, my father, my mother were better than me, and every Mussulman has an example in the Prophet." He pressed his friends to consult their safety by a timely flight. They unanimously refused to desert or survive their beloved master, and their courage was fortified by a fervent prayer and the assurance of paradise. On the morning of the fatal day, he mounted on horseback, with his sword in one hand and the Koran in the other. His generous band of martyrs consisted only of 32 horse and 40 foot, but their flanks and rear were secured by the tent ropes and by a deep trench, which they had filled with lighted faggots, according to the practice of the Arabs. The enemy advanced with reluctance, and one of their chiefs deserted, with 30 followers, to claim the partnership of inevitable death. And in every close onset or single combat, the despair of the Fatimites was invincible. But the surrounding multitudes galled them from a distance with a cloud of arrows, and the horses and men were successively slain. A truce was allowed on both sides for the hour of prayer, and the battle at length expired by the death of the last of the companions of Hosein. Alone, weary and wounded, he seated himself at the door of his tent. As he tasted a drop of water, he was pierced in the mouth with a dart, and his son and nephew, 2 beautiful youths, were killed in his arms. He lifted his hands to heaven; they were full of blood, and he uttered a funeral prayer for the living and the dead. In a transport of despair, his sister issued from the tent, and adjured the general of the Kufians that he would not suffer Hosein to be murdered before his eyes. A tear trickled down his venerable beard, and the boldest of his soldiers fell back on every side as the dying hero threw himself among them. The remorseless Shamir, a name detested by the faithful, reproached their cowardice, and the grandson of Mohammed was slain with 33 strokes of lances and swords. After they had trampled on his body, they carried his head to the castle of Kufa, and the inhuman Obeidallah struck him on the mouth with a cane. "Alas!" exclaimed an aged Mussulman, "on those lips I have seen the lips of the apostle of God." In a distant age and climate, the tragic scene of the death of Hosein will awaken the sympathy of the coldest reader. On the annual festival of his martyrdom, in the devout pilgrimage to his sepulchre, his Persian votaries abandoned their souls to the religious frenzy of sorrow and indignation. When the sisters and children of Ali were brought in chains to the throne of Damascus, the Caliph was advised to extirpate the enmity of a popular and hostile race, whom he had injured beyond the hope of reconciliation. But Yezid preferred the counsels of mercy, and the mourning family was honorably dismissed to mingle their tears with their kindred at Medina. The glory of martyrdom superseded the right of primogeniture, and the 12 imams, or pontiffs, of the Persian creed are Ali, Hassan, Hussein, and the lineal descendants of Hussein to the 9th generation. Without arms, or treasures, or subjects, they successively enjoyed the veneration of the people, and provoked the jealousy of the reigning caliphs. Their tombs at Mecca or Medina, on the banks of the Euphrates, or in the province of Khorasan, are still visited by the devotion of their sect. Their names are often the pretense of sedition and civil war, But these royal saints despised the pomp of the world, submitted to the will of God and the injustice of man, and devoted their innocent lives to the study and the practice of religion. The 12th and last of the Imams, conspicuous by the title of Madahi, or guide, surpassed the solitude and sanctity of his predecessors. He concealed himself in a cave near Baghdad. The time and place of his death are uncertain, and his votaries pretend that he still lives, and will appear before the day of judgment to overthrow the dynasty of Dajjal, or the Antichrist. In the lapse of 2 or 3 centuries, the posterity of Abbas, the uncle of Muhammad, had multiplied to the number of 33,000. The race of Ali might be equally prolific. The meanest individual was above the first and greatest of princes, and the most eminent were supposed to excel the perfection of angels. But their adverse fortune, and the wide extent of the Mussulman empire, allowed an ample scope for every bold and artful impostor who claimed affinity with the holy seed. The scepter of the Almohades in Spain and Africa, of the Fatimites in Egypt and Syria, of the sultans of Yemen and the sophists of Persia, had been consecrated by this vague and ambiguous title. Under their reigns it might be dangerous to dispute the legitimacy of their birth, and one of the Fatimite caliphs silenced an indiscreet question by drawing his scimitar. "This," said Moez, "is my pedigree, and these," casting a handful of gold to his soldiers, "and these are my kindred and my children." In the various conditions of princes, or doctors, or nobles, or merchants, or beggars, a swarm of the genuine or fictitious descendants of Mohammed and Ali is honored with the appellation of sheikhs, or sherifs, or emirs. In the Ottoman Empire they are distinguished by a green turban, receive a stipend from the treasury, are judged only by their chief, and, however debased by fortune or character, still assert the proud preeminence of their birth. A family of 300 persons, the pure and orthodox branch of the Caliph Hassan, is preserved without taint or suspicion in the holy cities of Medina and Mecca, and still retains, after the revolutions of 12 centuries, the custody of the temple and the sovereignty of their native land. The fame and merit of Mohammed would ennoble a plebeian race, and the ancient blood of the Koreish transcends the recent majesty of the kings of the earth. The talents of Mohammed are entitled to our applause, but his success has, perhaps, too strongly. Are we surprised that a multitude of proselytes should embrace the doctrine and the passions of an eloquent fanatic? In the heresies of the Church, the same seduction has been tried and repeated from the time of the Apostles to that of the Reformers. Does it seem incredible that a private citizen should grasp the sword and the scepter, subdue his native country, and erect a monarchy by his victorious arms? In the moving picture of the dynasties of the East, 100 fortunate usurpers have arisen from a baser origin, surmounted more formidable obstacles, and filled a larger scope of empire and conquest. Mohammed was alike instructed to preach and to fight, and the union of those opposite qualities, while it enhanced his merit, contributed to his success. The operation of force and persuasion, of enthusiasm and fear, continually acted on each other, till every barrier yielded to their irresistible power. His voice invited the Arabs to freedom and victory, to arms and rapine, to the indulgence of their darling passions in this world and the other, and the restraints which he imposed were requisite to establish the credit of the Prophet, and to exercise the obedience of the people, and the only objection to his success was his rational creed of the unity and perfections of God. It is not the propagation, but the permanency of his religion that deserves our wonder. The same pure and perfect impression which he engraved at Mecca and Medina is still preserved, after the revolution of 12 centuries, by the Indian, the African, and the Turkish proselytes of the Koran. If the Christian apostles, St. Peter or St. Paul, could return to the Vatican, they might possibly inquire the name of the deity who is worshipped with such mysterious rites in that magnificent temple. At Oxford or Geneva they would experience less surprise, but it would still be incumbent on them to peruse the Catechism of the Church, and to study the orthodox commentators on their own writings and the words of their master. But the Turkish dome of St. Sophia, with an increase of splendor and size, represents the humble tabernacle erected at Medina by the hands of Mohammed. The Mohammedans have uniformly withstood the temptation of reducing the object of their faith and devotion to a level with the senses and imagination of man. I believe in one God, and Mohammed is the apostle of God, is the simple and invariable profession of Islam. The intellectual image of the deity has never been degraded by any visible idol. The honors of the prophet have never transgressed the measure of human virtue, and his living precepts have restrained the gratitude of his disciples within the bounds of reason and religion. The votaries of Ali have, indeed, consecrated the memory of their hero, his wife, and his children, and some of the Persian doctors pretend that the divine essence was incarnate in the person of the Imams. But their superstition is universally condemned by the Sunnites, and their impiety has afforded a seasonable warning against the worship of saints and martyrs. The metaphysical questions on the attributes of God and the liberty of man have been agitated in the schools of the Mohammedans as well as those of the Christians, but among the former they have never engaged the passions of the people or disturbed the tranquillity of the state. The cause of this important difference may be found in the separation or union of the regal and sacerdotal characters. It was the interest of the caliphs, the successors of the prophet, and the commanders of the faithful, to repress and discourage all religious innovations. The order, the discipline, the temporal and spiritual ambition of the clergy are unknown to the Moslems, and the sages of the law are the guides of their conscience and the oracles of their faith. From the Atlantic to the Ganges, the Koran is acknowledged as the fundamental code, not only of theology, but of civil and criminal jurisprudence, and the laws which regulate the actions and the property of mankind are guarded by the infallible and immutable sanction of the will of God. This religious servitude is attended with some practical disadvantage. The illiterate legislator has been often misled by his own prejudices and those of his country, and the institutions of the Arabian desert may be ill adapted to the wealth and numbers of Isfahan and Constantinople. On these occasions the Cadi respectfully places on his head the holy volume, and substitutes a dexterous interpretation more apposite to the principles of equity and the manners and policy of the times. His beneficial or pernicious influence on the public happiness is the last consideration in the character of Mohammed. The most bitter and most bigoted of his Christian or Jewish foes will surely allow that he assumed a false commission to inculcate a salutary doctrine, less perfect only than their own. He piously supposed as the basis of his religion the truth and sanctity of their prior revelations, the virtues and miracles of their founders. The idols of Arabia were broken before the throne of God, and the blood of human victims was expiated by prayer and fasting and alms, the laudable or innocent arts of devotion, and his rewards and punishments of a future life were painted by the images most congenial to an ignorant and carnal generation. Mohammed was, perhaps, incapable of dictating a moral and political system for the use of his countrymen, but he breathed among the faithful a spirit of charity and friendship, recommended the practice of social virtues, and checked by his laws and precepts the thirst of revenge and the oppression of widows and orphans. The hostile tribes were united in faith and obedience, and the valor which had been idly spent in domestic quarrels was vigorously directed against a foreign enemy. Had the impulse been less powerful, Arabia, free at home and formidable abroad, might have flourished under a succession of her native monarchs. Her sovereignty was lost by the extent and rapidity of conquest. The colonies of the nation were scattered over the east and west, and their blood was mingled with the blood of their converts and captives. After the reign of 3 caliphs, the throne was transported from Medina to the valley of Damascus and the banks of the Tigris, and the holy cities were violated by impious war. Arabia was ruled by the rod of a subject, perhaps of a stranger, and the Bedouins of the desert, awakening from their dream of dominion, resumed their old and solitary independence. End of chapter 50, part 8.
Chapter 51, Part 1 of the History of the Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Corey Samuel. The History of the Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, Volume 5, by Edward Gibbon. Chapter 51 Conquests by the Arabs Part 1. The revolution of Arabia had not changed the character of the Arabs. The death of Mahomet was the signal of independence, and the hasty structure of his power and religion tottered to its foundations. A small and faithful band of his primitive disciples had listened to his eloquence and shared his distress, had fled with the apostle from the persecution of Mecca, or had received the fugitive in the walls of Medina. The increasing myriads who acknowledged Mahomet as their king and prophet had been compelled by his arms or allured by his prosperity. The polytheists were confounded by the simple idea of a solitary and invisible God. The pride of the Christians and Jews disdained the yoke of a mortal and contemporary legislator. The habits of faith and obedience were not sufficiently confirmed, and many of the new converts regretted the venerable antiquity of the law of Moses, or the rites and mysteries of the Catholic Church, or the idols, the sacrifices, the joyous festivals of their pagan ancestors. The jarring interests and hereditary feuds of the Arabian tribes had not yet coalesced in a system of union and subordination, and the barbarians were impatient of the mildest and most salutary laws that curbed their passions or violated their customs. They submitted with reluctance to the religious precepts of the Koran, the abstinence from wine, the fast of the Ramadan, and the daily repetition of 5 prayers, and the alms and tithes which were collected for the treasury of Medina could be distinguished only by a name from the payment of a perpetual and ignominious tribute. The example of Mahomet had excited a spirit of fanaticism or imposture, and several of his rivals presumed to imitate the conduct and to defy the authority of the living prophet. At the head of the fugitives and auxiliaries, the first caliph was reduced to the cities of Mecca, Medina, and Taif, and perhaps the Quraysh would have restored the idols of the Kaaba if their levity had not been checked by a seasonable reproof. Ye men of Mecca, will ye be the last to embrace, and the first to abandon, the religion of Islam? After exhorting the Moslems to confide in the aid of God and his apostle, Abu Bakr resolved, by a vigorous attack, to prevent the junction of the rebels. The women and children were safely lodged in the cavities of the mountains. The warriors, marching under 11 banners, diffused the terror of their arms, and the appearance of a military force revived and confirmed the loyalty of the faithful. The inconstant tribes accepted with humble repentance the duties of prayer and fasting and alms, and, after some examples of success and severity, the most daring apostates fell prostrate before the sword of the Lord and of Khalid. In the fertile province of Yemenar, between the Red Sea and the Gulf of Persia, in a city not inferior to Medina itself, a powerful chief, his name was Musaylama, had assumed the character of a prophet, and the tribe of Hanifa listened to his voice. A female prophetess was attracted by his reputation. The decencies of words and actions were spurned by these favourites of heaven, and they employed several days in mystic and amorous converse. An obscure sentence of his Koran or book is yet extant, and in the pride of his mission Musaylama condescended to offer a partition of the earth. The proposal was answered by Mahomet with contempt, but the rapid progress of the impostor awakened the fears of his successor. 40,000 Muslims were assembled under the standard of Khalid, and the existence of their faith was resigned to the event of a decisive battle. In the first action they were repulsed by the loss of 1,200 men, but the skill and perseverance of their general prevailed. Their defeat was avenged by the slaughter of 10,000 infidels, and Musaylama himself was pierced by an Ethiopian slave, with the same javelin which had mortally wounded the uncle of Mahomet. The various rebels of Arabia, without a chief or a cause, were speedily suppressed by the power and discipline of the rising monarchy, and the whole nation again professed, and more steadfastly held, the religion of the Koran. The ambition of the caliphs provided an immediate exercise for the restless spirit of the Saracens. Their valour was united in the prosecution of a holy war, and their enthusiasm was equally confirmed by opposition and victory. From the rapid conquests of the Saracens, a presumption will naturally arise that the caliphs commanded in person the armies of the faithful, and sought the crown of martyrdom in the foremost ranks of the battle. The courage of Abu Bakr, Omar, and Othman had indeed been tried in the persecution and wars of the Prophet, and the personal assurance of paradise must have taught them to despise the pleasures and dangers of the present world. But they ascended the throne in a venerable or mature age, and esteemed the domestic cares of religion and justice the most important duties of a sovereign. Except the presence of Omar at the siege of Jerusalem, their longest expeditions were the frequent pilgrimage from Medina to Mecca, and they calmly received the tidings of victory as they prayed or preached before the sepulchre of the Prophet. The austere and frugal measure of their lives was the effect of virtue or habit, and the pride of their simplicity insulted the vain magnificence of the kings of the earth. When Abu Bakr assumed the office of Caliph, he enjoined his daughter Aisha to take a strict account of his private patrimony, that it might be evident whether he were enriched or impoverished by the service of the state. He thought himself entitled to a stipend of 3 pieces of gold, with the sufficient maintenance of a single camel and a black slave, but on the Friday of each week he distributed the residue of his own and the public money, first to the most worthy, and then to the most indigent of the Moslems. The remains of his wealth, a coarse garment and 5 pieces of gold, were delivered to his successor, who lamented with a modest sigh his own inability to equal such an admirable model. Yet the abstinence and humility of Omar were not inferior to the virtues of Abu Bakr. His food consisted of barley bread or dates, his drink was water. He preached in a gown that was torn or tattered in 12 places, and the Persian satrap, who paid his homage to the conqueror, found him asleep among the beggars on the steps of the mosque of Medina. Economy is the source of liberality, and the increase of the revenue enabled Omar to establish a just and perpetual reward for the past and present services of the faithful. Careless of his own emolument, he assigned to Abbas, the uncle of the Prophet, the first and most ample allowance of 25,000 drams or pieces of silver. 5,000 were allotted to each of the aged warriors, the relics of the field of Badr, and the last and meanest of the companions of Muhammad was distinguished by the annual reward of 3,000 pieces. 1,000 was the stipend of the veterans who had fought in the first battles against the Greeks and Persians, and the decreasing pay, as low as 50 pieces of silver, was adapted to the respective merit and seniority of the soldiers of Omar. Under his reign, and that of his predecessor, the conquerors of the East were the trusty servants of God and the people. The mass of the public treasure was consecrated to the expenses of peace and war. A prudent mixture of justice and bounty maintained the discipline of the Saracens, and they united, by a rare felicity, the dispatch and execution of despotism with the equal and frugal maxims of a republican government. The heroic courage of Ali, the consummate prudence of Muawiyah, excited the emulation of their subjects, and the talents which had been exercised in the school of civil discord were more usefully applied to propagate the faith and dominion of the Prophet. In the sloth and vanity of the palace of Damascus, the succeeding princes of the house of Umayyah were alike destitute of the qualifications of statesmen and of saints. Yet the spoils of unknown nations were continually laid at the foot of their throne, and the uniform ascent of the Arabian greatness must be ascribed to the spirit of the nation rather than the abilities of their chiefs. A large deduction must be allowed for the weakness of their enemies. The birth of Mahomet was fortunately placed in the most degenerate and disorderly period of the Persians, the Romans, and the barbarians of Europe. The empires of Trajan, or even of Constantine or Charlemagne, would have repelled the assault of the naked Saracens, and the torrent of fanaticism might have been obscurely lost in the sands of Arabia. In the victorious days of the Roman Republic, it had been the aim of the Senate to confine their councils and legions to a single war, and completely to suppress a first enemy before they provoked the hostilities of a second. These timid maxims of policy were disdained by the magnanimity or enthusiasm of the Arabian caliphs. With the same vigour and success, they invaded the successors of Augustus and those of Artaxerxes, and the rival monarchies at the same instant became the prey of an enemy whom they had been so long accustomed to despise. In the 10 years of the administration of Omar, the Saracens reduced to his obedience 36,000 cities or castles, destroyed 4,000 churches or temples of the unbelievers, and edified 1,400 mosques for the exercise of the religion of Mahomet. 100 years after his flight from Mecca, the arms and the reign of his successors extended from India to the Atlantic Ocean, over the various and distant provinces, which may be comprised under the names of 1. Persia, 2. Syria, 3. Egypt, 4. Africa, and 5. Spain. Under this general division, I shall proceed to unfold these memorable transactions, dispatching with brevity the remote and less interesting conquests of the East, and reserving a fuller narrative for those domestic countries which had been included within the pale of the Roman Empire. Yet I must excuse my own defects by a just complaint of the blindness and insufficiency of my guides. The Greeks, so loquacious in controversy, have not been anxious to celebrate the triumphs of their enemies. After a century of ignorance, the first annals of the Mussulmans were collected in a great measure from the voice of tradition. Among the numerous productions of Arabic and Persian literature, our interpreters have selected the imperfect sketches of a more recent age. The art and genius of history have ever been unknown to the Asiatics. They are ignorant of the laws of criticism, and our monkish chronicle of the same period may be compared to their most popular works, which are never vivified by the spirit of philosophy and freedom. The Oriental library of a Frenchman would instruct the most learned mufti of the East, and perhaps the Arabs might not find in a single historian so clear and comprehensive a narrative of their own exploits as that which will be deduced in the ensuing sheets. In the first year of the first Caliph, his lieutenant Khalid, the sword of God and the scourge of the infidels, advanced to the banks of the Euphrates, and reduced the cities of Anbar and Hira. Westward of the ruins of Babylon, a tribe of sedentary Arabs had fixed themselves on the verge of the desert, and Hira was the seat of a race of kings who had embraced the Christian religion and reigned above 600 years under the shadow of the throne of Persia. The last of the Mondars was defeated and slain by Khalid. His son was sent a captive to Medina. His nobles bowed before the successor of the Prophet. The people were tempted by the example and success of their countrymen, and the Caliph accepted, as the first fruits of foreign conquest, an annual tribute of 70,000 pieces of gold. The conquerors, and even their historians, were astonished by the dawn of their future greatness. In the same year, says El-Masin, Khalid fought many signal battles. An immense multitude of the infidels was slaughtered, and spoils infinite and innumerable were acquired by the victorious Muslims. But the invincible Khalid was soon transferred to the Syrian war. The invasion of the Persian frontier was conducted by less active or less prudent commanders. The Saracens were repulsed with loss in the passage of the Euphrates, and, though they chastised the insolent pursuit of the Magians, their remaining forces still hovered in the desert of Babylon. The indignation and fears of the Persians suspended for a moment their intestine divisions. By the unanimous sentence of the priests and nobles, their queen Azima was deposed. The sixth of the transient usurpers, who had arisen and vanished in 3 or 4 years since the death of Chosroes and the retreat of Heraclius. Her tiara was placed on the head of Yezdegerd, the grandson of Chosroes, and the same era, which coincides with an astronomical period, has recorded the fall of the Sasanian dynasty and the religion of Zoroaster. The youth and inexperience of the prince, he was only 15 years of age, declined a perilous encounter. The royal standard was delivered into the hands of his general Rustam, and a remnant of 30,000 regular troops was swelled in truth, or in opinion, to 120,000 subjects or allies of the great king. The Muslims, whose numbers were reinforced from 12 to 30,000, had pitched their camp in the plains of Qadisiyah, and their line, although it consisted of fewer men, could produce more soldiers than the unwieldy host of the infidels. I shall here observe what I must often repeat, that the charge of the Arabs was not, like that of the Greeks and Romans, the effort of a firm and compact infantry. Their military force was chiefly formed of cavalry and archers, and the engagement, which was often interrupted and often renewed by single combats and flying skirmishes, might be protracted without any decisive event to the continuance of several days. The periods of the Battle of Cadesia were distinguished by their peculiar appellations. The first, from the well-timed appearance of 6,000 of the Syrian brethren, was denominated the Day of Succor. The Day of Concussion might express the disorder of one, or perhaps of both, of the contending armies. The third, a nocturnal tumult, received the whimsical name of the Night of Barking, from the discordant clamours, which were compared to the inarticulate sounds of the fiercest animals. The morning of the succeeding day determined the fate of Persia, and a seasonable whirlwind drove a cloud of dust against the faces of the unbelievers. The clangour of arms was re-echoed to the tent of Rustum, who, far unlike the ancient hero of his name, was gently reclining in a cool and tranquil shade, amidst the baggage of his camp and the train of mules that were laden with gold and silver. On the sound of danger he started from his couch, but his flight was overtaken by a valiant Arab, who caught him by the foot, struck off his head, hoisted it on a lance, and instantly returning to the field of battle, carried slaughter and dismay among the thickest ranks of the Persians. The Saracens confess a loss of 7,500 men, and the Battle of Cadesia is justly described by the epithets of obstinate and atrocious. The standard of the monarchy was overthrown and captured in the field, a leathern apron of a blacksmith, who in ancient times had arisen the deliverer of Persia, but this badge of heroic poverty was disguised, and almost concealed, by a profusion of precious gems. After this victory, the wealthy province of Iraq, or Assyria, submitted to the Caliph, and his conquests were firmly established by the speedy foundation of Bassorah, a place which ever commands the trade and navigation of the Persians. As the distance of 80 miles from the Gulf, the Euphrates and Tigris unite in a broad and direct current, which is aptly styled the River of the Arabs. In the midway, between the junction and the mouth of these famous streams, the new settlement was planted on the western bank. The first colony was composed of 800 Muslims, but the influence of the situation soon reared a flourishing and populous capital. The air, although excessively hot, is pure and healthy. The meadows are filled with palm trees and cattle, and one of the adjacent valleys has been celebrated among the 4 paradises or gardens of Asia. Under the first caliphs, the jurisdiction of this Arabian colony extended over the southern provinces of Persia. The city has been sanctified by the tombs of the companions and martyrs, and the vessels of Europe still frequent the port of Bassorah as a convenient station and passage of the Indian trade. End of chapter 51, part 1.
Chapter 51, Part 2 of the History of the Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dick Durrett. Chapter 51. Conquests by the Arabs, Part 2. After the defeat of Cadesia, a country intersected by rivers and canals might have opposed an insuperable barrier to the victorious cavalry, and the walls of Ctesiphon or Maidan, which had resisted the battering rams of the Romans, would not have yielded to the darts of the Saracens. But the flying Persians were overcome by the belief that the last day of their religion and empire was at hand. The strongest posts were abandoned by treachery or cowardice, and the king, with a part of his family and treasures, escaped to Holwan at the foot of the Median hills. In the 3rd month after the battle, Said, the lieutenant of Omar, passed the Tigris without opposition. The capital was taken by assault, and the disorderly resistance of the people gave a keener edge to the sabres of the Moslems, who shouted with religious transport, "This is the White Palace of Khosrows. This is the promise of the Apostle of God." The naked robbers of the desert were suddenly enriched beyond the measure of their hope or knowledge. Each chamber revealed a new treasure, secreted with art or ostentatiously displayed. The gold and silver, the various wardrobes and precious furniture, surpassed, says Abulfeda, the estimate of fancy or numbers, and another historian defines the untold and almost infinite mass by the fabulous computation of 3,000s of thousands of thousands of pieces of gold. Some minute though curious facts represent the contrast of riches and ignorance. From the remote islands of the Indian Ocean a large provision of camphor had been imported, which is employed with a mixture of wax to illuminate the palaces of the East. Strangers to the name and properties of that odoriferous gum, the Saracens, mistaking it for salt, mingled the camphor in their bread, and were astonished at the bitterness of the taste. One of the apartments of the palace was decorated with a carpet of silk, 60 cubits in length, and as many in breadth. A paradise or garden was depictured on the ground. The flowers, fruits, and shrubs were imitated by the figures of the gold embroidery, and the colors of the precious stones, and the ample square was encircled by a variegated and verdant border. The Arabian general persuaded his soldiers to relinquish their claim, in the reasonable hope that the eyes of the Caliph would be delighted with the splendid workmanship of nature and industry. Regardless of the merit of art and the pomp of royalty, the rigid Omar divided the prize among his brethren of Medina. The picture was destroyed, but such was the intrinsic value of the materials that the share of Ali alone was sold for 20,000 drams. A mule that carried away the tiara and cuirass, the belt and the bracelets of Khosrows, was overtaken by the pursuers. The gorgeous trophy was presented to the commander of the faithful, and the gravest of the companions condescended to smile when they beheld the white beard, the hairy arms, and uncouth figure of the veteran who was invested with the spoils of the great king. The sack of Ctesiphon was followed by its desertion and gradual decay. The Saracens disliked the air and situation of the palace, and Omar was advised by his general to remove the seat of government to the western side of the Euphrates. In every age, the foundation and ruin of the Assyrian cities has been easy and rapid. The country is destitute of stone and timber, and the most solid structures are composed of bricks baked in the sun and joined by a cement of the native bitumen. The name of Kufa describes a habitation of reeds and earth, but the importance of the new capital was supported by the numbers, wealth, and spirit of a colony of veterans, and their licentiousness was indulged by the wisest caliphs, who were apprehensive of provoking the revolt of 100,000 swords. "Ye men of Kufa," said Ali, who solicited their aid, "you have been always conspicuous by your valor. You conquered the Persian king and scattered his forces till you had taken possession of his inheritance. This mighty conquest was achieved by the battles of Jalula and Nehavend. After the loss of the former, Yezdegerd fled with Holwan and concealed his shame and despair in the mountains of Farsistan, from whence Cyrus had descended with his equal and valiant companions. The courage of the nation survived that of the monarch. Among the hills to the south of Ecbatana or Hamadan, 150,000 Persians made a third and final stand for their religion and country, and the decisive battle of Nehavand was styled by the Arabs the victory of victories. If it be true that the flying general of the Persians was stopped and overtaken in a crowd of mules and camels laden with honey, the incident, however slight and singular, will denote the luxurious impediments of an oriental army. The geography of Persia is darkly delineated by the Greeks and Latins, but the most illustrious of her cities appear to be more ancient than the invasion of the Arabs. By the reduction of Hamadan and Isfahan, of Kaswin, Taurus, and Rei, they gradually approached the shores of the Caspian Sea, and the orators of Mecca might applaud the success and spirit of the faithful, who had already lost sight of the northern bear and had almost transcended the bounds of the habitable world. Again, turning towards the west and the Roman Empire, they repassed the Tigris over the bridge of Mosul, and in the captive provinces of Armenia and Mesopotamia embraced their victorious brethren of the Syrian army. From the palace of Maidan, their eastern progress was not less rapid or extensive. They advanced along the Tigris and the Gulf, penetrated through the passes of the mountains into the valley of Estachar or Persepolis, and profaned the last sanctuary of the Magian Empire. The grandson of Khosroes was nearly surprised among the falling columns and mutilated figures, a sad emblem of the past and present future of Persia. He fled with accelerated haste over the desert of Kerman, implored the aid of the warlike Segestans, and sought an humble refuge on the verge of the Turkish and Chinese power. But a victorious army is insensible of fatigue. The Arabs divided their forces in the pursuit of a timorous enemy, and the Caliph Othman promised the government of Khorasan to the first general who should enter that large and populous country, the kingdom of the ancient Bactrians. The condition was accepted, the prize was deserved, the standard of Mahomet was planted on the walls of Herat, Meru, and Balch, and the successful leader neither halted nor reposed till his foaming cavalry had tasted the waters of the Oxus. In the public anarchy, the independent governors of the cities and castles obtained their separate capitulations. The terms were granted or imposed by the esteem, the prudence, or the compassion of the victors, and a simple profession of faith established the distinction between a brother and a slave. After a noble defense, Harmozan, the prince or satrap of Awaz and Susa, was compelled to surrender his person and estate to the discretion of the Caliph, and their interview exhibits a portrait of the Arabian manners. In the presence and by the command of Omar, the gay barbarian was despoiled of his silken robes embroidered with gold, and of his tiara bedecked with rubies and emeralds. Are you now sensible said the conqueror to his native captive, "are you now sensible of the judgment of God, and of the different rewards of infidelity and obedience?" "Alas," replied Harmozan, "I feel them too deeply. In the days of our common ignorance we fought with the weapons of the flesh, and my nation was superior. God was then neuter. Since he has espoused your quarrel, you have subverted our kingdom and religion." Oppressed by this painful dialogue, the Persian complained of intolerable thirst, but discovered some apprehension lest he should be killed whilst he was drinking a cup of water. "Be of good courage," said the Caliph. "Your life is safe till you have drunk this water." The crafty satrap accepted the assurance and instantly dashed the vase against the ground. Omar would have avenged the deceit, but his companions represented the sanctity of an oath, and the speedy conversion of Harmozan entitled him not only to a free pardon, but even to a stipend of 2,000 pieces of gold. The administration of Persia was regulated by an actual survey of the people, the cattle, and the fruits of the earth, and this moment, which attests the vigilance of the caliphs, might have instructed the philosophers of every age. The flight of Yezdegerd had carried him beyond the Oxus, and as far as the Jazates, two rivers of ancient and modern renown which descend from the mountains of India towards the Caspian Sea. He was hospitably entertained by Tarkhan, Prince of Fargana, a fertile province on the Jazates. The king of Samarkand, with the Turkish tribes of Sogdiana and Scythia, were moved by the lamentations and promises of the fallen monarch, and he solicited by a suppliant embassy the more solid and powerful friendship of the Emperor of China. The virtuous Taitsong, the first of the dynasty of the Tang, may be justly compared with the Antonines of Rome. His people enjoyed the blessings of prosperity and peace, and his dominion was acknowledged by 44 hordes of the barbarians of Tartary. His last garrisons of Kaskar and Khotan maintained a frequent intercourse with their neighbors of the Jazates and Oxus. A recent colony of Persians had introduced into China the astronomy of the Magi, and Taitsong might be alarmed by the rapid progress and dangerous vicinity of the Arabs. The influence and perhaps the supplies of China revived the hopes of Yezdegerd and the zeal of the worshippers of fire, and he returned with an army of Turks to conquer the inheritance of his fathers. The fortunate Moslems, without unsheathing their swords, were the spectators of his ruin and death. The grandson of Khosroes was betrayed by his servant, insulted by the seditious inhabitants of Meru, and oppressed, defeated, and pursued by his barbarian allies. He reached the banks of a river and offered his rings and bracelets for an instant passage in a miller's boat. Ignorant or insensible of royal distress, the rustic replied that 4 drams of silver were the daily profit of his mill, and that he would not suspend his work unless the loss were repaid. In this moment of hesitation and delay, the last of the Sassanian kings was overtaken and slaughtered by the Turkish cavalry in the 19th year of his unhappy reign. His son Firuz, an humble client of the Chinese emperor, accepted the station of captain of his guards, and the Magian worship was long preserved by a colony of loyal exiles in the province of Bukharia. His grandson inherited the regal name, but after a faint and fruitless enterprise, he returned to China, and ended his days in the palace of Sigan. The male line of the Sassanides was extinct, but the female captives, the daughters of Persia, were given to the conqueror in servitude or marriage, and the race of the caliphs and imams was ennobled by the blood of the royal mothers. After the fall of the Persian kingdom, the river Oxus divided the territories of the Saracens and the Turks. This narrow boundary was soon overleaped by the spirit of the Arabs. The governors of Khorasan extended their successive inroads, and one of their triumphs was adorned with a buskin of a Turkish queen, which she dropped in a precipitate flight beyond the hills of Bokhara. But the final conquest of Transoxiana, as well as of Spain, was reserved for the glorious reign of the inactive Walid, and the name of Qutayba, the camel driver, declares the origin and merit of his successful lieutenant. While one of his colleagues displayed the first Mohammedan banner on the banks of the Indus, the spacious regions between the Oxus, the Jaxartes, and the Caspian Sea were reduced by the arms of Qutayba to the obedience of the Prophet and of the Caliph. A tribute of 2 millions of pieces of gold was imposed on the infidels. Their idols were burnt or broken. The Mussulman chief pronounced a sermon in the new Moch of Kharizmi. After several battles, the Turkish hordes were driven back to the desert, and the emperors of China solicited the friendship of the victorious Arabs. To their industry, the prosperity of the province, the Sogdiana of the ancients, may in a great measure be ascribed, but the advantages of the soil and climate had been understood and cultivated since the reign of the Macedonian kings. Before the invasion of the Saracens, Kharizmi, Bokhara, and Samarkand were rich and populous under the yoke of the shepherds of the north. These cities were surrounded by a double wall, and the exterior fortification of a larger circumference enclosed the fields and gardens of the adjacent district. The mutual wants of India and Europe were supplied by the diligence of the Sogdian merchants, and the inestimable art of transforming linen into paper had been diffused from the manufacture of Samarkand over the Western world. No sooner had Abu Bakr restored the unity of faith and government than he dispatched a circular letter to the Arabian tribes. In the name of the most merciful God, to the rest of the true believers, health and happiness and the mercy and blessing of God be upon you. I praise the Most High God, and I pray for his prophet Mohammed. This is to acquaint you that I intend to send the true believers into Syria to take it out of the hands of the infidels. And I would have you know that the fighting for religion is an act of obedience to God. His messengers returned with the tidings of pious and martial ardor which they had kindled in every province, and the camp of Medina was successively filled with the intrepid bands of the Saracens, who panted for actions, complained of the heat of the season and the scarcity of provisions, and accused with impatient murmurs the delays of the Caliph. As soon as their numbers were complete, Abu Bakr ascended the hill, reviewed the men, the horses, and the arms, and poured forth a fervent prayer for the success of their undertaking. In person and on foot he accompanied the first day's march, and when the blushing leaders attempted to dismount, the Caliph removed their scruples by a declaration that those who rode and those who walked in the service of religion were equally meritorious. His instructions to the chief of the Syrian army were inspired by the warlike fanaticism which advances to seize and affects to despise the objects of earthly ambition. "Remember," said the successor of the prophet, "that you are always in the presence of God, on the verge of death, and in the assurance of judgment and the hope of paradise. Avoid injustice and oppression, consult with your brethren, and study to preserve the love and confidence of your troops. When you fight the battles of the Lord, acquit yourselves like men, without turning your backs, but let not your victory be stained with the blood of women or children. Destroy no palm trees, nor burn any fields of corn. Cut down no fruit trees, nor do any mischief to cattle, only such as you kill to eat. When you make any covenant or article, stand to it, and be as good as your word. As you go on, you will find some religious persons who live retired in monasteries, and propose to themselves to serve God that way. Let them alone, and neither kill them nor destroy their monasteries. And you will find another sort of people that belong to the synagogue of Satan, who have shaven crowns. Be sure you cleave their skulls, and give them no quarter till they either turn Mohammedans or pay tribute. All profane or frivolous conversation, all dangerous recollection of ancient quarrels, was severely prohibited among the Arabs. In the tumult of a camp, the exercises of religion were assiduously practiced, and the intervals of action were employed in prayer, meditation, and the study of the Koran. The abuse or even the use of wine was chastised by fourscore strokes on the soles of the feet, and in the fervor of their primitive zeal, many secret sinners revealed their fault and solicited their punishment. After some hesitation, the command of the Syrian army was delegated to Abu Obidah, one of the fugitives of Mecca and companions of Mohammed, whose zeal and devotion was assuaged without being abated by the singular mildness and benevolence of his temper. But in all the emergencies of war, the soldiers demanded the superior genius of Khalid, and whoever might the choice be of the prince, the sword of God was both in fact and fame the foremost leader of the Saracens. He obeyed without reluctance, he was consulted without jealousy, and such was the spirit of the man, or rather of the times, that Khalid professed his readiness to serve under the banner of the faith, though it were in the hands of a child or an enemy. Glory and riches and dominion were indeed promised to the victorious Mussulman, but he was carefully instructed that if the goods of his life were his only incitement, they likewise would be his only reward. End of chapter 51, part 2. Recording by Dick Durrett, Manchester, New Hampshire. Chapter 51, Part 3 of the History of the Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dick Durrett. Chapter 51, Conquests by the Arabs, Part 3. One of the 15 provinces of Syria, the cultivated lands to the eastward of the Jordan, had been decorated by Roman vanity with the name of Arabia, and the first arms of the Saracens were justified by the semblance of a national right. The country was enriched by the various benefits of trade, By the vigilance of the emperors, it was covered with a line of forts, and the populous cities of Gerasa, Philadelphia, and Bosra were secure, at least, from a surprise by the solid structure of their walls. The last of these cities was the 18th station from Medina. The road was familiar to the caravans of Hejaz and Iraq, who annually visited this plenteous market of the province and the desert. The perpetual jealousy of the Arabs had trained the inhabitants to arms, and 12,000 horses could sally from the gates of Bosra, an appellation which signifies in the Syriac language a strong tower of defense. Encouraged by their first success against the open towns and flying parties of the borders, a detachment of 4,000 Moslems presumed to summon and attack the fortress of Bosra. They were oppressed by the numbers of the Syrians. They were saved by the presence of Khalid with 1,500 horses. He blamed the enterprise, restored the battle, and rescued his friend, the venerable Serjabil, who had vainly invoked the unity of God and the promises of the apostle. After a short repose, the Moslems performed their ablutions with sand instead of water, and a morning prayer was recited by Khalid before they mounted on horseback. Confident in their strength, the people of Bosra threw open their gates, drew their forces into the plain, and swore to die in the defense of their religion. But a religion of peace was incapable of withstanding the fanatic cry of "Fight, fight, paradise, paradise," that re-echoed in the ranks of the Saracens. And the uproar of the town, the ringing of the bells, and the exclamations of the priests and monks increased the dismay and disorder of the Christians. With the loss of 230 men, the Arabs remained masters of the field, and the ramparts of Bosra, in expectation of human or divine aid, were crowded with holy crosses and consecrated banners. The governor Romanus had recommended an early submission. Despised by the people and degraded from his office, he still retained the desire and opportunity of revenge. In a nocturnal interview, he informed the enemy of a subterraneous passage from his house under the wall of the city. The son of the Caliph, with 100 volunteers, were committed to the faith of this new ally, and their successful intrepidity gave an easy entrance to their companions. After Khalid had imposed the terms of servitude and tribute, the apostate or convert avowed in the assembly of the people his meritorious treason. "I renounce your society," said Romanus, "both in this world and the world to come. And I deny him that was crucified, and whosoever worships him, and I choose God for my Lord, Islam for my faith, Mecca for my temple, the Moslems for my brethren, and Mohammed for my prophet, who was sent to lead us into the right way and to exalt the true religion in spite of those who join partners with God." The conquest of Bosra, 4 days' journey from Damascus, encouraged the Arabs to besiege the ancient capital of Syria. At some distance from the walls, they encamped among the groves and fountains of that delicious territory, and the usual option of the Mohammedan faith, of tribute or of war, was proposed to the resolute citizens who had been lately strengthened by a reinforcement of 5,000 Greeks. In the decline, as in the infancy, of the military art, a hostile defiance was frequently offered and accepted by the generals themselves. Many a lance was shivered in the plain of Damascus, and the personal prowess of Khalid was signalized in the first sally of the besieged. After an obstinate combat, he had overthrown and made prisoner one of the Christian leaders, a stout and worthy antagonist. He instantly mounted a fresh horse, the gift of the governor of Palmyra, and pushed forward to the front of the battle. "Repose yourself for a moment," said his friend Derar, "and permit me to supply your place. You are fatigued with fighting with this dog." "Oh dear," replied the indefatigable Saracen, "we shall rest in the world to come. He that labors today shall rest tomorrow." With the same unabated ardor, Khalid answered, encountered, and vanquished a second champion, and the heads of his two captives, who refused to abandon their religion, were indignantly hurled into the midst of the city. The event of some general and partial actions reduced the Damascenes to a closer defense, but a messenger, whom they dropped from the walls, returned with a promise of speedy and powerful succor, and their tumultuous joy conveyed the intelligence to the camp of the Arabs. After some debate, it was resolved by the generals to raise, or rather to suspend, the siege of Damascus till they had given battle to the forces of the emperor. In the retreat, Khalid would have chosen the more perilous station of the rear guard. He modestly yielded to the wishes of Abu Obeidah, but in the hour of danger he flew to the rescue of his companion, who was rudely pressed by a sally of 6,000 horses and 10,000 foot, and few among the Christians could relate at Damascus the circumstances of their defeat. The importance of the contest required the junction of the Saracens, who were dispersed on the frontiers of Syria and Palestine, and I shall transcribe one of the circular mandates which was addressed to Amru, the future conqueror of Egypt. In the name of the most merciful God, from Khalid to Amru, health and happiness. Know that thy brethren, the Moslems, design to march to Aznadin, where there is an army of 70,000 Greeks, who purpose to come against us, that they may extinguish the light of God with their mouths, but God persevereth his light in spite of the infidels. As soon, therefore, as this letter of mine shall be delivered to thy hands, come with those that are with thee to Aznadin, where thou shalt find us, if it please the Most High God. The summons was cheerfully obeyed, and the 45,000 Moslems who met on the same day, on the same spot, ascribed to the blessing of Providence the effects of their activity and zeal. About 4 years after the triumph of the Persian War, the repose of Heraclius and the empire was again disturbed by a new enemy, the power of whose religion was more strongly felt than it was clearly understood by the Christians of the East. In his palace of Constantinople or Antioch, he was awakened by the invasion of Syria, the loss of Bosra, and the danger of Damascus. An army of 70,000 veterans, or new levies, was assembled at Hems and Emissa under the command of his general Werdan, and these troops, consisting chiefly of cavalry, might be indifferently styled either Syrians or Greeks or Romans. Syrians from the place of their birth or warfare, Greeks from the religion and language of their sovereign, and Romans from the proud appellation which was still profaned by the successors of Constantine. On the plain of Aznadin, as Werden rode on a white mule decorated with gold chains and surrounded with ensigns and standards, he was surprised by the near approach of a fierce and naked warrior who had undertaken to view the state of the enemy. The adventurous valor of Derar was inspired and has perhaps been adorned by the enthusiasm of his age and country. The hatred of the Christians, the love of spoil, and the contempt of danger were the ruling passions of the audacious Saracen, and the prospect of instant death could never shake his religious confidence or ruffle the calmness of his resolution, or even suspend the frank and martial pleasantry of his humor. In the most hopeless enterprises he was bold and prudent and fortunate. After innumerable hazards, after being thrice a prisoner in the hands of the infidels, he still survived to relate the achievements and to enjoy the rewards of the Syrian conquest. On this occasion his single lance maintained a flying fight against 30 Romans who were detached by Werden, and after killing or unhorsing 17 of their number, Derar returned in safety to his applauding brethren. When his rashness was mildly censured by the general, he excused himself with the simplicity of a soldier. "Nay," said Derar, "I did not begin first, but they came out to take me, and I was afraid that God should see me turn my back, and indeed I fought in good earnest, and without doubt God assisted me against them, and had I not been apprehensive of disobeying your orders, I should not have come away as I did, and I perceive already that they will fall into our hands." In the presence of both armies, a venerable Greek advanced from the ranks with a liberal offer of peace, and the departure of the Saracens would have been purchased by a gift to each soldier of a turban, a robe, and a piece of gold, 10 robes and 100 pieces to their leader, 100 robes and 1,000 pieces to the Caliph. A smile of indignation expressed the refusal of Khalid. "Ye Christian dogs, you know your option, the Koran, the tribute, or the sword. We are a people whose delight is in war rather than in peace, and we despise your pitiful arms, since we shall be speedily masters of your wealth, your families, and your persons." Notwithstanding this apparent disdain, he was deeply conscious of the public danger. Those who had been in Persia, and had seen the armies of Khosroes, confessed that they never beheld a more formidable array. From the superiority of the enemy, the artful Saracen derived a fresh incentive of courage. You see before you," said he, "the united force of the Romans. You cannot hope to escape, but you may conquer Syria in a single day. The event depends on your discipline and patience. Reserve yourselves till the evening." It was in the evening that the prophet was accustomed to vanquish. During 2 successive engagements, his temperate firmness sustained the darts of the enemy and the murmurs of his troops. At length, when the spirits and quivers of the adverse line were almost exhausted, Caled gave the signal of onset and victory. The remains of the imperial army fled to Antioch, or Caesarea, or Damascus, and the death of 470 Moslems was compensated by the opinion that they had sent to hell above 50,000 of the infidels. The spoil was inestimable: many banners and crosses of gold and silver, precious stones, silver and gold chains, and innumerable suits of the richest armor and apparel. The general distribution was postponed till Damascus should be taken, but the seasonable supply of arms became the instrument of new victories. The glorious intelligence was transmitted to the throne of the Caliph, and the Arabian tribes, the coldest or most hostile to the Prophet's mission, were eager and importunate to share the harvest of Syria. The sad tidings were carried to Damascus by the speed of grief and terror, and the inhabitants beheld from their walls the return of the heroes of Eiznadin. Amru led the van at the head of 9,000 horse. The bands of the Saracens succeeded each other in formidable review, and the rear was closed by Khalid in person with a standard of the Black Eagle. To the activity of Deraa he entrusted the commission of patrolling around the city with 2,000 horse, of scouring the plain, and of intercepting all succor or intelligence. The rest of the Arabian chiefs were fixed in their respective stations before the 7 gates of Damascus, and the siege was renewed with fresh vigor and confidence. The art, the labor, and the military engines of the Greeks and Romans are seldom to be found in the simple, though successful, operations of the Saracens. It was sufficient for them to invest a city with arms rather than with trenches, to repel the allies of the besieged, to attempt a stratagem or an assault, or to expect the progress of famine and discontent. Damascus would have acquiesced in the trial of Eiznadin as a final and peremptory sentence between the emperor and the caliph. Her courage was rekindled by the example and authority of Thomas, a noble Greek, illustrious in a private condition with the alliance of Heraclius. The tumult and illumination of the night proclaimed the design of the morning sally, and the Christian hero, who affected to despise the enthusiasm of the Arabs, employed the resource of a singular superstition. At the principal gate, in the sight of both armies, a lofty crucifix was erected. The bishop, with his clergy, accompanied the march and laid the volume of the New Testament before the image of Jesus, and the contending parties were scandalized or edified by a prayer that the Son of God would defend his servants and vindicate his truth. The battle raged with incessant fury, and the dexterity of Thomas, an incomparable archer, was fatal to the boldest Saracens, till their death was revenged by a female heroine. The wife of Aban, who had followed him to the holy war, embraced her expiring husband. "Happy," said she, "happy art thou, my dear. Thou art gone to thy Lord, who first joined us together, and then parted us asunder. I will revenge thy death, and endeavor to the utmost of my power to come to the place where thou art, because I love thee. Henceforth shall no man ever touch me more, for I have dedicated myself to the service of God." Without a groan, without a tear, she washed the corpse of her husband and buried him with the usual rites. Then, grasping the manly weapons which in her native land she was accustomed to wield, the intrepid widow of Aban sought the place where his murderer fought in the thickest of the battle. Her first arrow pierced the hand of his standard bearer. Her second wounded Thomas in the eye, and the fainting Christians no longer beheld their ensign or their leader. Yet the generous champion of Damascus refused to withdraw to his palace. His wound was dressed on the rampart. The fight was continued till the evening, and the Syrians rested on their arms. In the silence of the night, the signal was given by a stroke on the great bell. The gates were thrown open, and each gate discharged an impetuous column on the sleeping camp of the Saracens. Khalid was the first in arms. At the head of 400 horse, he flew to the post of danger, and the tears trickled down his iron cheeks as he uttered a fervent ejaculation: "O God, who never sleepest, Look upon thy servants, and do not deliver them into the hands of their enemies." The valor and victory of Thomas were arrested by the presence of the sword of God. With the knowledge of the peril, the Moslems recovered their ranks and charged the assailants in the flank and rear. After the loss of thousands, the Christian general retreated with a sigh of despair, and the pursuit of the Saracens was checked by the military engines of the rampart. After a siege of 70 days, the patience and perhaps the provisions of the Damascenes were exhausted, and the bravest of their chiefs submitted to the hard dictates of necessity. In the occurrences of peace and war, they had been taught to dread the fierceness of Caled and to revere the mild virtues of Abu Obaidah. At the hour of midnight, 100 chosen deputies of the clergy and people were introduced to the tent of that venerable commander. He received and dismissed them with courtesy. They returned with a written agreement on the faith of a companion of Mohammed that all hostilities should cease, that the voluntary immigrants might depart in safety with as much as they could carry of their effects, and that the tributary subjects of the Caliph should enjoy their lands and houses with the use and possession of 7 churches. On these terms, the most respectable hostages and the gate nearest to his camp were delivered into his hands. His soldiers imitated the moderation of their chief, and he enjoyed the submissive gratitude of a people whom he had rescued from destruction. But the success of the treaty had relaxed their vigilance, and in the same moment the opposite quarter of the city was betrayed and taken by assault. A party of 100 Arabs had opened the eastern gate to a more inexorable foe. "No quarter," cried the rapacious and sanguinary Caled. "No quarter to the enemies of the Lord." His trumpet sounded, and a torrent of Christian blood was poured down the streets of Damascus. When he reached the church of St. Mary, he was astonished and provoked by the peaceful aspect of his companions. Their swords were in the scabbard, and they were surrounded by a multitude of priests and monks. Abu Obaidah saluted the general. "God," said he, "has delivered the city into my hands by way of surrender, and has saved the believers the trouble of fighting." "And am I not," replied the indignant Caled, "am I not the lieutenant of the commander of the faithful? Have I not taken the city by storm? The unbelievers shall perish by the sword. Fall on!" The hungry and cruel Arabs would have obeyed the welcome command, and Damascus was lost, if the benevolence of Abu Obadiah had not been supported by decent and dignified firmness. Throwing himself between the trembling citizens and the most eager of the barbarians, he adjured them, by the holy name of God, to respect his promise to suspend their fury, and to wait the determination of their chiefs. The chiefs retired into the church of St. Mary, and after a vehement debate, Caled submitted in some measure to the reason and authority of his colleague, who urged the sanctity of a covenant, the advantage as well as the honor which the Moslems would derive from the punctual performance of their word, and the obstinate resistance which they must encounter from the distrust and despair of the rest of the Syrian cities. It was agreed that the sword should be sheathed, that the part of Damascus which had surrendered to Abu Obaidah should be immediately entitled to the benefit of his capitulation, and that the final decision should be referred to the justice and wisdom of the Caliph. A large majority of the people accepted the terms of toleration and tribute, and Damascus is still peopled by 20,000 Christians. But the valiant Thomas and the freeborn patriots who had fought under his banner embraced the alternative of poverty and exile. In the adjacent meadow, a numerous encampment was formed of priests and laymen, of soldiers and citizens, of women and children. They collected with haste and terror their most precious movables, and abandoned with loud lamentations or silent anguish their native homes and the pleasant banks of the Pharpar. The inflexible soul of Caled was not touched by the spectacle of their distress. He disputed with the Damascenes the property of a magazine of corn, endeavored to exclude the garrison from the benefit of the treaty, consented with reluctance that each of the fugitives should arm himself with a sword or a lance or a bow, and sternly declared that after a respite of 3 days they might be pursued and treated as the enemies of the Moslems. The passion of a Syrian youth completed the ruin of the exiles of Damascus. A nobleman of the city, of the name of Jonas, was betrothed to a wealthy maiden, but her parents delayed the consummation of his nuptials, and their daughter was persuaded to escape with the man whom she had chosen. They corrupted the nightly watchman of the gate Kaisan. The lover who led the way was encompassed by a squadron of Arabs, but his exclamation in the Greek tongue, "The bird is taken," admonished his mistress to hasten her return. In the presence of Caled and of death, the unfortunate Jonas professed his belief in one God and his apostle Mohammed, and continued till the season of his martyrdom to discharge the duties of a brave and sincere Mussulman. When the city was taken, he flew to the monastery where Eudocia had taken refuge, but the lover was forgotten. The apostate was scorned. She preferred a religion to her country and the justice of Caled, though deaf to mercy, refused to detain by force a male or female inhabitant of Damascus. 4 days was the general confined to the city by the obligation of the treaty and the urgent cares of his new conquest. His appetite for blood and rapine would have been extinguished by the hopeless computation of time and distance, but he listened to the importunities of Jonas, who assured him that the weary fugitives might yet be overtaken. At the head of 4,000 horse, in the disguise of Christian Arabs, Caled undertook the pursuit. They halted only for the moments of prayer, and their guide had a perfect knowledge of the country. For a long way the footsteps of the Damascenes were plain and conspicuous. They vanished on a sudden, but the Saracens were comforted by the assurance that the caravan had turned aside into the mountains and must speedily fall into their hands. In traversing the ridges of the Libanus, they endured intolerable hardships, and the sinking spirits of the veteran fanatics were supported and cheered by the unconquerable ardor of a lover. From a peasant of the country, they were informed that the emperor had sent orders to the colony of exiles to pursue without delay the road of the sea-coast and of Constantinople, apprehensive, perhaps, that the soldiers and people of Antioch might be discouraged by the sight and the story of their sufferings. The Saracens were conducted through the territories of Gabala and Laodicea at a cautious distance from the walls of the cities. The rain was incessant, the night was dark, a single mountain separated them from the Roman army, and Caled, ever anxious for the safety of his brethren, whispered an ominous dream in the ear of his companion. With the dawn of day the prospect again cleared, and they saw before them in a pleasant valley the tents of Damascus. After a short interval of repose and prayer, Caled divided his cavalry into 4 squadrons, committing the first to his faithful Derar and reserving the last for himself. They successively rushed on the promiscuous multitude, insufficiently provided with arms and already vanquished by sorrow and fatigue. Except a captive who was pardoned and dismissed, the Arabs enjoyed the satisfaction of believing that not a Christian of either sex escaped the edge of their scimitars. The gold and silver of Damascus was scattered over the camp, and a royal wardrobe of 300 load of silk might clothe an army of naked barbarians. In the tumult of the battle, Jonas sought and found the object of his pursuit, but her resentment was inflamed by the last act of his perfidy, and as Eudocia struggled in his hateful embraces, she struck a dagger to her heart. Another female, the widow of Thomas, and the real or supposed daughter of Heraclius, was spared and released without a ransom. But the generosity of Caled was the effect of his contempt, and the haughty Saracen insulted, by a message of defiance, the throne of the Caesars. Caled had penetrated above 150 miles into the heart of the Roman province. He returned to Damascus with the same secrecy and speed. On the accession of Omar, the sword of God was removed from the command, but the Caliph, who blamed the rashness, was compelled to applaud the vigor and conduct of the enterprise. End of chapter 51, part 3. Recording by Dick Durrett, Manchester, New Hampshire, USA.
Chapter 51, Part 4 of the History of the Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of the Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire by Edward Gibbon, Volume 5, Chapter 51, Part 4. Another expedition of the conquerors of Damascus will equally display their avidity, and their contempt for the riches of the present world. They were informed that the produce and manufactures of the country were annually collected in the fair of Abyla, about 30 miles from the city, that the cell of a devout hermit was visited at the same time by a multitude of pilgrims, and that the festival of trade and superstition would be ennobled by the nuptials of the daughter of the governor of Tripoli. Abdallah, son of Ja'far, a glorious and holy martyr, undertook, with a banner of 500 horse, the pious and profitable commission of despoiling the infidels. As he approached the fair of Abyla, he was astonished by the report of this mighty concourse of Jews and Christians, Greeks and Armenians, of natives of Syria and of strangers of Egypt, to the number of 10,000, besides a guard of 5,000 horse that attended the person of the bride. The Saracens paused. "For my own part," said Abdallah, "I dare not go back. Our foes are many, our danger is great, but our reward is splendid and secure, either in this life or in the life to come. Let every man, according to his inclination, advance or retire." Not a Mussulman deserted his standard. "Lead the way," said Abdallah to his Christian guide, "and you shall see what the companions of the Prophet can perform." They charged in 5 squadrons, but after the first advantage of the surprise, they were encompassed and almost overwhelmed by the multitude of their enemies, and their valiant band is fancifully compared to a white spot in the skin of a black camel. About the hour of sunset, when their weapons dropped from their hands, when they panted on the verge of eternity, they discovered an approaching cloud of dust, they heard the welcome sound of the tekbir, and they soon perceived the standard of Khalid, who flew to their relief with the utmost speed of his cavalry. The Christians were broken by his attack, and slaughtered in their flight, as far as the river of Tripoli. They left behind them the various riches of the fair, the merchandises that were exposed for sale, the money that was brought for purchase, the gay decorations of the nuptials, and the governor's daughter, with 40 of her female attendants. The fruits, provisions, and furniture, the money, plate, and jewels, were diligently laden on the backs of horses, asses, and mules, and the holy robbers returned in triumph to Damascus. The hermit, after a short and angry controversy with Khalid, declined the crown of martyrdom, and was left alive in the solitary scene of blood and devastation. End of chapter 51, part 4. Chapter 51, Part 5 of the History of the Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of the Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire by Edward Gibbon, Volume 5, Chapter 51, Part 5. Syria, one of the countries that have been improved by the most early cultivation, is not unworthy of the preference. The heat of the climate is tempered by the vicinity of the sea and mountains, by the plenty of wood and water, and the produce of a fertile soil affords the subsistence, and encourages the propagation, of men and animals. From the age of David to that of Heraclius, the country was overspread with ancient and flourishing cities. The inhabitants were numerous and wealthy, and after the slow ravage of despotism and superstition, after the recent calamities of the Persian War, Syria could still attract and reward the rapacious tribes of the desert. A plain, of 10 days' journey, from Damascus to Aleppo and Antioch, is watered on the western side by the winding course of the Orontes. The hills of Libanus and Anti-Libanus are planted from north to south, between the Orontes and the Mediterranean, and the epithet of hollow, Clesyria, was applied to a long and fruitful valley, which is confined in the same direction by the 2 ridges of snowy mountains. Among the cities, which are enumerated by Greek and Oriental names in the geography and conquest of Syria, we may distinguish Emesa or Hemis, Heliopolis or Baalbek, the former as the metropolis of the plain, the latter as the capital of the valley. Under the last of the Caesars, they were strong and populous. The turrets glittered from afar, and ample space was covered with public and private buildings, and the citizens were illustrious by their spirit, or at least by their pride, by their riches, or at least by their luxury. In the days of paganism, both Emesa and Heliopolis were addicted to the worship of Baal, or the sun, but the decline of their superstition and splendor has been marked by a singular variety of fortune. Not a vestige remains of the temple of Emesa, which was equalled in poetic style to the summits of Mount Libanus, while the ruins of Baalbek, invisible to the writers of antiquity, excite the curiosity and wonder of the European traveller. The measure of the temple is 200 feet in length, and 100 in breadth. The front is adorned with a double portico of 8 columns, 14 may be counted on either side, and each column, 45 feet in height, is composed of 3 massy blocks of stone or marble. The proportions and ornaments of the Corinthian order express the architecture of the Greeks, but as Baalbek has never been the seat of a monarch, we are at a loss to conceive how the expense of these magnificent structures could be supplied by private or municipal liberality. From the conquest of Damascus, the Saracens proceeded to Heliopolis and Emesa, but I shall decline the repetition of the sallies and combats which have been already shown on a larger scale. In the prosecution of the war, their policy was not less effectual than their sword. By short and separate truces they dissolved the unity of the enemy, accustomed the Syrians to compare their friendship with their enmity, familiarized the idea of their language, religion, and manners, and exhausted, by clandestine purchase, the magazines and arsenals of the cities which they returned to besiege. They aggravated the ransom of the more wealthy, or the more obstinate, and Chalcis alone was taxed at 5,000 ounces of gold, 5,000 ounces of silver, 2,000 robes of silk, and as many figs and olives as would load 5,000 asses. But the terms of truce or capitulation were faithfully observed, and the lieutenant of the Caliph, who had promised not to enter the walls of the captive Baalbek, remained tranquil and immovable in his tent till the jarring factions solicited the interposition of a foreign master. The conquest of the plain and valley of Syria was achieved in less than 2 years. Yet the commander of the faithful reproved the slowness of their progress, and the Saracens, bewailing their fault with tears of rage and repentance, called aloud on their chiefs to lead them forth to fight the battles of the Lord. In a recent action, under the walls of Emesa, an Arabian youth, the cousin of Khalid, was heard aloud to exclaim, "Methinks I see the black-eyed girls looking upon me, one of whom, should she appear in this world, all mankind would die for love of her. And I see in the hand of one of them a handkerchief of green silk, and a cap of precious stones, and she beckons me, and calls out, 'Come hither quickly, for I love thee.'" With these words, charging the Christians, he made havoc wherever he went, till, observed at length by the governor of Hems, he was struck through with a javelin. It was incumbent on the Saracens to exert the full powers of their valour and enthusiasm against the forces of the emperor, who was taught, by repeated losses, that the rovers of the desert had undertaken, and would speedily achieve, a regular and permanent conquest. From the provinces of Europe and Asia, 80,000 soldiers were transported by sea and land to Antioch and Caesarea. The light troops of the army consisted of 60,000 Christian Arabs of the tribe of Ghassan. Under the banner of Jabalah, the last of their princes, they marched in the van, and it was a maxim of the Greeks that for the purpose of cutting diamond, a diamond was the most effectual. Heraclius withheld his person from the dangers of the field, but his presumption, or perhaps his despondency, suggested a peremptory order, that the fate of the province and the war should be decided by a single battle. The Syrians were attached to the standard of Rome and of the cross, but the noble, the citizen, the peasant, were exasperated by the injustice and cruelty of a licentious host, who oppressed them as subjects and despised them as strangers and aliens. A report of these mighty preparations was conveyed to the Saracens in their camp of Emesa, and the chiefs, though resolved to fight, assembled a council. The faith of Abu Obeidah would have expected on the same spot the glory of martyrdom. The wisdom of Khalid advised an honourable retreat to the skirts of Palestine and Arabia, where they might await the succours of their friends, and the attack of the unbelievers. A speedy messenger soon returned from the throne of Medina, with the blessings of Omar and Ali, the prayers of the widows of the Prophet, and a reinforcement of 8,000 Moslems. In their way they overturned a detachment of Greeks, and when they joined at Yarmouk the camp of their brethren, they found the pleasing intelligence that Khalid had already defeated and scattered the Christian Arabs of the tribe of Ghassan. In the neighbourhood of Basra, the springs of Mount Hermon descend in a torrent to the plain of Decapolis, or 10 cities, and the Hieromax, a name which has been corrupted to Yarmouk, is lost, after a short course, in the lake of Tiberias. The banks of this obscure stream were illustrated by a long and bloody encounter. On the momentous occasion, the public voice, and the modesty of Abu Obeidah, restored the command to the most deserving of Moslems. Khalid assumed his station in the front, his colleague was posted in the rear, that the disorder of the fugitive might be checked by his venerable aspect, and the sight of the yellow banner which Mohammed had displayed before the walls of Khaybar. The last line was occupied by the sister of Durar, with the Arabian women who had enlisted in this holy war, who were accustomed to wield the bow and the lance, and who in a moment of captivity had defended, against the uncircumcised ravishers, their chastity and religion. The exhortation of the generals was brief and forcible. Paradise is before you, the devil and hellfire in your rear. Yet such was the weight of the Roman cavalry that the right wing of the Arabs was broken and separated from the main body. Thrice did they return in disorder, and thrice were they driven back to the charge by the reproaches and blows of the women. In the intervals of action, Abu Obeidah visited the tents of his brethren, prolonged their repose by repeating at once the prayers of 2 different hours, bound up their wounds with his own hands, and administered the comfortable reflection that the infidels partook of their sufferings without partaking of their reward. 4,030 of the Moslems were buried in the field of battle, and the skill of the Armenian archers enabled 700 to boast that they had lost an eye in that meritorious service. The veterans of the Syrian war acknowledged that it was the hardest and most doubtful of the days which they had seen. But it was likewise the most decisive. Many thousands of the Greeks and Syrians fell by the sword of the Arabs. Many were slaughtered, after the defeat, in the woods and mountains. Many, by mistaking the ford, were drowned in the waters of the Yarmouk. And however the loss may be magnified, the Christian writers confess and bewail the bloody punishment of their sins. Manuel, the Roman general, was either killed at Damascus or took refuge in the monastery of Mount Sinai. An exile in the Byzantine court, Jabalah lamented the manners of Arabia, and his unlucky preference of the Christian cause. He had once inclined to the profession of Islam, but in the pilgrimage of Mecca, Jabalah was provoked to strike one of his brethren, and fled with amazement from the stern and equal justice of the Caliph. These victorious Saracens enjoyed at Damascus a month of pleasure and repose. The spoil was divided by the discretion of Abu Obeidah, an equal share was allotted to a soldier and to his horse, and a double portion was reserved for the noble coursers of the Arabian breed. After the battle of Yarmouk, the Roman army no longer appeared in the field, and the Saracens might securely choose, among the fortified towns of Syria, the first object of their attack. They consulted the Caliph whether they should march to Caesarea or Jerusalem, and the advice of Ali determined the immediate siege of the latter. To a profane eye, Jerusalem was the first or second capital of Palestine, but after Mecca and Medina, it was revered and visited by the devout Moslems as the temple of the Holy Land which had been sanctified by the revelation of Moses, of Jesus, and of Mohammed himself. The son of Abu Sophian was sent with 5,000 Arabs to try the first experiment of surprise or treaty, but on the 11th day the town was invested by the whole force of Abu Abiyada. He addressed the customary summons to the chief commanders and people of Aliyah. Health and happiness to every one that follows the right way. We require of you to testify that there is but one God, and that Mahomet is his apostle. If you refuse this, consent to pay tribute, and be under us forthwith. Otherwise I shall bring men against you who love death better than you do the drinking of wine or eating hog's flesh. Nor will I ever stir from you, if it pleases God, till I have destroyed those that fight for you, and made slaves of your children. But the city was defended on every side by deep valleys and steep ascents. Since the invasion of Syria, the walls and towers had been anxiously restored. The bravest of the fugitives of Yarmouk had stopped in the nearest place of refuge, and in the defence of the sepulchre of Christ, the natives and strangers might feel some sparks of the enthusiasm which so fiercely glowed in the bosoms of the Saracens. The siege of Jerusalem lasted 4 months. Not a day was lost without some action of sally or assault. The military engines incessantly played from the ramparts, and the inclemency of the winter was still more painful and destructive to the Arabs. The Christians yielded at length to the perseverance of the besiegers. The Patriarch Sophronius appeared on the walls, and by the voice of an interpreter demanded a conference. After a vain attempt to dissuade the lieutenant of the Caliph from his impious enterprise, he proposed, in the name of the people, a fair capitulation, with this extraordinary clause, that the articles of security should be ratified by the authority and presence of Omar himself. The question was debated in the council of Medina. The sanctity of the place, and the advice of Ali, persuaded the Caliph to gratify the wishes of his soldiers and enemies, and the simplicity of his journey is more illustrious than the royal pageants of vanity and oppression. The conqueror of Persia and Syria was mounted on a red camel, which carried, besides his person, a bag of corn, a bag of dates, a wooden dish, and a leathern bottle of water. Wherever he halted, the company, without distinction, was invited to partake of his homely fare, and the repast was consecrated by the prayer and exhortation of the commander of the faithful. But in this expedition or pilgrimage, his power was exercised in the administration of justice. He reformed the licentious polygamy of the Arabs, relieved the tributaries from extortion and cruelty, and chastised the luxury of the Saracens by despoiling them of their rich silks and dragging them on their faces in the dirt. When he came within sight of Jerusalem, the Caliph cried with a loud voice, "God is victorious! O Lord, give us an easy conquest!" and pitching his tent of coarse hair, calmly seated himself on the ground. After signing the capitulation, he entered the city without fear or precaution, and courteously discoursed with the Patriarch concerning its religious antiquities. Sophronius bowed before his new master, and secretly muttered, in the words of Daniel, "The abomination of desolation is in the holy place." At the hour of prayer they stood together in the Church of the Resurrection, but the Caliph refused to perform his devotions, and contented himself with praying on the steps of the Church of Constantine. To the Patriarch he disclosed his prudent and honourable motive. "Had I yielded," said Omar, "to your request, the Moslems of a future age would have infringed the treaty under a colour of imitating my example." By his command the ground of the Temple of Solomon was prepared for the foundation of a mosque, and during a residence of 10 days, he regulated the present and future state of his Syrian conquests. Medina might be jealous, lest the Caliph should be detained by the sanctity of Jerusalem, or the beauty of Damascus. Her apprehensions were dispelled by his prompt and voluntary return to the tomb of the Apostle. To achieve what yet remained of the Syrian war, the Caliph had formed 2 separate armies. A chosen detachment, under Amru and Yazid, was left in the camp of Palestine, while the larger division, under the standard of Abu Obadiah and Khalid, marched away to the north against Antioch and Aleppo. The latter of these, the Berea of the Greeks, was not yet illustrious as the capital of a province or a kingdom, and the inhabitants, by anticipating their submission and pleading their poverty, obtained a moderate composition for their lives and religion. But the castles of Aleppo, distinct from the city, stood erect on a lofty artificial mound. The sides were sharpened to a precipice, and faced with freestone, and the breadth of the ditch might be filled with water from the neighbouring springs. After the loss of 3,000 men, the garrison was still equal to the defence, and Yukinna, their valiant and hereditary chief, had murdered his brother, a holy monk, for daring to pronounce the name of peace. In a siege of 4 or 5 months, the hardest of the Syrian war, great numbers of the Saracens were killed and wounded. Their removal to the distance of a mile could not seduce the vigilance of Youkinna, nor could the Christians be terrified by the execution of 300 captives, whom they beheaded before the castle wall. The silence, and at length the complaints, of Abu Obeidah informed the Caliph that their hope and patience were consumed at the foot of this impregnable fortress. "I am variously affected," replied Omar, "by the difference of your success. But I charge you by no means to raise the siege of the castle. Your retreat would diminish the reputation of our arms, and encourage the infidels to fall upon you on all sides. Remain before Aleppo till God shall determine the event, and forage with your horse round the adjacent country." The exhortation of the commander of the faithful was fortified by a supply of volunteers from all the tribes of Arabia, who arrived in camp on their horses or camels. Among these was Dames, of a servile birth, but of gigantic size and intrepid resolution. The 47th day of his service he proposed, with only 30 men, to make an attempt on the castle. The experience and testimony of Khalid recommended his offer, and Abu Obeidah admonished his brethren not to despise the baser origin of Dames, since he himself, could he relinquish the public care, would cheerfully serve under the banner of the slave. His design was covered by the appearance of a retreat, and the camp of the Saracens was pitched about a league from Aleppo. The 30 adventurers lay in ambush at the foot of the hill, and Dames at length succeeded in his inquiries, though he was provoked by the ignorance of his Greek captives. "God curse these dogs," said the illiterate Arab. "What a strange, barbarous language they speak." At the darkest hour of the night, he scaled the most accessible height, which he had diligently surveyed, a place where the stones were less entire, or the slope less perpendicular, or the guard less vigilant. 7 of the stoutest Saracens mounted on each other's shoulders, and the weight of the column was sustained on the broad and sinewy back of the gigantic slave. The foremost in this painful ascent could grasp and climb the lowest part of the battlements. They silently stabbed and cast down the sentinels, and the 30 brethren, repeating a pious ejaculation, "O Apostle of God, help and deliver us," were successfully drawn up by the long folds of their turbans. With bold and cautious footsteps, Dames explored the palace of the governor, who celebrated in riotous merriment the festival of his deliverance. From thence, returning to his companions, he assaulted on the inside the entrance of the castle. They overpowered the guard, unbolted the gate, let down the drawbridge, and defended the narrow pass, till the arrival of Khalid, with the dawn of day, relieved their danger and assured their conquest. Youkinna, a formidable foe, became an active and useful proselyte, and the general of the Saracens expressed his regard for the most humble merit, by detaining the army at Aleppo till Dames was cured of his honourable wounds. The capital of Syria was still covered by the castle of Azaz and the iron bridge of the Orontes. After the loss of these important posts, and the defeat of the last of the Roman armies, the luxury of Antioch trembled and obeyed. Her safety was ransomed with 300,000 pieces of gold, but the throne of the successors of Alexander, the seat of the Roman government of the East, which had been decorated by Caesar with the titles of free, and holy, and inviolate, was degraded under the yoke of the caliphs to the secondary rank of a provincial town. In the life of Heraclius, the glories of the Persian war are clouded on either hand by the disgrace and weariness of his more early and his later days. When the successors of Mohammed unsheathed the sword of war and religion, he was astonished at the boundless prospect of toil and danger. His nature was indolent, nor could the infirm and frigid age of the emperor be kindled to a second effort. The sense of shame, and the importunities of the Syrians, prevented the hasty departure from the scene of action, but the hero was no more, and the loss of Damascus and Jerusalem, the bloody fields of Aznadin and Yermuk, may be imputed in some degree to the absence or misconduct of the sovereign. Instead of defending the sepulchre of Christ, he involved the Church and State in a metaphysical controversy for the unity of his will, and while Heraclius crowned the offspring of his second nuptials, he was tamely stripped of the most valuable part of their inheritance. In the cathedral of Antioch, in the presence of the bishops, at the foot of the crucifix, he bewailed the sins of the prince and people, but his confession instructed the world that it was vain, and perhaps impious, to resist the judgment of God. The Saracens were invincible in fact, since they were invincible in opinion, and the desertion of Youkinna, his false repentance and repeated perfidy, might justify the suspicion of the emperor, that he was encompassed by traitors and apostates, who conspired to betray his person and their country to the enemies of Christ. In the hour of adversity, his superstition was agitated by the omens and dreams of a falling crown, and after bidding an eternal farewell to Syria, he secretly embarked with a few attendants, and absolved the faith of his subjects. Constantine, his eldest son, had been stationed with 40,000 men at Caesarea, the civil metropolis of the 3 provinces of Palestine. But his private interest recalled him to the Byzantine court, and after the flight of his father, he felt himself an unequal champion to the united force of the Caliph. His vanguard was boldly attacked by 300 Arabs and 1,000 black slaves, who, in the depth of winter, had climbed the snowy mountains of Libanus, and who were speedily followed by the victorious squadrons of Khalid himself. From the north and south, the troops of Antioch and Jerusalem advanced along the seashore, till their banners were joined under the walls of the Phoenician cities. Tripoli and Tyre were betrayed, and a fleet of 50,000 transports, which entered without distrust the captive harbours, brought a seasonable supply of arms and provisions to the camp of the Saracens. Their labours were terminated by the unexpected surrender of Caesarea. The Roman prince had embarked in the night, and the defenceless citizens solicited their pardon with an offering of 200,000 pieces of gold. The remainder of the province, Ramla, Ptolemais or Acre, Sichem or Neapolis, Gaza, Ascalon, Berytus, Sidon, Gabala, Laodicea, Apamea, Hierapolis, no longer presumed to dispute the will of the conqueror, and Syria bowed under the sceptre of the Caliphs 700 years after Pompey had despoiled the last of the Macedonian kings. End of chapter 51, part 5.
Chapter 51, Part 6 of the History of the Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by M.B. The History of the Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, Volume 5, Chapter 51. Conquests by the Arabs, Part 6. The sieges and battles of 6 campaigns had consumed many thousands of the Muslims. They died with the reputation and the cheerfulness of martyrs, and the simplicity of their faith may be expressed in the words of an Arabian youth when he embraced, for the last time, his sister and mother. "It is not," he said, "the delicacies of Syria or the fading delights of this world that have prompted me to devote my life in the cause of religion, but I seek the favour of God and his apostle, and I have heard, from one of the companions of the Prophet, that the spirits of the martyrs will be lodged in the crops of green birds, who shall taste the fruits, and drink of the rivers of paradise. Farewell, we shall meet again among the groves and fountains which God has provided for his elect." The faithful captives might exercise a passive and more arduous resolution. And a cousin of Mohammed is celebrated for refusing, after an abstinence of 3 days, the wine and pork, the only nourishment that was allowed by the malice of the infidels. The frailty of some weaker brethren exasperated the implacable spirit of fanaticism, and the father of Amer deplored in pathetic strains the apostasy and damnation of a son who had renounced the promises of God and the intercession of the Prophet to occupy with the priests and deacons the lowest mansions of hell. The more fortunate Arabs who survived the war and persevered in their faith were restrained by their abstemious leader from the abuse of prosperity. After a refreshment of 3 days, Abu Obeidah withdrew his troops from the pernicious contagion of the luxury of Antioch, and assured the Caliph that their religion and virtue could only be preserved by the hard discipline of poverty and labour. But the virtue of Omar, however rigorous to himself, was kind and liberal to his brethren. After a just tribute of praise and thanksgiving, he dropped a tear of compassion, and, sitting down on the ground, wrote an answer, in which he mildly censured the severity of his lieutenant. "God," said the successor of the Prophet, "has not forbidden the use of the good things of this world to faithful men, and such as have performed good works. Therefore you ought to have given them leave to rest themselves and partake freely of those good things which the country affordeth. If any of the Saracens have no family in Arabia, they may marry in Syria, and whosoever of them wants any female slaves, he may purchase as many as he hath occasion for. The conquerors prepared to use, or to abuse, this gracious permission, but the year of their triumph was marked by a mortality of men and cattle, and 25,000 Saracens were snatched away from the possession of Syria. The death of Abu Obeidah might be lamented by the Christians, but his brethren reflected that he was one of the 10 elect whom the Prophet had named as the heirs of paradise. Khalid survived his brethren about 3 years, and the tomb of the Sword of God is shown in the neighborhood of Emesa. His valor, which founded in Arabia and Syria the empire of the caliphs, was fortified by the opinion of a special providence, and as long as he wore a cap, which had been blessed by Muhammad, he deemed himself invulnerable amongst the darts of the infidels. The place of the first conquerors was supplied by a new generation of their children and countrymen. Syria became the seat and support of the house of Umayyah, and the revenue, the soldiers, the ships of their powerful kingdom were consecrated to enlarge on every side the empire of the caliphs. But the Saracens despise a superfluity of fame, and their historians scarcely condescend to mention the subordinate conquests which are lost in the splendor and rapidity of their victorious career. To the north of Syria they passed Mount Taurus, and reduced to their obedience the province of Cilicia, with its capital Tarsus, the ancient monument of the Assyrian kings. Beyond a second ridge of the same mountains, they spread the flame of war rather than the light of religion, as far as the shores of the Euxine and the neighborhood of Constantinople. To the east they advanced to the banks and sources of the Euphrates and Tigris. The long-disputed barrier of Rome and Persia was forever confounded. The walls of Edessa and Amida, of Dara and Nisbis, which had resisted the arms and engines of Sapor or Nushirvan, were levelled in the dust, and the holy city of Abgaris might vainly produce the epistle or the image of Christ to an unbelieving conqueror. To the west, the Syrian kingdom is bounded by the sea, and the ruin of Aradus, a small island or peninsula on the east, was postponed during 10 years. But the hills of Libanus abounded in timber. The trade of Phoenicia was populous in mariners, and a fleet of 1,700 barks was equipped and manned by the natives of the desert. The imperial navy of the Romans fled before them, and the Pamphylian rocks to the Hellespont. But the spirit of the emperor, a grandson of Heraclius, had been subdued before the combat by a dream and a pun. The Saracens rode masters of the sea, and the islands of Cyprus, Rhodes, and the Cyclades were successively exposed to their rapacious visits. 300 years before the Christian era, the memorable though fruitless siege of Rhodes by Demetrius had furnished that maritime republic with the materials and the subject of a trophy. A gigantic statue of Apollo or the sun, 70 cubits in height, was erected at the entrance of the harbour, a monument of the freedom and the arts of Greece. After standing 56 years, the Colossus of Rhodes was overthrown by an earthquake, but the massy trunk and huge fragments lay scattered 8 centuries on the ground, and are often described as one of the wonders of the ancient world. They were collected by the diligence of the Saracens, and sold to a Jewish merchant of Edessa, who is said to have laden 900 camels with the weight of the brass metal. An enormous weight, though we should include the 100 colossal figures, and the 3,000 statues which adorned the prosperity of the city of the sun. The conquest of Egypt may be explained by the character of the victorious Saracen, one of the first of his nation, in an age when the meanest of the brethren was exalted above his nature by the spirit of enthusiasm. The birth of Amru was at once base and illustrious. His mother, a notorious prostitute, was unable to decide among 5 of the Quraysh, but the proof of resemblance adjudged the child to Asi, the oldest of her lovers. The youth of Amru was impelled by the passions and prejudices of his kindred. His poetic genius was exercised in satirical verses against the person and doctrine of Mohammed. His dexterity was employed by the reigning faction to pursue the religious exiles who had taken refuge in the court of the Ethiopian king. Yet he returned from this embassy a secret proselyte. His reason or his interest determined him to renounce the worship of idols. He escaped from Mecca with his friend Khaled, and the Prophet of Medina enjoyed at the same moment the satisfaction of embracing the two firmest champions of his cause. The impatience of Amru to lead the armies of the faithful was checked by the reproof of Omar, who advised him not to seek power and dominion, since he who is a subject today may be a prince tomorrow. Yet his merit was not overlooked by the first two successors of Muhammad. They were indebted to his arms for their conquest of Palestine, and in all the battles and sieges of Syria he united with the temper of a chief the valor of an adventurous soldier. In a visit to Medina, the Caliph expressed a wish to survey the sword which had cut down so many Christian warriors. The son of Asi unsheathed the short and ordinary scimitar, and he perceived the surprise of Omar. "Alas," said the modest Saracen, "the sword itself, without the arm of its master, is neither sharper nor more weighty than the sword of Pharezdak the poet." After the conquest of Egypt, he was recalled by the jealousy of the Caliph Othman. His powerful support, both in council and in the field, established the throne of the Omeyyades. The administration and revenue of Egypt were restored by the gratitude of Muawiyah to a faithful friend who had raised himself above the rank of a subject, and Amru ended his days in the palace and city which he had founded on the banks of the Nile. His dying speech to his children is celebrated by the Arabians as a model of eloquence and wisdom. He deplored the errors of his youth, but if the penitent was still infected by the vanity of a poet, he might exaggerate the venom and mischief of his impious compositions. From his camp in Palestine, Amru had surprised or anticipated the Caliph's leave for the invasion of Egypt. The magnanimous Omar trusted in his God and his sword, which had shaken the thrones of Khosroes and Caesar. But when he compared the slender force of the Moslems with the greatness of the enterprise, he condemned his own rashness and listened to his timid companions. The pride and the greatness of Pharaoh were familiar to the readers of the Koran, and a tenfold repetition of prodigies had been scarcely sufficient to effect, not the victory, but the flight of 600,000 of the children of Israel. The cities of Egypt were many and populous. Their architecture was strong and solid. The Nile, with its numerous branches, was alone an insuperable barrier, and the granary of the imperial city would be obstinately defended by the Roman powers. In this perplexity the commander of the faithful resigned himself to the decision of chance, or, in his opinion, of Providence. At the head of only 4,000 Arabs, the intrepid Amru had marched away from his station of Gaza when he was overtaken by the messenger of Omar. "If you are still in Syria," said the ambiguous mandate, "retreat without delay, but if, at the receipt of this epistle, you have already reached the frontiers of Egypt, advance with confidence, and depend on the succor of God and of your brethren." The experience, perhaps the secret intelligence, of Amru had taught him to suspect the mutability of courts, and he continued his march till his tents were unquestionably placed on Egyptian ground. He there assembled his officers, broke the seal, perused the epistle, gravely inquired the name and situation of the place, and declared his ready obedience to the commands of the Caliph. After a siege of 30 days, he took possession of Pharma, or Pelusium, and that key of Egypt, as it has been justly named, unlocked the entrance of the country as far as the ruins of Heliopolis and the neighborhood of the modern Cairo. On the western side of the Nile, at a small distance to the east of the pyramids, at a small distance to the south of the delta, Memphis, 150 furlongs in circumference, displayed the magnificence of ancient kings. Under the reign of the Ptolemies and Caesars, the seat of government was removed to the sea coast. The ancient capital was eclipsed by the arts and opulence of Alexandria. The palaces, and at length the temples, were reduced to a desolate and ruinous condition. Yet in the age of Augustus, and even in that of Constantine, Memphis was still numbered among the greatest and most populous of the provincial cities. The banks of the Nile, in this place of the breadth of 3,000 feet, were united by 2 bridges of 60 and 30 boats, connected in the middle stream by the small island of Ruda, which was covered with gardens and habitations. The eastern extremity of the bridge was terminated by the town of Babylon, and the camp of a Roman legion which protected the passage of the river and the second capital of Egypt. This important fortress, which might fairly be described as a part of Memphis or Misra, was invested by the arms of the lieutenant of Omar. A reinforcement of 4,000 Saracens soon arrived in his camp, and the military engines which battered the walls may be imputed to the art and labor of his Syrian allies. Yet the siege was protracted to 7 months, and the rash invaders were encompassed and threatened by the inundation of the Nile. Their last assault was bold and successful. They passed the ditch, which had been fortified with iron spikes, applied their scaling ladders, entered the fortress with the shout of "God is victorious," and drove the remnant of the Greeks to their boats and the Isle of Ruda. The spot was afterwards recommended to the conqueror by the easy communication with the Gulf and the peninsula of Arabia. The remains of Memphis were deserted. The tents of the Arabs were converted to permanent habitations, and the first mosque was blessed by the presence of 80 companions of Mohammed. A new city arose in their camp on the eastward bank of the Nile, and the contiguous quarters of Babylon and Fostat are confounded in their present decay by the appellation of Old Misra, or Cairo, of which they form an extensive suburb. But the name of Cairo, the town of victory, more strictly belongs to the modern capital, which was founded in the 10th century by the Fatimite caliphs. It has gradually receded from the river, but the continuity of buildings may be traced by an attentive eye from the monuments of Sesostris to those of Saladin. Yet the Arabs, after a glorious and profitable enterprise, must have retreated to the desert, had not they found a powerful alliance in the heart of the country. The rapid conquest of Alexander was assisted by the superstition and revolt of the natives. They abhorred their Persian oppressors, the disciples of the Magi, who had burnt the temples of Egypt and feasted with sacrilegious appetite on the flesh of the god Apis. After a period of 10 centuries, the same revolution was renewed by a similar cause, and in the support of an incomprehensible creed, the zeal of the Coptic Christians was equally ardent. I have already explained the origin and progress of the Monophysite controversy, and the persecution of the emperors, which converted a sect into a nation and alienated Egypt from their region and government. The Saracens were received as the deliverers of the Jacobite Church, and a secret and effectual treaty was opened during the siege of Memphis between a victorious army and a people of slaves. A rich and noble Egyptian of the name of Muqawqis had dissembled his faith to obtain the administration of his province. In the disorders of the Persian War, he aspired to independence. The embassy of Mohammed ranked him among princes, but he declined with rich gifts and ambiguous compliments the proposal of a new religion. The abuse of his trust exposed him to the resentment of Heraclius. His submission was delayed by arrogance and fear, and his conscience was prompted by interest to throw himself on the favor of the nation and the support of the Saracens. In his first conference with Amru, he heard without indignation the usual option of the Koran, the tribute, or the sword. The Greeks, replied Muqawqis, are determined to abide the determination of the sword. But with the Greeks I desire no communion, either in this world or in the next, and I abjure for ever the Byzantine tyrant, his synod of Chalcedon, and his Melkite slaves. For myself and my brethren, we are resolved to live and die in the profession of the gospel and unity of Christ. It is impossible for us to embrace the revelations of your prophet, but we are desirous of peace, and cheerfully submit to pay tribute and obedience to his temporal successors. The tribute was ascertained at 2 pieces of gold for the head of every Christian, but old men, monks, women and children of both sexes, under 16 years of age, were exempted from this personal assessment. The Copts above and below Memphis swore allegiance to the Caliph, and promised a hospitable entertainment of 3 days to every Mussulman who should travel through their country. By this charter of security the ecclesiastical and civil tyranny of the Melkites was destroyed, the anathemas of St. Cyril were thundered from every pulpit, and the sacred edifices with the patrimony of the Church were restored to the national communion of the Jacobites, who enjoyed without moderation the moment of triumph and revenge. At the pressing summons of Amru, the patriarch Benjamin emerged from his desert, and after their first interview the courteous Arab affected to declare that he had never conversed with a Christian priest of more innocent manners and a more venerable aspect. In the march from Memphis to Alexandria, the lieutenant of Omar entrusted his safety to the zeal and gratitude of the Egyptians. The roads and bridges were diligently repaired, and in every step of his progress he could depend on a constant supply of provisions and intelligence. The Greeks of Egypt, whose numbers could scarcely equal 1/10 of the natives, were overwhelmed by the universal defection. They had ever been hated. They were no longer feared. The magistrate fled from his tribunal, the bishop from his altar, and the distant garrisons were surprised or starved by the surrounding multitudes. Had not the Nile afforded a safe and ready conveyance to the sea, not an individual could have escaped who by birth or language, or office or religion was connected with their odious name. By the retreat of the Greeks from the provinces of Upper Egypt, a considerable force was collected in the island of Delta. The natural and artificial channels of the Nile afforded a succession of strong and defensible posts, and the road to Alexandria was laboriously cleared by the victory of the Saracens in 22 days of general or partial combat. In their annals of conquest, the siege of Alexandria is perhaps the most arduous and important enterprise. The first trading city in the world was abundantly replenished with the means of subsistence and defense. Her numerous inhabitants fought for the dearest of human rights, religion, and prosperity, and the enmity of the natives seemed to exclude them from the common benefit of peace and toleration. The sea was continually open, and if Heraclius had been awake to the public distress, fresh armies of Romans and barbarians might have been poured into the harbour to save the second capital of the empire. A circumference of 10 miles would have scattered the forces of the Greeks and favoured the stratagems of an active enemy. But the 2 sides of an oblong square were covered by the sea and the Lake Mareotis, and each of the narrow ends exposed a front of no more than 10 furlongs. The efforts of the Arabs were not inadequate to the difficulty of the attempt and the value of the prize. From the throne of Medina, the eyes of Omar were fixed on the camp and city. His voice excited to arms the Arabian tribes and the veterans of Syria, and the merit of a holy war was recommended by the peculiar fame and fertility of Egypt. Anxious for the ruin or expulsion of their tyrants, the faithful natives devoted their labours to the service of Amru. Some sparks of martial spirit were perhaps rekindled by the example of their allies, and the sanguine hopes of Mokawkas had fixed his sepulchre in the church of St. John of Alexandria. Eutychius, the patriarch, observes that the Saracens fought with the courage of lions. They repulsed the frequent and almost daily sallies of the besieged, and soon assaulted in their turns the walls and towers of the city. In every attack, the sword, the banner of Amru, glittered in the van of the Moslems. On a memorable day, he was betrayed by his imprudent valour. His followers who had entered the citadel were driven back, and the general, with a friend and slave, remained a prisoner in the hands of the Christians. When Amru was conducted before the prefect, he remembered his dignity and forgot his situation. A lofty demeanour and resolute language revealed the lieutenant of the Caliph, and the battle-axe of a soldier was already raised to strike off the head of the audacious captive. His life was saved by the readiness of his slave, who instantly gave his master a blow on the face and commanded him with an angry tone to be silent in the presence of his superiors. The credulous Greek was deceived. He listened to the offer of a treaty, and his prisoners were dismissed, in the hope of a more respectable embassy till the joyful acclamations of the camp announced the return of their general and insulted the folly of the infidels. At length, after a siege of 14 months and the loss of 23,000 men, the Saracens prevailed. The Greeks embarked their dispirited and diminished numbers, and the standard of Mahomet was planted on the walls of the capital of Egypt. "I have taken," said Amru to the Caliph, "the great city of the West. It is impossible for me to enumerate the variety of its riches and beauty, and I shall content myself with observing that it contains 4,000 palaces, 4,000 baths, 4,000 theatres or places of amusement, 12,000 shops for the sale of vegetable food, and 40,000 tributary Jews. The town has been subdued by force of arms, without treaty or capitulation, and the Moslems are impatient to seize the fruits of their victory." The commander of the faithful rejected with firmness the idea of pillage, and directed his lieutenant to reserve the wealth and revenue of Alexandria for the public service and the propagation of the faith. The inhabitants were numbered, a tribute was imposed, the zeal and resentment of the Jacobites was curbed, and the Melchites who submitted to the Arabian yoke were indulged in the obscure but tranquil exercise of their worship. The intelligence of this disgraceful and calamitous event afflicted the declining health of the emperor, and Heraclius died of a dropsy about 7 weeks after the loss of Alexandria. Under the minority of his grandson, the clamours of a people, deprived of their daily sustenance, compelled the Byzantine court to undertake the recovery of the capital of Egypt. In the space of 4 years, the harbour and fortifications of Alexandria were twice occupied by a fleet and army of Romans. They were twice expelled by the valour of Amru, who was recalled by the domestic peril from the distant wars of Tripoli and Nubia. But the facility of this attempt, the repetition of the insult, and the obstinacy of the resistance, provoked him to swear that if a third time he drove the infidels into the sea, he would render Alexandria as accessible on all sides as the house of a prostitute. Faithful to his promise, he dismantled several parts of the walls and towers, but the people were spared the chastisement of the city, and the Mosque of Mercy was erected on the spot where the victorious general had stopped the fury of his troops. End of chapter 51, part 6.
Chapter 51, Part 7 of the History of the Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of the Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire by Edward Gibbon, Volume 5, Chapter 51, Part 7. I should deceive the expectation of the reader if I passed in silence the fate of the Alexandrian library, as it is described by the learned Abulpharagius. The spirit of Amru was more curious and liberal than that of his brethren, and in his leisure hours the Arabian chief was pleased with the conversation of John, the last disciple of Ammonius, who derived the surname of Philoponus from his laborious studies of grammar and philosophy. Emboldened by this familiar intercourse, Philoponus presumed to solicit a gift, inestimable in his opinion, contemptible in that of the barbarians, the royal library, which alone among the spoils of Alexandria had not been appropriated by the visit and the seal of the conqueror. Amru was inclined to gratify the wish of the grammarian, but his rigid integrity refused to alienate the minutest object without the consent of the Caliph, and the well-known answer of Omar was inspired by the ignorance of a fanatic. If these writings of the Greeks agree with the Book of God, they are useless, and need not be preserved. If they disagree, they are pernicious and ought to be destroyed. The sentence was executed with blind obedience. The volumes of paper or parchment were distributed to the 4,000 baths of the city, and such was their incredible multitude that 6 months were barely sufficient for the consumption of this precious fuel. Since the dynasties of Abulpharagius have been given to the world in a Latin verse, the tale has been repeatedly transcribed, and every scholar, with pious indignation, has deplored the irreparable shipwreck of the learning, the arts, and the genius of antiquity. For my own part, I am strongly tempted to deny both the fact and the consequences. The fact is indeed marvellous. "Read and wonder," says the historian himself, and the solitary report of a stranger who wrote at the end of 600 years on the confines of Media is overbalanced by the silence of 2 annalists of a more early date, both Christians, both natives of Egypt, and the most ancient of whom, the patriarch Eutychius, has amply described the conquest of Alexandria. The rigid sentence of Omar is repugnant to the sound and orthodox precept of the Mohammedan casuists. They expressly declare that the religious books of the Jews and Christians, which are acquired by the right of war, should never be committed to the flames, and that the works of profane science, historians or poets, physicians or philosophers, may be lawfully applied to the use of the faithful. A more destructive zeal may perhaps be attributed to the first successors of Mahomet, yet in this instance the conflagration would have speedily expired in the deficiency of materials. I should not recapitulate the disasters of the Alexandrian library, the involuntary flame that was kindled by Caesar in his own defence, or the mischievous bigotry of the Christians who studied to destroy the monuments of idolatry. But if we gradually descend from the age of the Antonines to that of Theodosius, we shall learn from a chain of contemporary witnesses that the royal palace and the temple of Serapis no longer contained the 4 or the 700,000 volumes which had been assembled by the curiosity and magnificence of the Ptolemies. Perhaps the church and seat of the patriarchs might be enriched with a repository of books, but if the ponderous mass of Arian and Monophysite controversy were indeed consumed in the public baths, a philosopher may allow, with a smile, that it was ultimately devoted to the benefit of mankind. I sincerely regret the more valuable libraries which have been involved in the ruin of the Roman Empire, but when I seriously compute the lapse of ages, the waste of ignorance, and the calamities of war, our treasures, rather than our losses, are the objects of my surprise. Many curious and interesting facts are buried in oblivion. The 3 great historians of Rome have been transmitted to our hands in a mutilated state, and we are deprived of many pleasing compositions of the lyric, iambic, and dramatic poetry of the Greeks. Yet we should gratefully remember that the mischances of time and accident have spared the classic works to which the suffrage of antiquity had adjudged the first place of genius and glory. The teachers of ancient knowledge, who are still extant, had perused and compared the writings of their predecessors, nor can it fairly be presumed that any important truth, any useful discovery in art or nature, has been snatched away from the curiosity of modern ages. In the administration of Egypt, Amru balanced the demands of justice and policy, the interests of the people of the law, who were defended by God, and of the people of the alliance, who were protected by man. In the recent tumult of conquest and deliverance, the tongue of the Copts and the sword of the Arabs were most adverse to the tranquillity of the province. To the former, Amru declared that faction and falsehood would be doubly chastised, by the punishment of the accusers, whom he should detest as his personal enemies, and by the promotion of their innocent brethren, whom their envy had laboured to injure and supplant. He excited the latter by the motives of religion and honour to sustain the dignity of their character, to endear themselves by a modest and temperate conduct to God and the Caliph, to spare and protect a people who had trusted to their faith, and to content themselves with the legitimate and splendid rewards of their victory. In the management of the revenue, he disapproved the simple but oppressive mode of a capitulation, and preferred with reason a proportion of taxes deducted on every branch from the clear profits of agriculture and commerce. A third part of the tribute was appropriated to the annual repairs of the dikes and canals, so essential to the public welfare. Under his administration, the fertility of Egypt supplied the dearth of Arabia, and a string of camels, laden with corn and provisions, covered almost without an interval the long road from Memphis to Medina. But the genius of Amru soon renewed the maritime communication which had been attempted or achieved by the Pharaohs, the Ptolemies, or the Caesars, and a canal, at least 80 miles in length, was opened from the Nile to the Red Sea. This inland navigation, which would have joined the Mediterranean and the Indian Ocean, was soon discontinued as useless and dangerous. The throne was removed from Medina to Damascus, and the Grecian fleets might have explored a passage to the holy cities of Arabia. Of his new conquest, the Caliph Omar had an imperfect knowledge from the voice of fame and the legends of the Koran. He requested that his lieutenant would place before his eyes the realm of Pharaoh and the Amalekites, and the answer of Amru exhibits a lively and not unfaithful picture of that singular country. O Commander of the Faithful! Egypt is a compound of black earth and green plants, between a pulverized mountain and a red sand. The distance from Syene to the sea is a month's journey for a horseman. Along the valley descends a river, on which the blessing of the Most High reposes both in the evening and morning, and which rises and falls with the revolutions of the sun and moon. When the annual dispensation of Providence unlocks the springs and fountains that nourish the earth, the Nile rolls his swelling and sounding waters through the realm of Egypt. The fields are overspread by the salutary flood, and the villages communicate with each other in their painted barks. The retreat of the inundation deposits the fertilizing mud for the reception of the various seeds. The crowds of husbandmen who blacken the land may be compared to a swarm of industrious ants, and their native indolence is quickened by the lash of the taskmaster, and the promise of the flowers and fruits of a plentiful increase. Their hope is seldom deceived, but the riches which they extract from the wheat, the barley, and the rice, the legumes, the fruit trees, and the cattle, are unequally shared between those who labor and those who possess. According to the vicissitudes of the seasons, the face of the country is adorned with a silver wave, a verdant emerald, and the deep yellow of a golden harvest. Yet this beneficial order is sometimes interrupted, and the long delay and sudden swell of the river in the first year of the conquest might afford some colour to an edifying fable. It is said that the annual sacrifice of a virgin had been interdicted by the piety of Omar, and that the Nile lay sullen and inactive in his shallow bed, till the mandate of the Caliph was cast into the obedient stream, which rose in a single night to the height of 16 cubits. The admiration of the Arabs for their new conquest encouraged the license of their romantic spirit. We may read, in the gravest authors, that Egypt was crowded with 20,000 cities or villages, that exclusive of the Greeks and Arabs, the Copts alone were found, on the assessment, 6 millions of tributary subjects, or 20 millions of either sex, and of every age, that 300 millions of gold and silver were annually paid to the treasury of the Caliphs. Our reason must be startled by these extravagant assertions, and they will become more palpable if we assume the compass and measure of the extent of habitable ground, a valley from the tropic to Memphis seldom broader than 12 miles, and the triangle of the delta, a flat surface of 2,100 square leagues, compose a 12th part of the magnitude of France. A more accurate research will justify a more reasonable estimate. The 300 millions, created by the era of a scribe, are reduced to the decent revenue of 4,300,000 pieces of gold, of which 900,000 were consumed by the pay of the soldiers. 2 authentic lists, of the present and of the 12th century, are circumscribed within the respectable number of 2,700 villages and towns. After a long residence at Cairo, a French council has ventured to assign about 4 millions of Mohammedans, Christians, and Jews, for the ample, though not incredible, scope of the population of Egypt. The conquest of Africa, from the Nile to the Atlantic Ocean, was first attempted by the arms of the Caliph Othman. The pious design was approved by the companions of Mohammed and the chiefs of the tribes, and 20,000 Arabs marched from Medina, with gifts and the blessings of the commander of the faithful. They were joined in the camp of Memphis by 20,000 of their countrymen, and the conduct of the war was entrusted to Abdallah, the son of Said and the foster brother of the Caliph, who had lately supplanted the conqueror and lieutenant of Egypt. Yet the favour of the prince, and the merit of his favourite, could not obliterate the guilt of his apostasy. The early conversion of Abdallah, and his skilful pen, had recommended him to the important office of transcribing the sheets of the Koran. He betrayed his trust, corrupted the text, derided the errors which he had made, and fled to Mecca to escape the justice and expose the ignorance of the apostle. After the conquest of Mecca, he fell prostrate at the feet of Mohammed. His tears and the entreaties of Othman extorted a reluctant pardon, but the Prophet declared that he had so long hesitated to allow time for some zealous disciple to avenge his injury in the blood of the apostate. With apparent fidelity and effective merit, he served the religion which it was no longer his interest to desert. His birth and talents gave him an honourable rank among the Koreish, and in a nation of cavalry, Abdallah was renowned as the boldest and most dexterous horseman of Arabia. At the head of 40,000 Moslems, he advanced from Egypt into the unknown countries of the West. The sands of Barca might be impervious to a Roman legion, but the Arabs were attended by their faithful camels, and the natives of the desert beheld without terror the familiar aspect of the soil and climate. After a painful march, they pitched their tents before the walls of Tripoli, a maritime city in which the name, the wealth, and the inhabitants of the province had gradually centred, and which now maintains the third rank among the states of Barbary. A reinforcement of Greeks was surprised and cut in pieces on the seashore, but the fortifications of Tripoli resisted the first assaults, and the Saracens were tempted by the approach of the prefect Gregory to relinquish the labours of the siege for the perils and the hopes of a decisive action. If his standard was followed by 120,000 men, the regular bands of the empire must have been lost in the naked and disorderly crowd of Africans and Moors, who formed the strength, or rather the numbers, of his host. He rejected with indignation the option of the Koran or the tribute, and during several days the two armies were fiercely engaged from the dawn of light to the hour of noon, when their fatigue and the excessive heat compelled them to seek shelter and refreshment in their respective camps. The daughter of Gregory, a maid of incomparable beauty and spirit, is said to have fought by his side. From her earliest youth she was trained to mount on horseback, to draw the bow, and to wield the scimitar, and the richness of her arms and apparel were conspicuous in the foremost ranks of the battle. Her hand, with 100,000 pieces of gold, was offered for the head of the Arabian general, and the youths of Africa were excited by the prospect of the glorious prize. At the pressing solicitation of his brethren, Abdallah withdrew his person from the field, but the Saracens were discouraged by the retreat of their leader, and the repetition of those equal or unsuccessful conflicts. A noble Arabian, who afterwards became the adversary of Ali and the father of a caliph, had signalized his valour in Egypt, and Zobeir was the first who planted the scaling ladder against the walls of Babylon. In the African war he was detached from the standard of Abdallah. In the news of the battle, Zobeir, with 12 companions, cut his way through the camp of the Greeks, and pressed forwards, without tasting either food or repose, to partake of the danger of his brethren. He cast his eyes round the field. "Where," said he, "is our general?" "In his tent." "Is the tent a station for the general of the Moslems?" Abdallah represented with a blush the importance of his own life, and the temptation that was held forth by the Roman prefect. "Retort," said Zobeir, "on the infidels and their ungenerous attempt. Proclaim through the ranks that the head of Gregory shall be repaid with his captive daughter, and the equal sum of 100,000 pieces of gold." To the courage and discretion of Zobeir the lieutenant of the Caliph entrusted the execution of his own stratagem, which included the long-disputed balance in favour of the Saracens. Supplying by activity and artifice the deficiency of numbers, a part of their forces lay concealed in their tents, while the remainder prolonged an irregular skirmish with the enemy till the sun was high in the heavens. On both sides they retired with fainting steps; their horses were unbridled, their armour was laid aside, and the hostile nations prepared, or seemed to prepare, for the refreshment of the evening, and the encounter of the ensuing day. On a sudden the charge was sounded, the Arabian camp poured forth a swarm of fresh and intrepid warriors, and the long line of the Greeks and Africans was surprised, assaulted, overturned, by new squadrons of the faithful, who, to the eye of fanaticism, might appear as a band of angels descending from the sky. The prefect himself was slain by the hand of Zobeir; his daughter, who sought revenge in death, was surrounded and made prisoner, and the fugitives involved in their disaster the town of Sufetella, to which they escaped from the sabres and lances of the Arabs. Sufetella was built 150 miles to the south of Carthage. A gentle declivity is watered by a running stream, and shaded by a grove of juniper trees, and in the ruins of a triumphal arch, a portico, and 3 temples of the Corinthian order, curiosity may yet admire the magnificence of the Romans. After the fall of this opulent city, the provincials and barbarians implored on all sides the mercy of the conqueror. His vanity or his zeal might be flattered by offers of tribute or professions of faith, but his losses, his fatigues, and the progress of an epidemical disease, prevented a solid establishment, and the Saracens, after a campaign of 15 months, retreated to the confines of Egypt, with the captives and the wealth of their African expedition. The Caliph's fifth was granted to a favourite, on the nominal payment of 500,000 pieces of gold, but the state was doubly injured by this fallacious transaction. If each foot soldier had shared 1,000, and each horseman 3,000 pieces, in the real division of the plunder. The author of the death of Gregory was expected to have claimed the most precious reward of the victory. From his silence it might be presumed that he had fallen in the battle, till the tears and exclamations of the prefect's daughter at the sight of Zobeir revealed the valour and modesty of that gallant soldier. The unfortunate virgin was offered, and almost rejected as a slave, by her father's murderer, who coolly declared that his sword was consecrated to the service of religion, and that he laboured for a recompense far above the charms of mortal beauty, or the riches of this transitory life. A reward congenial to his temper was the honourable commission of announcing to the Caliph Othman the success of his arms. The companions, the chiefs, and the people were assembled in the mosque of Medina to hear the interesting narrative of Zobeir, and as the orator forgot nothing except the merit of his own counsels and actions, the name of Abdullah was joined by the Arabians with the heroic names of Khalid and Amro. End of chapter 51, part 7.
Chapter 51, Part 8 of the History of the Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by M.B. Chapter 51, Conquests by the Arabs, Part 8. The western conquests of the Saracens were suspended near 20 years, till their dissensions were composed by the establishment of the house of Umayyah, and the Caliph Muawiyah was invited by the cries of the Africans themselves. The successors of Heraclius had been informed of the tribute which they had been compelled to stipulate with the Arabs, but instead of being moved to pity and relieve their distress, they imposed, as an equivalent or a fine, a second tribute of a similar amount. The ears of the Byzantine ministers were shut against the complaints of their poverty and ruin. Their despair was reduced to prefer the dominion of a single master. And the extortions of the Patriarch of Carthage, who was invested with civil and military power, provoked the sectaries, and even the Catholics of the Roman province, to abjure the religion as well as the authority of their tyrants. The first lieutenant of Muawiyah acquired a just renown, subdued an important city, defeated an army of 30,000 Greeks, swept away 80,000 captives, and enriched with their spoils the bold adventures of Syria and Egypt. But the title of conqueror of Africa is more justly due to his successor Akbar. He marched from Damascus at the head of 10,000 of the bravest Arabs, and the genuine force of the Muslims was enlarged by the doubtful aid and conversion of many thousand barbarians. It would be difficult, nor is it necessary, to trace the accurate line of the progress of Akbar. The interior regions have been peopled by the Orientals with fictitious armies and imaginary citadels. In the warlike province of Zab, or Numidia, 80,000 of the natives might assemble in arms, but the number of 360 towns is incompatible with the ignorance or decay of husbandry, and a circumference of 3 leagues will not be justified by the ruins of Urbi or Lambesa, the ancient metropolis of that inland country. As we approach the sea-coast, the well-known cities of Bujia and Tangier define the more certain limits of the Saracen victories. A remnant of trade still adheres to the commodious harbour of Bujia, which, in a more prosperous age, is said to have contained about 20,000 homes, and the plenty of iron which is dug from the adjacent mountains might have supplied a braver people with the instruments of defence. The remote position and venerable antiquity of Tingi, or Tangier, have been decorated by the Greek and Arabian fables, but the figurative expressions of the latter, that the walls were constructed of brass, and that the roofs were covered with gold and silver, may be interpreted as the emblems of strength and opulence. The provinces of Mauritania Tingitana, which assumed the name of the capital, had been imperfectly discovered and settled by the Romans. The 5 colonies were confined to a narrow pale, and the more southern parts were seldom explored except by the agents of luxury, who searched the forest for ivory and the citron wood, and the shores of the ocean for the purple shellfish. The fearless Akbah plunged into the heart of the country, traversed the wilderness in which his successors erected the splendid capitals of Fez and Morocco, and at length penetrated to the verge of the Atlantic and the Great Desert. The river Sus descends from the western sides of Mount Atlas, fertilizes, like the Nile, the adjacent soil, and falls into the sea at a moderate distance from the Canary or Fortunate Islands. Its banks were inhabited by the last of the Moors, a race of savages without laws or discipline or religion, and they were astonished by the strange and irresistible terror of the Oriental arms. And as they possessed neither gold nor silver, the richest spoil was the beauty of the female captives, some of whom were afterwards sold for 1,000 pieces of gold. The career, though not the zeal, of Akbah was checked by the prospect of a boundless ocean. He spurred his horse into the waves, and raising his eyes to heaven, exclaimed with the tone of a fanatic, "Great God! If my course were not stopped by this sea, I would still go on to the unknown kingdoms of the West, preaching the unity of thy holy name, and putting to the sword the rebellious nations who worship any other gods than thee." Yet this Mohammedan Alexander, who sighed for new worlds, was unable to preserve his recent conquests. By the universal defection of the Greeks and Africans he was recalled from the shores of the Atlantic, and the surrounding multitudes left him only the resource of an honorable death. The last scene was dignified by an example of national virtue. An ambitious chief, who had disputed the command and failed in the attempt, was led about as a prisoner in the camp of the Arabian general. The insurgents had trusted to his discontent and revenge. He disdained their offers and revealed their designs. In the hour of danger, the grateful Akbah unlocked his fetters and advised him to retire. He chose to die under the banner of his rival. Embracing his friends and martyrs, they unsheathed their scimitars, broke their scabbards, and maintained an obstinate combat till they fell by each other's side on the last of their slaughtered countrymen. The 3rd general, or governor of Africa, Suhir, avenged and encountered the fate of his predecessor. He vanquished the natives in many battles. He was overthrown by a powerful army, which Constantinople had sent to the relief of Carthage. It had been the frequent practice of the Moorish tribes to join the invaders, to share the plunder, to profess the faith, and to revolt to their savage state of independence and idolatry on the first retreat or misfortune of the Muslims. The prudence of Akbah had proposed to found an Arabian colony in the heart of Africa, a citadel that might curb the levity of the barbarians, a place of refuge to secure against the accidents of war, the wealth and the families of the Saracens. With this view, and under the modest title of the station of a caravan, he planted this colony in the 50th year of the Hijra. In the present day, Kairouan still holds the 2nd rank in the kingdom of Tunis, from which it is now distant about 50 miles to the south. Its inland situation, 12 miles westward of the sea, has protected the city from the Greek and Sicilian fleets. When the wild beasts and serpents were extirpated, when the forest, or rather wilderness, was cleared, the vestiges of a Roman town were discovered in a sandy plain. The vegetable food of Kairouan is brought in from afar, and the scarcity of springs constrains the inhabitants to collect in cisterns and reservoirs a precious supply of rainwater. These obstacles were subdued by the industry of Akbah. He traced a circumference of 3,600 paces, which he encompassed with a brick wall. In the space of 5 years, the governor's palace was surrounded with a sufficient number of private habitations. A spacious mosque was supported by 500 columns of granite, porphyry, and Numidian marble, and Kairouan became the seat of learning as well as of empire. But these were the glories of a later age. The new colony was shaken by the successive defeats of Akba and Zuhair, and the western expeditions were again interrupted by the civil discord of the Arabian monarchy. The son of the valiant Zobeir maintained a war of 12 years, a siege of 7 months against the house of Umayyah. Abdallah was said to unite the fierceness of the lion with the subtlety of the fox, but if he inherited the courage, he was devoid of the generosity of his father. The return of domestic peace allowed the Caliph Abd al-Malik to resume the conquest of Africa. The standard was delivered to Hassan, governor of Egypt, and the revenue of that kingdom, with an army of 40,000 men, was consecrated to the important service. In the vicissitudes of war, the interior provinces had been alternately won and lost by the Saracens. But the sea coast still remained in the hands of the Greeks. The predecessors of Hassan had respected the name and fortifications of Carthage, and the number of its defenders was recruited by the fugitives of Cabus and Tripoli. The arms of Hassan were bolder and more fortunate. He reduced and pillaged the metropolis of Africa, and the mention of scaling ladders may justify the suspicion that he anticipated, by a sudden assault, the more tedious operations of a regular siege. But the joy of the conquerors was soon disturbed by the appearance of the Christian succours. The prefect and patrician John, a general of experience and renown, embarked at Constantinople the forces of the Eastern Empire. They were joined by the ships and soldiers of Sicily, and a powerful reinforcement of Goths was obtained from the fears and religion of the Spanish monarch. The weight of the Confederate navy broke the chain that guarded the entrance of the harbor. The Arabs retired to Kairouan or Tripoli. The Christians landed. The citizens hailed the ensign of the cross, and the winter was idly wasted in the dream of victory or deliverance. But Africa was irrecoverably lost. The zeal and resentment of the commander of the faithful prepared in the ensuing spring a more numerous armament by sea and land, and the patrician, in his turn, was compelled to evacuate the post and fortifications of Carthage. A second battle was fought in the neighborhood of Utica. The Greeks and Goths were again defeated, and their timely embarkation saved them from the sword of Hassan, who had invested the slight and insufficient rampart of their camp. Whatever yet remained of Carthage was delivered to the flames, and the colony of Dido and Caesar lay desolate above 200 years, till a part, perhaps a 20th, of the old circumference was repeopled by the first of the Fatimite caliphs. In the beginning of the 16th century, the second capital of the West was represented by a mosque, a college without students, 25 or 30 shops, and the huts of 500 peasants, who, in their abject poverty, displayed the arrogance of Punic senators. Even that paltry village was swept away by the Spaniards whom Charles V had stationed in the fortress of the Goletta. The ruins of Carthage have perished, and the place might be unknown, if some broken arches of an aqueduct did not guide the footsteps of the inquisitive traveller. The Greeks were expelled, but the Arabians were not yet masters of the country. In the interior provinces, the Moors or Berbers, so feeble under the first Caesars, so formidable to the Byzantine princes, maintained a disorderly resistance to the religion and power of the successors of Mohammed. Under the standard of their queen Kahina, the independent tribes acquired some degree of union and discipline, and as the Moors respected in their females the character of a prophetess, they attacked the invaders with an enthusiasm similar to their own. The veteran bands of Hassan were inadequate to the defense of Africa. The conquests of an age were lost in a single day, and the Arabian chief, overwhelmed by the torrent, retired to the confines of Egypt and expected 5 years the promised succours of the Caliph. After the retreat of the Saracens, the victorious prophetess assembled the Moorish chiefs, and recommended a measure of strange and savage policy. Our cities, said she, and the gold and silver which they contain, perpetually attract the arms of the Arabs. These vile metals are not the objects of our ambition. We content ourselves with the simple productions of the earth. Let us destroy these cities. Let us bury in their ruins those pernicious treasures, and when the avarice of our foes shall be destitute of temptation, perhaps they will cease to disturb the tranquillity of a warlike people. The proposal was accepted with unanimous applause. From Tangier to Tripoli, the buildings, or at least the fortifications, were demolished, the fruit trees were cut down, the means of subsistence were extirpated, a fertile and populous garden was changed into a desert, and the historians of a more recent period could discern the frequent traces of the prosperity and devastation of their ancestors. Such is the tale of the modern Arabians. Yet I strongly suspect that their ignorance of antiquity, the love of the marvellous, and the fashion of extolling the philosophy of barbarians has induced them to describe, as one voluntary act, the calamities of 300 years since the first fury of the Donatists and Vandals. In the progress of the revolt, Kahina had most probably contributed her share of destruction, and the alarm of universal ruin might terrify and alienate the cities that had reluctantly yielded to her unworthy yoke. They no longer hoped, perhaps they no longer wished, the return of their Byzantine sovereigns. Their present servitude was not alleviated by the benefits of order and justice, and the most zealous Catholic must prefer the imperfect truths of the Koran to the blind and rude idolatry of the Moors. The general of the Saracens was again received as the saviour of the province. The friends of civil society conspired against the savages of the land, and the royal prophetess was slain in the first battle which overturned the baseless fabric of her superstition and empire. The same spirit revived under the successor of Hassan. It was finally quelled by the activity of Musa and his 2 sons, but the number of the rebels may be presumed from that of 300,000 captives, 60,000 of whom, the Caliph's 5th, were sold for the profit of the public treasury. 30,000 of the barbarian youth were enlisted in the troops, and the pious labours of Musa, to inculcate the knowledge and practice of the Koran, accustomed the Africans to obey the apostle of God and the commander of the faithful. In their climate and government, their diet and habitation, the wandering Moors resembled the Bedouins of the desert. With the religion they were proud to adopt the language, name, and origin of Arabs. The blood of the strangers and natives was insensibly mingled, and from the Euphrates to the Atlantic, the same nation might seem to be diffused over the sandy plains of Asia and Africa. Yet I will not deny that 50,000 tents of pure Arabians might be transported over the Nile and scattered through the Libyan desert, and I am not ignorant that 5 of the Moorish tribes still retain their barbarous idiom with the appellation and character of white Africans. In the progress of conquest from the north and south, the Goths and the Saracens encountered each other on the confines of Europe and Africa. In the opinion of the latter, the difference of religion is a reasonable ground of enmity and warfare. As early as the time of Othman, their piratical squadrons had ravaged the coast of Andalusia, nor had they forgotten the relief of Carthage by the Gothic succours. In that age, as well as in the present, the kings of Spain were possessed of the fortress of Ceuta, one of the columns of Hercules, which is divided by a narrow strait from the opposite pillar or point of Europe. A small portion of Mauritania was still wanting to the African conquest. But Musa, in the pride of victory, was repulsed from the walls of Ceuta by the vigilance and courage of Count Julian, the general of the Goths. From his disappointment and perplexity, Musa was relieved by an unexpected message of the Christian chief, who offered his place, his person, and his sword to the successors of Mahomet, and solicited the disgraceful honour of introducing their arms into the heart of Spain. If we inquire into the cause of his treachery, the Spaniards will repeat the particular story of his daughter Cava, of a virgin who was seduced or ravished by her sovereign, of a father who sacrificed his religion and country to the thirst of revenge. The passions of princes have often been licentious and destructive, but this well-known tale, romantic in itself, is indifferently supported by external evidence, and the history of Spain will suggest some motive of interest and policy more congenial to the breast of a veteran statesman. After the decease or deposition of Witiza, his two sons were supplanted by the ambition of Roderick, a noble Goth, whose father, the duke or governor of a province, had fallen a victim to the preceding tyranny. The monarchy was still elective, but the sons of Witiza, educated on the steps of the throne, were impatient of a private station. Their resentment was the more dangerous as it was varnished with the dissimulation of courts. Their followers were excited by the remembrance of favours and the promise of a revolution, and their uncle Opus, Archbishop of Toledo and Seville, was the first person in the church and the second in the state. It is probable that Julian was involved in the disgrace of the unsuccessful faction, that he had little to hope and much to fear from the new reign, and that the imprudent king could not forget or forgive the injuries which Roderick and his family had sustained. The merit and influence of the Count rendered him a useful or formidable subject. His estates were ample, his followers bold and numerous, and it was too fatally shown that by his Andalusian and Mauritanian commands he held in his hand the keys of the Spanish monarchy. Too feeble, however, to meet his sovereign in arms, he sought the aid of a foreign power, and his rash invitation of the Moors and Arabs produced the calamities of 800 years. In his epistles, or in a personal interview, he revealed the wealth and nakedness of his country, the weakness of an unpopular prince, the degeneracy of an effeminate people. The Goths were no longer the victorious barbarians who had humbled the pride of Rome, despoiled the Queen of Nations, and penetrated from the Danube to the Atlantic Ocean. Secluded from the world by the Pyrenean mountains, the successors of Alaric had slumbered in a long peace. The walls of the cities were mouldered into dust, the youth had abandoned the exercise of arms, and the presumption of their ancient renown would expose them in a field of battle to the first assault of the invaders. The ambitious Saracen was fired by the ease and importance of the attempt, but the execution was delayed till he had consulted the commander of the faithful, and his messenger returned with the permission of Walid to annex the unknown kingdoms of the West to the religion and throne of the caliphs. In his residence of Tangier, Musa, with secrecy and caution, continued his correspondence and hastened his preparations. But the remorse of the conspirators was soothed by the fallacious assurance that he should content himself with the glory and spoil, without aspiring to establish the Moslems beyond the sea that separates Africa from Europe. Before Musa would trust an army of the faithful to the traitors and infidels of a foreign land, he made a less dangerous trial of their strength and veracity. 100 Arabs and 400 Africans passed over in 4 vessels from Tangier to Ceuta. The place of their descent on the opposite shore of the strait is marked by the name of Tarif, their chief, and the date of this memorable event is fixed to the month of Ramadan, of the 91st year of the Hijra, to the month of July, 748 years from the Spanish era of Caesar, 710 after the birth of Christ. From their first station they marched 18 miles through a hilly country to the castle and town of Julian, on which it is still called Algezire. They bestowed the name of the Green Island, from a verdant cape that advances into the sea. Their hospitable entertainment, the Christians who joined their standard, their inroad into a fertile and unguarded province, the richness of their spoil, and the safety of their return, announced to their brethren and the most favourable omens of victory. In the ensuing spring, 5,000 veterans and volunteers were embarked under the command of Tarik, a dauntless and skilful soldier, who surpassed the expectation of his chief, and the necessary transports were provided by the industry of their too faithful ally. The Saracens landed at the pillar or point of Europe. The corrupt and familiar appellation of Gibraltar, Jebel al-Tariq, describes the mountain of Tarik, and the entrenchments of his camp were the first outline of those fortifications which, in the hands of our countrymen, have resisted the art and power of the House of Bourbon. The adjacent governors informed the court of Toledo of the descent and progress of the Arabs, and the defeat of his lieutenant Edeco, who had been commanded to seize and bind the presumptuous strangers, admonished Roderick of the magnitude of the danger. At the royal summons, the dukes and counts, the bishops and nobles of the Gothic monarchy, assembled at the head of their followers, and the title of King of the Romans, which is employed by an Arabic historian, may be excused by the close affinity of language, religion, and manners between the nations of Spain. His army consisted of 90 or 100,000 men, a formidable power if their fidelity and discipline had been adequate to their numbers. The troops of Tarik had been augmented to 12,000 Saracens, but the Christian malcontents were attracted by the influence of Julian, and a crowd of Africans most greedily tasted the temporal blessings of the Koran. In the neighborhood of Cadiz, the town of Xeres has been illustrated by the encounter which determined the fate of the kingdom. The stream of the Guadalete, which falls into the bay, divided the two camps, and marked the advancing and retreating skirmishes of 3 successive and bloody days. On the 4th day, the two armies joined a more serious and decisive issue, but Alaric would have blushed at the sight of his unworthy successor, sustaining on his head a diadem of pearls, encumbered with a flowing robe of gold and silken embroidery, and reclining on a litter or car of ivory drawn by 2 white mules. Notwithstanding the valor of the Saracens, they fainted under the weight of multitudes, and the plain of Xeres was overspread with 16,000 of their dead bodies. "My brethren," said Tarik to his surviving companions, "the enemy is before you, the sea is behind. Whither would ye fly? Follow your general. I am resolved either to lose my life or to trample on the prostrate king of the Romans." Besides the resource of despair, he confided in the secret correspondence and nocturnal interviews of Count Julian with the sons and the brother of Witiza. The 2 princes and the Archbishop of Toledo occupied the most important post. Their well-timed defection broke the ranks of the Christians. Each warrior was prompted by fear or suspicion to consult his personal safety, and the remains of the Gothic army were scattered or destroyed in the flight and pursuit of the 3 following days. Amidst the general disorder, Roderick started from his car, and mounted Orvilia, the fleetest of the horses. But he escaped from a soldier's death to perish more ignobly in the waters of the Bitis or Guadalquivir. His diadem, his robes, and his courser were found on the bank, but as the body of the Gothic prince was lost in the waves, the pride and the ignorance of the Caliph must have been gratified with some meaner head, which was exposed in triumph before the palace of Damascus. And such, continues a valiant historian of the Arabs, is the fate of those kings who withdraw themselves from a field of battle. Count Julian had plunged so deep into guilt and infamy that his only hope was in the ruin of his country. After the battle of Xeres, he recommended the most effectual measures to the victorious Saracen. "The king of the Goths is slain, their princes have fled before you, the army is routed, the nation is astonished. Secure with sufficient detachments the cities of Baetica, but in person and without delay march to the royal city of Toledo, and allow not the distracted Christians either time or tranquillity for the election of a new monarch." Tarik listened to his advice. A Roman captive and proselyte who had been enfranchised by the Caliph himself assaulted Cordova with 700 horse. He swam the river, surprised the town, and drove the Christians into the great church, where they defended themselves above 3 months. Another detachment reduced the sea-coast of Baetica, which in the last period of the Moorish power had comprised in a narrow space the populous kingdom of Grenada. The march of Tariq from the Betis to the Tagus was directed through the Sierra Morena that separates Andalusia and Castile, till he appeared in arms under the walls of Toledo. The most zealous of the Catholics had escaped with the relics of their saints, and if the gates were shut, it was only till the victor had subscribed a fair and reasonable capitulation. The voluntary exiles were allowed to depart with their effects. 7 churches were appropriated to the Christian worship. The archbishop and his clergy were at liberty to exercise their functions, the monks to practice or neglect their penance, and the Goths and Romans were left in all civil and criminal cases to the subordinate jurisdiction of their own laws and magistrates. But if the justice of Tariq protected the Christians, his gratitude and policy rewarded the Jews, to whose secrets or open aid he was indebted for his most important acquisitions. Persecuted by the kings and synods of Spain, who had often pressed the alternative of banishment or baptism, that outcast nation embraced the moment of revenge. The comparison of their past and present state was the pledge of their fidelity, and the alliance between the disciples of Moses and of Mohammed was maintained until the final era of their common expulsion. From the royal seat of Toledo, the Arabian leader spread his conquests to the north, over the modern realms of Castile and Leon. But it is needless to enumerate the cities that yielded on his approach, or again to describe the table of emerald transported from the east by the Romans, acquired by the Goths among the spoils of Rome, and presented by the Arabs to the throne of Damascus. Beyond the Asturian mountains, the maritime town of Gijon was the term of the lieutenant of Musa, who had performed, with the speed of a traveller, his victorious march of 700 miles from the rock of Gibraltar to the Bay of Biscay. The failure of land compelled him to retreat, and he was recalled to Toledo to excuse the presumption of subduing a kingdom in the absence of his general. Spain, which, in a more savage and disorderly state, had resisted 200 years the arms of the Romans, was overrun in a few months by those of the Saracens, and such was the eagerness of submission and treaty that the governor of Cordova is recorded as the only chief who fell, without conditions, a prisoner into their hands. The cause of the Goths had been irrevocably judged in the field of Xeres, and in the national dismay, each part of the monarchy declined a contest with the antagonist who had vanquished the united strength of the whole. That strength had been wasted by 2 successive seasons of famine and pestilence, and the governors, who were impatient to surrender, might exaggerate the difficulty of collecting the provisions of a siege. To disarm the Christians, superstition likewise contributed her terrors, and the subtle Arab encouraged the report of dreams, omens, and prophecies, and the portraits of the destined conquerors of Spain that were discovered on breaking open an apartment of the royal palace. Yet a spark of the vital flame was still alive. Some invincible fugitives preferred a life of poverty and freedom in the Asturian valleys. The hardy mountaineers repulsed the slaves of the Caliph, and the sword of Pelagius has been transformed into the scepter of the Catholic kings. End of chapter 51, part 8.
Chapter 51, Part 9 of the History of the Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of the Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, Volume 5, by Edward Gibbon. Chapter 51, Conquests by the Arabs, Part 9. On the intelligence of this rapid success, the applause of Musa degenerated into envy, and he began, not to complain, but to fear, that Tarik would leave him nothing to subdue. At the head of 10,000 Arabs and 8,000 Africans, he passed over in person from Mauritania to Spain. The first of his companions were the noblest of the Koreish. His eldest son was left in the command of Africa. The 3 younger brethren were of an age and spirit to second the bold enterprises of their father. At his landing in Algeciras, he was respectfully entertained by Count Julian, who stifled his inward remorse, and testified, both in words and actions, that the victory of the Arabs had not impaired his attachment to their cause. Some enemies yet remained for the sword of Musa. The tardy repentance of the Goths had compared their own numbers and those of the invaders. The cities from which the march of Tarik had declined considered themselves as impregnable, and the bravest patriots defended the fortifications of Seville and Merida. They were successfully besieged and reduced by the labour of Musa, who transported his camp from the Botis to the Anis, from the Guadalquivir to the Guadiana. When he beheld the works of Roman magnificence, the bridge, the aqueducts, the triumphal arches, and the theatre of the ancient metropolis of Lusitania, "I should imagine," said he to his 4 companions, "that the human race must have united their art and power in the foundation of this city. Happy is the man who shall become its master." He aspired to that happiness, but the Inhabitants sustained on this occasion the honour of their descent from the veteran legionaries of Augustus. Disdaining the confinement of their walls, they gave battle to the Arabs on the plain, but an ambuscade rising from the shelter of a quarry or a ruin chastised their indiscretion and intercepted their return. The wooden turrets of assault were rolled forwards to the foot of the rampart, but the defence of Merida was obstinate and long, and the castle of the martyrs was a perpetual testimony of the losses of the Moslems. The constancy of the besieged was at length subdued by famine and despair, and the prudent victor disguised his impatience under the names of clemency and esteem. The alternative of exile or tribute was allowed. The churches were divided between the 2 religions, and the wealth of those who had fallen in the siege, or retired to Galicia, were confiscated as the reward of the faithful. In the midway between Merida and Toledo, the lieutenant of Musa saluted the vicegerent of the Caliph, and conducted him to the palace of the Gothic kings. Their first interview was cold and formal. A rigid account was exacted of the treasures of Spain. The character of Tarik was exposed to suspicion and obloquy, and the hero was imprisoned, reviled, and ignominiously scourged by the hand, or the command, of Musa. Yet so strict was the discipline, so pure the zeal, or so tame the spirit, of the primitive Moslems, that after this public indignity, Tarik could serve and be trusted in the reduction of the Tarragonest province. A mosque was erected at Saragossa, by the liberality of the Koreish. The port of Barcelona was opened to the vessels of Syria, and the Goths were pursued beyond the Pyrenean mountains into their Gallic province of Septimania or Languedoc. In the church of St. Mary at Carcassonne, Musa found, but it is improbable that he left, 7 equestrian statues of massy silver, and from his term or column of Narbonne he returned on his footsteps to the Galician and Lusitanian shores of the ocean. During the absence of the father, his son Abdelaziz chastised the insurgents of Seville, and reduced, from Malaga to Valencia, the sea-coast of the Mediterranean. His original treaty with the discreet and valiant Theodemir will represent the manners and policy of the times. The conditions of peace agreed and sworn between Abdelaziz, the son of Musa, the son of Nasser, and Theodemir, the prince of the Goths. In the name of the most merciful God, Abdelaziz makes peace on these conditions: that Theodemir shall not be disturbed in his principality, nor any injury be offered to the life or property, the wives and children, the religion and temples of the Christians; that Theodemir shall freely deliver his 7 cities, Orihuela, Valentola, Alicante Mola, Vacasora, Beguera, now Beher, Ora, or Opta, and Lorca; that he shall not assist or entertain the enemies of the Caliph, but shall faithfully communicate his knowledge of their hostile designs; that himself and each of the Gothic nobles shall annually pay 1 piece of gold, 4 measures of wheat, as many of barley, with a certain proportion of honey, oil, and vinegar, and that each of their vassals shall be taxed at 1 moiety of the said imposition. given the 4th of Regeb, in the year of the Hegira 94, and subscribed with the names of 4 Mussulman witnesses. Theodemir and his subjects were treated with uncommon lenity, but the rate of tribute appears to have fluctuated from a tenth to a fifth, according to the submission or obstinacy of the Christians. In this revolution, many partial calamities were inflicted by the carnal or religious passions of the enthusiasts. Some churches were profaned by the new worship, some relics or images were confounded with idols, the rebels were put to the sword, and one town, an obscure place between Cordova and Seville, was razed to its foundations. Yet if we compare the invasion of Spain by the Goths, or its recovery by the kings of Castile and Aragon, we must applaud the moderation and discipline of the Arabian conquerors. The exploits of Musa were performed in the evening of life, though he affected to disguise his age by colouring with a red powder the whiteness of his beard. But in the love of action and glory, his breast was still fired with the ardour of youth, and the possession of Spain was considered only as the first step to the monarchy of Europe. With a powerful armament by sea and land, he was preparing to repass the Pyrenees, to extinguish in Gaul and in Italy the declining kingdoms of the Franks and Lombards, and to preach the unity of God on the altar of the Vatican. From thence, subduing the barbarians of Germany, he proposed to follow the course of the Danube from its source to the Euxine Sea, to overthrow the Greek or Roman Empire of Constantinople, and returning from Europe to Asia, to unite his new acquisitions with Antioch and the provinces of Syria. But his vast enterprise, perhaps of easy execution, must have seemed extravagant to vulgar minds, and the visionary conqueror was soon reminded of his dependence and servitude. The friends of Tarik had effectually stated his services and wrongs. At the court of Damascus, the proceedings of Musa were blamed, his intentions were suspected, and his delay in complying with the first invitation was chastised by a harsher and more peremptory summons. An intrepid messenger of the Caliph entered his camp at Lugo in Galicia, and in the presence of the Saracens and Christians arrested the bridle of his horse. His own loyalty, or that of his troops, inculcated the duty of obedience, and his disgrace was alleviated by the recall of his rival, and the permission of investing with his 2 governments his 2 sons, Abdullah and Abdulaziz. His long triumph from Ceuta to Damascus displayed the spoils of Africa and the treasures of Spain. 400 Gothic nobles, with gold coronets and girdles, were distinguished in his train, and the number of male and female captives, selected for their birth or beauty, was computed at 18 or even 30,000 persons. As soon as he reached Tiberias in Palestine, he was apprised of the sickness and danger of the Caliph, by a private message from Soliman, his brother and presumptive heir, who wished to reserve for his own reign the spectacle of victory. Had Walid recovered, the delay of Musa would have been criminal. He pursued his march, and found an enemy on the throne. In his trial before a partial judge against a popular antagonist, he was convicted of vanity and falsehood, and a fine of 200,000 pieces of gold either exhausted his poverty or proved his rapaciousness. The unworthy treatment of Tarik was revenged by a similar indignity, and the veteran commander, after a public whipping, stood a whole day in the sun before the palace gate, till he obtained a decent exile, under the pious name of a pilgrimage to Mecca. The resentment of the Caliph might have been satiated with the ruin of Musa, but his fears demanded the extirpation of a potent and injured family. A sentence of death was intimated with secrecy and speed to the trusty servants of the throne, both in Africa and in Spain, and the forms, if not the substance, of justice were superseded in this bloody execution. In the mosque, or palace of Cordova, Abdulaziz was slain by the sword of the conspirators. They accused their governor of claiming the honours of royalty, and his scandalous marriage with Igelona, the widow of Roderick, offended the prejudices both of the Christians and Muslims. By a refinement of cruelty, the head of the son was presented to the father, with an insulting question whether he acknowledged the features of the rebel. "I know his features," he exclaimed with indignation, "I assert his innocence, and I imprecate the same, a juster fate, against the authors of his death." The age and despair of Musa raised him above the power of kings, and he expired at Mecca of the anguish of a broken heart. His rival was more favourably treated, his services were forgiven, and Tarik was permitted to mingle with the crowd of slaves. I am ignorant whether Count Julian was rewarded with the death which he deserved indeed, though not from the hands of the Saracens, but the tale of their ingratitude to the sons of Witiza is disproved by the most unquestionable evidence. The 2 royal youths were reinstated in the private patrimony of their father. But on the decease of Ebba, the elder, his daughter was unjustly despoiled of her portion by the violence of her uncle Sigebut. The Gothic maid pleaded her cause before the Caliph Hashim, and obtained the restitution of her inheritance, but she was given in marriage to a noble Arabian, and their 2 sons, Isaac and Ibrahim, were received in Spain with the consideration that was due to their origin and riches. A province is assimilated to the victorious state by the introduction of strangers and the imitative spirit of the natives, and Spain, which had been successively tinctured with Punic and Roman and Gothic blood, imbibed in a few generations the name and manners of the Arabs. The first conquerors, and the 20 successive lieutenants of the caliphs, were attended by a numerous train of civil and military followers, who preferred a distant fortune to a narrow home. The private and public interest was promoted by the establishment of faithful colonies, and the cities of Spain were proud to commemorate the tribe or country of their eastern progenitors. The victorious though motley bands of Tariq and Musa asserted, by the name of Spaniards, their original claim of conquest, yet they allowed their brethren of Egypt to share their establishments of Murcia and Lisbon. The royal legion of Damascus was planted at Cordova, that of Amisa at Seville, that of Kinisrin or Chalcis at Jain, that of Palestine at Algezira and Medina Sidonia. The natives of Yemen and Persia were scattered around Toledo and the inland country, and the fertile seats of Granada were bestowed on 10,000 horsemen of Syria and Iraq, the children of the purest and most noble of the Arabian tribes. A spirit of emulation, sometimes beneficial, more frequently dangerous, was nourished by these hereditary factions. 10 years after the conquest, a map of the province was presented to the Caliph: the seas, the rivers, and the harbours, the inhabitants and cities, the climate, the soil, and the mineral productions of the earth. In the space of 2 centuries, the gifts of nature were improved by the agriculture, the manufactures, and the commerce of an industrious people, and the effects of their diligence have been magnified by the idleness of their fancy. The first of the Ommiades who reigned in Spain solicited the support of the Christians, and in his edict of peace and protection he contents himself with a modest imposition of 10,000 ounces of gold, 10,000 pounds of silver, 10,000 horses, as many mules, 1,000 cuirasses, with an equal number of helmets and lances. The most powerful of his successors derived from the same kingdom the annual tribute of 12 millions and 45,000 dinars or pieces of gold, about 6 millions of sterling money, a sum which, in the 10th century, most probably surpassed the united revenues of the Christian monarchs. His royal seat of Cordova contained 600 mosques, 900 baths, and 200,000 houses. He gave laws to 80 cities of the first, to 300 of the second and third order, and the fertile banks of the Guadalquivir were adorned with 12,000 villages and hamlets. The Arabs might exaggerate the truth, but they created and described the most prosperous era of the riches, the cultivation, and the populousness of Spain. The wars of the Moslems were sanctified by the Prophet, but among the various precepts and examples of his life, the caliphs selected the lessons of toleration that might tend to disarm the resistance of the unbelievers. Arabia was the temple and patrimony of the God of Mohammed, but he beheld with less jealousy and affection the nations of the earth. The polytheists and idolaters, who were ignorant of his name, might be lawfully extirpated by his votaries, but a wise policy supplied the obligation of justice, and after some acts of intolerant zeal, the Mahometan conquerors of Hindostan have spared the pagans of that devout and populous country. The disciples of Abraham, of Moses, and of Jesus were solemnly invited to accept the more perfect revelations of Mohammed, but if they preferred the payment of a moderate tribute, they were entitled to the freedom of conscience and religious worship. In a field of battle the forfeit lives of the prisoners were redeemed by the profession of Islam. The females were bound to embrace the religion of their masters, and a race of sincere proselytes was gradually multiplied by the education of the infant captives. But the millions of African and Asiatic converts, who swelled the native band of the faithful Arabs, must have been allured, rather than constrained, to declare their belief in one God and the Apostle of God. By the repetition of a sentence and the loss of a foreskin, the subject or the slave, the captive or the criminal, arose in a moment the free and equal companion of the victorious Moslems. Every sin was expiated, every engagement was dissolved, the vow of celibacy was superseded by the indulgence of nature, the active spirits who slept in the cloister were awakened by the trumpet of the Saracens, and in the convulsion of the world, every member of a new society ascended to the natural level of his capacity and courage. The minds of the multitude were tempted by the invisible as well as temporal blessings of the Arabian prophet, and charity will hope that many of his proselytes entertained a serious conviction of the truth and sanctity of his revelation. In the eyes of an inquisitive polytheist, it must appear worthy of the human and the divine nature. More pure than the system of Zoroaster, more liberal than the law of Moses, the religion of Mohammed might seem less inconsistent with reason than the creed of mystery and superstition, which in the 7th century disgraced the simplicity of the gospel. In the extensive provinces of Persia and Africa, the national religion has been eradicated by the Mohammedan faith. The ambiguous theology of the Magi stood alone among the sects of the East, but the profane writings of Zoroaster might, under the reverend name of Abraham, be dexterously connected with the chain of divine revelation. Their evil principle, the demon Ahriman, might be represented as the rival, or as the creature of the god of light. The temples of Persia were devoid of images, but the worship of the sun and of fire might be stigmatized as a gross and criminal idolatry. The milder sentiment was consecrated by the practice of Mohammed and the prudence of the caliphs. The Magians, or Ghebers, were ranked with the Jews and Christians among the people of the written law, and as late as the 3rd century of the Hegira, the city of Herat will afford a lively contrast of private zeal and public toleration. Under the payment of an annual tribute, the Mohammedan law secured to the Ghebers of Herat their civil and religious liberties, but the recent and humble mosque was overshadowed by the antique splendor of the adjoining Temple of Fire. A fanatic imam deplored, in his sermons, the scandalous neighborhood, and accused the weakness or indifference of the faithful. Excited by his voice, the people assembled in tumult. The 2 houses of prayer were consumed by flames, but the vacant ground was immediately occupied by the foundations of a new mosque. The injured Magi appealed to the sovereign of Khorasan. He promised justice and relief, when, behold, 4,000 citizens of Herat, of a grave character and mature age, unanimously swore that the idolatrous fane had never existed. The Inquisition was silenced, and their conscience was satisfied, says the historian Mirchand, with this holy and meritorious perjury. But the greatest part of the temples of Persia were ruined by the insensible and general desertion of their votaries. It was insensible, since it is not accompanied with any memorial of time or place, of persecution or resistance. It was general, since the whole realm, from Shiraz to Samarkand, imbibed the faith of the Koran, and the preservation of the native tongue reveals the descent of the Mahometans of Persia. In the mountains and deserts, an obstinate race of unbelievers adhered to the superstitions of their fathers, and a faint tradition of the Magian theology is kept alive in the province of Kirman, along the banks of the Indus, among the exiles of Surat, and in the colony which, in the last century, was planted by Shah Abbas at the gates of Ispahan. The chief pontiff has retired to Mount Elborz, 18 leagues from the city of Yezd. The perpetual fire, if it continues to burn, is inaccessible to the profane, but his residence is the school, the oracle, and the pilgrimage of the Ghebers, whose hard and uniform features attest the unmingled purity of their blood. Under the jurisdiction of their elders, 80,000 families maintain an innocent and industrious life. Their subsistence is derived from some curious manufactures and mechanical trades, and they cultivate the earth with the fervour of a religious duty. Their ignorance withstood the despotism of Shah Abbas, who demanded with threats and tortures the prophetic books of Zoroaster, and this obscure remnant of the Magians is spared by the moderation or contempt of their present sovereigns. The northern coast of Africa is the only land in which the light of the gospel, after a long and perfect establishment, has been totally extinguished. The arts which had been taught by Carthage and Rome were involved in a cloud of ignorance. The doctrine of Cyprian and Augustine was no longer studied. 500 episcopal churches were overturned by the hostile fury of the Donatists, the Vandals, and the Moors. The zeal and numbers of the clergy declined, and the people, without discipline or knowledge or hope, submissively sunk under the yoke of the Arabian prophet. Within 50 years after the expulsion of the Greeks, a lieutenant of Africa informed the Caliph that the tribute of the infidels was abolished by their conversion, and though he sought to disguise his fraud and rebellion, his specious pretense was drawn from the rapid and extensive progress of the Mohammedan faith. In the next age, an extraordinary mission of 5 bishops was detached from Alexandria to Kairouan. They were ordained by the Jacobite patriarch to cherish and revive the dying embers of Christianity, but the interposition of a foreign prelate, a stranger to the Latins, an enemy to the Catholics, supposes the decay and dissolution of the African hierarchy. It was no longer the time when the successors of St. Cyprian, at the head of a numerous synod, could maintain an equal contest with the ambition of the Roman pontiff. In the 11th century, the unfortunate priest who was seated on the ruins of Carthage implored the arms and the protection of the Vatican, and he bitterly complains that his naked body had been scourged by the Saracens, and that his authority was disputed by the 4 suffragans, the tottering pillars of his throne. 2 epistles of Gregory VII are destined to soothe the distress of the Catholics and the pride of a Moorish prince. The Pope assures the Sultan that they both worship the same God, and may hope to meet in the bosom of Abraham, but the complaint that 3 bishops could no longer be found to consecrate a brother announces the speedy and inevitable ruin of the episcopal order. The Christians of Africa and Spain had long since submitted to the practice of circumcision and the legal abstinence from wine and pork, and the name of Mozarabes, adoptive Arabs, was applied to their civil or religious conformity. About the middle of the 12th century, the worship of Christ and the succession of pastors were abolished along the coast of Barbary, and in the kingdoms of Cordova and Seville, of Valencia and Granada. The throne of the Almohades, or Unitarians, was founded on the blindest fanaticism, and their extraordinary rigour might be provoked or justified by the recent victories and intolerant zeal of the princes of Sicily and Castilla, of Aragon and Portugal. The faith of the Mozarabes was occasionally revived by the papal missionaries, and on the landing of Charles V, some families of Latin Christians were encouraged to rear their heads at Tunis and Algiers. But the seed of the gospel was quickly eradicated, and the long province from Tripoli to the Atlantic has lost all memory of the language and religion of Rome. After the revolution of 11 centuries, the Jews and Christians of the Turkish Empire enjoy the liberty of conscience which was granted by the Arabian caliphs. They suspected the loyalty of the Catholics, whose name of Melkites betrayed their secret attachment to the Greek emperor, while the Nestorians and Jacobites, his inveterate enemies, approved themselves the sincere and voluntary friends of the Mahometan government. Yet this partial jealousy was healed by time and submission. The churches of Egypt were shared with the Catholics, and all the Oriental sects were included in the common benefits of toleration. The rank, the immunities, the domestic jurisdiction of the patriarchs, the bishops, and the clergy were protected by the civil magistrate. The learning of individuals recommended them to the employment of secretaries and physicians. They were enriched by the lucrative collection of the revenue, and their merit was sometimes raised to the command of cities and provinces. A caliph of the house of Abbas was heard to declare that the Christians were most worthy of trust in the administration of Persia. The Muslims, said he, will abuse their present fortunes, the Magians regret their fallen greatness, and the Jews are impatient for their approaching deliverance. But the slaves of despotism are exposed to the alternatives of favour and disgrace. The captive churches of the East have been afflicted in every age by the avarice or bigotry of their rulers, and the ordinary and legal restraints must be offensive to the pride or the zeal of the Christians. About 200 years after Mahomet, they were separated from their fellow subjects by a turban or girdle of less honourable colour. Instead of horses or mules, they were condemned to ride on asses, in the attitude of women. Their public and private building were measured by a diminutive standard. In the streets or the baths, it is their duty to give way or bow down before the meanest of people, and their testimony is rejected, if it may tend to the prejudice of a true believer. The pomp of processions, the sound of bells or of psalmody, is interdicted in their worship. A decent reverence for the national faith is imposed on their sermons and conversations, and the sacrilegious attempt to enter a mosque or to seduce a Mussulman will not be suffered to escape with impunity. In a time, however, of tranquillity and peace, the Christians have never been compelled to renounce the gospel or to embrace the Koran, but the punishment of death is inflicted upon the apostates who have professed and deserted the law of Muhammad. The martyrs of Cordova provoked the sentence of the Qadri by the public profession of their inconstancy, or their passionate invectives against the person and religion of the Prophet. At the end of the 1st century of the Hegira, the caliphs were the most potent and absolute monarchs of the globe. Their prerogative was not circumscribed, either in right or in fact, by the power of the nobles, the freedom of the commons, the privileges of the Church, the votes of a Senate, or the memory of a free constitution. The authority of the companions of Mohammed expired with their lives, and the chiefs or emirs of the Arabian tribes left behind, in the desert, the spirit of equality and independence. The regal and sacerdotal characters were united in the successors of Mohammed, and if the Koran was the rule of their actions, they were supreme judges and interpreters of that divine book. They reigned by the right of conquest over the nations of the East, to whom the name of liberty was unknown, and who were accustomed to applaud in their tyrants the acts of violence and severity that were exercised at their own expense. Under the last of the Omeyyades, the Arabian Empire extended 200 days' journey from east to west, from the confines of Tartary and India to the shores of the Atlantic Ocean. And if we retrench the sleeve of the robe, as it is styled by their writers, the long and narrow province of Africa, the solid and compact dominion from Fargana to Aden, from Tarsus to Surat, will spread on every side to the measure of 4 or 5 months of the march of a caravan. We should vainly seek the indissoluble union and easy obedience that pervaded the government of Augustus and the Antonines, but the progress of the Mohammedan religion diffused over this ample space a general resemblance of manners and opinions. The language and laws of the Koran were studied with equal devotion at Samarcand and Seville. The Moor and the Indian embraced as countrymen and brothers in the pilgrimage of Mecca, and the Arabian language was adopted as the popular idiom in all the provinces to the westward of the Tigris. End of chapter 51, part 9.
Chapter 52, Part 1 of The History of the Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine. The History of the Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, Volume 5, Chapter 52, Part 1. The 2 sieges of Constantinople by the Arabs, their invasion of France and defeat by Charles Martel, civil war of the Omeyyades and Abbasides, learning of the Arabs, luxury of the Caliphs, naval enterprises on Crete, Sicily, and Rome, decay and division of the empire of the Caliphs, defeats and victories of the Greek emperors. When the Arabs first issued from the desert, they must have been surprised at the ease and rapidity of their own success. But when they advanced in the career of victory to the banks of the Indus and the summit of the Pyrenees, when they had repeatedly tried the edge of their scimitars and the energy of their faith, they might be equally astonished that any nation could resist their invincible arms, that any boundary should confine the diminution of the successor of the Prophet. The confidence of soldiers and fanatics may indeed be excused, since the calm historian of the present hour, who strives to follow the rapid course of the Saracens, must study to explain by what means the Church and State were saved from this impending, and, as it should seem, from this inevitable danger. The deserts of Scythia and Sarmatia might be guarded by their extent, their climate, their poverty, and the courage of the northern shepherds. China was remote and inaccessible, but the greatest part of the temperate zone was subject to the Mahometan conquerors. The Greeks were exhausted by the calamities of war and the loss of their fairest provinces, and the barbarians of Europe might justly tremble at the precipitate fall of the Gothic monarchy. In this inquiry I shall unfold the events that rescued our ancestors of Britain and our neighbors of Gaul from the civil and religious yoke of the Koran, that protected the majesty of Rome and delayed the servitude of Constantinople, that invigorated the defense of the Christians and scattered amongst their enemies the seeds of division and decay. 46 years after the flight of Mahomet from Mecca, his disciples appeared in arms under the walls of Constantinople. They were animated by a genuine or fictitious saying of the Prophet, that, to the first army which besieged the city of the Caesars, their sins were forgiven. The long series of Roman triumphs would be meritoriously transferred to the conquerors of New Rome, and the wealth of nations was deposited in this well-chosen seat of royalty and commerce. No sooner had the Caliph Muawiyah suppressed his rivals and established his throne than he aspired to expiate the guilt of civil blood by the success and glory of his holy expedition. His preparations by sea and land were adequate to the importance of the object. His standard was entrusted to Sophian, a veteran warrior, but the troops were encouraged by example and presence of Yezid, the son and presumptive heir of the commander of the faithful. The Greeks had little to hope, nor had their enemies any reason of fear, from the courage and vigilance of the reigning emperor, who disgraced the name of Constantine, and imitated only the inglorious years of his grandfather Heraclius. Without delay or opposition, the naval forces of the Saracens passed through the unguarded channel of the Hellespont, which even now, under the feeble and disorderly government of the Turks, is maintained as the natural bulwark of the capital. The Arabian fleet cast anchor, and the troops were disembarked near the palace of Hebdomon, 7 miles from the city. During many days, from the dawn of light to the evening, the line of assault was extended from the Golden Gate to the eastern promontory, and the foremost warriors were impelled by the weight and effort of the succeeding columns. But the besiegers had formed an insufficient estimate of the strength and resources of Constantinople. The solid and lofty walls were guarded by numbers and discipline. The spirit of the Romans was rekindled by the last danger of their religion and empire. The fugitives from the conquered provinces more successfully renewed the defense of Damascus and Alexandria, and the Saracens were dismayed by the strange and prodigious effects of artificial fire. This firm and effectual resistance diverted their arms to the more easy attempt of plundering the European and Asiatic coasts of the Propontis, and, after keeping the sea from the month of April to that of September, on the approach of winter they retreated 80 miles from the capital, to the Isle of Cyzicus, in which they had established their magazine of spoil and provisions. So patient was their perseverance, or so languid were their operations, that they repeated in the 6 following summers the same attack and retreat, with a gradual abatement of hope and vigor, till the mischances of shipwreck and disease, of the sword and of fire, compelled them to relinquish the fruitless enterprise. They might bewail the loss, or commemorate the martyrdom, of 30,000 Moslems who fell in the siege of Constantinople, and the solemn funeral of Abu Ayyub, or Job, excited the curiosity of the Christians themselves. That venerable Arab, one of the last of the companions of Mahomet, was numbered among the Ansars, or auxiliaries, of Medina, who sheltered the head of the flying prophet. In his youth he fought at Bedr and Uhud under the holy standard. In his mature age he was the friend and follower of Ali, and the last remnant of his strength and life was consumed in a distant and dangerous war against the enemies of the Koran. His memory was revered, but the place of his burial was neglected and unknown, during a period of 780 years, till the conquest of Constantinople by Mahomet II. A seasonable vision, for such are the manufacture of every religion, revealed the holy spot at the foot of the walls and the bottom of the harbor, and the marsh of Ayyub has been deservedly chosen for the symbol and martial inauguration of the Turkish sultans. The event of the siege revived, both in the east and west, the reputation of the Roman arms, and cast a momentary shade over the glories of the Saracens. The Greek ambassador was favorably received at Damascus. A general council of the emirs, or Koresh, a peace or truce of 30 years was ratified between the two empires, and the stipulation of an annual tribute, 50 horses of a noble breed, 50 slaves, and 3,000 pieces of gold, degraded the majesty of the commander of the faithful. The aged Caliph was desirous of possessing his dominions, and ending his days in tranquillity and repose. While the Moors and Indians trembled at his name, his palace and city of Damascus was insulted by the Mardites, or Maronites, of Mount Libanus, the firmest barrier of the empire, till they were disarmed and transplanted by the suspicious policy of the Greeks. After the revolt of Arabia and Persia, the house of Ommiyah was reduced to the kingdoms of Syria and Egypt. Their distress and fear enforced their compliance with the pressing demands of the Christians, and the tribute was increased to a slave, a horse, and 1,000 pieces of gold, for each of the 365 days of the solar year. But as soon as the empire was again united by the arms and policy of Abd al-Malek, he disclaimed a badge of servitude not less injurious to his conscience than to his pride. He discontinued the payment of the tribute, and the resentment of the Greeks was disabled from action by the mad tyranny of the second Justinian, the just rebellion of his subjects, and the frequent change of his antagonists and successors. Till the reign of Abd al-Malek, the Saracens had been content with the free possession of the Persian and Roman treasures, in the coins of Khosrow and Caesar. By the command of that caliph, a national mint was established, both for silver and gold, and the inscription of the dinar, though it might be censored by some timorous casuists, proclaimed the unity of the God of Mahomet. Under the reign of the Caliph Walid, the Greek language and characters were excluded from the accounts of the public revenue. If this change was productive of the invention or familiar use of our present numerals, the Arabic or Indian ciphers, as they are commonly styled, a regulation of office has promoted the most important discoveries of arithmetic, algebra, and the mathematical sciences. Whilst the Caliph Walid sat idle on the throne of Damascus, whilst his lieutenants achieved the conquest of Transoxiana and Spain, a third army of Saracens overspread the provinces of Asia Minor, and approached the borders of the Byzantine capital. But the attempt and disgrace of the second siege was reserved for his brother Soliman, whose ambition appears to have been quickened by a more active and martial spirit. In the revolutions of the Greek Empire, after the tyrant Justinian had been punished and avenged, an humble secretary, Anastasius or Artemius, was promoted by chance or merit to the vacant purple. He was alarmed by the sound of war, and his ambassador returned from Damascus with the tremendous news that the Saracens were preparing an armament by sea and land, such as would transcend the experience of the past or the belief of the present age. The precautions of Anastasius were not unworthy of his station or of the impending danger. He issued a peremptory mandate that all persons who were not provided with the means of subsistence for a 3 years' siege should evacuate the city. The public granaries and arsenals were abundantly replenished. The walls were restored and strengthened, and the engines for casting stones or darts or fire were stationed along the ramparts, or in the brigantines of war, of which an additional number was hastily constructed. To prevent is safer, as well as more honourable than to repel, an attack, and a design was meditated, above the usual spirit of Greeks, of burning the naval stores of the enemy, the cypress timber that had been hewn in Mount Libanus, and was piled along the seashore of Phoenicia, for the service of the Egyptian fleet. This generous enterprise was defeated by the cowardice of treachery of the troops, who, in the new language of the empire, were styled of the obsequian theme. They murdered their chief, deserted their standard in the Isle of Rhodes, dispersed themselves over the adjacent continent, and reserved pardon or reward by investing with the purple a simple officer of the revenue. The name of Theodosius might recommend him to the senate and people, but, after some months, he sunk into cloister and resigned to the firmer hand of Leo the Isaurian the urgent defense of the capital and empire. The most formidable of the Saracens, Moslemah, the brother of the Caliph, was advancing at the head of 120,000 Arabs and Persians, the greater part mounted on horses or camels, and the successful sieges of Tyana, Amorium, and Pergamus were of sufficient duration to exercise their skill and elevate their hopes. At the well-known passage of Abudus, on the Hellespont, the Mahometan arms were transported, for the first time, from Asia to Europe. From thence, wheeling round the Thracian cities of the Propontis, Moslemah invested Constantinople on the land side, surrounded his camp with a ditch and rampart, prepared and planted his engines of assault, and declared, by words and actions, a patient resolution of expecting the return of seed time and harvest, should the obstinacy of the besieged prove equal to his own. The Greeks would gladly have ransomed their religion and empire by a fine or assessment of a piece of gold on the head of each inhabitant of the city, but the liberal offer was rejected and disdained, and the presumption of Moslemah was exalted by the speedy approach and invincible force of the natives of Egypt and Syria. They are said to have amounted to 1,800 ships. The number betrays their inconsiderable size, and of the 20 stout and capacious vessels, whose magnitude impeded their progress, each was manned with no more than 100 heavy armed soldiers. This huge armada proceeded on a smooth sea, and with a gentle gale, towards the mouth of the Bosphorus. The surface of the strait was overshadowed, in the language of the Greeks, with a moving forest, and the same fatal night had been fixed by the Saracen chief for a general assault by sea and land. To allure the confidence of the enemy, the emperor had thrown aside the chain that usually guarded the entrance of the harbour, but while they hesitated whether they should seize the opportunity or apprehend the snare, the ministers of destruction were at hand. The fireships of the Greeks were launched against them. The Arabs, their arms and vessels, were involved in the same flames. The disorderly fugitives were dashed against each other or overwhelmed in the waves. And I no longer find a vestige of the fleet that had threatened to extirpate the Roman name. A still more fatal and irreparable loss was that of the Caliph Soliman, who died of an indigestion in his camp near Kinisrin, or Chalcis, in Syria, as he was preparing to lead against Constantinople the remaining forces of the East. The brother of Moslemah was succeeded by a kinsman and an enemy, and the throne of an active and able prince was degraded by the useless and pernicious virtues of a bigot. While he started and satisfied the scruples of a blind conscience, the siege was continued through the winter by the neglect, rather than by the resolution of the Caliph Omar. The winter proved uncommonly rigorous. Above 100 days the ground was covered with deep snow, and the natives of the sultry climes of Egypt and Arabia lay torpid and almost lifeless in the frozen camp. They revived on the return of spring. A second effort had been made in their favor, and their distress was relieved by the arrival of 2 numerous fleets laden with corn and arms and soldiers. The first from Alexandria, of 400 transports and galleys, the second of 360 vessels from the ports of Africa. But the Greek fires were again kindled, and if the destruction was less complete, it was owing to the experience which had taught the Moslems to remain at a safe distance, or to the perfidy of the Egyptian mariners, who deserted with their ships to the emperor of the Christians. The trade and navigation of the capital were restored, and the produce of the fisheries supplied the wants and even the luxury of the inhabitants. But the calamities of famine and disease were soon felt by the troops of Moslemah, and as the former was miserably assuaged, so the latter was dreadfully propagated by the pernicious nutriment which hunger compelled them to extract from the most unclean or unnatural food. The spirit of conquest and even of enthusiasm was extinct. The Saracens could no longer struggle beyond their lines, either single or in small parties, without exposing themselves to the merciless retaliation of the Thracian peasants. An army of Bulgarians was attracted from the Danube by the gifts and promises of Leo, and these savage auxiliaries made some atonement for the evils which they had inflicted on the empire by the defeat and slaughter of 22,000 Asiatics. A report was dexterously scattered that the Franks, the unknown nations of the Latin world, were arming by sea and land in the defence of the Christian cause, and their formidable aid was expected with far different sensations in the camp and city. At length, after a siege of 13 months, the hopeless Moslemah received from the Caliph the welcome permission of retreat. The march of the Arabian cavalry over the Hellespont and through the provinces of Asia was executed without delay or molestation, but an army of their brethren had been cut in pieces on the side of Bithynia, and the remains of the fleet were so repeatedly damaged by tempest and fire that only 5 galleys entered the port of Alexandria to relate the tale of their various and almost incredible disasters. In the 2 sieges, the deliverance of Constantinople may be chiefly ascribed to the novelty, the terrors, and the real efficacy of the Greek fire. The important secret of compounding and directing this artificial flame was imparted by Callinicus, a native of Heliopolis in Syria, who deserted from the service of the Caliph to that of the Emperor. The skill of a chemist and engineer was equivalent to the succor of fleets and armies, and the discovery or improvement of the military art was fortunately reserved for the distressful period when the degenerate Romans of the East were incapable of contending with the warlike enthusiasm and youthful vigor of the Saracens. The historian who presumes to analyze this extraordinary composition should suspect his own ignorance and that of his Byzantine guides, so prone to the marvelous, so careless, and, in this instance, so jealous of the truth. From their obscure and perhaps fallacious hints, it should seem that the principal ingredient of the Greek fire was the naphtha, or liquid bitumen, a light, tenacious, and inflammable oil which springs from the earth and catches fire as soon as it comes in contact with the air. The naphtha was mingled, I know not by what methods or in what proportions, with sulphur and with the pitch that is extracted from evergreen firs. From this mixture, which produced a thick smoke and a loud explosion, proceeded a fierce and obstinate flame, which not only rose in perpendicular ascent, but likewise burned with equal vehemence in descent or lateral progress. Instead of being extinguished, it was nourished and quickened by the element of water, and sand, urine, or vinegar were the only remedies that could damp the fury of this powerful agent, which was justly denominated by the Greeks the liquid, or the maritime fire. For the annoyance of the enemy it was employed with equal effect by sea and land, in battles or in sieges. It was either poured from the rampart in large boilers, or launched in red-hot balls of stone and iron, or darted in arrows and javelins twisted round with flax and tow, which had deeply imbibed the inflammable oil. Sometimes it was deposited in fire-ships, the victims and instruments of a mere ample revenge, and was most commonly blown through long tubes of copper, which were planted on the prow of a galley, and fancifully shaped into the mouths of savage monsters that seemed to vomit a stream of liquid and consuming fire. This important art was preserved at Constantinople as the palladium of the state. The galleys and artillery might occasionally be lent to the allies of Rome, but the composition of the Greek fire was concealed with the most jealous scruple, and the terror of the enemies was increased and prolonged by their ignorance and surprise. In the treatise of the administration of the empire, the royal author suggests the answers and excuses that might best elude the indiscreet curiosity and importunate demands of the barbarians. They should be told that the mystery of the Greek fire had been revealed by an angel to the first and greatest of the Constantines, with a sacred injunction that this gift of heaven, this peculiar blessing of the Romans, should never be communicated to any foreign nation. That the prince and the subject were alike bound to religious silence under the temporal and spiritual penalties of treason and sacrilege, and that the impious attempt would provoke the sudden and supernatural vengeance of the God of the Christians. By these precautions the secret was confined, above 400 years, to the Romans of the East, and at the end of the 11th century the peasants, to whom every sea and every art were familiar, suffered the effects without understanding the composition of the Greek fire. It was at length either discovered or stolen by the Mahometans, and, in the holy wars of Syria and Egypt, they reported an invention, contrived against themselves and the heads of the Christians. A knight who despised the swords and lances of the Saracens relates, with heartfelt sincerity, his own fears and those of his companions at the sight and sound of the mischievous engine that discharged a torrent of the Greek fire, the Foe Gregois, as it is styled by the more early of the French writers. It came flying through the air, says Johnville, like a winged long-tailed dragon, about the thickness of a hogshead, with the report of thunder and the velocity of lightning, and the darkness of the night was dispelled by this deadly illumination. The use of the Greek, or as it might now be called, of the Saracen fire, was continued to the middle of the 14th century, when the scientific or casual compound of nitro, sulphur, and charcoal effected a new revolution in the art of war and the history of mankind. End of chapter 52, part 1. Chapter 52, part 2 of the History of the Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine. The History of the Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, Volume 5, Chapter 52, Part 2. Constantinople and the Greek fire might exclude the Arabs from the eastern entrance of Europe, but in the west, on the side of the Pyrenees, the provinces of Gaul were threatened and invaded by the conquerors of Spain. The decline of the French monarchy invited the attack of these insatiate fanatics. The descendants of Clovis had lost the inheritance of his martial and ferocious spirit, and their misfortune or demerit has affixed the epithet of lazy to the last kings of the Merovingian race. They ascended the throne without power, and sank into the grave without a name. A country palace in the neighborhood of Champagne was allotted for their residence or prison, but each year in the months of March or May they were conducted in a wagon drawn by oxen to the assembly of the Franks, to give audience to foreign ambassadors and to ratify the acts of the mayor of the palace. That domestic officer was become the minister of the nation and the master of the prince. A public employment was converted into the patrimony of a private family. The elder Pepin left a king of mature years under the guardianship of his own widow and her child, and these feeble regents were forcibly dispossessed by the most active of his bastards. A government, half savage and half corrupt, was almost dissolved, and the tributary dukes and provincial counts, and the territorial lords, were tempted to despise the weakness of the monarch, and to imitate the ambition of the mayor. Among these independent chiefs, one of the boldest and most successful was Eudes, Duke of Aquitaine, who in the southern provinces of Gaul usurped the authority and even the title of king. The Goths, the Gascons, and the Franks assembled under the standard of this Christian hero. He repelled the first invasion of the Saracens, and Zama, lieutenant of the Caliph, lost his army and his life under the walls of Toulouse. The ambition of his successors was stimulated by revenge. They repassed the Pyrenees with the means and the resolution of conquest. The advantageous situation which had recommended Narbonne as the first Roman colony was again chosen by the Moslems. They claimed the province of Septimania or Languedoc as a just dependent of the Spanish monarchy. The vineyards of Gascony and the city of Bordeaux were possessed by the sovereign of Damascus and Samarkand, and the south of France, from the mouth of the Garonne to that of the Rhone, assumed the manners and religion of Arabia. But these narrow limits were scorned by the spirit of Abd al-Rahman, or Abdiram, who had been restored by the Caliph Hashem to the wishes of the soldiers and people of Spain. That veteran and daring commander adjudged to the obedience of the Prophet whatever yet remained of France or of Europe, and prepared to execute this sentence, at the head of a formidable host, in the full confidence of surmounting all opposition either of nature or of man. His first care was to suppress a domestic rebel, who commanded the most important passes on the Pyrenees. Manuza, a Moorish chief, had accepted the alliance of the Duke of Aquitaine, and Eudes, from a motive of private or public interest, devoted his beauteous daughter to the embraces of the African misbeliever. But the strongest fortresses of Cerdagne were invested by a superior force. The rebel was overtaken and slain in the mountains, and his widow was sent a captive to Damascus to gratify the desires, or more probably the vanity, of the commander of the faithful. From the Pyrenees, Abderame proceeded without delay to the passage of the Rhone and the siege of Arles. An army of Christians attempted the relief of the city. The tombs of their leaders were yet visible in the 13th century, and many thousands of their dead bodies were carried down the rapid stream into the Mediterranean Sea. The arms of Abdimar were not less successful on the side of the ocean. He passed without opposition the Garonne and Dordogne, which unite their waters in the Gulf of Bordeaux, but he found beyond those rivers the camp of the intrepid Eudes, who had formed a second army and sustained a second defeat, so fatal to the Christians that, according to their sad confession, God alone could reckon the number of the slain. The victorious Saracen overran the provinces of Aquitaine, whose Gallic names are disguised, rather than lost, in the modern appellations of Perigord, Saintonge, and Poitou. His standards were planted on the walls, or at least before the gates, of Tours and of Sens, and his detachments overspread the kingdom of Burgundy as far as the well-known cities of Lyons and Besançon. The memory of these devastations, for Abdimar did not spare the country or the people, was long preserved by tradition, and the invasion of France by the Moors or Mahometans affords the groundwork of those fables which have been so wildly disfigured in the romances of chivalry, and so elegantly adorned by the Italian muse. In the decline of society and art, the deserted cities could supply a slender booty to the Saracens. Their richest spoil was found in the churches and monasteries, which they stripped of their ornaments and delivered to the flames. And the tutelar saints, both Hilary of Poitiers and Martin of Tours, forgot their miraculous powers in the defense of their own sepulchres. A victorious line of march had been prolonged above 1,000 miles, from the rock of Gibraltar to the banks of the Loire. The repetition of an equal space would have carried the Saracens to the confines of Poland and the highlands of Scotland. The Rhine is not more impassable than the Nile or Euphrates, and the Arabian fleet might have sailed without a naval combat into the mouth of the Thames. Perhaps the interpretation of the Koran would now be taught in the schools of Oxford, and her pulpits might demonstrate to a circumcised people the sanctity and truth of the revelation of Mahomet. From such calamities was Christendom delivered by the genius and fortune of one man. Charles, the illegitimate son of the elder Pepin, was content with the titles of Mayor or Duke of the Franks, but he deserved to become the father of a line of kings. In a laborious administration of 24 years, he restored and supported the dignity of the throne, and the rebels of Germany and Gaul were successively crushed by the activity of a warrior, who, in the same campaign, could display his banner on the Elbe, the Rhone, and the shores of the ocean. In the public danger he was summoned by the voice of his country, and his rival, the Duke of Aquitaine, was reduced to appear among the fugitives and suppliants. "Alas!" exclaimed the Franks, "what a misfortune! What an indignity! We have long heard of the name and conquests of the Arabs. We are apprehensive of their attack from the east. They have now conquered Spain, and invade our country on the side of the west. Yet their numbers and, since they have no buckler, their arms are inferior to our own." "If you follow my advice," replied the prudent mayor of the palace, "you will not interrupt their march, nor precipitate your attack. They are like a torrent which it is dangerous to stem in its career. The thirst of riches and the consciousness of success redouble their valor, and valor is of more avail than arms or numbers. Be patient till they have loaded themselves with the encumbrance of wealth. The possession of wealth will divide their counsels and assure your victory. This subtle policy is perhaps a refinement of the Arabian writers, and the situation of Charles will suggest a more narrow and selfish motive of procrastination, the secret desire of humbling the pride and wasting the provinces of the rebel Duke of Aquitaine. It is yet more probable that the delays of Charles were inevitable and reluctant. A standing army was unknown under the first and second race. More than half the kingdom was now in the hands of the Saracens, according to their respective situation. The Franks of Neustria and Austrasia were too conscious or too careless of the impending danger, and the voluntary aids of the Gepidæ and Germans were separated by a long interval from the standard of the Christian general. No sooner had he collected his forces than he sought and found the enemy in the centre of France, between Tours and Poitiers. His well-conducted march was covered with a range of hills, and Abdimar appears to have been surprised by his unexpected presence. The nations of Asia, Africa, and Europe advanced with equal ardor to an encounter which would change the history of the world. In the 6 first days of desultory combat, the horsemen and archers of the East maintained their advantage, but in the closer onset of the 7th day, the Orientals were oppressed by the strength and stature of the Germans, who, with stout hearts and iron hands, asserted the civil and religious freedom of their posterity. The epithet of Martel, the Hammer, which has been added to the name of Charles, is expressive of his weighty and irresistible strokes. The valor of Eudes was excited by resentment and emulation, and their companions, in the eye of history, are the true peers and paladins of French chivalry. After a bloody feud in which Abdimram was slain, the Saracens in the close of the evening retired to their camp. In the disorder and despair of the night, the various tribes of Yemen and Damascus, of Africa and Spain, were provoked to turn their arms against each other. The remains of their host was suddenly dissolved, and each emir consulted his safety by a hasty and separate retreat. At the dawn of the day, the stillness of a hostile camp was suspected by the victorious Christians. On the report of their spies, they ventured to explore the riches of the vacant tents. But if we except some celebrated relics, a small portion of the spoil was restored to the innocent and lawful owners. The joyful tidings were soon diffused over the Catholic world, and the monks of Italy could affirm and believe that 350 or 375,000 of the Mahometans had been crushed by the hammer of Charles, while no more than 1,500 Christians were slain in the field of Tours. But this incredible tale is sufficiently disproved by the caution of the French general, who apprehended the snares and accidents of a pursuit, and dismissed his German allies to their native forests. The inactivity of a conqueror betrays the loss of strength and blood, and the most cruel execution is inflicted, not in the ranks of battle, but on the backs of a flying enemy. Yet the victory of the Franks was complete and final. Aquitaine was recovered by the arms of Eudes. The Arabs never resumed the conquest of Gaul, and they were soon driven beyond the Pyrenees by Charles Martel and his valiant race. It might have been expected that the savior of Christendom would have been canonized, or at least applauded by the gratitude of the clergy, who are indebted to his sword for their present existence. But in the public distress, the mayor of the palace had been compelled to apply the riches, or at least the revenues of the bishops and abbots, to the relief of the state and the reward of the soldiers. His merits were forgotten, his sacrilege alone was remembered, and in an epistle to a Carlovingian prince, a Gallic synod presumes to declare that his ancestor was damned, that on the opening of his tomb the spectators were affrighted by a smell of fire and the aspect of a horrid dragon, and that a saint of the times was indulged with a pleasant vision of the soul and body of Charles Martel burning to all eternity in the abyss of hell. The loss of an army or a province in the Western world was less painful to the court of Damascus than the rise and progress of a domestic competitor. Except among the Syrians, the caliphs of the house of Ommiyah had never been the objects of the public favor. The life of Mahomet recorded their perseverance in idolatry and rebellion. Their conversion had been reluctant, their elevation irregular and factious, and their throne was cemented with the most holy and noble blood of Arabia. The best of their race, the pious Omar, was dissatisfied with his own title. Their personal virtues were insufficient to justify a departure from the order of succession, and the eyes and wishes of the faithful were turned towards the line of Hashem, and the kindred of the Apostle of God. Of these the Fatimites were either rash or pusillanimous, but the descendants of Abbas cherished, with courage and discretion, the hopes of their rising fortunes. From an obscure residence in Syria, they secretly dispatched their agents and missionaries, who preached in the eastern provinces their hereditary indefeasible right, and Mohammed, the son of Ali, the son of Abdallah, the son of Abbas, the uncle of the Prophet, gave audience to the deputies of Khorasan, and accepted their free gift of 400,000 pieces of gold. After the death of Mohammed, the oath of allegiance was administered in the name of his son Ibrahim to a numerous band of votaries, who expected only a signal and a leader, and the governor of Khorasan continued to deplore his fruitless admonitions and the deadly slumber of the caliphs of Damascus, till he himself, with all his adherents, was driven from the city and palace of Meru by the rebellious arms of Abu Moslem. That maker of kings, the author, as he is named, of the call of the Abbassides, was at length rewarded for his presumption of merit with the usual gratitude of courts. A mean, perhaps a foreign, extraction could not repress the aspiring energy of Abu Moslem. Jealous of his wives, liberal of his wealth, prodigal of his own blood and of that of others, he could boast with pleasure, and possibly with truth, that he had destroyed 600,000 of his enemies, and such was the intrepid gravity of his mind and countenance, that he was never seen to smile except on a day of battle. In the visible separation of parties, the green was consecrated to the Fatimites, the Umayyads were distinguished by the white, and the black, as the most adverse, was naturally adopted by the Abbassides. Their turbans and garments were stained with that gloomy color. 2 black standards, on pike staves 9 cubits long, were borne aloft in the van of Abu Moslem, and their allegorical names of the night and the shadow obscurely represented the indissoluble union and perpetual succession of the line of Hashem. From the Indus to the Euphrates, the East was convulsed by the quarrel of the white and the black factions. The Abbassides were most frequently victorious, but their public success was clouded by the personal misfortune of their chief. The court of Damascus, awakening from a long slumber, resolved to prevent the pilgrimage of Mecca, which Ibrahim had undertaken with a splendid retinue, to recommend himself at once to the favor of the Prophet and of the people. A detachment of cavalry intercepted his march and arrested his person, and the unhappy Ibrahim, snatched away from the promise of untasted royalty, expired in iron fetters in the dungeons of Haran. His 2 younger brothers, Safar and Al-Mansur, eluded the search of the tyrant, and lay concealed at Cufa, till the zeal of the people and the approach of his eastern friends allowed them to expose their persons to the impatient public. On Friday, in the dress of a caliph, in the colors of the sect, Safar proceeded with religious and military pomp to the mosque. Ascending the pulpit, he prayed and preached as the lawful successor of Mahomet, and, after his departure, his kinsmen bound a willing people by an oath of fidelity. But it was on the banks of the Zab, and not in the mosque of Kaffa, that this important controversy was determined. Every advantage appeared to be on the side of a white faction. The authority of established government, an army of 120,000 soldiers, against a 6th part of that number, and the presence and merit of the Caliph Merwan, the 14th and last of the house of Umayyah. Before his accession to the throne, he had deserved, by his Gregorian warfare, the honorable epithet of the ass of Mesopotamia. and he might have been ranked amongst the greatest princes, had not, says Abulfeda, the eternal order decreed that moment for the ruin of his family, a decree against which all human fortitude and prudence must struggle in vain. The orders of Mervan were mistaken, or disobeyed. The return of his horse, from which he had dismounted on a necessary occasion, impressed the belief of his death, and the enthusiasm of the black squadrons was ably conducted by Abdallah, the uncle of his competitor. After an irretrievable defeat, the Caliph escaped to Mosul, but the colors of the Abbassides were displayed from the rampart. He suddenly repassed the Tigris, cast a melancholy look on his palace of Haran, crossed the Euphrates, abandoned the fortifications of Damascus, and, without halting in Palestine, pitched his last and fatal camp at Busir, on the banks of the Nile. His speed was urged by the incessant diligence of Abdallah, who in every step of the pursuit acquired strength and reputation. The remains of the white faction were finally vanquished in Egypt, and the lance which terminated the life and anxiety of Mervan was not less welcome perhaps to the unfortunate than to the victorious chief. The merciless inquisition of the conqueror eradicated the most distant branches of the hostile race. Their bones were scattered, their memory was accursed, and the martyrdom of Hossein was abundantly revenged on the posterity of his tyrants. Fourscore of the Umayyads, who had yielded to the faith or clemency of their foes, were invited to a banquet at Damascus. The laws of hospitality were violated by a promiscuous massacre. The board was spread over their fallen bodies, and the festivity of the guests was enlivened by the music of their dying groans. By the event of the civil war, the dynasty of the Abbassides was firmly established, but the Christians only could triumph in the mutual hatred and common loss of the disciples of Mahomet. Yet the thousands who were swept away by the sword of war might have been speedily retrieved in the succeeding generation, if the consequences of the revolution had not tended to dissolve the power and unity of the empire of the Saracens. In the proscription of the Umayyads, a royal use of the name of Abd al-Rahman alone escaped the rage of his enemies, who haunted the wandering exile from the banks of the Euphrates to the valleys of Mount Atlas. His presence in the neighborhood of Spain revived the zeal of the white faction. The name and cause of the Abbassides had been first vindicated by the Persians. The West had been pure from civil arms, and the servants of the abdicated family still held, by a precarious tenure, the inheritance of their lands and the offices of government. Strongly prompted by gratitude, indignation, and fear, they invited the grandson of the Caliph Hashem to ascend the throne of his ancestors, and, in his desperate condition, the extremes of rashness and prudence were almost the same. The acclamations of the people saluted his landing on the coast of Andalusia, and, after a successful struggle, Abd al-Rahman established the throne at Cordova, and was the father of the Umayyads of Spain, who reigned above 250 years from the Atlantic to the Pyrenees. He slew in battle a lieutenant of the Abbassides, who had invaded his dominions with a fleet and army. The head of Allah, in Sultan Kafir, was suspended by a daring messenger before the palace of Mecca, and the Caliph Al-Mansur rejoiced in his safety, that he was removed by seas and lands from such a formidable adversary. Their mutual designs or declarations of offensive war evaporated without effect, but instead of opening a door to the conquest of Europe, Spain was dissevered from the trunk of the monarchy, engaged in perpetual hostility with the East, and inclined to peace and friendship with the Christian sovereigns of Constantinople and France. The example of the Umayyads was imitated by the real or fictitious progeny of Ali, the Idrisids of Mauritania, and the more powerful Fatimites of Africa and Egypt. In the 10th century, the chair of Mahomet was disputed by 3 caliphs, or commanders of the faithful, who reigned at Baghdad, Kairouan, and Cordova, excommunicating each other, and agreed only in a principle of discord, that a sectary is more odious and criminal than an unbeliever. Mecca was the patrimony of the line of Hashem, Yet the Abbassides were never tempted to reside either in the birthplace or the city of the Prophet. Damascus was disgraced by the choice, and polluted with the blood, of the Umayyads; and, after some hesitation, Al-Mansur, the brother and successor of Saffah, laid the foundations of Baghdad, the imperial seat of his posterity, during a reign of 500 years. The chosen spot is on the eastern bank of the Tigris, about 15 miles above the ruins of Modane. The double wall was of a circular form, and such was the rapid increase of a capital, now dwindled to a provincial town, that the funeral of a popular saint might be attended by 800,000 men and 60,000 women of Baghdad and the adjacent villages. In this city of peace, amidst the riches of the East, the Abbassides soon disdained the abstinence and frugality of the first caliphs, and aspired to emulate the magnificence of the Persian kings. After his wars and buildings, Al-Mansur left behind him in gold and silver about 30 millions sterling, and this treasure was exhausted in a few years by the vices or virtues of his children. His son Mahdi, in a single pilgrimage to Mecca, expended 6 millions of dinars of gold. A pious and charitable motive may sanctify the foundation of cisterns and caravanserais, which he distributed along a measured road of 700 miles. But his train of camels laden with snow could serve only to astonish the natives of Arabia, and to refresh the fruits and liquors of the royal banquet. The courtiers would surely praise the liberality of his grandson Al-Mamun, who gave away 4/5 of the income of a province, a sum of 2,400,000 gold dinars, before he drew his foot from the stirrup. At the nuptials of the same prince, 1,000 pearls of the largest size were showered on the head of the bride, and a lottery of lands and houses displayed the capricious bounty of fortune. The glories of the court were brightened rather than impaired in the decline of the empire, and the Greek ambassador might admire, or pity, the magnificence of the feeble Moqtadir. The Caliph's whole army, says the historian Abdulfeda, both horse and foot, was under arms, which together made a body of 160,000 men. His state officers, the favorite slaves, stood near him in splendid apparel, their belts glittering with gold and gems. Near them were 7,000 eunuchs, 4,000 of them white, the remainder black. The porters, or doorkeepers, were in number 700. Barges and boats, with the most superb decorations, were seen swimming upon the Tigris. Nor was the palace itself less splendid, in which were hung up 38,000 pieces of tapestry, 12,500 of which were of silk embroidered with gold. The carpets on the floor were 22,000. 100 lions were brought out, with a keeper to each lion. Among the other spectacles of rare and stupendous luxury was a tree of gold and silver, spreading into 18 large branches, on which, and on the lesser boughs, sat a variety of birds, made of the same precious metals, as well as the leaves of the tree. While the machinery affected spontaneous motions, the several birds warbled their natural harmony. Through this scene of magnificence, the Greek ambassador was led by the vizier to the foot of the Caliph's throne. In the west, the Umayyads of Spain supported with equal pomp the title of Commander of the Faithful. 3 miles from Cordova, in honor of his favorite sultana, the third and greatest of the Abd al-Rahmans, constructed the city, palace, and gardens of Zara. 25 years and about 3 millions sterling were employed by the founder. His liberal taste invited the artists of Constantinople, the most skilful sculptors and architects of the age, and the buildings were sustained or adorned by 1,200 columns of Spanish and African, of Greek and Italian marble. The hall of audience was encrusted with gold and pearls, and a great basin in the center was surrounded with the curious and costly figures of birds and quadrupeds. In a lofty pavilion of the gardens, one of these basins and fountains, so delightful in a sultry climate, was replenished not with water, but with the purest quicksilver. The seraglio of Abd al-Rahman, his wives, concubines, and black eunuchs, amounted to 6,300 persons, and he was attended to the field by a guard of 12,000 horse, whose belts and scimitars were studded with gold. End of chapter 52, part 2. Chapter 52, part 3 of The History of the Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine. The History of the Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, Volume 5, Chapter 52, Part 3. In a private condition, our desires are perpetually repressed by poverty and subordination, but the lives and labors of millions are devoted to the service of a despotic prince, whose laws are blindly obeyed, and whose wishes are instantly gratified. Our imagination is dazzled by the splendid picture, and whatever may be the cool dictates of reason, there are few among us who would obstinately refuse a trial of the comforts and the cares of royalty. It may therefore be of some use to borrow the experience of the same Abd al-Rahman, whose magnificence has perhaps excited our admiration and envy, and to transcribe an authentic memorial which was found in the closet of the deceased Caliph. I have now reigned about 50 years in victory or peace, beloved by my subjects, dreaded by my enemies, and respected by my allies. Riches and honors, power and pleasure have waited on my call, nor does any earthly blessing appear to have been wanting to my felicity. In this situation I have diligently numbered the days of pure and genuine happiness which have fallen to my lot. They amount to 14. O man, place not thy confidence in this present world. The luxury of the caliphs, so useless to their private happiness, relaxed the nerves, and terminated the progress of the Arabian Empire. Temporal and spiritual conquest had been the sole occupation of the first successors of Mahomet, and after supplying themselves with the necessaries of life, the whole revenue was scrupulously devoted to that salutary work. The Abbassides were impoverished by the multitude of their wants and their contempt of economy. Instead of pursuing the great object of ambition, their leisure, their affections, the powers of their mind, were diverted by pomp and pleasure. The rewards of valor were embezzled by women and eunuchs, and the royal camp was encumbered by the luxury of the palace. A similar temper was diffused among the subjects of the Caliph. Their stern enthusiasm was softened by time and prosperity. They sought riches in the occupations of industry, fame in the pursuits of literature, and happiness in the tranquillity of domestic life. War was no longer the passion of the Saracens, and the increase of pay, the repetition of donatives, were insufficient to allure the posterity of those voluntary champions who had crowded to the standard of Abu Bekr and Omar for the hopes of spoil and of paradise. Under the reign of the Umayyads, the studies of the Moslems were confined to the interpretation of the Koran, and the eloquence and poetry of their native tongue. A people continually exposed to the dangers of the field must esteem the healing powers of medicine, or rather of surgery, but the starving physicians of Arabia murmured a complaint that exercise and temperance deprived them of the greatest part of their practice. After their civil and domestic wars, the subjects of the Abbassides, awakening from this mental lethargy, found leisure and felt curiosity for the acquisition of profane science. The spirit was first encouraged by the Caliph Almansor, who, besides his knowledge of the Mahometan law, had applied himself with success to the study of astronomy. But when the sceptre devolved to Al-Mamun, the seventh of the Abbasides, he he completed the designs of his grandfather, and invited the Muses from their ancient seats. His ambassadors at Constantinople, his agents in Armenia, Syria, and Egypt, collected the volumes of Grecian science. At his command they were translated by the most skilful interpreters into the Arabic language. His subjects were exhorted assiduously to pursue these instructive writings, and the successor of Mahomet assisted with pleasure and modesty at the assemblies and disputations of the learned. He was not ignorant, says Abu Faragius, that they are the elect of God, his best and most useful servants, whose lives are devoted to the improvement of their rational faculties. The mean ambition of the Chinese or the Turks may glory in the industry of their hands or the indulgence of their brutal appetites. Yet these dexterous artists must view, with hopeless emulation, the hexagons and pyramids of the cells of a beehive. These fortitudinous heroes are awed by the superior fierceness of the lions and tigers, and in their amorous enjoyments they are much inferior to the vigor of the grossest and most sordid quadrupeds. The teachers of wisdom are the true luminaries and legislators of a world, which, without their aid, would again sink in ignorance and barbarism. The zeal and curiosity of Al-Mamun were imitated by succeeding princes of the line of Abbas. Their rivals, the Fatimids of Africa and the Umayyads of Spain, were the patrons of the learned, as well as the commanders of the faithful. The same royal prerogative was claimed by their independent emirs of the provinces, and their emulation diffused the taste and the rewards of science from Samarcand and Bokhara to Fez and Cordova. The vizier of the Sultan consecrated a sum of 200,000 pieces of gold to the foundation of a college at Baghdad, which he endowed with an annual revenue of 15,000 dinars. The fruits of instruction were communicated, perhaps at different times, to 6,000 disciples of every degree, from the son of the noble to that of the mechanic. A sufficient allowance was provided for the indigent scholars, and the merit or industry of the professors was repaid with adequate stipends. In every city the productions of Arabic literature were copied and collected by the curiosity of the studious and the vanity of the rich. A private doctor refused the invitation of the Sultan of Bokhara, because the carriage of his books would have required 400 camels. The royal library of the Fatimids consisted of 100,000 manuscripts, elegantly transcribed and splendidly bound, which were lent without jealousy or avarice to the students of Cairo. Yet this collection must appear moderate, if we can believe that the Umayyads of Spain had formed a library of 600,000 volumes, 44 of which were employed in the mere catalogue. Their capital, Cordova, with the adjacent towns of Malaga, Almeria, and Murcia, had given birth to more than 300 writers, and above 70 public libraries were opened in the cities of the Andalusian kingdom. The age of Arabian learning continued about 500 years, till the great eruption of the Moguls, and was coeval with the darkest and most slothful period of European annals. But since the sun of science has arisen in the West, it should seem that the Oriental studies have languished and declined. In the libraries of the Arabians, as in those of Europe, the far greater part of the innumerable volumes were possessed only of local value or imaginary merit. Their shelves were crowded with orators and poets, whose style was adapted to the taste and manners of their countrymen, with general and partial histories, which each revolving generation supplied with a new harvest of persons and events, with codes and commentaries of jurisprudence, which derived their authority from the law of the Prophet, with the interpreters of the Koran and orthodox tradition, and with the whole theological tribe, polemics, mystics, scholastics, and moralists, the first or the last of writers, according to the different estimates of skeptics or believers. The works of speculation or science may be reduced to the 4 classes of philosophy, mathematics, astronomy, and physic. The sages of Greece were translated and illustrated in the Arabic language, and some treatises, now lost in the original, have been recovered in the versions of the East, which possessed and studied the writings of Aristotle and Plato, of Euclid and Apollonius, of Ptolemy, Hippocrates, and Galen. Among the ideal systems which have varied with the fashion of the times, the Arabians adopted the philosophy of the Stagirite, alike intelligible or alike obscure for the readers of every age. Plato wrote for the Athenians, and his allegorical genius is too closely blended with the language and religion of Greece. After the fall of that religion, the Peripatetics, emerging from their obscurity, prevailed in the controversies of the Oriental sects, and their founder was long afterwards restored by the Mohammedans of Spain to the Latin schools. The physics, both of the Academy and the Lyceum, as they are built, not on observation but on argument, have retarded the progress of real knowledge. The metaphysics of infinite or finite spirit have too often been enlisted in the service of superstition. But the human faculties are fortified by the art and practice of dialectics. The 10 predicaments of Aristotle collect and methodize our ideas, and his syllogism is the keenest weapon of dispute. It was dexterously wielded in the schools of the Saracens, but as it is more effectual for the detection of error than for the investigation of truth, it is not surprising that new generations of masters and disciples should still revolve in the same circle of logical argument. The mathematics are distinguished by a peculiar privilege, that, in the course of ages, they may always advance, and can never recede. But the ancient geometry, if I am not misinformed, was resumed in the same state by the Italians of the 15th century, and whatever may be the origin of the name, the science of algebra is ascribed to the Grecian Diophantus by the modest testimony of the Arabs themselves. They cultivated with more success the sublime science of astronomy, which elevates the mind of man to disdain his diminutive planet and momentary existence. The costly instruments of observation were supplied by the Caliph Al-Mamun, and the land of the Chaldeans still afforded the same spacious level, the same unclouded horizon. In the plains of Sinar, and a second time in those of Kaffa, his mathematicians accurately measured a degree of the great circle of the earth, and determined at 24,000 miles the entire circumference of our globe. From the reign of the Abbassides to that of the grandchildren of Tamerlane, the stars, without the aid of glasses, were diligently observed, and the astronomical tables of Baghdad, Spain, and Samarcand correct some minute errors, without daring to renounce the hypothesis of Ptolemy, without advancing a step towards the discovery of the solar system. In the Eastern courts, the truth of science could be recommended only by ignorance and folly, and the astronomer would have been disregarded had he not debased his wisdom or honesty by the vain predictions of astrology. But in the science of medicine, the Arabians have been deservedly applauded. The names of Mesua and Geba, of Rhasis and Avicenna, are ranked with the Grecian masters. In the city of Baghdad, 860 physicians were licensed to exercise their lucrative profession. In Spain, the life of the Catholic princes was entrusted to the skill of the Saracens, and the school of Salerno, their legitimate offspring, revived in Italy and Europe the precepts of the healing art. The success of each professor must have been influenced by personal and accidental causes, but we may form a less fanciful estimate of their general knowledge of anatomy, botany, and chemistry, the threefold basis of their theory and practice. A superstitious reverence for the dead confined both the Greeks and the Arabians to the dissection of apes and quadrupeds. The more solid and visible parts were known in the time of Galen, and the finer scrutiny of the human frame was reserved for the microscope and the injections of modern artists. Botany is an active science, and the discoveries of the torrid zone might enrich in the herbal of Dioscorides with 2,000 plants. Some traditionary knowledge might be secreted in the temples and monasteries in Egypt. Much useful experience had been acquired in the practice of arts and manufactures, but the science of chemistry owes its origin and improvement to the industry of the Saracens. They first invented and named the alembic for the purposes of distillation, analyzed the substances of the three kingdoms of nature, tried the distinction and affinities of alkalis and acids, and converted the poisonous minerals into soft and salutary medicines. But the most eager search of Arabian chemistry was the transmutation of metals, and the elixir of immortal health. The reason and the fortunes of thousands were evaporated in the crucibles of alchemy, and the consummation of a great work was promoted by the worthy aid of mystery, fable, and superstition. But the Moslems deprived themselves of the principal benefits of a familiar intercourse with Greece and Rome, the knowledge of antiquity, the purity of taste, and the freedom of thought. Confident in the riches of their native tongue, the Arabians disdained the study of any foreign idiom. The Greek interpreters were chosen among their Christian subjects. They formed their translations, sometimes on the original text, more frequently, perhaps, on a Syriac version, and in the crowd of astronomers and physicians there is no example of a poet, an orator, or even an historian being taught to speak the language of the Saracens. The mythology of Homer would have provoked the adherence of those stern fanatics. They possessed in lazy ignorance the colonies of the Macedonians and the provinces of Carthage and Rome. The heroes of Plutarch and Livy were buried in oblivion, and the history of the world before Mahomet was reduced to a short legend of the patriarchs, the prophets, and the Persian kings. Our education in the Greek and Latin schools may have fixed in our minds a standard of exclusive taste, and I am not forward to condemn the literature and judgment of nations, of whose language I am ignorant. Yet I know that the classics have much to teach, and I believe that the Orientals have much to learn. The temperate dignity of style, the graceful proportions of art, the forms of visible and intellectual beauty, the just delineation of character and passion, the rhetoric of narrative and argument, the regular fabric of epic and dramatic poetry. The influence of truth and reason is of a less ambiguous complexion. The philosophers of Athens and Rome enjoyed the blessings and asserted the rights of civil and religious freedom. Their moral and political writings might have gradually unlocked the fetters of Eastern despotism, diffused a liberal spirit of inquiry and toleration, and encouraged the Arabian sage to suspect that their caliph was a tyrant and their prophet an impostor. The instinct of superstition was alarmed by the introduction even of the abstract sciences, and the more rigid doctors of the law condemned the rash and pernicious curiosity of Al-Mamun. To the thirst of martyrdom, the vision of paradise, and the belief of predestination we must ascribe the invincible enthusiasm of the prince and people. And the sword of the Saracens became less formidable when their youth was drawn away from the camp to the college, when the armies of the faithful presumed to read and to reflect. Yet the foolish vanity of the Greeks was jealous of their studies, and reluctantly imparted the sacred fire to the barbarians of the East. In the bloody conflict of the Umayyads and Abbassides, the Greeks had stolen the opportunity of avenging their wrongs and enlarging their limits. But a severe retribution was exacted by Mohadi, the third caliph of the new dynasty, who seized, in his turn, the favorable opportunity, while a woman and a child, Irene and Constantine, were seated on the Byzantine throne. An army of 95,000 Persians and Arabs was sent from the Tigris to the Thracian Bosphorus, under the command of Harun, or Aaron, the second son of the commander of the faithful. His encampment on the opposite heights of Chrysopolis, or Scutari, informed Irene, in her palace of Constantinople, of the loss of her troops and provinces. With the consent or connivance of their sovereign, her ministers subscribed an ignominious peace, and the exchange of some royal gifts could not disguise the annual tribute of 70,000 dinars of gold, which was imposed of the Roman Empire. The Saracens had too rashly advanced into the midst of a distant and hostile land. Their retreat was solicited by the promise of faithful guides and plentiful markets, and not a Greek had courage to whisper that their weary forces might be surrounded and destroyed in their necessary passage between a slippery mountain and the river Sangarius. 5 years after this expedition, Harun ascended the throne of his father and his elder brother, the most powerful and vigorous monarch of his race, illustrious to the West as the ally of Charlemagne, and familiar to the most childish readers as the perpetual hero of the Arabian tales. His title to the name of Al-Rashid, the Just, is sullied by the extirpation of the generous, perhaps the innocent, Barmecides. Yet he could listen to the complaint of the poor widow, who had been pillaged by his troops, and who dared, in a passage of the Koran, to threaten the inattentive despot with the judgment of God and posterity. His court was adorned with luxury and science, but in a reign of 23 years, Harun repeatedly visited these provinces from Khorasan to Egypt. 9 times he performed the pilgrimage to Mecca. 8 times he invaded the territories of the Romans, and as often as they declined the payment of the tribute, they were taught to feel that a month of depredation was more costly than a year of submission. But when the unnatural mother of Constantine was deposed and banished, her successor, Nicephorus, resolved to obliterate this badge of servitude and disgrace. The epistle of the emperor to the caliph was pointed with an allusion to the game of chess, which had already spread from Persia to Greece. The queen, he spoke of Irene, considered you as a rook and herself as a pawn. That pusillanimous female submitted to pay a tribute the double of which she ought to have exacted from the barbarians. Restore therefore the fruits of your injustice, or abide the determination of the sword. At these words the ambassadors cast a bundle of swords before the foot of the throne. The caliph smiled at the menace, and drawing his scimitar, Samsamah, a weapon of historic or fabulous renown, he cut asunder the feeble arms of the Greeks without turning the edge or endangering the temper of his blade. He then dictated an epistle of tremendous brevity. In the name of the most merciful God, Harun al-Rashid, commander of the faithful, to Nicephorus, the Roman dog. I have read thy letter, O thou son of an unbelieving mother. Thou shalt not hear, thou shalt behold my reply. It was written in characters of blood and fire on the plains of Phrygia, and the warlike celerity of the Arabs could only be checked by the arts of deceit and the show of repentance. The triumphant caliph retired, after the fatigues of the campaign, to his favorite palace of Raqqa on the Euphrates, but the distance of 500 miles, and the inclemency of the season encouraged his adversary to violate the peace. Nicephorus was astonished by the bold and rapid march of the commander of the faithful, who repassed in the depth of winter the snows of Mount Taurus. His stratagems of policy and war were exhausted, and the perfidious Greek escaped with 3 wounds from a field of battle overspread with 40,000 of his subjects. Yet the emperor was ashamed of submission, and the caliph was resolved on victory. 135,000 regular soldiers received pay, and were inscribed in the military roll, and above 300,000 persons of every denomination marched under the black standard of the Abbassides. They swept the surface of Asia Minor far beyond Tyana and Ankara, and invested the Pontic Heraclea, once a flourishing state, now a paltry town, at that time capable of sustaining, in her antique walls, a month's siege against the forces of the East. The ruin was complete, the spoil was ample. But if Harun had been conversant with Grecian story, he would have regretted the statue of Hercules, whose attributes, the club, the bow, the quiver, and the lion's hide, were sculptured in massy gold. The progress of desolation by sea and land, from the Euxine to the Isle of Cyprus, compelled the Emperor Nicephorus to retract his haughty defiance. In the new treaty, the ruins of Heraclea were left forever as a lesson and a trophy, and the coin of the tribute was marked with the image and superscription of Harun and his 3 sons. Yet this plurality of lords might contribute to remove the dishonor of the Roman name. After the death of their father, the heirs of the caliph were involved in civil discord, and the conqueror, the liberal Al-Mamun was sufficiently engaged in the restoration of domestic peace and the introduction of foreign science. End of the chapter 52, part 3. Chapter 52, part 4 of The History of the Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine. The History of the Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, Volume 5, Chapter 52, Part 4. Under the reign of Al-Mamun at Baghdad, of Michael the Stammerer at Constantinople, the islands of Crete and Sicily were subdued by the Arabs. The former of these conquests is disdained by their own writers, who were ignorant of the fame of Jupiter and Minos, but it has not been overlooked by the Byzantine historians, who now begin to cast a clear light on the affairs of their own times. A band of Andalusian volunteers, discontented with the climate or government of Spain, explored their adventures by sea, but as they sailed in no more than 10 or 20 galleys, their warfare must be branded with the name of piracy. As the subjects and sectaries of the white party, they might lawfully invade the dominions of the Black Caliphs. A rebellious faction introduced them into Alexandria. They cut in pieces both friends and foes, pillaged the churches and the mosques, sold about 6,000 Christian captives, and maintained their station in the capital of Egypt, till they were oppressed by the forces and the presence of Al-Mamun himself. From the mouth of the Nile to the Hellespont, the islands and seacoasts, both of the Greeks and Moslems, were exposed to their depredations. They saw, they envied, they tasted the fertility of Crete, and soon returned with 40 galleys to a more serious attack. The Andalusians wandered over the land fearless and unmolested. But when they descended with their plunder to the seashore, their vessels were in flames, and their chief, Abu Ka'ab, confessed himself the author of the mischief. Their clamors accused his madness or treachery. "Of what do you complain?" replied the crafty Emir. "I have brought you to a land flowing with milk and honey. Here is your true country, repose from your toils, and forget the barren place of your nativity." "And our wives and children?" "Your beauteous captives will supply the place of your wives, and in their embraces you will soon become the fathers of a new progeny." The first habitation was their camp, with a ditch and rampart in the bay of Suda, but an apostate monk led them to a more desirable position in the eastern parts, and the name of Kandax, their fortress and colony, has been extended to the whole island, under the corrupt and modern appellation of Candia. The 100 cities of the age of Minos were diminished to 30, and of these only one, most probably Cydonia, had courage to retain the substance of freedom and the profession of Christianity. The Saracens of Crete soon repaired the loss of their navy, and the timbers of Mount Ida were launched into the main. During a hostile period of 138 years, the princes of Constantinople attacked these licentious corsairs with fruitless curses and ineffectual arms. The loss of Sicily was occasioned by an act of superstitious rigor. An amorous youth, who had stolen a nun from her cloister, was sentenced by the emperor to the amputation of his tongue. Euphemius appealed to the reason and policy of the Saracens of Africa, and soon returned with the imperial purple, a fleet of 100 ships, and an army of 700 horse and 10,000 foot. They landed at Mazara near the ruins of the ancient Selinus, but after some partial victories, Syracuse was delivered by the Greeks. The apostate was slain before her walls, and his African friends were reduced to the necessity of feeding on the flesh of their own horses. In their turn they were relieved by a powerful reinforcement of their brethren of Andalusia, the largest and western part of the island was gradually reduced, and the commodious harbor of Palermo was chosen for the seat of the naval and military power of the Saracens. Syracuse preserved about 50 years the faith which she had sworn to Christ and to Caesar. In the last and fatal siege, her citizens displayed some remnant of the spirit which had formerly resisted the powers of Athens and Carthage. They stood about 20 days against the battering rams and catapult, the mines and tortoises of the besiegers, and the place might have been relieved if the mariners of the imperial fleet had not been detained at Constantinople in building a church to the Virgin Mary. The deacon Theodosius, with the bishop and clergy, was dragged in chains from the altar to Palermo, cast into a subterraneous dungeon, and exposed to the hourly peril of death or apostasy. His pathetic and not inelegant complaint may be read as the epitaph of his country. From the Roman conquest to this final calamity, Syracuse, now dwindled to the primitive isle of Ortygia, had insensibly declined. Yet the relics were still precious. The plate of the cathedral weighed 5,000 pounds of silver. The entire spoil was computed at 1,000,000 of pieces of gold, about 400,000 pounds sterling, and the captives must outnumber the 17,000 Christians, who were transported from the sack of Tauromenium into African servitude. In Sicily, the religion and language of the Greeks were eradicated, and such was the docility of the rising generation that 15,000 boys were circumcised and clothed on the same day with the son of the Fatimite Caliph. The Arabian squadrons issued from the harbors of Palermo, Biserta, and Tunis. 150 towns of Calabria and Campania were attacked and pillaged, nor could the suburbs of Rome be defended by the name of the Caesars and Apostles. Had the Mahometans been united, Italy must have fallen an easy and glorious accession to the empire of the Prophet, but the Caliphs of Baghdad had lost their authority in the West. The Aglabites and Fatimites usurped the provinces of Africa. Their emirs of Sicily aspired to independence, and the design of conquest and dominion was degraded to a repetition of predatory inroads. In the sufferings of prostrate Italy, the name of Rome awakens a solemn and mournful recollection. A fleet of Saracens from the African coast presumed to enter the mouth of the Tiber, and to approach a city which even yet, in her fallen state, was revered as the metropolis of the Christian world. The gates and ramparts were guarded by a trembling people, but the tombs and temples of St. Peter and St. Paul were left exposed in the suburbs of the Vatican and of the Ostian Way. Their invisible sanctity had protected them against the Goths, the Vandals, and the Lombards, but the Arabs disdained both the gospel and the legend, and their rapacious spirit was approved and animated by the precepts of the Koran. The Christian idols were stripped of their costly offerings. A silver altar was torn away from the shrine of St. Peter, and if the bodies or the buildings were left entire, their deliverance must be imputed to the haste rather than the scruples of the Saracens. In their course along the Appian Way, they pillaged Fundi and besieged Caieta, but they had turned aside from the walls of Rome, and by their divisions the capital was saved from the yoke of the Prophet of Mecca. The same danger still impended on the heads of the Roman people, and their domestic force was unequal to the assault of an African emir. They claimed the protection of their Latin sovereign, but the Carlovingian standard was overthrown by attachment of the barbarians. They meditated the restoration of the Greek emperors, but the attempt was treasonable, and the succor remote and precarious. Their distress appeared to receive some aggravation from the death of their spiritual and temporal chief, but the pressing emergency superseded the forms and intrigues of an election. And the unanimous choice of Pope Leo IV was the safety of the church and city. This pontiff was born a Roman. The courage of the first ages of the Republic glowed in his breast, and, Amidst the ruins of his country, he stood erect, like one of the firm and lofty columns that rear their heads above the fragments of the Roman Forum. The first days of his reign were consecrated to the purification and removal of relics, to prayers and processions, and to all the solemn offices of religion, which served at least to heal the imagination and restore the hopes of the multitude. The public defence had been long neglected, not from the presumption of peace, but from the distress and poverty of the times. As far as the scantiness of his means and the shortness of his leisure would allow, the ancient walls were repaired by the command of Leo. 15 towers in the most accessible stations were built or renewed. 2 of these commanded on either side of the Tiber, and an iron chain was drawn across the stream to impede the ascent of a hostile navy. The Romans were assured of a short respite by the welcome news that the siege of Gaeta had been raised, and that a part of the enemy, with their sacrilegious plunder, had perished in the waves. But the storm, which had been delayed, soon burst upon them with redoubled violence. The Aglabite, who reigned in Africa, had inherited from his father a treasure and an army. A fleet of Arabs and Moors, after a short refreshment in the harbors of Sardinia, cast anchor before the mouth of the Tiber, 16 miles from the city, and their discipline and numbers appeared to threaten, not a transient inroad, but a serious design of conquest and dominion. But the vigilance of Leo had formed an alliance with the vassals of the Greek empire, the free and maritime states of Gaeta, Naples, and Amalfi, and in the hour of danger their galleys appeared in the port of Ostia under the command of Caesarius, the son of the Neapolitan duke, a noble and valiant youth, who had already vanquished the fleets of the Saracens. With his principal companions, Caesarius was invited to the Lateran palace, and the dexterous pontiff affected to inquire their errand, and to accept with joy and surprise their providential succor. The city bands in arms attended their father to Ostia, where he reviewed and blessed his generous deliverers. They kissed his feet, received the communion with martial devotion, and listened to the prayer of Leo, that the same God who had supported St. Peter and St. Paul on the waves of the sea would strengthen the hands of his champions against the adversaries of his holy name. After a similar prayer, and with equal resolution, the Moslems advanced to the attack of the Christian galleys, which preserved their advantageous station along the coast. The victory inclined to the side of the allies, when it was less gloriously decided in their favor by a sudden tempest, which confounded the skill and courage of the stoutest mariners. The Christians were sheltered in a friendly harbor, while the Africans were scattered and dashed in pieces among the rocks and islands of a hostile shore. Those who escaped from shipwreck and hunger neither found nor deserved mercy at the hands of their implacable pursuers. The sword and the gibbet reduced the dangerous multitude of captives, and the remainder was more usefully employed to restore the sacred edifices which they had attempted to subvert. The pontiff, at the head of the citizens and allies, paid his grateful devotion at the shrines of the apostles, and, among the spoils of this naval victory, 13 Arabian bows of pure and massive silver were suspended round the altar of the fishermen of Galilee. The reign of Leo IV was employed in the defense and ornament of the Roman state. The churches were renewed and embellished. Near 4,000 pounds of silver were consecrated to repair the losses of St. Peter, and his sanctuary was decorated with a plate of gold of the weight of 216 pounds, embossed with the portraits of the Pope and Emperor, and encircled with a string of pearls. Yet this vain magnificence reflects less glory on the character of Leo than the paternal care with which he rebuilt the walls of Horta and Ameria, and transported the wandering inhabitants of Centum Calli to his new foundation of Leopolis, 12 miles from the seashore. By his liberality, a colony of Corsicans, with their wives and children, was planted in the station of Porto, at the mouth of the Tiber. The falling city was restored for their use. The fields and vineyards were divided among the new settlers. Their first efforts were assisted by a gift of horses and cattle, and the hardy exiles who breathed revenge against the Saracens swore to live and die under the standard of St. Peter. The nations of the West and North who visited the threshold of the Apostles had gradually formed the large and populous suburb of the Vatican, and their various habitations were distinguished, in the language of the times, as the schools of the Greeks and Goths, of the Lombards and Saxons. But this venerable spot was still open to sacrilegious insult. The design of enclosing it with walls and towers exhausted all that authority could command, or charity would supply. And the pious labor of 4 years was animated in every season and at every hour by the presence of the indefatigable pontiff. The love of fame, a generous but worldly passion, may be detected in the name of the Leonine city, which he bestowed on the Vatican. Yet the pride of the dedication was tempered with Christian penance and humility. The boundary was trod by the bishop and his clergy, barefoot, in sackcloth and ashes. The songs of triumph were modulated to psalms and litanies. The walls were besprinkled with holy water, and the ceremony was concluded with a prayer, that, under the guardian care of the apostles and the angelic host, both the old and the new Rome might ever be preserved pure, prosperous, and impregnable. The Emperor Theophilus, son of Michael the Stammerer, was one of the most active and high-spirited princes who reigned at Constantinople during the Middle Age. In offensive or defensive war, he marched in person 5 times against the Saracens, formidable in his attack, esteemed by the enemy in his losses and defeats. In the last of those expeditions he penetrated into Syria, and besieged the obscure town of Sozopetra, the casual birthplace of the Caliph Motassem, whose father Harun was attended in peace or war by the most favored of his wives and concubines. The revolt of a Persian impostor employed at that moment the arms of the Saracen, and he could only intercede in favor of a place for which he felt and acknowledged some degree of filial affection. These solicitations determined the emperor to wound his pride in so sensible a part. Sozopetra was levelled with the ground. The Syrian prisoners were marked or mutilated with ignominious cruelty, and 1,000 female captives were forced away from the adjacent territory. Among these a matron of the house of Abbas invoked, in an agony of despair, the name of Motassem, and the insults of the Greeks engaged the honor of her kinsman to avenge his indignity, and to answer her appeal. Under the reign of the 2 elder brothers, the inheritance of the youngest had been confined to Anatolia, Armenia, Georgia, and Circassia. This frontier station had exercised his military talents, and among his accidental claims to the name of Octonary, the most meritorious are the 8 battles which he gained or fought against the enemies of the Koran. In this personal quarrel, the troops of Iraq, Syria, and Egypt were recruited from the tribes of Arabia and the Turkish hordes. His cavalry might be numerous, though we should deduct some myriads from the 130,000 horses of the royal stables, and the expense of the armament was computed at 4 millions sterling, or 100,000 pounds of gold. From Tarsus, the place of assembly, the Saracens advanced in 3 divisions along the high road of Constantinople. Motassem himself commanded the centre, and the vanguard was given to his son Abbas, who, in the trial of the first adventurers, might succeed with the more glory, or fail with the least reproach. In the revenge of his injury, the Caliph prepared to retaliate a similar affront. The father of Theophilus was a native of Amorium in Phrygia. The original seat of the imperial house had been adorned with privileges and monuments, and, whatever might be the indifference of the people, Constantinople itself was scarcely of more value in the eyes of the sovereign and his court. The name of Amorium was inscribed on the shields of the Saracens. and their 3 armies were again united under the walls of the devoted city. It had been proposed by the wisest counsellors to evacuate Amorium, to remove the inhabitants, and to abandon the empty structures to the vain resentment of the barbarians. The emperor embraced the more generous resolution of defending, in a siege and battle, the country of his ancestors. When the armies drew near, the front of the Mahometan line appeared to a Roman eye more closely planted with spears and javelins. But the event of the action was not glorious on either side to the national troops. The Arabs were broken, but it was by the swords of 30,000 Persians who had obtained service and settlement in the Byzantine Empire. The Greeks were repulsed and vanquished, and it was by the arrows of the Turkish cavalry, and had not their bowstrings been damped and relaxed by the evening rain, very few of the Christians could have escaped with the emperor from the field of the battle. They breathed at Dorylaeum, at the distance of 3 days, and Theophilus, reviewing his trembling squadrons, forgave the common flight both of the prince and people. After this discovery of his weakness, he vainly hoped to deprecate the fate of Amorium. The inexorable Caliph rejected with contempt his prayers and promises, and detained the Roman ambassadors to be the witnesses of his great revenge. They had nearly been the witnesses of his shame. The vigorous assaults of 55 days were encountered by a faithful governor, a veteran garrison, and a desperate people, and the Saracens must have raised the siege, if a domestic traitor had not pointed to the weakest part of the wall, a place which was decorated with the statues of a lion and a bull. The vow of Motassem was accomplished with unrelenting rigor. Tired, rather than satiated, with distraction, he returned to his new palace of Samarra, in the neighborhood of Baghdad, while the unfortunate Theophilus implored the tardy and doubtful aid of his western rival, the Emperor of the Franks. Yet in the siege of Amorium about 70,000 Moslems had perished. Their loss had been revenged by the slaughter of 30,000 Christians, and the sufferings of an equal number of captives, who were treated as the most atrocious criminals. Mutual necessity could sometimes extort the exchange or ransom of prisoners, but in the national and religious conflict of the 2 empires, peace was without confidence, and war without mercy. Quarter was seldom given in the field. Those who escaped the edge of the sword were condemned to hopeless servitude or exquisite torture, and the Catholic emperor relates, with visible satisfaction, the execution of the Saracens of Crete, who were flayed alive or plunged into cauldrons of boiling oil. To a point of honor Motassem had sacrificed a flourishing city, 200,000 lives, and the property of millions. The same Caliph descended from his horse and dirtied his robe to relieve the distress of a decrepit old man who, with his laden ass, had tumbled into a ditch. On which of these actions did he reflect with the most pleasure when he was summoned by the angel of death? With Motassem, the 8th of the Abbassides, the glory of his family and nation expired. When the Arabian conquerors had spread themselves over the east and were mingled with the servile crowds of Persia, Syria, and Egypt, they insensibly lost the free-born and martial virtues of the desert. The courage of the south is the artificial fruit of discipline and prejudice. The active power of enthusiasm had decayed, and the mercenary forces of the caliphs were recruited in those climates of the north, of which valor is the hardy and spontaneous production. Of the Turks who dwelt beyond the Oxus and Jahartis, the robust youths, either taken in war or purchased in trade, were educated in the exercises of the field, and the profession of the Mahometan faith. The Turkish guard stood in arms round the throne of their benefactor, and their chiefs usurped the dominion of the palace and the provinces. Motassem, the first author of this dangerous example, introduced into the capital above 50,000 Turks. Their licentious conduct provoked the public indignation, and the quarrels of the soldiers and people induced the Caliph to retire from Baghdad, and established his own residence and the camp of his barbarian favorites at Samara on the Tigris, about 12 leagues above the city of Peace. His son Motawakkel was a jealous and cruel tyrant. Odious to his subjects, he cast himself on the fidelity of the strangers, and these strangers, ambitious and apprehensive, were tempted by the rich promise of a revolution. At the instigation, or at least in the cause of his son, they burst into his apartment at the hour of supper, and the Caliph was cut into 7 pieces by the same swords which he had recently distributed among the guards of his life and throne. To this throne, yet streaming with the father's blood, Montasser was triumphantly led, but in a reign of 6 months he found only the pangs of a guilty conscience. If he wept at the sight of an old tapestry which represented the crime and punishment of the son of Chosroes, if his days were abridged by grief and remorse, we may allow some pity to a parricide, who exclaimed, in the bitterness of death, that he had lost both this world and the world to come. After this act of treason, the ensigns of royalty, the garment and walking staff of Mahomet, were given and torn away by the foreign mercenaries, who in 4 years created, deposed, and murdered 3 commanders of the faithful. As often as the Turks were inflamed by fear or rage or avarice, these caliphs were dragged by the feet, exposed naked to the scorching sun, beaten with iron clubs, and compelled to purchase, by the abdication of their dignity, a short reprieve of inevitable fate. At length, however, the fury of the tempest was spent or diverted. The Abbassides returned to the less turbulent residents of Baghdad. The insolence of the Turks was curbed with a firmer and more skilful hand, and their numbers were divided and destroyed in foreign warfare. But the nations of the East had been taught to trample on the successors of the Prophet, and the blessings of domestic peace were obtained by the relaxation of strength and discipline. So uniform are the mischiefs of military despotism, that I seem to repeat the story of the Praetorians of Rome. While the flame of enthusiasm was damped by the business, the pleasure, and the knowledge of the age, it burned with consecrated heat in the breasts of the chosen few, the congenial spirits who were ambitious of reigning either in this world or in the next. How carefully soever the book of prophecy had been sealed by the apostle of Mecca, the wishes and, if we may profane the word, even the reason, of fanaticism might believe that, after the successive missions of Adam, Noah, Abraham, Moses, Jesus, and Mahomet, the same God, in the fullness of time, would reveal a still more perfect and permanent law. In the 277th year of the Hegira, and in the neighborhood of Kaffa, an Arabian preacher, of the name of Kamas, assumed the lofty and incomprehensible style of the guide, the director, the demonstration, the word, the Holy Ghost, the camel, the herald of the Messiah, who can converse with him in a human shape, and the representative of Mohammed, the son of Ali, of Saint John the Baptist, and of the angel Gabriel. In his mystic volume, the precepts of the Koran were refined to a more spiritual sense. He relaxed the duties of ablution, fasting, and pilgrimage, allowed the indiscriminate use of wine and forbidden food, and nourished the fervor of his disciples by the daily repetition of 50 prayers. The idleness and ferment of the rustic crowd awakened the attention of the magistrates of Kaffa. A timid persecution assisted the progress of the new sect, and the name of the Prophet became more revered after his person had been withdrawn from the world. His 12 apostles dispersed themselves among the Bedouins, a race of men, says Abu Feda, equally devoid of reason and of religion. And the success of their preaching seemed to threaten Arabia with a new revolution. The Carmasians were ripe for rebellion, since they disclaimed the title of the house of Abbas, and abhorred the worldly pomp of the caliphs of Baghdad. They were susceptible of discipline, since they vowed a blind and absolute submission to their imam, who was called to the prophetic office by the voice of God and the people. Instead of the legal tithe, he claimed the fifths of their substance and spoil. The most flagitious sins were no more than the type of disobedience, and the brethren were united and concealed by an oath of secrecy. After a bloody conflict they prevailed in the province of Bahrain, along the Persian Gulf. Far and wide, the tribes of the desert were subject to the scepter, or rather to the sword of Abu Sa'id and his son Abu Taher. And these rebellious imams could muster in the field 107,000 fanatics. The mercenaries of the Caliph were dismayed at the approach of an enemy who neither asked nor accepted quarter, and the difference between them in fortitude and patience is expressive of the change which 3 centuries of prosperity had effected in the character of the Arabians. Such troops were discomfited in every action. The cities of Raqqa and Baalbek, of Kaffa and Bassora, were taken and pillaged. Baghdad was filled with consternation, and the Caliph trembled behind the veils of his palace. In a daring inroad beyond the Tigris, Abu Taher advanced to the gates of the capital with no more than 500 horse. By the special order of Moqtadir, the bridges had been broken down, and the person or head of the rebel was expected every hour by the commander of the faithful. His lieutenant, from a motive of fear or pity, apprised Abu Taher of his danger, and recommended a speedy escape. "Your master," said the intrepid Carmathian to the messenger, "is at the head of 30,000 soldiers. 3 such men as these are wanting in his host." At the same instant, turning to 3 of his companions, he commanded the first to plunge a dagger into his breast, the second to leap into the Tigris, and the third to cast himself headlong down a precipice. They obeyed without a murmur. "Relate," continued the Imam, "what you have seen. Before the evening your general shall be chained among my dogs." Before the evening the camp was surprised and the menace was executed. The rapine of the Carmathians was sanctified by their aversion to the worship of Mecca. They robbed a caravan of pilgrims, and 20,000 devout Moslems were abandoned on the burning sands to the death of hunger and thirst. Another year they suffered the pilgrims to proceed without interruption, but in the festival of devotion Abu Taher stormed the holy city and trampled on the most venerable relics of the Mahometan faith. 30,000 citizens and strangers were put to the sword. The sacred precincts were polluted by the burial of 3,000 dead bodies. The well of Zamzam overflooded with blood. The golden spout was forced from its place. The veil of the Kaaba was divided among these impious sectaries, and the black stone, the first monument of the nation, was borne away in triumph to their capital. After this deed of sacrilege and cruelty, they continued to infest the confines of Iraq, Syria, and Egypt. But the vital principle of enthusiasm had withered at the root. Their scruples or their avarice again opened the pilgrimage of Mecca and restored the black stone of the Kaaba, and it is needless to inquire into what factions they were broken, or by whose sword they were finally extirpated. The sect of the Carmathians may be considered as the second visible cause of the decline and fall of the empire of the Caliphs. End of chapter 52, part 4. Chapter 52, part 5 of The History of the Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine. The History of the Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, Volume 5, Chapter 52, Part 5. The third and most obvious cause was the weight and magnitude of the empire itself. The Caliph Al-Mamun might proudly assert that it was easier for him to rule the East and the West than to manage a chessboard of 2 feet square. Yet I suspect that in both those games he was guilty of many fatal mistakes, and I perceive that in the distant provinces the authority of the first and most powerful of the Abbassides was already impaired. The analogy of despotism invests the representative with the full majesty of the prince. The division and balance of powers might relax the habits of obedience, might encourage the passive subject to inquire into the origin and administration of civil government. He who is born in the purple is seldom worthy to reign, but the elevation of a private man, of a peasant, perhaps, or a slave, affords a strong presumption of his courage and capacity. The viceroy of the remote kingdom aspires to secure the property and inheritance of his precarious trust. The nations must rejoice in the presence of their sovereign, and the command of armies and treasures are at once the object and the instrument of his ambition. A change was scarcely visible as long as the lieutenants of the Caliph were content with their vicarious title, while they solicited for themselves or their sons a renewal of the imperial grant, and still maintained on the coin and in public prayers the name and prerogative of the commander of the faithful. But in the long and hereditary exercise of power they assumed the pride and attributes of royalty, the alternative of peace or war, of reward and punishment, depended solely on their will, and the revenues of their government were reserved for local services or private magnificence. Instead of a regular supply of men and money, the successors of the Prophet were flattered with the ostentatious gift of an elephant, or a cast of hawks, a suit of silk hangings, or some pounds of musk and amber. After the revolt of Spain from the temporal and spiritual supremacy of the Abbassides, the first symptoms of disobedience broke forth in the province of Africa. Ibrahim, the son of Aglab, the lieutenant of the vigilant and rigid Harun, bequeathed to the dynasty of Aglabites the inheritance of his name and power. The indolence or policy of the caliphs dissembled the injury and loss, and pursued only with poison the founder of the Idrisites, who erected the kingdom and city of Fez on the shores of the Western Ocean. In the east, the first dynasty was that of the Tahirites, the posterity of the valiant Taha, who, in the civil wars of the sons of Harun, had served with too much zeal and success the cause of Al-Mamun, the younger brother. He was sent into honorable exile to command on the banks of the Oxus, and the independence of his successors, who reigned in Khorasan till the fourth generation, was palliated by their modest and respectful demeanor, the happiness of their subjects, and the security of their frontier. They were supplanted by one of those adventurers so frequent in the annals of the East, who left his trade of a brazier, from whence the name of Sophorides, for the profession of a robber. In a nocturnal visit to the treasure of the Prince of Sistan, Jacob, the son of Lace, stumbled over a lump of salt, which he unwarily tasted with his tongue. Salt, among the Orientals, is the symbol of hospitality, and the pious robber immediately retired without spoil or damage. The discovery of this honorable behavior recommended Jacob pardon and trust. He led an army at first for his benefactor, at last for himself, subdued Persia, and threatened the residence of the Abbassides. On his march towards Baghdad, the conqueror was arrested by a fever. He gave audience in bed to the ambassador of the Caliph, and beside him on a table were exposed a naked scimitar, a crust of brown bread, and a bunch of onions. "If I die," said he, "your master is delivered from his fears. If I live, this must determine between us. If I am vanquished, I can return without reluctance to the homely fare of my youth." From the height where he stood, the descent would not have been so soft or harmless. A timely death secured his own repose and that of the Caliph, who paid with the most lavish concessions the retreat of his brother Amrou to the palaces of Shiraz and Ispahan. The Abbassides were too feeble to contend, too proud to forgive. They invited the powerful dynasty of the Samanides. who passed the Oxus with 10,000 horse, so poor that their stirrups were of wood, so brave that they vanquished the Sopharian army, 8 times more numerous than their own. The captive Amro was sent in chains, a grateful offering to the court of Baghdad, and as the victor was content with the inheritance of Transoxiana and Khorasan, the realms of Persia returned for a while to the allegiance of the caliphs. The provinces of Syria and Egypt were twice dismembered by the Turkish slaves of the race of Toulon and Ilkshid. These barbarians, in religion and manners the countrymen of Mahomet, emerged from the bloody factions of the palace to a provincial command and an independent throne. Their names became famous and formidable in their time, but the founders of these two potent dynasties confessed, either in words or actions, the vanity of ambition. The first on his deathbed implored the mercy of God to a sinner, ignorant of the limits of his own power. The second, in the midst of 400,000 soldiers and 8,000 slaves, concealed from every human eye the chamber where he attempted to sleep. Their sons were educated in the vices of kings, and both Egypt and Syria were recovered and possessed by the Abbassides during an interval of 30 years. In the decline of the empire, Mesopotamia, with the important cities of Mosul and Aleppo, was occupied by the Arabian princes of the tribe of Hamadan. The poets of their court could repeat without a blush that nature had formed their countenances for beauty, their tongues for eloquence, and their hands for liberality and valor. But the genuine tale of the elevation and reign of the Hamadanites exhibits a scene of treachery, murder, and parricide. At the same fatal period, the Persian kingdom was again usurped by the dynasty of the Bovides, by the sword of 3 brothers, who, under various names, were styled the support and columns of the state, and who, from the Caspian Sea to the ocean, would suffer no tyrants but themselves. Under their reign, the language and genius of Persia revived, and the Arabs, 304 years after the death of Mahomet, were deprived of the scepter of the East. Rahadi, the 20th of the Abbassides, and the 39th of the successors of Mahomet, was the last who deserved the title of Commander of the Faithful. The last, says Abu Feda, who spoke to the people or conversed with the learned, the last who, in the expense of his household, represented the wealth and magnificence of the ancient caliphs. After him, the lords of the Eastern world were reduced to the most abject misery, and exposed to the blows and insults of the servile condition. The revolt of the provinces circumscribed their dominions without the walls of Baghdad, but that capital still contained an innumerable multitude, vain of their past fortune, discontented with their present state, and oppressed by the demands of a treasury which had formerly been replenished by the spoil and tribute of nations. Their idleness was exercised by faction and controversy. Under the mask of piety, the rigid followers of Hanbal invaded the pleasures of domestic life, burst into the houses of plebeians and princes. The vine broke the instruments, beat the musicians, and dishonored, with infamous suspicions, the associates of every handsome youth. In each profession which allowed room for 2 persons, the one was a votary, the other an antagonist, of Ali, and the Abbassides were awakened by the clamorous grief of the sectaries, who denied their title and cursed their progenitors. A turbulent people could only be repressed by a military force, but who could satisfy their avarice or assert the discipline of the mercenaries themselves? The African and the Turkish guards drew their swords against each other, and the chief commanders, the emirs al-Omra, imprisoned or deposed their sovereigns, and violated the sanctuary of the mosque and harem. If the caliphs escaped to the camp or court of any neighboring prince, their deliverance was a change of servitude, till they were prompted by despair to invite the Bovides, the sultans of Persia, who silenced the factions of Baghdad by their irresistible arms. The civil and military powers were assumed by Mu'izz al-Dawlat, the second of the 3 brothers, and a stipend of 60,000 pounds sterling was assigned by his generosity for the private expense of the commander of the faithful. But on the 40th day, at the audience of the ambassadors of Khorasan, and in the presence of a trembling multitude, the Caliph was dragged from his throne to a dungeon, by the command of the stranger and the rude hands of his diplomats. His palace was pillaged, his eyes were put out, and the mean ambition of the Abbassides aspired to the vacant station of danger and disgrace. In the school of adversity, the luxurious caliphs resumed the grave and abstemious virtues of the primitive times. Despoiled by their armor and silken robes, they fasted, they prayed, they studied the Koran and the tradition of the Sunnites. They performed, with zeal and knowledge, the functions of their ecclesiastical character. The respect of nations still waited on the successors of the apostle, the oracles of the law and conscience of the faithful, and the weakness or division of their tyrants sometimes restored the Abbassides to the sovereignty of Baghdad. But their misfortunes had been embittered by the triumph of the Fatimites, the real or spurious progeny of Ali. Arising from the extremity of Africa, these successful rivals extinguished, in Egypt and Syria, both the spiritual and temporal authority of the Abbassides, and the monarch of the Nile insulted the humble pontiff on the banks of the Tigris. In the declining age of the caliphs, in the century which elapsed after the war of Theophilus and Motassem, the hostile transactions of the two nations were confined to some inroads by sea and land, the fruits of their close vicinity and indelible hatred. But when the Eastern world was convulsed and broken, the Greeks were roused from their lethargy by the hopes of conquest and revenge. The Byzantine Empire, since the accession of the Basilian race, had reposed in peace and dignity, and they might encounter with their entire strength the front of some petty emir, whose rear was as assaulted and threatened by his national foes of the Mahometan faith. The lofty titles of the Morning Star and the death of the Saracens were applied in the public acclamations to Nicephorus Phocas, a prince as renowned in the camp as he was unpopular in the city. In the subordinate station of great domestic, or general of the East, he reduced the island of Crete and extirpated the nest of pirates who had so long defied, with impunity, the majesty of the empire. His military genius was displayed in the conduct and success of the enterprise, which had so often failed with loss and dishonor. The Saracens were confounded by the landing of his troops on safe and level bridges, which he cast from the vessels to the shore. 7 months were consumed in the siege of Candia. The despair of the native Cretans was stimulated by the frequent aid of their brethren of Africa and Spain, and after the massive wall and double ditch had been stormed by the Greeks, a hopeless conflict was still maintained in the streets and houses of the city. The whole island was subdued in the capital, and the submissive people accepted, without resistance, the baptism of the conqueror. Constantinople applauded the long-forgotten pomp of a triumph, but the imperial diadem was the sole reward that could repay the services or satisfy the ambition of Nicephorus. After the death of the younger Romanus, the fourth in lineal descent of the Basilian race, his widow Theophania successively married Nicephorus Phocas and his assassin John Zimisces, the two heroes of the age. They reigned as the guardians and colleagues of her infant sons, and the 12 years of their military command form the most splendid period of the Byzantine annals. The subjects and confederates whom they led to war appeared, at least in the eyes of an enemy, 200,000 strong, and of these about 30,000 were armed with cuirasses. A train of 4,000 mules attended their march, and their evening camp was regularly fortified with an enclosure of iron spikes. A series of bloody and undecisive combats is nothing more than an anticipation of what would have been effected in a few years by the course of nature. But I shall briefly prosecute the conquest of the two emperors from the hills of Cappadocia to the desert of Baghdad. The sieges of Mopsuestia and Tarsus in Cilicia first exercised the skill and perseverance of their troops, on whom, at this moment, I shall not hesitate to bestow the name of Romans. In the double city of Mopsuestia, which is divided by the river Sarus, 200,000 Moslems were predestined to death or slavery, a surprising degree of population, which must at least include the inhabitants of the dependent districts. They were surrounded and taken by assault, but Tarsus was reduced by the slow progress of famine. And no sooner had the Saracens yielded on honorable terms than they were mortified by the distant and unprofitable view of the naval succors of Egypt. They were dismissed with a safe conduct to the confines of Syria. A part of the old Christians had quietly lived under their dominion, and the vacant habitations were replenished by a new colony. But the mosque was converted into a stable, the pulpit was delivered to the flames, many rich crosses of gold and gems, the spoils of Asiatic churches, were made a grateful offering to the piety or avarice of the emperor, and he transported the gates of Mopsuestia and Tarsus, which were fixed in the walls of Constantinople, an eternal monument of his victory. After they had forced and secured the narrow passes of Mount Amanus, the two Roman princes repeatedly carried their arms into the heart of Syria. Yet, instead of assaulting the walls of Antioch, the humanity or superstition of Nicephorus appeared to respect the ancient metropolis of the East. He contented himself with drawing round the city a line of circumvallation, left a stationary army, and instructed his lieutenant to expect without impatience the return of spring. But in the depths of winter, in a dark and rainy night, an adventurous subaltern, with 300 soldiers, approached the rampart, applied his scaling ladders, occupied 2 adjacent towers, stood firm against the pressure of multitudes, and bravely maintained his post till he was relieved by the tardy, though effectual, support of his reluctant chief. The first tumult of slaughter and rapine subsided. The reign of Caesar and of Christ was restored, and the efforts of 100,000 Saracens, of the armies of Syria and the fleets of Africa, were consumed without effect before the walls of Antioch. The royal city of Aleppo was subject to Saif-ad-Dowlat, of the dynasty of Hamadan, who clouded his past glory by the precipitate retreat which abandoned his kingdom and capital to the Roman invaders. In his stately palace that stood without the walls of Aleppo, they joyfully seized a well-furnished magazine of arms, a stable of 1,400 mules, and 300 bags of silver and gold. But the walls of the city withstood the strokes of their battering rams, and the besiegers pitched their tents on the neighboring mountain of Jaushan. Their retreat exasperated the quarrel of the townsmen and mercenaries. The guard of the gates and ramparts was deserted, and while they furiously charged each other in the marketplace, they were surprised and destroyed by the sword of a common enemy. The male sex was exterminated by the sword. 10,000 youths were led into captivity. The weight of the precious spoil exceeded the strength and number of the beasts of burden. The superfluous remainder was burned, and, after a licentious possession of 10 days, the Romans marched away from the naked and bleeding city. In their Syrian inroads they commanded the husbandmen to cultivate their lands, that they themselves, in the ensuing season, might reap the benefit. More than 100 cities were reduced to obedience, and 18 pulpits of the principal mosques were committed to the flames, to expiate the sacrilege of the disciples of Mahomet. The classic names of Hierapolis, Apamea, and Emesa revived for a moment in the list of conquest. The emperor Zimisces encamped in the paradise of Damascus, and accepted the ransom of a submissive people. And the torrent was only stopped by the impregnable fortress of Tripoli, on the seacoast of Phoenicia. Since the days of Heraclius, the Euphrates, below the passage of Mount Taurus, had been impervious and almost invisible to the Greeks. The river yielded a free passage to the victorious Zimisces, and the historian may imitate the speed with which he overran the once famous cities of Samosata, Edessa, Martyropolis, Amida, and Nisibis, the ancient limit of the empire in the neighborhood of the Tigris. His ardor was quickened by the desire of grasping the virgin treasures of Ecbatana, a well-known name, under which the Byzantine writer has concealed the capital of the Abbassides. The consternation of the fugitives had already diffused the terror of his name, But the fancied riches of Baghdad had already been dissipated by the avarice and prodigality of domestic tyrants. The prayers of the people and the stern demands of the lieutenant of the Bowides required the Caliph to provide for the defense of the city. The helpless Mothi replied that his arms, his revenues, and his provinces had been torn from his hands, and that he was ready to abdicate a dignity which he was unable to support. The emir was inexorable, the furniture of the palace was sold, and the paltry price of 40,000 pieces of gold was instantly consumed in private luxury. But the apprehensions of Baghdad were relieved by the retreat of the Greeks. Thirst and hunger guarded the desert of Mesopotamia, and the emperor, satiated with glory and laden with oriental spoils, returned to Constantinople, and displayed in his triumph the silk, the aromatics, and 300 myriads of gold and silver. Yet the powers of the East had been bent, not broken, by this transient hurricane. After the departure of the Greeks, the fugitive princes returned to their capitals. The subjects disclaimed their involuntary oaths of allegiance. The Moslems again purified their temples, and overturned the idols of the saints and martyrs. The Nestorians and Jacobites preferred a Saracen to an orthodox master, and the numbers and spirit of the Melchites were inadequate to the support of the church and state. Of these extensive conquests, Antioch, with the cities of Cilicia and the Isle of Cyprus, was alone restored, a permanent and useful accession to the Roman Empire. End of chapter 52, part 5.